In the summer of the 153rd year of the Kaiyuan era, Qingqing Huahua 3rd Military High School, the summer breeze gently blew the sunset glow splendid, casting a slanting golden veil over the classroom windows. Inside the classroom, Lin Tian sat quietly in his chair staring at the blackboard as if in a daze. In the class, the other students seemed to understand his state. Just now, the second martial technique competition of 3rd Military High School had ended. The competition was a cultural exam, and the top 3 of the school would be rewarded with D grade or above martial techniques. The first place would even be rewarded with a C grade martial technique worth millions. But Lin Tian, who was the first place, only received a D grade technique worth tens of thousands. Hey Tian, we can't just let this go. Let's go find the principal together and ask for an explanation. Beside Lin Tian, his deskmate Zheng Lei said indignantly. The other classmates who were closer to Lin Tian also nodded in agreement. This really can't be let go. I looked up that C grade technique online. It's worth at least 3 million. 3 million, you know. My parents' combined monthly salary is just 8,000. A 3 million C grade technique. If I relied on my family, I'd never get it in a lifetime. Exactly. Now the school is pulling this kind of stunt. It's infuriating. In his seat, Lin Tian calmly swept his gaze over the classmates who were defending him. He understood that although everyone was speaking passionately now, if there was anyone truly willing to help him, it might only be his deskmate Zheng Lei. Some classmates were even gloating. Most of them came from ordinary families, and the vast majority couldn't even afford a second martial technique. Lin Tian, because of his excellent grades, had been rewarded with a second martial technique by the school, which already aroused jealousy among many. Now that the first place had been given to a student from another class and the C grade technique Lin Tian was supposed to get had been replaced with a D grade one, the jealousy in everyone's hearts had lessened, so they were more willing to offer verbal comfort to Lin Tian. Lin Tian took his water cup from the desk and quietly took a sip. His deskmate Zheng Lei was already anxiously tugging at his sleeve. Hey Tian, why aren't you angry? Why rush? What can I change alone? Lin Tian smiled faintly, glancing at his deskmate. Although he knew the other person truly wanted to charge into the principal's office with him, Lin Tian also knew it would be completely useless. At most, the principal would explain the test papers were misgraded and Lin Tian was actually the second place. If you have no value, even if you are truly innocent, those in power will not lower their stance. So you're just going to let it go? Zheng Lei looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. What else? Lin Tian shrugged his gaze calm. But deep in those calm eyes there were too many meanings. He was too calm, as if he had already accepted the situation. In the classroom, the other students were also stunned. Most of them thought it would be normal for Lin Tian to start cursing and stomping his feet. But Lin Tian's attitude was too abnormal. Haha, looks like Lin Tian really knows his place. His blood chi is too weak. What's the use of having a C-grade technique? A sarcastic voice rang out. The speaker was named Li Yuzi. Li Yuzi looked at Lin Tian with a mocking expression. Li Yuzi came from a relatively well-off family and had always treated the hard-working Lin Tian poorly. Lin Tian glanced at Li Yuzi calmly and said with a smile, if my blood chi is weak, then Li Yuzi, your blood chi must be very high, right? Lin Tian's blood chi was 175, which was only average in the class. But Li Yuzi's blood chi was 173, even lower than Lin Tian's. Lin Tian's words fell, and Li Yuzi was momentarily speechless, then sneered, I think the principal was right to give the first place to Xiao Xiaoli. I heard Xiao Xiaoli's blood chi has reached 5 points. That's way better than you. Lin Tian's gaze was calm, too lazy to argue with Li Yuzi anymore. Beside him, Zheng Lei glared at Li Yuzi. Li Yuzi, is there something wrong with your brain? The second martial technique competition awards based on cultural exam scores. What does blood chi have to do with it? Li Yuzi's face turned red, and he stood up abruptly, staring coldly at Zheng Lei. Clearly the two were about to come to blows. In the classroom, other classmates quickly began to mediate. No one noticed that at this moment a slight smile lifted the corners of Lin Tian's mouth. Under his calm gaze, what was hidden was not anger. It was joy. Immense joy. If he weren't calm enough, he would have laughed out loud by now. Because just now, within Lin Tian's field of vision, a few lines of text suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Applicable special effects for 3-movement Thunder Fist are as follows. Please purchase as soon as possible. C-grade effect Thunderclap, 1 gold coins. B-grade effect Flash Thunder, 1 gold coins. A-grade effect 10,000 Thunder Attraction, 1 gold coins. These 4 lines of text, glowing with a faint crimson halo, appeared out of thin air, informing Lin Tian of a fact. He had awakened the system. 3-movement Thunder Fist was a free D-grade martial technique that everyone in Huahua learned after entering junior high. 3-movement Thunder Fist was the first martial technique for every Huahua citizen. Of course, most Huahua people would only know this one technique for their entire lives. As for Lin Tian's system, it was a special effects system. Simply put, it added special effects to the martial techniques the host had learned. This includes visual effects, auditory effects, proficiency growth effects, and combat power effects. Of course, the first two are not important for pragmatists. What really matters is the proficiency growth effect and the combat power effect. Lin Tian's mind stirred, and he looked at the first special effect column. The next moment, several dense lines of small text appeared below it. C-grade effect Thunderclap. When using 3-movement Thunder Fist, a thunderous roar bursts out with majestic power that can intimidate the enemy. Proficiency boost 90. Combat power boost 3 times. Tip proficiency boost means that after purchasing this effect, the host's mastery of the martial technique automatically reaches 90%. Tip combat power boost means that after purchasing this effect, the host's power when striking under the same conditions is 3 times the previous. Lin Tian's heart stirred. 3-movement Thunder Fist was a popular martial technique. There were many tutorials for 3-movement Thunder Fist online. The most viewed was a teaching video by Huahua martial Saint Guanyin with over 1 billion views. Lin Tian had also watched that video. When Guanyin performed 3-movement Thunder Fist, there was a thunderous sound, and even a faint blue lightning appeared. Netizens commented that Guanyin had practiced 3-movement Thunder Fist to the peak of perfection. Lin Tian looked at the second effect column Flash Thunder. Soon several lines of introduction appeared under Flash Thunder. Lin Tian looked at the completion boost and felt a jolt inside. It was indeed 100. The combat power boost even reached 5 times. In other words, Guanyin, who could produce Flash Thunder, had reached 100 mastery of 3-movement Thunder Fist. The 2 effects given by the system Thunderclap and Flash Thunder were achievable by real-world martial artists. But those who could achieve this were extremely rare, not even 1 in 100 million. Because there were countless videos of 3-movement Thunder Fist online, and those who could produce Thunderclap were famous martial arts masters. As for those who could produce Flash Thunder, there was only Guanyin the Martial Saint. The Martial Saint was a supreme powerhouse above billions of living beings. And now through the system Lin Tian could achieve the same level of mastery over 3-movement Thunder Fist as the Martial Saint. As for the third effect, 10,000 Thunder Attraction, Lin Tian swallowed and clicked on the line below that effect. 10,000 Thunder Attraction, when using the third punch of 3-movement Thunder Fist, summon heavenly thunder to descend upon the mortal world. 10,000 thunders paying homage, annihilating the enemy. Completion boost 150. Combat power boost 10 times. On overcast days the effect is even better. Note, to purchase a higher level effect you must first purchase the lower level effect. Seeing this, Lin Tian felt as if an electric current shot through his heart. 10,000 Thunder Attraction was an effect that could only be obtained by surpassing 100 proficiency. No wonder Guanyin couldn't produce it. The Martial Saint was still human after all. He hadn't surpassed the limits of 10,000 Thunder Attraction. But Lin Tian could purchase it. It costs money. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. He had already asked the system. 1 yuan in reality equals 1 gold coin in the system. In other words, Lin Tian only needed to spend 10,000 yuan to purchase the C-grade effect Thunderclap. Lin Tian pondered. He only had 5,000 yuan now. He still needed another 5,000 to reach the price of Thunderclap. He touched his pocket, and a USB drive lay quietly inside. This was the second martial technique Lin Tian had obtained, Gale Step Shadow. The official online price was 300,000 yuan. The so-called official price was actually the minimum price. The minimum was 300,000, so it could be sold for at least 350,000. Lin Tian's eyes were calm and resolute. If he had money, he would never sell this technique. But everything required starting capital. Just then a middle-aged man with glasses appeared at the classroom door. This was Wang Jie, Lin Tian's homeroom teacher. Then Wang Jie looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, come out, I need to talk to you. Lin Tian nodded and walked out of the classroom under everyone's gaze. In the corridor, Wang Jie looked at Lin Tian with an embarrassed expression. Xiao Tian, I just asked, and your result is second place. Wang Jie lowered his voice and said to Lin Tian, his eyes complex. Even though he said it, he felt guilty and didn't dare to meet Lin Tian's eyes. What second place? Lin Tian was first. It was just that the principal wanted to change the first place to second, and he as a teacher had no way to stop it. Wang Jie pulled Lin Tian's sleeve and walked to a farther place. Xiao Tian, with my ability, I can't bring you true fairness. Wang Jie sighed softly, took a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it. Originally, he only needed to say the first sentence to Lin Tian. But as a teacher, as an elder who educates students, unable to give his student the treatment he deserved, Wang Jie felt only a deep anguish in his heart. Xiao Tian, you have great talent and are a steady person. I have taught many students, but you truly stand out. I believe the future will make them regret this. Wang Jie said this, but in his heart, he was laughing bitterly. The martial arts exam was a dragon's gate for students like Lin Tian. Why did the school give top students a second martial technique in sophomore year? The purpose was to allow these students to practice the second martial technique in the coming year. So the second martial technique directly affected the future martial arts exam. Lin Tian had now been replaced with a trash martial technique, and his future exam would only be worse. The gap would widen instantly. 1 step behind, 10,000 steps behind. That was why Wang Jie had been frowning and confronting the principal and the teaching director earlier. Clearly, as an ordinary teacher, Wang Jie could not change anything. Lin Tian looked quietly at Wang Jie in front of him, deeply aware of the frustration and anger in Wang Jie's heart at this moment. Then he smiled lightly and said, "Thank you, teacher. A martial technique won't limit me." Wang Jie was stunned. Seeing Lin Tian so calm, he felt moved and even more angry. Such a mind, such talent. The principal had made a bad move. I'm glad you think that way. Wang Jie sighed and patted Lin Tian on the shoulder. The two returned to the classroom. The students sitting by the window had seen Wang Jie's helpless expression before. Nobody was stupid, they all understood what that expression meant. At this moment, everyone no longer envied Lin Tian, but pitted him. I told you second place is second place. Why did he have to show off earlier? A discordant voice came from Li Yuzi. Obviously he had heard what Wang Jie said earlier. Quiet, Wang Jie shouted, and only then did Li Yuzi lower his head. But his gaze towards Lin Tian remained mocking. Teacher Wang, may I say a few words to everyone? Lin Tian suddenly spoke. Wang Jie was stunned, then sighed and nodded. Lin Tian, this child would probably not do anything outrageous. Under the gaze of all the students, Lin Tian walked onto the podium, picked up a piece of chalk, and drew 2 numbers on the blackboard. 30. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what Lin Tian was going to do. 300,000. I checked earlier, the official price of my Gale Step Shadow is exactly this price. Lin Tian took out the USB drive from his pocket and said to the whole class. In an instant Wang Jie frowned, but Lin Tian continued. Everyone knows that the official price is the minimum price. But today if anyone is willing to buy it, I'll sell it for even 30,000. Lin Tian's voice was clear and bright, his eyes not cold, but filled with a bright smile. He was going to sell his martial technique. Lin Tian, I know you're upset, but don't act rashly now. Wang Jie anxiously spoke out, thinking Lin Tian's behavior was like smashing a pot, because it was cracked, very unwise. Teacher. Lin Tian suddenly looked at Wang Jie's sincerity in his eyes. I'm not angry. Acting rashly now would do me no good, and would only make others laugh at me. Lin Tian suddenly laughed, and said to the class, still in a daze, everyone knows I'm very poor. I have no parents, no money at home. I have to work on weekends, otherwise I'll starve on the streets. As Lin Tian spoke, the whole class sighed inwardly. Indeed, the fact that Lin Tian was very poor was known to everyone. They admired him precisely because of this. Even if the other students' families were not well off, they would at least buy expensive blood chi potions for them. But Lin Tian really couldn't afford them. Lin Tian laughed and continued, so a second martial technique does nothing for me. I haven't even mastered 3 moves Thunder Fist. Why would I learn a second martial technique? Lin Tian beamed, showing his white teeth. At this moment, he seemed very believable to others. But it felt a bit hurtful. Everyone could do 3 moves Thunder Fist, but who could truly master it? 3 moves Thunder Fist was a good technique, but being able to produce the Thunderclap was less than 1 in 10,000 across the entire Huagua. Among martial arts exam students, it was even rarer, 1 in a million. Learning a martial technique was easy, but mastering it was harder than reaching the sky. If anyone dares to buy, I'll sell. The highest bidder wins. If you agree, we'll go to the martial arts department after class to register. I'll be able to buy blood chi potions sooner. Lin Tian continued, his voice clear. Beside him, Wang Jie sighed softly and did not stop him. He knew that what Lin Tian said made sense, but it was still somewhat frustrating. After Lin Tian spoke, the entire class fell into a strange silence before instantly erupting into chatter. A moment later, a quiet, gentle girl stood up. Lin Tian, 31,000. Will you sell it to me? After the girl finished, another boy rose. I'll give 32,000. Just sell it to me, and I'll call my dad right away. Lin Tian nodded, then addressed the group. Everyone, you can contact your parents first, tell them about what's happening here, confirm the funds, and then come to me. Lin Tian scanned the crowd. They were all ordinary students without much money on them, except for the wealthy ones. Sure enough, after Lin Tian said this, the students in the class began pulling out their phones to call their parents. Didn't I tell you not to bring phones to school, eh? Wang Jie sneered from the side. Usually checking for phones was never this effective. But now he didn't confiscate them. Lin Tian shot Wang Jie a friendly smile before returning to his seat. Wang Jie gave a wry laugh. How was he supposed to teach this class now? Soon students began contacting Lin Tian. Brother Lin, my dad said he can buy it for 33,000. Brother Lin, my family offers 34,000. Brother Lin, my family offers 35,000. Many classmates were actually planning to buy a second martial skill. Everyone knew the trick. An official price of 500,000 for a martial skill could end up costing 7 or 800,000. Lin Tian's Swift Wind Step Shadow was not expensive by nature. If it didn't exceed 500,000, many were willing to buy it, because buying it privately would only be more costly. Lin Tian nodded to each one and began jotting down their names in his notebook. Just before school ended in the afternoon, Lin Tian stood up and looked at a girl. Zhang Qian, your offer of 37,000 is the highest. I'll sell my Swift Wind Step Shadow to you. The girl named Zhang Qian was slightly stunned. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. She hadn't expected her bid to be the highest, which gave her a feeling of having made a bad deal. Lin Tian, I clearly offered 39,000. Why didn't you sell it to me? A cold voice suddenly rang out. It was Li Yuzi. At that moment, Li Yuzi's face was flushed red as she glared at Lin Tian. I won't sell it to you even if you offer 400,000. It's useless. Lin Tian glanced at her indifferently and waved his hand. You. Li Yuzi's eyes instantly hardened. She glared at Lin Tian, hurled her bag to the ground, and as she turned to leave, she shot back a curse. Lin Tian, just wait. Then she stormed off in a huff. Li Yuzi is way too arrogant. Zhang Lei grumbled, clearly annoyed. Forget it. Lin Tian gave a faint smile, unconcerned. The girl named Zhang Qian, upon seeing this, felt much better. Li Yuzi had offered 39,000, which was 2,000 more than her own bid. Didn't that mean she had saved 2,000? Her earlier worries vanished instantly. Lin Tian, I called my dad. He's already driven to the school. Let's go to the martial arts department together. Zhang Qian came up to Lin Tian speaking timidly. Lin Tian glanced at Li Yuzi, who was still outside the classroom, and his eyes flickered. Zhang Qian, under normal circumstances, when you buy a martial skill, don't you have to pay a deposit? Zhang Qian was taken aback, clearly not expecting this. Lin Tian continued. You saw that my martial skill could have sold for 39,000, but I still sold it to you, because we usually get along well. If you back out now, I'll have missed out on 39,000. Lin Tian coaxed her gently, causing Zhang Qian to lower her head. The girl was usually quiet and rarely spoke with others, and her studies were average. This was her first time talking to Lin Tian. Do we really get along? Zhang Qian asked softly. Of course we do. Why else would I sell it to you? I'll tell you someone else offered the same price. Lin Tian said in a low voice. Zhang Qian lifted her head, met Lin Tian's clear eyes, and her face instantly flushed. How much deposit do you want? Lin Tian held up 5 fingers. 5,000, just 5,000. If it were anyone else, I'd ask for at least 50,000. Lin Tian said with a radiant smile. Zhang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. 5,000 was indeed not much. I have it. I'll transfer it to you. Then she took out her phone, and Lin Tian skillfully flipped to the QR code. Reminder: host has accumulated 10,000 gold coins. Please purchase the special effect as soon as possible. The system's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian was stirred. He had saved up for a long time and had just over 5,000. Now with Zhang Qian's 5,000 added, he could finally afford the lowest level martial skill special effect. System purchase thunderclap. Lin Tian silently commanded in his mind. The next moment, a sharp pain shot through his head as a flood of unfamiliar memories poured into his mind. The piercing pain felt very real, and Lin Tian's face instantly turned pale. But compared to the game, this pain was truly nothing. The unfamiliar memories were vivid. Within them, Lin Tian trained the 3-movement Thunder Fist day after day, eventually mastering it to the pinnacle. A single punch could produce a thunderclap. Lin Tian's only offensive technique was the 3-movement Thunder Fist, and the thunderclap amplified his combat power by 3 times. In an instant, Lin Tian's strength tripled. With such a boost, he could definitely hold his own against most senior students. After a while, Lin Tian, Zhang Qian, and Zheng Lei walked out of the school. My dad will be here soon. Let's wait here. Zhang Qian led Lin Tian and Zheng Lei to the entrance of a shop. After a moment, she bought 2 bottles of drinks. Here, Lin Tian. Zhang Qian said softly, her head lowered, as if she dared not meet Lin Tian's eyes. Thank you, Lin Tian said as he took the drink. What about mine? Zheng Lei asked, blankly pursing his lips. Zhang Qian panicked slightly and handed him the other bottle she was holding. No need. Zheng Lei scratched his head and chuckled, then whispered to Lin Tian. Tian, Li Yuzi's brother, is a senior. I saw him go over to the senior section when he left. If his brother shows up, we'll take him on together. Zheng Lei looked around warily, already rolling up his sleeves, clearly ready to fight alongside Lin Tian. It's fine. Lin Tian smiled. He had noticed it too. Just then a boy approached Lin Tian, followed by Li Yuzi. Li Yuzi shot Lin Tian a malicious grin. Hello, Junior. I'm Li Yuzi's older brother, Li Yuqing. I heard you're selling a martial skill. The boy asked with a smile. He bore a striking resemblance to Li Yuzi, clearly her brother. I've already sold it. Lin Tian responded with a faint smile. Sold? The boy then chuckled lightly. Lin Tian, you just got the martial skill. You haven't gone to the martial arts department to complete the formalities, so it's not officially sold yet. The boy finished, looking at Zhang Qian beside Lin Tian. Zhang Qian nervously tugged at Lin Tian's sleeve. I haven't done the paperwork, but I've already received a deposit. Lin Tian smiled. Lin Tian, you just don't want to sell it to me. Why all the excuses? Li Yuzi's face turned red as she glared at him. Suddenly the atmosphere turned tense. Zhang Qian seemed afraid of the situation escalating and tried to mediate. Near the small shop, passing students also noticed Lin Tian. Many sophomores stopped to watch, as Lin Tian was somewhat well known at the 3rd Martial High School. Facing Li Yuzi's anger, Lin Tian remained completely indifferent, giving a faint smile. You're right. The martial skill is mine. I'll sell it to whoever I want. As Lin Tian finished, Li Yuzi's expression darkened. Junior, you're being stubborn. Li Yuzi's brother curled his lips into a cold smile. I've heard from my brother that you're quite arrogant. Today I see it's true. What do you think you're doing? This is the school gate. Zheng Lei glared at the two, shouting without fear. Li Yuzi's brother sneered. School's over now. He clenched his fist, his eyes turning icy. If it were a fellow senior, he might not win. If it were a junior with wealthy parents, he'd be cautious. But Lin Tian, he wasn't afraid at all. I won't bother buying this lousy martial skill today, but I don't mind beating you up for my brother. With that, Li Yuqing raised his fist and swung at Lin Tian. Go! Zheng Lei yelled, hurling his backpack the moment he saw Li Yuqing's punch. Up! Zhang Qian screamed. Bang! A sound of fist meeting flesh. In an instant, Lin Tian dodged Li Yuqing's punch and struck him on the chin. At the same time, Zheng Lei's backpack landed squarely on Li Yuzi's face. Just as Li Yuzi was about to erupt in fury, she found her arm caught by Lin Tian's hand. Leg it back! Lin Tian shouted, stopping Zheng Lei from charging forward. He pulled Li Yuzi in front of him and kicked her in the chest. Li Yuzi flew back 2 meters, collapsing to the ground with stars in her eyes. Damn it! Li Yuqing cursed, shocked that he had come off worse in the exchange. He shifted his stance and threw another punch at Lin Tian. This punch was fierce and powerful with distinct knuckles shimmering with a blood-red hue. Clearly the three-movement thunder fist. A single blow like that could shatter a wall. Fight! Li Yuqing is bullying a junior. That's Lin Tian. Li Yuqing has mastered the three-movement thunder fist to a high level. This is just pure bullying. The students heading home shouted in surprise. But Lin Tian's eyes hardened as he faced the punch. He slid his right leg back and tightened his abdominal muscles. His waist muscles quivered, sending a surge of power upward rolling into his right fist. Confronting Li Yuqing's punch, Lin Tian did not retreat. He threw a punch of his own. Crack! Suddenly a thunderclap crashed into everyone's ears. It was so abrupt that even Li Yuqing froze, staring at Lin Tian in disbelief. Then their fists collided. Bang! A heavy impact like two boulders smashing together. One side's arm trembled, losing control of its stance. Thunderclap! A sharp cry rang out. Someone immediately recognized it, staring at Lin Tian in disbelief. All the onlooking students were also left gaping. They never expected that a simple schoolyard brawl would reveal a genius who could produce a thunderclap. The crowd only saw Li Yuqing unsteady on his feet, retreating in panic, but Lin Tian gave him no chance, seizing the opportunity. Trash is trash. Even in senior year you still can't beat a junior like me. Lin Tian's smile was radiant as he drove a fist into Li Yuqing's abdomen. Then followed an even faster flurry of punches. The thud of flesh meeting flesh rang out. Li Yuqing's face was reddened, and he had no chance even to cry out. The school bullies me. The school is powerful, its influence vast. I can't afford to provoke it. Lin Tian roared, expelling the resentment in his heart. Right in front of the third higher martial arts school, he shouted out loud. He had no intention of swallowing this. So why not make a scene? And you come to bully me? Who do you think you are? Lin Tian grabbed Li Yuqing by the collar. By now Li Yuqing's face was full of panic. Stop, stop, he begged. You were so tough just now, weren't you? Lin Tian gave a faint smile and landed two punches on Li Yuqing's face. This time Li Yuqing fell completely silent. Lin Tian tossed him to the ground like a chicken and brushed off his hands. You hit my brother. I'm telling the teacher. On the ground Li Yuqing was stunned but still shouted with malicious intent. You're going to tell the teacher. Lin Tian frowned, looking at Li Yuqing with bemusement. Wasn't it you and your brother who wanted to fight me? Li Yuqing was instantly speechless. Tian, you. When did you master the thunderclap? Zheng Lei asked in a daze, slowly emerging from his shock. Just a few days ago, Lin Tian said with a faint smile. Zheng Lei lowered his head, clenched his fists, then looked at Lin Tian seriously. Tian, I'm going to learn from you. I'll practice the three-movement thunder fist every day and strive to achieve the thunderclap before the martial arts exam. A gleam of determination flashed in Zheng Lei's eyes, and he turned and walked away. You're going back? Lin Tian asked in surprise. Yeah, it's not even 6 yet. I'll go home early, finish my homework, and start practicing. Zheng Lei raised his fist, brimming with enthusiasm. Lin Tian pursed his lips. Zheng Lei had decent talent, but he was too lazy. He looked inspired today, but might give up in a couple of days. Lin Tian, my dad is here. Zhang Qian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Lin Tian followed her gaze and saw a middle-aged man in a suit standing beside a car waving at Zhang Qian. Okay. Lin Tian followed Zhang Qian toward the car, completely ignoring the Li brothers still lying on the ground. In Huaxiao, martial valor was honored. Such incidents were common and usually ignored. Lin Tian glanced at the surrounding students. Several were filming him with their phones. What had just happened would likely spread across the school's forum and group chats tonight. Alone and powerless, Lin Tian couldn't get justice. So he didn't mind making a scene. By 7 in the evening, Lin Tian and Zhang Qian and her father emerged from the martial technique department of Qingqing. Martial techniques could not be traded privately. Usually both parties had to register at the department. That way both parties' interests are protected. Xiao Tian, the money from the department will be transferred soon, Zhang Qian's father said, with a smile, patting Lin Tian on the shoulder. Earlier Zhang Qian had told him about Lin Tian achieving the thunderclap. Her father immediately understood that Lin Tian was a prodigy. So on the way he didn't haggle at all and treated Lin Tian with great courtesy. Ding. Post has received 365000 yuan. Please purchase martial technique effects as soon as possible. The system's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The martial technique he had just acquired was sold. Not bad. It served as startup capital. If he had been given a C-rank technique, he wouldn't have been willing to sell it. Otherwise, without startup funds, he couldn't buy a single effect. Xiao Tian, it's getting late. How about we have dinner together? Zhang Qian's father suddenly spoke, smiling at Lin Tian. Lin Tian turned around and met Zhang Qian's gaze. She flinched and quickly looked down. No need, uncle. I have something to attend to. Lin Tian smiled and walked away. Unable to persuade him, Zhang Qian's father sighed, lightly watching Lin Tian's receding figure. To achieve the thunderclap of the three-movement thunder fist in his sophomore year, truly extraordinary. Zhang Qian nodded. Mastery of a martial technique was like math or physics. Achieving the thunderclap meant a student scored 90 on that test. Moreover, the three-movement thunder fist wasn't just for martial arts students. It was known throughout Huaxia. Only 1 in 10,000 could produce the thunderclap. Before long, Lin Tian purchased the second effect, lightning flash, through the system. Instantly, the memory of the thunderclap surged into his mind. In one afternoon, Lin Tian had achieved 100 mastery of the 3-movement Thunder Fist through the system. His combat power had increased 5-fold. It could be said that aside from being costly, it had no drawbacks. The only problem is my chi and blood, Lin Tian murmured to himself. Chi and blood were the foundation of everything. Lin Tian's usual method of enhancing them was through training. Over a dozen years, he had raised his chi and blood to 175. That was among the best in his sophomore year. His phone suddenly rang. Lin Tian pulled it out. An unfamiliar number. He frowned. He usually hung up on such calls. Hello. Lin Tian, it's Xiao Xiaoli. Can we meet? A crisp female voice came from the other end. Xiao Xiaoli. Lin Tian frowned. Xiao Xiaoli was the girl who had taken first place. In junior high, she had been his classmate for a year. Lin Tian remembered her as a very quiet student who rarely interacted with others. But many details indicated that her family background was affluent. Some other time. I'm busy now, Lin Tian said, and hung up without waiting for her reply. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with her. He had no favorable impression of Xiao Xiaoli. The evening in Xinxiang was especially bustling. Neon lights, traffic streaming endlessly. On a large screen on a skyscraper, a black-haired man was sparring with a foreigner. Amid a world of yellow sand, the man stood alone in the sky, his eyes burning like the sun, illuminating the heavens. With one punch, the entire world trembled, and a crater 10 li in diameter was smashed into the sand. The foreigner lay limp on the ground, staring in terror at the towering figure. The black-haired man radiated overwhelming aura, his body ablaze with golden light. Then he stared into the camera and said calmly, "Do you want to be as strong as me? Come to the Guanxing Martial Arts Hall." Founded by Marshal St. Guan, it has produced hundreds of 6th-rank grandmasters and thousands of. Lin Tian watched the screen, his gaze indifferent. The black-haired man on the screen was Wang He, the 10th disciple of Marshal St. Guan, a 7th-rank grandmaster. The building displaying the advertisement was the Qingqing branch of Guanxing Martial Arts Hall. Guanxing Martial Arts Hall was famous throughout Huaxia for its quality teaching, but it was expensive. An ordinary membership cost 1,000 yuan per month. Because of the high tuition, other martial arts halls could survive. Walking along the Binhe Road, Lin Tian hurried until he arrived at the entrance of a martial arts hall. Yuqing Martial Arts Hall. Lin Tian gazed at the 4 gilded characters on the plaque above the entrance. He had passed by before, but never entered. Master Li Meng, I wish you a bright future. At the front desk, a young woman with delicate features spoke softly to a burly man. The man, dressed in a black suit, had a physique that the suit couldn't conceal. As soon as Lin Tian stepped into the hall, he felt a scorching wave of qi and blood from the man. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. This man's qi and blood was even fiercer than his homeroom teachers at 3rd Higher Martial Arts School. A first-level martial artist. Definitely a first-level martial artist. With qi and blood reaching 10 points, one could advance to first level. In ordinary higher martial arts schools, there were very few first-level martial artist teachers. Lin Tian glanced at the posters on the wall of the Yuqing Martial Arts Hall lobby. The poster of the suit-clad man was right in the center. He was the hall's top instructor. But now it seemed he was about to resign. The suit-clad man was leaning on the front desk chatting with the woman. Xiaoqing Guanxing offered me a monthly salary of 3,000. Why don't you come with me to Guanxing? The receptionist was stunned, her eyes flashing with shock. 3,000. I only get 5,000 a month. That's 60 times mine. The receptionist spoke with envy. Such was the difference between martial artists and ordinary people. The average salary for ordinary people was 3,000 to 4,000. But for martial artists, even a first-level martial artist, the average monthly salary was over 1,000, according to online statistics. The gap between top-tier martial artists and ordinary people was even larger. Yes, Xiaoqing. I've worked at Yuqing for 4 years, and they only paid me 2,000 a month. The moment I went to Guanxing, they offered 3,000. That's the difference. The man's voice rose sharply on the word difference, clearly meant for the people upstairs. The receptionist's face turned pale, and she quickly warned Brother Li Meng, the hall master is upstairs. Please keep your voice down. Why should I be afraid? I'm saying it for them to hear. If you can't afford to run a martial arts hall, why not just go bankrupt? They keep trying to stop me from going to Guanxing. The burly man, named Li Meng, sneered, his gaze shifting to Lin Tian as he walked in. Young friend, here to learn martial arts. Don't come to Yuqing. It's a crappy hall. Come with me to Guanxing, and I'll give you a discount. Li Meng smiled ingratiatingly at Lin Tian. Li Meng, you've gone too far. A reprimand thundered from upstairs, echoing and making Lin Tian's eardrums ache. A figure appeared at the railing on the 2nd floor and leaped straight down. It was a woman in a purple martial arts uniform, glaring at Li Meng, her eyes seemingly blazing with fire. Li Qing, what do you want? Li Meng's eyes involuntarily showed a flicker of wariness, then quickly vanished as he sneered. If you want to leave, then leave. Stop spouting nonsense. You're only tarnishing your own reputation. Reputation? Li Meng's eyes glinted with mockery as he looked at Li Qing as if she were a fool. Li Qing's eyes narrowed and she instantly became alert. 2 crisp claps suddenly echoed through the entire hall. Sharp and forceful. Lin Tian squinted. Li Meng's 2 claps had mobilized his blood energy. If they had struck a wall, they could have shattered it. He was formidable. Just then a clatter of footsteps sounded, and a group of young men in white training uniforms rushed down the stairs. Seeing this, Li Qing's expression turned pale. What are you doing? She asked, coldly, the chill on her cheeks like bursting ice crystals. You wanted fame? Well, this is my fame. Li Ming let out a loud laugh, looking at Li Qing. The dozen or so young men all gazed at Li Qing, their expressions complex and unreadable. Deputy Director Li Qing, I've made up my mind. Since Teacher Li Ming is going to Guansheng, I'm going too. My Thunder Palm technique has just reached a critical juncture, and I still cannot leave Teacher Li Ming at this point. Yeah, I'm in my third year of high school now. I think Guansheng Martial Arts Gym is more suitable for me. The dozen or so young men spoke with clear conviction, as though they had already made up their minds long ago. Only now did Li Qing come to her senses, glaring viciously at Li Ming. You're ruthless. How could she not understand? Tonight was nothing but a performance Li Ming had deliberately staged for her. Li Ming was not merely switching gyms. He had also poached more than a dozen students who originally belonged to Yuqing Martial Arts Gym. This was precisely what Li Ming brought to Guansheng Martial Arts Gym. With this move alone, Li Ming would walk away with even more money. Lin Tian quietly observed this workplace drama with keen interest, casually finding a chair by the wall and sitting down. Following the spiral staircase, he cast a glance at the second and third floors. Many of the students who had stayed behind now watched the scene with deeply complicated expressions. Their eyes flickered with uncertainty, and some had already begun harboring thoughts of leaving Yuqing Martial Arts Gym. Yuqing Martial Arts Gym was a local establishment in Qingcheng, once highly renowned more than a decade ago. But ever since Guansheng Martial Arts Gym opened a branch in Qingcheng, Yuqing had lost more than half of its market share. At this point, the gym appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Before long, the dozen or so students had packed their belongings and were ready to depart. Li Qing silently watched this scene, her expression growing increasingly grim. Upstairs, many of the observing students and teachers also wore troubled looks. Just as they were about to leave, Li Ming's peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Tian, who had been sitting quietly all along. He smiled and said, "Young man, you've seen the state of Yuqing. Would you like to join me at Guansheng?" This was Li Ming's second invitation. Each person he poached meant an additional commission for him. Li Qing shot Li Ming a furious glare, her anger mounting. At that moment, Lin Tian smiled and shook his head. "I'm not here to study. I'm here to apply as a teacher." As his words fell, an eerie silence instantly descended upon the hall. At this point, nearly everyone turned to look at the quiet young man who had been sitting motionlessly by the wall. Li Ming froze and for the first time truly took note of Lin Tian. Too lazy to argue or mock Lin Tian directly, Li Ming instead saw an opportunity to use Lin Tian to deliver another barb at Li Qing. "Then I wish the young man success in his application. He may not appear particularly robust, but it hardly matters. Other gyms might reject him, but Yuqing is already at this level." Li Ming said this with a smile, and those students behind him who had been poached struggled to contain their laughter. Meanwhile, the students and teachers watching from upstairs grew even darker in expression. Li Ming truly lacked any sense of decency despite having taught at Yuqing for 2.5 years. Everyone thought the same, but Yuqing's predicament was only growing worse. Several students had already begun whispering among themselves. With capable teachers leaving one after another, was there really any reason to stay at Yuqing any longer? These students were all murmuring in hushed tones. Some glared resentfully at Lin Tian. Who was this guy anyway? His single remark had more impact than Li Ming's dozen. "I know him. He's Lin Tian from No. 3 Martial Arts High School, only in his second year." A student from No. 3 Martial Arts High instantly recognized Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian excelled academically and was also remarkably striking in appearance at No. 3 Martial Arts High. Damn it, if this guy actually becomes a teacher at Yuqing, then Yuqing is truly finished. No way. This person is clearly insane. Yuqing today is so low that anyone can trample all over it. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Li Ming led the dozen or so students out of Yuqing. Li Qing stood frozen, gazing blankly at the bustling traffic outside the gym door. Those colorful lights gradually blurred before her eyes. When a tiger strays from the mountain and falls to the plain, even dogs will dare to bully it. No matter who faced such circumstances, they would feel a crushing weight upon their shoulders. "What are you staring at? Go to class." Li Qing shouted loudly toward the staircase. In an instant, the students and teachers who had been lingering and watching returned to the training room. Periodically, the sound of noisy sparring echoed through the halls. As for the main lobby, it felt eerily empty. "Xiaoqin, tear down this poster and toss it in the trash later." Li Qing pointed coldly at Li Ming's poster on the wall to the front desk. I'll go get a ladder." The front desk girl quickly rose to her feet, well aware that Li Qing was in no mood. At this moment, only Li Qing and Lin Tian remained in the vast lobby. As Li Qing was about to head upstairs, she noticed that Lin Tian was still sitting there. She took a deep breath, composed herself, and looked at Lin Tian. "Young man, if you're here to enroll, wait a moment. Once the front desk arrives, just find her." She noticed Lin Tian's plainly dressed appearance and assumed his family was not well off. Students from such backgrounds typically chose Yuqing Martial Arts Gym. As for what Lin Tian had said earlier, she suspected his mind was simply addled. A trace of irritation surfaced in Li Qing's heart, and her impression of Lin Tian was far from favorable. "I said I'm here to apply as a teacher." Lin Tian rose to his feet and addressed Li Qing. Li Qing, who was about to leave, paused in her tracks and furrowed her brow, turning to look at Lin Tian. He was a rather slender young man, perhaps only 16 or 17 years old. Someone like this coming to work as a teacher at a martial arts gym. Li Qing felt an inexplicable itch in her gums. If she were a few years younger, she likely would have already kicked him. Lin Tian pressed his lips together. He had known it would be pointless to argue here. Your gym is recruiting teachers, and even if you refuse to hire me, don't you at least need to test my strength? Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth. Fine. Come upstairs with me now. If you can defeat me, I'll pay you 20,000 a month. Li Qing hadn't felt the urge to thoroughly beat someone up in a long while. Gazing at Lin Tian, a dangerous gleam flashed within her bright eyes. He was so handsome, if she gave him a beating, he'd probably cry for a long time. Lin Tian pursed his lips. Why does she have to take her frustration out on others? Very well then, Lin Tian said calmly. He certainly stood no chance of defeating Li Qing, but that did not prevent him from shocking her. Good. Li Qing nodded decisively. Though she thought the young man before her was being utterly foolish, her own mood was far from pleasant either. Li Qing ascended the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time. Such was the advantage of long legs. Her features may not have matched Xiao Xiaoli's flawless perfection, but these legs of hers possessed a distinct allure. Finding a vacant classroom, Li Qing stepped inside. Her arms folded across her chest, accentuating her curves, a truly striking sight. Yet between her brows lay an expression brimming with helplessness and annoyance. You'd best leave. I don't wish to bully a child. Li Qing glanced indifferently at Lin Tian, unwilling to waste any more time. Lin Tian closed the classroom door. This room was exceedingly spacious, with over a dozen sandbags hanging neatly inside along with various exercise equipment. The open ground in the center was covered with sand to prevent students from shattering the floor during practice. Most martial arts schools constructed their classrooms this way, built to be remarkably sturdy. The walls and floor were 3 times thicker than those of ordinary buildings. Lin Tian walked to the center of the classroom and looked around. What exactly do you want? Just say it. Li Qing stood at the doorway, saying impatiently. She suddenly found it amusing. She was actually holding a grudge against a teenager. Really unnecessary. Li Qing, I need to tell you something. Lin Tian said calmly, his eyes suddenly shining brightly. His body bent, slightly left foot stepping forward, power spreading from his waist to both fists. Li Qing paused slightly, her gaze instantly becoming serious. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Tian threw punches at the air, using the simplest thunderstrike fist technique. Li Qing saw this technique every day, as she practiced it daily in her youth. It was a martial art known to everyone across Huagua. Now the young man in white robes was practicing this same technique. But Li Qing immediately noticed something extraordinary about it. So fluid. Li Qing softly murmured, dumbfounded. Yes, fluid, incredibly fluid. Even veterans who had practiced thunderstrike fist day and night for decades might not match this young man's smoothness before her. And certainly not Li Qing herself. Thunderstrike fist was merely a D-rank martial art, seemingly of little value. But why had the Martial Arts Education Headquarters designated it as a nationally open technique? The reason was that practicing thunderstrike fist could mobilize 90% of a martial artist's muscles. Moreover, its destructive power among all D-rank techniques was exceptional. When the nation is at peace, it strengthens bone and sinew. When disaster strikes, all citizens take up arms. Thunderstrike fist exemplified this, perfectly suited to the nation's circumstances. For the martial examination, students who mastered this technique well could generally qualify for martial high school. Precisely because of this, thunderstrike fist was difficult to master. Among Huagua's billions of people, few could perform it as fluidly as Lin Tian. 1 in 10,000. At that moment, Lin Tian's voice rang out. My physique may be weak, but that doesn't mean my bones are cheap. Being young doesn't mean my heart is flighty. Lin Tian smiled radiantly, his hand opening the door, his foot controlling it, his body leaning against it, breaking through the air with his body. This was the first movement of thunderstrike fist. Being handsome doesn't mean I'm just for show. Lin Tian's voice echoed in Li Qing's ears, making her feel deeply embarrassed. She knew Lin Tian was referring to her. She had underestimated this young man, just like everyone else. Despite this, Li Qing pursed her lips and said, You are indeed impressive, but even so. As she spoke, Lin Tian delivered a low punch from his waist, his knotted fist cutting through the air with force. Crack. A sudden thunderous explosion. The air in the entire training room seemed to freeze. Li Qing's pupils contracted instantly, her lips parting slightly as she stood transfixed. The words she had been about to say were now impossible to utter. Just now. What was that sound? Thunder. Li Qing swallowed hard, convinced she had been hallucinating. A boy so young striking thunderstrike fist and producing actual thunder. Videos of thunder sounds from thunderstrike fist were rare online. I must have misheard, I definitely misheard. Li Qing chuckled bitterly, speaking softly to herself. Li Qing, you heard correctly. A resolute voice came from the young man, still swinging his fists. Li Qing froze, her expression more serious than ever. She watched as the young man drew his right arm back, shifted his left foot forward, and struck again. Crackle. Another thunderous crack tore through the air. This punch was fierce and straightforward, powerful and unadorned. Like a waking lion opening its eyes, roaring from its beast's mouth. A genuine sound of thunder. Li Qing stood stunned, telling herself this time it was definitely not a hallucination. A teenager of 16 or 17 had produced thunder from thunderstrike fist right before her. It was simply unbelievable. The age was suspiciously young. Truly formidable. Li Qing blurted out the praise coming from her heart. A master who could produce thunder was qualified to teach at any martial arts school. Regardless of whether he was a true martial artist or his blood energy level, someone who had mastered this technique at such a young age was a genius. A genius teaching imparting genius methods was the biggest selling point. At this moment, Lin Tian's value in Li Qing's eyes had completely surpassed Li Ming's. 100,000. I'll give you a monthly salary of 100,000. Li Qing held up 2 fingers and shouted loudly. She paid Li Ming 200,000 because he was worth that amount. She offered Lin Tian 100,000 because she believed he was worth that price. Li Qing, do you think producing thunder gives me the face to come teach here? Lin Tian, still swinging his fists, suddenly smiled, faintly causing Li Qing to pause. What did he mean? Producing thunder was already sufficient qualification. Li Qing, there's something else I want to tell you. Lin Tian gathered his strength, the lights reflecting in his pupils like 2 burning golden candles. What is it? Li Qing, still somewhat dazed, asked. The young man lifted his foot high and stepped heavily onto the sandy ground, raising a cloud of dust. His clenched right fist smashed toward the sandbag in front of him. No one in Huagua knows Thunderstrike Fist better than me. Lin Tian's voice rang out. Crack! A thunderous shadow exploded. In Li Qing's disbelieving eyes, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the center of Lin Tian's right fist. The lightning flash suddenly filled Lin Tian's entire fist, then erupted into brilliant thunder needles. Boom! His fist struck the sandbag, and in an instant it shattered. The enormous sandbag shattered in moments, faint blue electric arcs weaving through the scattered sand. At this moment, Li Qing was completely frozen, feeling a numbing electric arc piercing into her heart. Her teeth clenched tightly, unable to speak a word for half a moment. Puff puff. Lin Tian patted the sand off his body, spitting out the sand that had entered his mouth. Breaking a sandbag doesn't require compensation, right? Lin Tian rubbed his eyes and said to Li Qing, who remained stunned and silent. And no need, you hit. You hit well. Li Qing swallowed and said, looking at Lin Tian as if he were a monster, then suddenly thought of something. Out! Li Qing screamed. Lin Tian was startled and asked, what's wrong? Li Qing said, why you wait a moment, I need to tell my dad. Li Qing said anxiously to Lin Tian, then ran out the door, leaving Lin Tian alone in the room. This was Lin Tian's first step. Making money. The system was not only something that consumed money, but also a tool for Lin Tian to make money. That's why he chose Yuqing Martial Arts School. Because most martial arts examinees in Huagua did not have a second martial art. To participate in the martial examination, they relied solely on Thunderstrike Fist. This was the importance of Thunderstrike Fist. Students who could attend Guanxing Martial Arts School had no shortage of money to buy a second technique. Even if Lin Tian went to Guanxing, he might not receive the same level of importance as at Yuqing. Meanwhile, within the office of the Yuqing Martial Arts Academy's director, the blinds were half open, offering a faint glimpse of the night scenery, as brilliant as a splendid article. The city at night was ablaze with lights, yet also cold and solitary. Inside the room, smoke curled upward, and the fragrance of wine permeated the air. Within the chamber, the director, Li Wenxing, clad in a white martial arts uniform, sat on a side sofa, smoking a cigarette, his face etched with worry. Your subordinates are rebelling, why don't you go and see? Seated squarely on the central sofa was a middle-aged man in a black suit, exuding an air of refined elegance. I'm used to it. Li Wenxing gave a bitter smile and took a sip of his wine. Incidents like Li Ming's happened 2 months ago. The Guanxing Martial Arts Academy is vast and powerful, and now it's forcing us old academies to shut down. Li Wenxing sighed softly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes writhing like ravines. Though a martial artist, he had already aged prematurely even before reaching 60. Sigh. The man in the suit gazed at his weary old friend, a complex emotion stirring within him. In a few days, Guan Yin will spar with Yu Shang of the Feather Clan. If he wins, his star will truly be at its zenith. Li Wenxing nodded. A martial saint duel between different nations touched upon national prestige. It could even influence the nation's fate. If Guan Yin won, the Guanxing Martial Arts Academy would undoubtedly reach its peak. Thus, even less attention would be paid to the survival of a small martial arts academy. The man in the suit pursed his lips, realizing he had steered the conversation toward a bleaker topic. He then took out his phone and played a video saying, let me tell you something. This afternoon, a student produced the thunderclap of a 3-movement thunder fist. It's already spread through the martial arts high-ups. Produced a thunderclap. Li Wenxing was startled and took the phone to watch the video closely. The footage showed Lin Tian single-handedly thrashing the Liu brothers. Impressive. He looks about 15 or 16. To produce a thunderclap at such a young age is truly remarkable. Li Wenxing praised. Prodigies appeared in Qingxing every year, but each time people were astonished anew. Is he from first high? Li Wenxing handed the phone back to the man in the suit. No, from third high, but it seems this kid has been wronged at third high. The man in the suit chuckled softly and adjusted his glasses. What kind of wrong? Li Wenxing looked at his friend with a peculiar expression. This friend of his didn't have the best reputation in Qingxing. In just a few years, this principal of the first martial arts high school had taken to visiting the homes of top students from other schools to poach them. When the principal of that school found out, he reported the matter to the Hua Empire's Martial Arts Education Department the very next day, seeking impeachment. The man in the suit named Lu Jinjian gave a faint smile. Today, during the evaluation for the second martial technique at third high, this kid was originally ranked first, but third high forcibly demoted him to second place. Lu Jinjian sneered. He enjoyed poaching students, but he never harmed them. When he poached, he always offered better conditions. That was precisely why First Martial Arts High School was #1 in Qingqing. Its student quality and faculty strength were unmatched. It could even compete with the top martial arts high schools of other cities in Hua Empire. By giving the C-grade martial technique that belonged to Lin Tian to someone else, third high had cut off his future. Severing someone's future was akin to killing their parents. Is that so? Li Wensheng frowned. He too detested such underhanded manipulation. No wonder Lin Tian had said that line in the video. I'm being bullied by the school, and the school is powerful and formidable. I can't afford to provoke them. After a brief recollection, Li Wensheng praised, this kid is no ordinary. He must have known someone was filming him, which is why he said that. Exactly. Lu Jinjian's eyes flashed. Slap. A heavy palm struck the table. Lu Jinjian continued, it was precisely because of that line that I looked into the matter. The kid himself wanted to blow things up, hoping netizens would demand justice for him. And I will give him that justice. Lu Jinjian laughed heartily. Despite his refined appearance, his demeanor was now remarkably domineering. You're planning to poach him, aren't you? Li Wensheng looked at the enthusiastic Lu Jinjian and teased him. Lu Jinjian, true to his name, was truly shameless. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open, or rather slammed open. Li Qing, with her hair disheveled, appeared before the two men. So rash. What happened now? Li Wensheng scolded in exasperation. Dad, Uncle Lu. Li Qing struggled to compose herself. Speak up. Your Uncle Lu is family. Li Wensheng glanced at Lu Jinjian as he spoke. The meaning was clear. If she faced a difficulty, she could speak. Now that Lu Jinjian had seen the situation, he couldn't ignore it. Li Qing's eyes glimmered. Then she said, Dad, just now someone came to the academy to apply for a teaching position. He produced a flash thunderclap of the 3-movement thunder fist. Li Qing blurted it all out in one breath, then let out a long sigh of relief. The room fell silent. After a long moment, Lu Jinjian spoke. Producing a flash thunderclap is indeed remarkable. I know only 3 or 4 people who can do that. As the principal of First Martial Arts High School, Lu Jinjian was well informed. The 3-movement thunder fist was something that those with good talent and money wouldn't delve too deeply into. Those with poor talent and no money couldn't even reach the level of the thunderclap. As a result, very few people ever mastered the flash thunderclap. Yet this technique was crucial for the martial arts college entrance exam. For Lu Jinjian it was one thing, but for the martial arts academy, it was of paramount importance. Sure enough, after a moment of shock, Li Wensheng's face lit up with elation. He sprang to his feet and exclaimed excitedly, Where is he? I'll go find him. We must recruit this person into the academy. Li Qing quickly smiled and said, He's downstairs. He looks like a student. Could take me to him. Li Wensheng was about to set off. Wait. A slightly excited voice came from Lu Jinjian. What is it, Uncle Lu? Li Qing was stunned. Did you say that person is a student? Lu Jinjian narrowed his eyes, looking like a venomous snake that had locked onto its prey. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Li Qing said, He does look young, probably in high school. By now Li Wensheng had gradually pieced it together. The information Li Qing had revealed was enough to shock everyone. A high schooler who could produce a flash thunderclap. A prodigy. An absolute prodigy. Even more impressive than that Lin Tian, Li Wensheng praised. Li Qing was bewildered. Oh, she still didn't know Lin Tian's name, nor the content of her father and Lu Jinjian's earlier conversation. Lu Jinjian calmed down and said to Li Wensheng, Don't rush, old Li. Your office has surveillance for every room, right? Let me first see who he is. Lu Jinjian had a hunch. If it was who he thought, he could make better arrangements. Surveillance. Li Wensheng frowned, then nodded. The three approached the computer, and Li Qing skillfully opened the footage of the training room where Lin Tian was practicing. The time was rewound, and Lin Tian and Li Qing appeared in the room. The young man, dressed in white, strolled slowly to the center of the training hall, his delicate features perfectly centered in the video frame. It's him, Lu Jinjian exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. Lin Tian. Li Wensheng was also startled. He hadn't expected the student who produced the thunderous sound to be Lin Tian, the very same one they had been discussing and marveling at moments ago. Now that student was already waiting downstairs. My frail body does not mean my bones are weak. My youth does not signify a restless heart. On the screen, the young man had already begun to execute the three forms thunder fist with practiced ease. The fluidity of his movements elicited admiration even from veteran martial artists like Lu Jinjian and Li Wensheng. Crack! A thunderclap resounded, sharp and undeniable. Lu Jinjian stared fixedly at the screen, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Finally, the young man threw a punch at the sandbag. Boom! A dazzling arc of electricity erupted from his fist, breathtaking in its brilliance. Flash thunder. He actually produced flash thunder. Lu Jinjian muttered, his breathing quickening. The shock on his face gradually faded, replaced by a smug grin. Guqing you, oh Guqing you, you fool. Lu Jinjian sighed. Who was Guqing you? The principal of the 3rd Martial Arts High School. one of the people Lu Jianjian despised most. He never expected that today Gu Qingyu would deliver such a magnificent gift. Old Lu, are you planning to poach this student? Li Wenqing's heart pounded as he looked at Lu Jianjian. Poach? I'll definitely poach him. Lu Jianjian smiled, stroking his chin with slender fingers. But not now. The department head called me a few days ago. If I poach anyone else this year, I'll be transferred to Sanqing City. Li Wenqing shot him a surprised glance. Isn't Sanqing a good place? At least it's much better than Qingqing, right? Li Wenqing shook his head. I can't leave now. In a month and a half, the 8th city joint exam begins. I've waited 3 years for this. I'm not leaving no matter what. Then what will you do? You can't let such a promising seedling slip away. Li Wenqing chuckled. No way. Lu Jianjian sneered. That idiot Gu Qingyu only lets good seedlings run away. This time the advantage is mine. As Lu Jianjian spoke, his smile grew more pronounced. Li Qing watched, utterly bewildered. Old Li, you're not setting me up, are you? Li Chengwen sensed something amiss and asked nervously. Old Li, doesn't your Li family have an ancestral martial arts diagram? Lu Jianjian grinned. After a moment, Li Wenqing entered the training room with a beaming smile. Hello. I'm Li Wenqing, the master of Yuqing Martial Arts Hall. Li Wenqing approached Lin Tian and extended his hand. Hello, my name is Lin Tian. Shaking hands, Lin Tian noticed the master's attitude and knew his application was likely secure. Let's talk in my office, just us two. Li Wenqing warmly led Lin Tian upstairs. Inside the office, Lu Jianjian had vanished and Li Qing had placed freshly brewed tea on the coffee table. The moment he stepped into the office, Lin Tian caught the mingled scent of smoke and alcohol. He noticed a slight depression in the center of the sofa, evidence that someone had been sitting there. Whoever it was, Lin Tian didn't care. Lin Tian, let's get straight to the salary. Li Wenqing's directness caught Lin Tian off guard. Yuqing will offer you a monthly base salary of 1,000 yuan plus a 50% commission on each student. You'll teach at our hall every day from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. 100,000 a month. Lin Tian's expression remained calm. Truth be told, it was a bit lower than he'd expected. Still, the commission model was acceptable. He could take 50% of each student's tuition. That commission was actually quite decent. You might think it's low, but Yuqing has to cover promotional costs. In this world, traffic is money and will handle that. Plus, you can take private students. Yuqing won't interfere. Li Wenqing studied Lin Tian's reaction and began explaining. Seeing Lin Tian still silent, he smiled. Lin Tian, you haven't visualized a martial arts diagram yet, have you? Lin Tian frowned and shook his head. A martial arts diagram was a technique to nurture blood qi, extremely precious. Each diagram represented a lineage. Students from wealthy families could visualize martial arts diagrams from childhood, training their blood qi. But ordinary students like Lin Tian could only rely on crude methods like physical exercise. With a blood qi level of 175, Lin Tian ranked in the top 20 of his age group. But beyond the top 20 lay an absolute gap. As far as he knew, the top-ranked student had a blood qi of 7. All because that student came from a wealthy family. Below the top 20 were naturally students like Lin Tian who couldn't afford better. The wealth gap in Hua was vast, evident everywhere. With poor family background, even fighting was a losing battle. Most impoverished martial arts university students spent an entire year's credits just to purchase the right to visualize a martial arts diagram. They started far too slowly. Why are you telling me this? Lin Tian asked, puzzled. Li Wenqing stared at him intently and let out an odd laugh. Lin Tian, what I'm saying is that the salary Yuqing offers is trivial. The main thing is that Yuqing will grant you the right to visualize a martial arts diagram. Lin Tian's body trembled. He had checked online before. The cost of an hour of martial arts diagram visualization was over 2,000 yuan. Yuqing Martial Arts Hall was willing to let him visualize for free. This was a huge gain. His heart pounded, but such generous treatment still raised doubts. Master Li, there must be conditions, right? Li Wenqing was surprised that Lin Tian had regained his composure so quickly. Yes, 2 conditions. First, the martial arts diagram I mentioned is my Li family's heirloom. If you want to learn it, you won't just be a teacher at Yuqing, but a member of the hall. If the hall ever faces trouble, you'll back it up. And of course, if you're in trouble, the hall will support you. Lin Tian nodded, falling into thought. So that was it. With a martial arts diagram, his bond with Yuqing would deepen considerably. As he was now, he was just a host body. Yuqing, a small-town martial arts hall, would only become a burden in the future. Was it worth it? Lin Tian, why do you look dissatisfied? Are you looking down on Yuqing? Li Qing, standing nearby, frowned in displeasure. Don't speak. Li Wenqing scolded her, then smiled calmly. He's hesitating because he's thinking seriously. If he agreed instantly, would you dare to take him on? Li Qing fell silent after the rebuke. Li Wenqing's words were indeed true. Master Li, what's the second condition? Lin Tian raised his head and looked at Li Wenqing seriously. Li Wenqing nodded and smiled. Yuqing has a contract with the first martial school requiring one teacher to go to the first martial high school each week to share insights. I plan to send you, of course. If you go, you won't have to work that day. Lin Tian felt a slight surprise. The first martial school was the best in Qingqing. Based on his grades, he could have attended, but the tuition was too high. Of course, for students from well-off families, it didn't matter which martial high school they attended. They could even skip school as their family resources would be even better. After a moment of thought, Lin Tian smiled. All right, I agree. He chuckled. Yuqing's request was not difficult. For him, now even just the qualification to visualize a martial Dao diagram was enough. As for being a burden, if you help me today, I will help you tomorrow. Once Lin Tian became a supreme martial artist, would he still fear being a burden to a martial hall? He would repay those who helped him, and he would retaliate against those who harmed him. Good. Li Wensheng clapped his hands. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Lin Tian also laughed. Xiaoqing, go draft the contract. I have something else to discuss with Lin Tian. Li Wensheng took a sip of tea and looked at Li Qing. Li Qing nodded and left the office. Li Wensheng gazed at Lin Tian, calculating in his mind. He had originally not planned to show Lin Tian the martial Dao diagram, and Lin Tian's salary would be slightly higher than previously discussed. The reason for this change was Lu Jianjian. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, Lu Jianjian was sitting in the adjacent room. With Lu Jianjian's perception nearly that of a second-level martial artist, a single wall was as good as non-existent. Allowing Lin Tian to visualize the martial Dao diagram was to prepare him for the martial arts examination. Such a prodigy would be a waste if not cultivated into a top scholar. Li Wensheng also harbored a desire to nurture him. Thus they reached an agreement quickly. Sending Lin Tian to teach at the first martial high school was meant to familiarize him with its atmosphere. Li Wensheng stared at Lin Tian and said again, Lin Tian, do you plan to hide your identity? Lin Tian frowned and shook his head no. The martial path was about competition, vying for resources and fame. If he hid and didn't show himself, who would know him? He sought invincibility to trample all enemies with an invincible heart. Li Wensheng's eyes flickered and he sighed lightly. Lin Tian, do you know that within the borders of Hua Nation there are cultists of foreign races who hide their identities to hunt down Hua Nation's prodigies? Lin Tian's expression turned serious as he nodded. Assassinations of geniuses were not rare, they happened frequently. Those who targeted these prodigies included enemies and foreign race cults. But most were foreign races. The foreign races had waged war against Hua Nation, and after being defeated and terrified, many of them infiltrated the human world to hunt down potential prodigies. Seeing Lin Tian's grave expression, Li Wensheng said earnestly, Lin Tian, don't think this matter is far from you. Once you unleash the thunder flash, it won't be long before everyone notices you. Don't delude yourself into thinking the foreign cultists will spare you. Li Wensheng spoke with great seriousness and indeed saw Lin Tian's body tremble slightly. I suggest you wear a mask when teaching. It's quite common. Other teachers in my martial hall also wear masks to teach, afraid of being caught by their companies for moonlighting. But you needed to save your life. Lin Tian fell silent. Li Wensheng's words made sense. His family had no strong martial artist to protect them. If foreign cultists wanted to kill him, it would be too easy. At that moment, Li Wensheng continued, my company has a 3D printer. You can ask Li Qing to print one for you later. Once you wear it, you'll look like an ordinary person. Hearing Li Wensheng's words, Lin Tian vaguely sensed something amiss, but upon reflection, it seemed to be true. Subsequently, he agreed. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, the mask idea was Lu Jianjian's suggestion. Lu Jianjian, unable to recruit Lin Tian immediately, didn't want other martial high school principals to notice him. So he had asked Li Wensheng to do this. Li Wensheng, seeing Lin Tian's occasional suspicious glances, broke out in a cold sweat. This kid had definitely sensed something was off. He wasn't easy to fool. After a while, Lin Tian signed a contract with Li Wensheng. In the corridor, Li Qing walked ahead, leading Lin Tian to the top floor of the Yuqing Martial Hall. My Li family's martial Dao diagram is a C-grade diagram of great value. You can come to visualize it once a week. Li Qing was tall, about 175 centimeters, only slightly shorter than Lin Tian. As a martial artist, she had long straight black hair and her face was free of makeup, yet it gave an extremely delicate and fair impression. As she walked, her features were striking. When she looked at Lin Tian, her sparkling eyes always seemed to be appraising him. Opening a door with 3 layers of security locks, the two entered an extremely spacious room. Inside the room, a diagram hung on the center wall, and a single chair sat in the middle of the floor. That was all the room contained. From the first glance, Lin Tian was captivated by the diagram. It was a picture of dark clouds and flashing thunder. The overcast sky, shrouded in black mist, gave a suffocating sense of heaviness. Between the layers of rolling dense clouds, several brilliant lightning bolts were deeply etched into the ink-black canvas. Instantly, a piercing pain struck deep within Lin Tian's heart, as if bolts of anger were exploding in his mind. Crack! A clap of thunder roared like an enraged dragon. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and he took a moment to compose himself, realizing it was just an illusion. This is the true thunder diagram. It took me a year to successfully visualize it. Li Qing looked at Lin Tian, flicked her hair, and smiled with a gentle gaze. Reaching out her hand, a faint blue aura appeared in her palm. This is the mark of successful visualization, the mastery of true thunder force. My grandfather took 2.5 years, and my father took 3 years back then. Li Qing spoke slowly, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. She was still holding a grudge over being bested by Lin Tian earlier. Now she wanted to show him that she was a genius too. When Li Qing finished, Lin Tian's mouth slightly opened, clearly showing surprise. Seeing Lin Tian's reaction, Li Qing felt extremely pleased, and then smiled. I estimate that if you set out to master it, you'll be faster than me since you're a genius. Lin Tian hadn't absorbed a single word of Li Qing's speech. At that moment, several lines of text appeared on his retina regarding the effects of true thunder force. Lin Tian hadn't expected his system to be able to add effects to martial techniques, and even to cultivation methods. The following effects are applicable to True Thunder Force. Please purchase as soon as possible. C-Grade Effect Thunder Force Floating Body 1 gold coins. B-Grade Effect Thunder Snake Crossing the Ridge 5 gold coins. A-Grade Effect Thunder Ring Covering the World 1 gold coins. S-Grade Effect Annihilating Thunder River 2 gold coins. Witnessing this scene, Lin Tian's throat tightened. If his guess was correct, the faint, thunderous mist that had previously appeared on Li Qing's hands was precisely the D-level special effect of True Thunder Force, Thunder Mist Manifestation. The successful visualization in her eyes was actually the most rudimentary form. Beyond Thunder Mist Manifestation, there were 3 additional special effects, each one extraordinarily exaggerated. Moreover, this was Lin Tian's first glimpse of an S-level special effect, Annihilating Thunder River. Could it truly manifest a tempestuous river of thunder that inundates the heavens and earth? That wherever thunder reaches, everything is annihilated. Lin Tian's heart surged with an uncontrollable awe and excitement. Had he been wealthy, he could have successfully comprehended these powers. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Li Qing gazed at Lin Tian's flickering eyes, utterly astonished. She had merely mentioned her own prodigious talent. Why did Lin Tian appear so tense? Well, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Actually, it took me not 1 year but a year and a half to successfully visualize. Li Qing gave an awkward chuckle, hoping to ease Lin Tian's mind. You having already grasped the flash thunder will surely surpass me. Don't worry. Li Qing patted Lin Tian on the shoulder, smiling. She was about 6 or 7 years older than him, having already graduated from Martial University. Since she would be spending a long time with Lin Tian, Li Qing wished to establish herself in his heart as a considerate elder sister figure. It's fine, Sister Qing. I'll work hard. Lin Tian emerged from his excitement, flashing a bright smile at Li Qing. His features were delicate and handsome, and his smile made him seem like a gentle boy next door. Li Qing froze for a moment, then withdrew her hand from his shoulder, smiling. Go ahead and visualize. 2 hours from now is still not too late. With that, Li Qing left the room and closed the door. In the empty space, Lin Tian sat down, his eyes fixed on the True Thunder diagram, sinking into silence. After purchasing the Flash Thunder special effect, Lin Tian had 265,000 remaining. Now he could afford the C-level special effect of True Thunder Force, Thunder Mist Manifestation. With a thought, several lines of small characters appeared beneath the Thunder Mist Manifestation entry. Thunder Mist Manifestation, an extraordinary phenomenon that appears when True Thunder Force is activated. Proficiency boost 30, combat power amplification 1. 5 times body tempering effect 10 times. Note: combat power amplification refers to the damage comparison between martial techniques executed after reaching the Thunder Mist Manifestation level and those executed with ordinary blood chi. Note: body tempering effect refers to the growth rate of cultivation compared to the host's previous improvement speed. After reading these lines, Lin Tian couldn't help but clench his fists. Martial art special effects had one more amplification point than martial technique special effects, the body tempering effect. That meant if Lin Tian purchased Thunder Mist Manifestation, his blood chi growth rate, while cultivating, would be 10 times faster than his previous pure weightlifting. 10 times. Previously ignorant Lin Tian now understood the importance of martial arts diagrams. 1 hour of seated cultivation for others yielded effects comparable to 10 hours of grueling weightlifting, running, and hit. Sighing inwardly, Lin Tian immediately commanded the system, purchase Thunder Mist Manifestation. A hum resonated within his body, and vast unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. A dense piercing pain spread throughout Lin Tian's entire body. He slowly raised his hand and activated True Thunder Force. Crackling. It was as if billions of thunder particles spewed from his pores, gradually forming a mist of thunder that radiated a hazy glow. As if at this moment what flowed through his limbs and bones was not blood, but thunder itself. The host may view his own data template. The system's voice sounded in Lin Tian's mind. He paused, then with a thought, lines of text appeared before his eyes. Host Lin Tian, balance 16500 gold coins, blood chi 1. 75 spirit power 0. 5 martial techniques 1. 3 movement thunder fist. Purchased effects: C-level thunder, sound B-level flash thunder, A-level 10,000 thunder summon, unpurchased martial art 1. True Thunder Force. Purchased effects: C-level thunder, mist manifestation, B-level thunder snake, leaping over mountains, unpurchased A-level thunder ring, pervading the sky, unpurchased S-level, annihilating thunder river, unpurchased. Lin Tian carefully examined his data panel, a smile spreading across his face. It seemed today's gains were substantial. Spirit power. Lin Tian murmured to himself. He was not a prodigy capable of awakening extraordinary spirit power, and thus unsuitable for cultivating it. However, if Lin Tian ever had the chance to obtain a martial arts diagram for spirit power cultivation, he would not let it slip away. For no other reason, spirit power martial artists were far more valuable. Among the 10 martial saints of Huaxia, only 2 had attained sainthood through spirit power cultivation. And those 2 were the number 1 martial saint and the youngest of the 10. Such were the merits of spirit power. Lin Tian shook his head. How could he, with a mere 0.5 5 spirit power, already be fantasizing about becoming a martial saint. There was still time better to cultivate his blood chi. With a determined thought, Lin Tian sat directly on the chair and began to meditate. After purchasing Thunder Mist Manifestation, he could clearly sense the blood chi flowing within him. Following the operation method of True Thunder Force, surging blood chi continuously rushed into his limbs and bones, tempering his flesh. Crackling. A dense thunder mist emanated from Lin Tian's entire body. At this moment, he resembled a deity shrouded in faint blue light. Then the impurities within his flesh, bones, blood, and fascia began to be gradually purged by True Thunder Force. Tiny specks of waste seeped out from his pores. Because they were too minuscule, they were invisible to the naked eye. Time passed slowly, and soon 2 hours had elapsed. Exactly on schedule, Lin Tian opened his eyes. Phew. He exhaled a turbid breath and wiped away the thin layer of sweat on his forehead. 2 hours of cultivation left his entire body tingling and numb. The process was arduous, but after it ended, Lin Tian felt an unprecedented refreshing sensation, like a man who had not drunk water for 2 days finally taking a sip of warm boiled water. Incredible! Lin Tian exclaimed. He then called up the system panel. Blood Chi 176. The first thing Lin Tian saw was the increase in blood Chi. The effect was indeed remarkable. Though it had only risen by 0.01, it was far better than before. In childhood, blood Chi growth was slow. Only in youth, when the body's acupoints opened, would it gradually accelerate. Meanwhile, click, click, click. The sound of a key turning in the lock. Li Qing opened the door and walked in. How did the visualization go, handsome young man? Li Qing smiled at Lin Tian, clearly catching a faint scent of sweat in the air. She remarked with surprise, sweating on your first visualization, not bad. Li Qing inwardly praised him. Truly a prodigy, reacting on the first attempt. When she had first visualized, it had been like a blind man touching an elephant, feeling nothing at all. Nevertheless, she still smiled and said, just like I was back then. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. The experience of a senior is crucial. Li Qing winked, grinning at Lin Tian. Thanks, but it's getting late. Lin Tian chuckled lightly and prepared to leave. Starting tomorrow, he would officially begin his tenure at Yuqing Martial Arts Hall. Wait a moment. This is a printed mask. Since you're going to disguise your identity, you'll need a new name. Li Qing handed Lin Tian a mask that seemed to be made of silicone. A soft, light texture met his hand. Lin Tian pondered briefly. Call me Tianlin then. Tianlin won't do. It's too similar to your real name. Li Qing tapped her chin, thinking. How about I come up with one shadow blade? Lin Tian nodded, agreeing to Li Qing's suggestion. It was around 1 in the morning when Lin Tian finally returned home. His residence was a residential building located 2 kilometers from the school. The room was naturally rented with a monthly rent of 500, and with utilities it came to 600. What angered Lin Tian the most was that within that 100 for water and electricity, 50 was for public utility fees. Did the motion sensor lights in the corridor really require 50 in electricity costs per month? He had negotiated with the landlord for a long time, but to no avail. Returning to the room, Lin Tian simply washed up. A surge of excitement still stirred within his heart. Although he had maintained a calm demeanor throughout the day, the joy he felt never wavered. Lin Tian couldn't sleep at all right now. Perhaps I should cultivate at night and sleep through classes during the day. In the past, I studied diligently to close the gap in my blood chi, but now that I've already envisioned the martial arts diagram, I don't need to focus so much on my academic coursework. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Tian resolved to continue his cultivation practice that evening. Meditation wasn't rest. The sensation of the true thunder energy circulating throughout his entire body was actually more exhausting than physical training. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on his bed and quickly entered meditation. The true thunder energy within his body was like fine rain seeping into the earth, continuously nourishing every cell within him. Time flew by swiftly, and before he knew it, dawn had arrived. The magnificent morning sun rose gracefully, its golden rays bathing the entirety of Qingqing. Gradually, the sound of car horns could be heard outside the window. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally been sitting on the bed, but as sweat and impurities continued to seep from his skin, he chose to sit directly on the floor instead. Standing up, Lin Tian glanced at his body and noticed a thick layer of impurities had formed on his skin. I'm so exhausted. He twisted his neck, and instantly a cracking sound echoed. Vitality 179. After a night of cultivation, his vitality had increased by 0.03 points. Lin Tian's eyes lit up with delight, and he clenched his fists tightly. I need to make money. The amount is still too small. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The lightning spirit physique granted by the true thunder energy could accelerate his vitality growth tenfold. However, the second special effect, Thunder Snake Crossing Mountains, could amplify this growth rate 30-fold. As for the price of Thunder Snake Crossing Mountains, 500,000. Lin Tian still needed over 300,000 more to reach 500,000. I don't have any money-making opportunities right now. Should I ask Li Qing to advance my salary? After a moment's thought, Lin Tian dismissed the idea. I just joined Yuqing. I can't make too many demands right away. I need to demonstrate my own value. Lin Tian heated a basin of water and began washing his body in the room. After his bath, he found some leftover rice, warmed it up, and started eating. Feeling like I can't get full eating, just carbohydrates. I need to go buy some meat. Lin Tian swallowed his food hastily. What surprised him was that this morning's meal was more than he had eaten in the past 2 days combined. Knock knock knock. A series of urgent knocking sounds rang out. The peace that belonged to Lin Tian was suddenly shattered, and he furrowed his brows before opening the door. Outside the door stood a middle-aged man with a protruding belly. Lin Tian, it's time to pay this month's rent. The middle-aged man glanced briefly at Lin Tian and said expressionlessly. Lin Tian checked the time and smiled. Landlord, school is starting soon, and I don't have cash on hand right now. Would it be alright if I transferred the money to you via my phone this afternoon? The landlord frowned and looked at Lin Tian with disdain. Are you running out of money? Our family doesn't allow anyone to owe rent. Lin Tian frowned. He had been renting here for a little over a year, and every time he paid on time, yet today, he couldn't even delay it by a single moment. Lin Tian also noticed that the landlord was always smiling warmly toward others, but maintained an attitude of disdain and vigilance specifically toward him. People like that were clearly biased against the poor and respectful only of the wealthy, extremely pragmatic. Then fine, accompany me to school later, and I'll withdraw the money at the bank on the way. Lin Tian said calmly. The landlord pondered for a moment, then nodded. After a quick tidy-up, Lin Tian headed to the bank together with the landlord. Upon entering the bank, he checked his balance and found it was indeed only 165,000 remaining. Lin Tian directly withdrew 5,000 and put it in his pocket. Walking up to the landlord, he handed over 1,200. Landlord, I'm renting for 2 months this time, so you won't need to come looking for me next month. The landlord's face was now filled with smiles, having witnessed Lin Tian withdraw the 5,000 from the counter. 5,000 wasn't a substantial sum. At least the landlord was worth over $1 million, yet. Every little bit added up. The landlord glanced at Lin Tian's pocket, surprised to discover that this seemingly destitute student actually had money. Little Tian, why don't you extend your lease for a longer period? If you rent for 7 or 8 months, I won't charge you the public electricity fee. The landlord said with a grinning smile as he took the money. Lin Tian scoffed inwardly. The landlord was clearly trying to squeeze every last bit of money from him. No need, landlord. I might move somewhere else in 2 months. Lin Tian replied with a bright smile. The landlord's expression faltered, his grin fading gradually before he could only nod in resignation. At that moment, Lin Tian caught a figure passing by from the corner of his eye. The person was of short stature, wearing a filthy coat that made them appear quite frail, with a mask, glasses, and hat obscuring their features. Dressed like that, going to rob a bank, the landlord muttered under his breath. The petite figure turned to look at them. Though they weren't wearing sunglasses making their face unreadable, Lin Tian could still sense a chilling aura emanating from them. The landlord pursed his lips and dared not speak further. Before their eyes, the person approached the ATM outside the bank and inserted their card into the slot. Click-clack. Several crisp sounds echoed from within the ATM. The noise was quite subtle, and if not for his attention, Lin Tian would have easily missed it. Immediately after, stacks of banknotes began spitting out from the machine, and the petite figure hurriedly stashed them into their backpack. Tisk, one truly shouldn't judge a book by its cover. The landlord sighed inwardly. Within a short span of time, the person had withdrawn nearly 100,000. However, Lin Tian's brows furrowed. A sense of unease settled over him, as though something wasn't quite right. Wait right there. A stern voice rang out as a security guard emerged from the bank lobby, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on the person withdrawing the money. This machine is broken. The money you're taking isn't yours, the guard declared righteously, then strode purposefully toward the person. The machine isn't broken, a slightly fearful young girl's voice emerged, revealing that the heavily wrapped individual was actually a little girl. Our back-end system has already detected the malfunction. Come with me to the security office, the guard barked, and 6 more security personnel rushed out from within the lobby. In an instant, 7 guards completely surrounded the girl, a detail Lin Tian observed. Some of them had even positioned their hands behind their waists, clearly carrying firearms. Tisk, this should be entertaining. Beside Lin Tian, the landlord chuckled derisively and settled in to watch the spectacle unfold. Soon people by the roadside began to stop one after another, and many took out their phones to start filming. The landlord also pulled out his phone and had already begun recording. Can you let me go? I really need this money, the girl, who was wrapped up tightly from head to toe, said in a trembling, pleading voice. Little sister, if you need money, you can tell everyone. We can help you, but you can't do something illegal, said the security guard closest to the girl, his voice slightly softened. Help me. The girl was momentarily stunned, then shook her head and said, no one helps me. My brother and I, we only meet bad people. Her voice carried a hint of tears, and she leaned weakly against the machine behind her. At this moment, she looked as if she were surrounded by several villains. All bad people. You steal money yourself, yet call others bad. Arrest her quickly. Scum like this belong in prison. Sounds like she damaged the ATM and stole hundreds of thousands. She should be executed. She looks underage, not to the point of execution, but prison is certain. By the roadside, the landlord and the people around him kept discussing. Lin Tian frowned and cast a cold glance at the landlord. These people were clearly enjoying kicking someone when they were down. The girl cowering against the wall had clearly heard them. Her body trembled slightly. I don't want to die, I don't want to go to prison. She kept shaking her head, speaking in a voice almost devoid of hope. Little sister, they're lying to you, don't be nervous, the nearest security guard said, frowning, but still using a very gentle tone to soothe her. With one hand on the pistol grip at his lower back, he crouched and slowly approached the girl. When he was only a meter away, the girl suddenly spoke. Big brother, is your other hand holding a gun? The security guard was startled, quickly shook his head with a smile, and was about to explain when the girl suddenly reached out across the 1 meter distance and struck out with her palm. Don't kill me, she wailed. This punch seemed utterly soft and powerless. The next instant, bang. The security guard was struck as if by a tremendous force, his entire body thrown away by an invisible power. His body described an arc, flying nearly 5 or 6 meters before slamming heavily into a parked car. The security guard was clearly an ordinary person. He screamed in agony, and his ribs were presumably broken. A psychic master. A sharp cry came from one of the armed security guards. In an instant, everyone was shocked. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This was his first time encountering a psychic master. Without hesitation, he retreated and hid behind a car. As for the landlord, he was already petrified, standing dumbfounded. Lin Tian paid no attention to him and kept his eyes on the girl's movements. He had read about psychic masters online and knew their rankings. This girl was probably not very powerful. Money is coming. Lin Tian murmured to himself, clenching his teeth. He was startled by his own thought. Ever since he had awakened the system, what occupied his mind was either cultivation or money. Now, seeing this scene, the first thing that came to his mind was money. As for the remaining 6 security guards, they instantly drew their pistols and aimed at the girl. You want to kill me, you want to kill me. The girl cried out in despair, thrusting out one hand. Whoosh! A distortion appeared in the air, as if an invisible wave struck the several security guards. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all 6 security guards were sent flying 5 or 6 meters. A scream came from not far from Lin Tian. It was the landlord. He was struck heavily by a security guard who was 9 meters tall and fell to the ground. Lin Tian had just heard a clear sound of bones breaking. Probably 2 ribs were broken. Help me, help me. The landlord wailed miserably. Although it was just a fracture, it gave the illusion that he was dying. It was precisely the landlord's scream that instantly sparked a wave of panic. The onlookers who had been watching now turned pale, looking at the little girl as if they had seen a demon. Murder! Murder! Run! The psychic master is killing! Panicked voices arose. No one dared to watch anymore. All they could think of was escape. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with the landlord, keeping his attention on the situation with the little girl. Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out as a security guard hastily fired a shot. The shot instantly hit the little girl's arm. Don't kill me. Someone save me. I still need to buy medicine for my brother. She screamed, clutching her wounded arm, her voice filled with terror. Then she ran toward Lin Tian, waving her hands as she ran. One after another, distortions of space were launched, striking the ground, cars, and roadside trees. Instantly, gravel sprayed, and wood chips exploded. Chaos reigned all around. Bang! Another gunshot, this time grazing the little girl's shoulder. I want to go back. The little girl was terrified to the extreme. She raised one hand, and the security guard who had fired was sent flying, crashing into a roadside tree. Lin Tian noticed that the fallen security guards had all drawn their guns. If they were a bit more accurate, the girl would likely have died on the spot. Coincidentally, the girl was running toward Lin Tian, not noticing him hiding behind the car. When I want to make money, I just need to be a little bolder. Lin Tian thought to himself. Then he instantly dashed out, just as the little girl was looking at the distant security guard aiming his gun at her. Lin Tian suddenly appeared in front of the little girl, bending his legs slightly, as his vital energy surged into his fists. He clenched his fists, this time not using the true thunder force, and simply punched the panicked girl in the abdomen. A punch with a bang. It caught the girl completely off guard. She screamed, feeling as if she had been struck by an iron rod, her stomach nearly torn through. All her strength vanished instantly, and she collapsed heavily onto the ground, clutching her stomach. Bang! A gunshot rang out. It was a security guard lying on the ground in the distance who fired the bullet, grazing her hair. If not for Lin Tian, the bullet would have hit her temple. Lin Tian had no time to think. He immediately crouched down, pressed his knee against the girl's back, and twisted her arms behind her, locking them firmly. It hurt so much. Let me go, let me go. Beneath him, the girl continued to scream, tears streaming from the broken frame of her sunglasses. Crack, crack, crack. Her small face scraped against the ground, her hat fell off, and her sunglasses shattered. Boom. An invisible force erupted from the little girl's body, striking Lin Tian directly. Lin Tian's muscles trembled, and his hair was blown upward. For a moment, he almost let go. True thunder force. Lin Tian's eyes sharpened, and a blue thunderous mist surged out of his body, increasing his strength as he firmly restrained the still struggling girl. Let me go. I still need to save my brother. He's sick. Seeing that she couldn't throw Lin Tian off, the girl became even more frantic, her small body erupting with considerable strength. I can let you go. Lin Tian shouted, his voice overpowering hers, causing the still struggling girl to pause momentarily. If I let you go, those people will shoot you directly. You won't even be able to see your brother. Lin Tian cursed loudly, which made the girl stop struggling. Gradually, Lin Tian felt the strength of his struggle wane. The girl began to sob softly, her teardrops as large as beans falling onto the cold stone floor. Her already grimy face now smeared with tears, and dust grew even dirtier. You are all bad people. You all want to kill my brother and me. The little girl cried out in despair, and for a moment the anger on Lin Tian's face slowly faded. Where is your brother? Tell me. Lin Tian asked softly. The girl was stunned and fell silent. Isn't your brother sick? Tell me, and I'll go find him. Lin Tian spoke again. He intended to use these words to calm her down. You all want to kill my brother, and me I won't tell you. The little girl said viciously, and Lin Tian could feel that she had developed an indelible hatred toward him. The world fell silent. The security guards who had been thrown aside stood up one by one, looking at Lin Tian with gratitude. Meanwhile, the people who had been fleeing in panic stopped running. Clap, clap, clap. Someone clapped heavily. Soon everyone began to applaud with joy on their faces. How wonderful. This is a young hero. I saw it just now. This young man emitted a blue light just like a martial artist. Impressive, truly impressive. While everyone else was running, he alone stepped forward to stop the criminal. Around him, dense praises came from all directions. Only the landlord with a broken rib was still moaning, but no one paid him any attention now. Lin Tian quietly scanned the crowd with a calm expression, saying nothing. What he cared about now was how much reward money the police department would give him for catching this little girl. This should count as a righteous act, right? He had acted partly for the money, and partly because he could see that the girl was not strong. She was far inferior to the psychics in the videos he had seen online. She must have just awakened her psychic power. But at such a young age. Lin Tian looked at the little girl pinned beneath him with surprise. This was another prodigy. However, the next moment Lin Tian fell silent. Because the little girl was turning her head, her cheek pressed against the ground, staring at him with an icy gaze. In her heart, Lin Tian must have been her greatest enemy. About 3 minutes later, several police cars pulled up by the roadside. A dozen fully armed officers took the little girl from Lin Tian. She was disheveled, covered in dirt, with a mixture of tears and mud clinging to her face. Hello, I am Chun Ongwa, Deputy Director of the Qingsheng Police Department. A middle-aged man in police uniform walked up to Lin Tian and extended his hand. Hello, Lin Tian. Lin Tian shook hands with a smile. Lin Tian. Chun Ongwa's face showed a flicker of surprise, and then he took a closer look at Lin Tian. You're the one who made that thunderclap. I watched a video about you just yesterday. Chun Ongwa said with a grin, his gaze toward Lin Tian growing warmer. Lin Tian frowned then smiled. I didn't expect Deputy Director Chun to have seen that video too. Lin Tian marveled inwardly that Qingsheng was indeed a small place, and with the power of the internet, news traveled fast. Up to now, Lin Tian had intentionally promoted that video, but so far he had received no benefit from it. Lin Tian, before our police arrived, you apprehended a psychic criminal and prevented the situation from escalating. On behalf of the police, I thank you. Chun Ongwa suddenly said solemnly. Lin Tian chuckled and asked, is there a cash reward? Chun Ongwa paused then laughed. Yes, absolutely. Matters involving psychics are never trivial. When I return, I will apply for the Young Hero Award for you. It comes with not only cash, but also Qi blood elixir. Hearing Chun Ongwa's words, Lin Tian's expression brightened slightly. The Qi blood elixir was extremely precious. Ordinary people might only buy it once every few years. Now it seemed he had definitely made the right move earlier. Deputy Director Chun, do I need to go to the police department with you, eh? Lin Tian asked. Chun Ongwa glanced at Lin Tian, then took out his phone to check the time. It's almost time for class now. You should head to school first. As a prodigy who made thunderclap, you can't waste a single moment. The procedures for the Young Hero Award will be handled through the school. Don't worry, you won't miss out. Chun Ongwa said with a smile. He understood how much prodigies valued their time. Not a single minute could be wasted. Going to the police department would only mean drinking tea and chatting, a complete waste of time. As for the statement, that could be taken during leisure hours. If you're a prodigy, you must cherish your talent, and everyone else cherishes it too. Hua Nation had carved out a place for itself under the siege of alien races precisely because it valued prodigies. Then Chun Ongwa looked at the little girl who was firmly held by the officers behind him. To awaken psychic power at such a young age, you are also a prodigy. It's a good thing no one died this time, or your future would have been ruined. But the little girl paid no attention to Chun Ongwa's words, keeping her head down, as if she were dead. Seeing this, Lin Tian spoke up. Deputy Director Chun, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Asked Chun Ongwa. Lin Tian glanced at the little girl, and said, she risked breaking the law because her brother is gravely ill and needs treatment. I think the police department should step in, or else someone might really die. As Lin Tian's words fell, the little girl's body trembled slightly, but she still remained silent. Chun Ongwa's expression softened a little, and he nodded. So that's it. Risking everything for a loved one means her core is not bad. There's still hope. Then with a gentle look at the little girl, he said, where is your brother now? I'll arrange for medical treatment immediately. But the little girl kept her head down and said nothing. Chun Ongwa frowned and looked helplessly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at the little girl and said coldly, your brother is about to die. If I wanted to harm him, I would just do nothing. You have no worse outcome left, and there is nothing left for me to take from you. Lin Tian's words fell, and Chun Ongwa frowned. Lin Tian's tone was too cold. But to Chun Ongwa's surprise, the little girl who had been keeping her head down now looked stubbornly at him, and said, save my brother, save my brother. She burst into tears as if broken, her face filthy. Her long eyelashes were covered in tears, yet they were as clear as lotus petals. A gentle-looking female officer came over, crouched down, and began to take down the address. Seeing this, Lin Tian turned and walked toward the school. When Shenongwut noticed Lin Tian, his figure had already disappeared within 100 meters. As for the landlord, Lin Tian never bothered with him at all. In the morning, the moment Lin Tian arrived at the classroom, he was already growing drowsy. Before he even sat down, several classmates rushed to his side with envious expressions. Lin Tian, you've become famous. Lin Tian, how did you practice? You actually achieved thunder resonance. Teach me, Lin Tian. I want to produce thunder resonance too. They surrounded Lin Tian, and on every face appeared something they had never shown before. It was respect for a true powerhouse. If Lin Tian obtaining a grade D martial skill already marked him as an outstanding student, most people would not have paid much attention. This was because the second martial skill evaluation mainly tested students' academic performance. Lin Tian's blood and qi were merely above average, but his academic results were excellent. The martial examination actually placed little emphasis on academic performance. However, Lin Tian had brutally beat up Li Yuzi and Li Yuqing the day before and produced thunder resonance. This meant Lin Tian was also an outstanding performer in martial skills. That was simply too much for people not to feel envious and respectful. Facing several classmates who kept pressing him for answers, Lin Tian always wore a faint smile on his face. Then in an apparently sincere tone he said, since everyone is asking, I will share my practice techniques with you all. As soon as Lin Tian finished speaking, the entire class fell silent. Even Li Yuzi, who had been glaring at Lin Tian with anger, now listened intently. At this moment, everyone had to listen carefully. If they learned Lin Tian's technique, they could use it to counter him. Lin Tian then spoke seriously, squeeze out every possible moment to practice. Even while eating or going to the restroom, think about the 3-move thunder fist. Strive to dream about practicing it even while sleeping. Lin Tian's voice rang out clearly, and the entire classroom fell into an icy silence in an instant. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances at a loss for words. No one would dare call his words nonsense. After all, Lin Tian was inherently a hardworking person. What he said was simple put in effort. But who could truly achieve that? Everyone looked somewhat embarrassed, speechless for a moment. Lin Tian quietly observed his classmates in silence, then walked directly to his seat. If everyone wants to practice the 3-move thunder fist, it would be better to go directly to Yuqing. That's far more reliable than asking Lin Tian. A sudden voice spoke, and it was Li Yuzi. Li Yuzi shot a fierce glance at Lin Tian, his eyes filled with provocation. Li Yuzi, what are you talking about? Someone asked in confusion. A sly smile appeared on Li Yuzi's face. After drawing out everyone's anticipation, he continued grinning. Yuqing Martial Arts Academy has recruited a teacher from out of town who can produce lightning flashes. Lightning flashes, wouldn't that be 100 times more impressive than Lin Tian's thunder resonance? As Li Yuzi spoke, he glanced at Lin Tian simultaneously. When his words fell, everyone was shocked. What's going on? Is there really a teacher who can produce lightning flashes? If I recall correctly, Marshal Saint Guan Yin achieved lightning flashes. Lord Guan Yin has already practiced the 3-move thunder fist to its ultimate perfection. Is that really true? Lin Tian producing thunder resonance is already impressive enough. How could someone else produce lightning flashes? The crowd spoke in astonishment, their tones filled with doubt. It's true. I saw Yuqing Martial Arts Academy's official account this morning. They said a teacher who can produce lightning flashes has joined their academy, and that Shadowblade master is definitely no older than 25. Li Yuzi basked in everyone's attention, his hands folded behind his back. After his words settled, all the students took out their phones and began searching. Yuqing Martial Arts Academy did have an account on short video platforms. In this era of big data, martial arts academies attached great importance to traffic and exposure. When the students in the class searched for videos, they indeed found Yuqing Martial Arts Academy's latest enrollment advertisement. It's true. If that Shadowblade hasn't exceeded 25 years old, he is undoubtedly a prodigious talent in the field of the 3-move thunder fist. A classmate excitedly exclaimed. If the teacher mentioned in Yuqing Martial Arts Academy's advertisement were already in his 50s or 60s, most students would not have been very interested. But if a teacher under 25 had already mastered the 3-move thunder fist to perfection, then everyone would have been eager to learn from him. If the other party could produce lightning flashes before 30, perhaps they too could achieve thunder resonance before the martial examination. In an instant, everyone's emotions surged with excitement. I plan to have my dad take me to sign up tonight. Shadowblade's course costs only 30,000 per month. I think it's absolutely worth it. Li Yuzi laughed loudly, gleams of cunning flashing in his eyes. The other students were equally excited, though most of them came from families that were not particularly wealthy. However, 30,000 per month was something they could still manage. At his seat, Lin Tian quietly observed all of this, and he found it quite satisfying. He could take a 50% commission from each student's tuition fee. The more people enrolled, the more he earned. A decision made just last night had already spread throughout the class by this morning. Yuqing's promotional efforts were indeed effective. Originally, Li Qing had wanted Lin Tian to stay behind to shoot promotional posters and video advertisements yesterday. But it was too late, so they never got around to it. Tian, I practiced the 3-move thunder fist until midnight yesterday, and it felt absolutely incredible. Beside him, Zheng Lei spoke with great excitement. I bet you won't last 3 days, Lin Tian said with a faint smile glancing at Zheng Lei. You're underestimating me. Zheng Lei sat up straight, his eyes full of boundless hopes for the future. He then glanced at the triumphant Liu Zi and said, that idiot is definitely going to sign up. I'll wait a few days to see how it goes, and if it's any good I'll join too. Lin Tian gave his deskmate a surprised look. He hadn't expected Zheng Lei to be this astute. Still, most students probably shared the same thoughts as Zheng Lei. I'll take a nap first, Lin Tian said, then simply lay his head down on the desk to sleep. Tian, haven't you fallen behind? You've never slept in class before. Zheng Lei said this in surprise, but received no response from Lin Tian. Lin Tian had not slept at all the night before. Because of meditation, his mind had been under extreme tension, and lasting until now was already his limit. Time drifted slowly onward. Soon classes began. In front of Lin Tian's desk stood a towering stack of books, which generally prevented the teaching instructor from noticing him. And so Lin Tian brazenly slept through class for 3 consecutive periods without being interrupted once. This continued until 11 o'clock in the morning. A bespectacled teacher arrived at the classroom door. Lin Tian from class 3, come to the principal's office. The teacher's voice was cold and detached, carrying an imperious tone that instantly struck fear into the students. Lin Tian was finally shaken awake by Zheng Lei. What's wrong? Lin Tian asked sleepily, following Zheng Lei's gaze toward the teacher. You must be Lin Tian. Go to the principal's office, the teacher said coldly. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, then proceeded toward the principal's office. Arriving at the door of the principal's office. In the dim corridor, Lin Tian stood before the office door. He took a deep breath, knowing it must be about yesterday's incident. Now that the matter had escalated, the principal had to give him an answer. Report. Lin Tian called out in a clear, loud voice. After a moment, there was no reply from the office, but the faint sound of a phone call could be heard. Is the police commissioner coming to the 3rd Martial Arts High School? Inside the office, Gu Chengyu, the principal of the 3rd Martial Arts High School, was on the phone while sitting in his leather chair. What's going on? Something good. What good news? Gu Chengyu frowned, utterly puzzled. On the other end of the line was his old classmate serving in the Qingsheng Police Department. The other party simply said that a high-ranking officer from the police department would be visiting the 3rd Martial Arts High School, but mysteriously refused to reveal the reason. This made Gu Chengyu nervous. He was only a peak first-level martial artist. Yet Chen Onghua, the deputy commissioner of the Qingsheng Police Department, was a second-level martial artist, and the commissioner himself was a 4th-level martial artist. A martial artist's strength directly determined their social standing. Report. Lin Tian's voice came again from outside the office. Gu Chengyu cast a cold glance at the door, but paid no attention. Sometimes indifference lies deep in human nature. Gu Chengyu simply did not care about a student with no background or strength. But what Gu Chengyu hadn't expected was that this student would make him lose face. Then he called the dean of students and informed all the teachers about the impending visit from the police department. The teachers immediately went to their respective classrooms and told the students to pay close attention in class. The entire school was even cleaned from top to bottom. After handling these matters, 10 minutes had passed since Lin Tian first arrived. Outside the office, Lin Tian's eyes grew cold. Come in. Gu Chengyu's cold voice came from inside. Lin Tian pushed open the door and walked straight in. Gu Chengyu lounged lazily in his leather chair, scrutinizing Lin Tian. At first glance, he appeared to be a very clean-cut youth. He wore a faded white shirt, the stripes on which had lost their color from too many washes. His trousers were still the school uniform pants, looking neat and crisp. But the first thing Gu Chengyu noticed was the shabbiness. Lin Tian, you produced a thunderous sound. Quite impressive, eh? Gu Chengyu spoke with a smile. Since the founding of our 3rd Martial Arts High School only once 30 years ago did a senior student produce a thunderous sound. Gu Chengyu continued, noticing that Lin Tian's eyes were too calm. He lit a cigarette and said, but that student, though he produced a thunderous sound, had too low blood energy. In the end, after advancing to a first-level martial artist, he died on the battlefield. Gu Chengyu said flatly. Though he was praising Lin Tian, he was actually telling him your blood energy is too low. You have no money to buy blood energy potions, no money to contemplate martial arts diagrams. Your starting point is that poor. Understanding a thunderous sound, even if rare, really doesn't amount to much. Lin Tian nodded, showing no sign of anger, and asked with a smile, Principal, why are you telling me this? Now that the alien races have retreated, I don't have a chance to go to the battlefield. Gu Chengyu nodded. Lin Tian, it's not about the battlefield. The words you spoke last night have had a very bad influence on our 3rd Martial Arts High School. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and said, Principal, do you think I was wrong? After he finished, Gu Chengyu paused, noticeably not expecting Lin Tian to talk back to him. What's wrong with you, this kid? Gu Chengyu's voice suddenly rose, glaring at Lin Tian. The selection of the 2nd martial technique is the school's choice. You may have ranked first in grades, but your blood energy is too low. Xiao Xiaoli has blood energy of 5.0. What do you have? Bang. Gu Chengyu slammed the table heavily. If I give you a C-grade martial technique, the combat power you can exert wouldn't even be a third of Xiao Xiaoli's. What use is this C-grade technique to you? Gu Chengyu's eyes were fierce as he stared at Lin Tian. This was his usual tactic. He would crush others with the imposing aura of a martial artist from the start. Lin Tian was nothing but a poor boy without even parents. Gu Qingyu thought that after these words Lin Tian would back down. But to Gu Qingyu's surprise, Lin Tian merely smiled faintly and said, "Principal, you are mistaken. The Hua Kingdom's standard for the second martial technique is the liberal arts exam, precisely to give students who are willing to study but come from poor families an opportunity." Lin Tian's eyes flickered with a strange light, and he smiled lightly. "Principal, the second martial technique does not belong to you. It belongs to the Hua Kingdom. Are you going to defy the Hua Kingdom's regulations and commit treason?" Lin Tian laughed, revealing 2 rows of clean white teeth. This smile was completely different from before. It was overtly sinister, even contemptuous. Lin Tian was filled with disdain. He didn't believe his future would be worse than Gu Qingyu's. Even without the system, Gu Qingyu would only be an ant crushed beneath his feet in the future. Though he was impoverished, he stood proud above all others. Facing the provocation of an ant, Lin Tian could not muster much emotion. Gu Qingyu was stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Tian to slap such a big label on him. Bang! He slammed the table with his palm, and a dense aura of blood energy exploded in the air like a great bell ringing through the entire third martial arts high school. All the students and teachers on campus looked toward the administrative building in surprise. "Lin Tian, what do you mean? Are you threatening me?" Gu Qingyu let out a cold shout, his face showing the anger of a superior. "Principal, am I wrong?" Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and sneered. "You are abusing your power to ruin my future and cut off my prospects. Are you not clear about that in your own heart?" Lin Tian's voice was clear and fearless at this moment. Fine. Gu Qingyu laughed coldly. He wanted to expel Lin Tian on the spot, but considering the ongoing fallout from yesterday's incident, direct expulsion would only give others ammunition. "Lin Tian, get out of school now. You're suspended for this month. Come back next month." Gu Qingyu's voice was indifferent as he finished. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, cast a cold glance at Gu Qingyu, and left the office directly. Lin Tian walked out of the office building with a calm expression as if nothing had happened. "Lin Tian," someone called out to him from behind a girl's voice. Lin Tian ignored her and went straight back to the classroom. He then immediately packed his school bag. "Tian, what are you doing?" Zhang Lei stared at him in astonishment, and the other students were equally surprised. "I've been suspended by the principal," Lin Tian said flatly. His words immediately stirred up a commotion in the class. "Lin Tian, is it because of the martial skill you sold?" Zhang Qian approached Lin Tian and whispered, her face tinged with guilt. "No," Lin Tian replied with a faint smile. "That doesn't make sense. Tian produced a thunderclap, so the school should value him, not suspend him," Zhang Lei said indignantly, defending Lin Tian. "Yeah, I didn't expect this either," Zhang Qian said, clenching her hands, her expression also somber. "Whose is this?" Lin Tian suddenly took out an unopened milk tea bottle from his desk. It was already cold. It must have been placed in his drawer before he arrived. "It's from my father. He asked me to give it to you," Zhang Qian said softly. "Well, thanks," Lin Tian said with a bright smile. He slung his school bag over his shoulder, opened the milk tea, and took a sip. "I'm leaving now. You should study even harder." Lin Tian looked at Zhang Lei, who was still fuming, and chuckled. Zhang Lei nodded, then stood up to see him off. "You too," Lin Tian said, looking at Zhang Qian, a girl with an ordinary name and ordinary appearance. "Thank you," Zhang Qian whispered. "Lin Tian, this is the price you pay for hitting me." Li Yuzi sneered from the side, taunting him. Lin Tian merely glanced at him dismissively and ignored him. This made Li Yuzi clench his fists, grinding his teeth in frustration. After exchanging a few words with Zhang Lei, Lin Tian left the school directly. At the school gate, Lin Tian's face showed not worry but a sense of relief. He left without informing the homeroom teacher Wang Jie. If Wang Jie knew, he would probably go to the principal, and the matter would become more complicated. Lin Tian's current focus was on making money and cultivating. As for the second martial skill that should have been his, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and took a deep sip of the milk tea. Lin Tian, wait for me." A girl's voice came from behind, the same one who had called him earlier on campus. Lin Tian turned around and saw Xiaoli. The girl was very pretty, wearing azure blue jeans that perfectly outlined the graceful curves of her long legs, and a white shirt adorned with scattered platycodon flowers. Her glossy black hair just brushed her shoulders. Her lips were rosy, and her long willow-shaped brows framed eyes as clear as autumn water. She trotted over to Lin Tian and said, "I called you so many times on campus. Were you deliberately ignoring me?" Lin Tian shook his head. "I didn't hear you. What do you want?" He had always had a decent impression of Xiaoli, but this incident had created a noticeable distance between them. "Lin Tian, I had nothing to do with the second martial skill. I really don't know what happened," Xiaoli said softly with a hint of grievance in her eyes. All day long her classmates had been looking at her with strange reproachful eyes, making her feel the chill of everyone's disdain. "I believe you." Lin Tian nodded, then turned to leave. "Lin Tian," Xiaoli called out, hastily running to block his path. "You think I used connections too, don't you?" Xiaoli furrowed her willow-like brows. "No," Lin Tian said with a smile. Xiaoli grew even more suspicious. She looked at his school bag and asked in surprise, "Why are you leaving school? Did you get permission? I saw you go to the office building earlier. Did you drop out?" Xiaoli spoke quickly, and the more she said, the more apologetic her eyes became. "I think the teacher must have made a mistake. Could you come with me to see the principal?" Xiaoli blocked Lin Tian, persistent. The second martial skill exam was a cultural test, and the teachers had graded the papers the next day. Xiao Xiaoli knew she had only come in second. Lin Tian looked at her in surprise, seeing sincerity in her eyes. The person involved, Xiao Xiaoli, seemed truly unaware. I've been suspended by the principal, Lin Tian said with a smile. Suspended? Xiao Xiaoli's mouth fell open in shock. The principal is too harsh. She took a USB drive from her pocket. This is the martial skill that was given to me. I'll sell it to you for 1 yuan. I don't know what's going on, but I suspect it has something to do with my family. Xiao Xiaoli's expression was sincere as she held out the USB drive, worth 3 million yuan. Lin Tian watched her quietly. She was very beautiful, with a healthy flush on her cheeks and bright glossy red lips. They had been classmates in middle school. Lin Tian vaguely remembered that Xiao Xiaoli's family was very wealthy. She didn't care about the 3 million yuan martial skill. What she wanted was her innocence, not to be seen as someone who took advantage of others. But for Lin Tian, 3 million yuan had been an unattainable dream just yesterday. He wanted the skill, but not under these circumstances. I won't take it. I can see that we are both victims. I'll get this martial skill back, but not from you, Lin Tian said with a radiant smile, startling Xiao Xiaoli. You have your pride, and I have mine. Is that so? Xiao Xiaoli murmured, then nodded. I'll ask about it. I'll get to the bottom of this. Why don't you come back with me now? I'll talk to the principal so you don't have to be suspended. Lin Tian could tell that Xiao Xiaoli, though she had done nothing wrong, still felt guilty toward him. No need, he said, waving his hand and walking away. Seeing this, Xiao Xiaoli didn't insist. About half an hour later, Lin Tian returned to his room and went to sleep. Meanwhile, several police marshals' vehicles drove into the 3rd Martial High School campus. Principal Gu Qingyu and a group of teachers stood respectfully on the playground to welcome them. More than a dozen police marshals quickly got out of the vehicles. They were tall and robust, wearing black uniforms, some with greatswords on their backs, others with guns at their waists. As the group stood there, faint ripples of blood energy spread through the air. Students watching from the upper floors felt as if they were facing a blazing volcano. Blood energy like fire, the dignity of martial artists. After the dozen or so marshals alighted, they stood respectfully in 2 rows before the innermost car. Soon 3 people emerged from the car. The leader was dressed in a suit and looked dignified. The moment he appeared, Gu Qingyu was slightly startled. Deputy City Lord Wang, you've come too, Gu Qingyu said, immediately adopting a deferential posture. Haha, Xiaogu, your 3rd martial high has produced a hero. Of course I had to come, Deputy City Lord of Qingqing, Wang Zili laughed heartily. Deputy Police Marshal of Qingqing Chenonghua stood behind Wang Zili, a gentle smile on his lips. Behind Chenonghua was a long-haired woman holding a notebook and a camera who had already begun filming Gu Qingyu and the entire 3rd Martial High School. Gu Qingyu's eyes slightly narrowed, a clear trace of confusion flickering in them. Hero? He asked in surprise, glancing at the group of teachers behind him. Everyone was utterly perplexed at this moment. Chenonghua, witnessing this scene, smiled faintly and said, It seems he didn't tell you. Indeed, this student's character is truly admirable. If it were an ordinary student having subdued a psychic master and prevented casualties, they would surely boast about it. However, at this moment, Chenonghua and the teachers of the 3rd Martial High School clearly did not know about Lin Tian's deeds. This made Chenonghua think even more highly of Lin Tian. Being able to maintain such composure already puts him far ahead of his peers. Vice City Lord Wang, Vice Director Chen, what exactly happened? I really don't know, haha. Gu Qingyu laughed awkwardly. Behind Wang Zili, the group of teachers also looked stunned, gazing at Chenonghua with great curiosity. Chenonghua nodded and said, This matter, I handled it rather hastily from the police department. I should have called you in advance. No, this effect is exactly what we want. Only like this can we capture the most authentic image of the Martial High School. Previously we put on a show for reports, it was too fake. Vice City Lord Wang Zili laughed heartily, then raised his eyes to scan the vast 3rd Martial High School, and shouted, Student Lin Tian, come over here, ha. Wang Zili's voice was calm, but after being transmitted through blood energy, it resounded clearly in the ears of all students and teachers at the 3rd Martial High School. In an instant, the originally quiet teaching building became noisy. It seems they're looking for Lin Tian. Lin Tian, him again. What did he do to make the Vice City Lord and Vice Director both come? It seems he did something big. Impressive. The most famous student in our school should be that Lin Tian from Class 3, Grade 2. Although I am also named Lin Tian, I clearly know that the Lin Tian the Vice City Lord is referring to is not me, haha. The discussion buzzed like boiling water, noisy and chaotic. Many people turned their gaze toward the direction of Class 3, Grade 2. They waited expectantly and enviously for Lin Tian to appear. However, time passed slowly and Lin Tian's figure did not show up. Wang Zili and Chenonghua exchanged a glance, both sensing something unusual. Probably in the restroom, Chenonghua joked, and instantly Wang Zili laughed. Although it was a joke, the possibility Chenonghua mentioned was quite high. What the two didn't notice was that at this moment Gu Qingyu, who had been smiling, was now frozen in place. His smile receded like a tide, and Gu Qingyu suddenly felt a buzzing in his ears. When Wang Zili uttered the 2 words, Lin Tian, Gu Qingyu felt an electric current surge from the soles of his feet. Vice City Lord Wang, Vice Director Chen, what did Lin Tian do? Wang Zili forced himself to suppress the shock on his face and asked awkwardly. Good news, great news. Shuningwa exclaimed with admiration and smiled. This morning a newly awakened psychic master committed a robbery injuring several people severely, and was even on the verge of causing deaths. Shuningwa's voice was loud, carrying a soldier's resolute tone. The entire school's teachers and students stopped their murmurs, and were now listening attentively. At that moment Lin Tian stepped forward. Not only did he subdue that psychic master, but he also used his own blood energy to firmly suppress the opponent's psychic power. Shuningwa sighed deeply and smiled. That psychic master was also pitiable. Lin Tian not only averted a disaster, but also preserved a potentially powerful future psychic master for our Huaxia. When Shuningwa's voice fell, the entire school fell into a terrifying silence. Although Shuningwa had spoken simply, everyone could imagine the crisis of the situation. Lin Tian acted and suppressed the psychic master. So strong. From the direction of Class 3, Grade 2, Li Yuzi's mouth hung open as if in disbelief. Lin Tian, truly amazing. Zhang Qian, a girl curled up in the corner, said softly, a smile of vicarious pride blooming on her face. What no one knew was that Gu Qingyu, the principal of the 3rd Martial High School, was already numb with shock. Completely numb. He hadn't expected this. If he had known, he would never have suspended Lin Tian. Subdue a psychic master. How could it be? Lin Tian was merely a poor student whose blood energy hadn't even reached the 2nd level and who hadn't even visualized a martial arts diagram. Now what? Countless anxious question marks flashed through Gu Qingyu's mind. Now the 4th level martial artist Wang Zili and the 3rd level martial artist Chun Enghua had personally come to the 3rd Martial High School to find Lin Tian. And the Lin Tian these two important figures were looking for had been suspended by Gu Qingyu less than an hour ago. Click. A tall woman in a black police uniform captured the flustered Gu Qingyu with her camera, extremely puzzled. The school student had achieved something great, so why was the principal so worried? Haha, Vice Director Chen, are you mistaken? Lin Tian is just an ordinary student. How could he subdue a psychic master? Gu Qingyu gave a wry smile, his heart in a panic, desperately trying to stall for time to think of a way out. Shuningwa frowned but still patiently said, there is absolutely no mistake about this. Although Lin Tian's blood energy is not high, he caught the psychic master off guard, and his 3-movement Thunder Fist was executed smoothly, giving that psychic master no chance at all. As Shuningwa spoke, his eyes lit up, and he said to Wang Zili, Old Wang, I forgot to tell you, Lin Tian's 3-movement Thunder Fist produced a thunderclap. Wang Zili's expression stiffened, then instantly turned to delight. Really? Really? Shuningwa glanced at Gu Qingyu and smiled. Then I want to see this child even more. Now very few students carefully study the 3-movement Thunder Fist. Wang Zili smiled, then looked at Gu Qingyu and said, Principal Gu, please have someone call Lin Tian. Oh yes. Gu Qingyu wiped his sweat, then walked to Wang Jie behind him. Teacher Wang, please find Lin Tian. Gu Qingyu blinked, full of anxiety. Wang Jie's eyes darkened. He knew that Lin Tian had been suspended. He had even wanted to argue with Gu Qingyu about it. Gu Qingyu now wanted Wang Jie to call Lin Tian back from outside the school. Wang Jie sneered inwardly, just about to refuse when Lin Tian is no longer at school. A high-pitched male voice rang out. From the direction of Class 3, Grade 2, Zheng Lei stood on the corridor, his face flushed, gathering courage, as if risking his life, and roared out. After shouting that, Zheng Lei was agitated, his whole body trembling slightly. Click. The woman holding the camera captured Zheng Lei at that moment. This student, what do you mean by what you just said? Wang Zili looked at Zheng Lei with a smile, and asked in a gentle voice. Being stared at by a 4th-level martial artist, Zheng Lei was clearly flustered. He swallowed hard and shouted again. Tian originally got 1st place in the 2nd martial arts exam, but the school only gave him 2nd place. Tian was called to the principal's office this morning, and after returning, he was suspended. Zheng Lei roared loudly, as if these few words had drained all his strength. After speaking, the school fell silent once more. Even Vice City Mayor Wang Zili's smile gradually faded from his face as he coldly gazed at Gu Qingyu. I always heard that Principal Gu's character and conduct were questionable. Today it seems true indeed. Beside him, Shenanghua let out an eerie laugh. The day before, through a fortunate coincidence, he had seen a video of Lin Tian beating up Li Yuqing. At that time, Lin Tian's words had made a deep impression on him. Now it all made sense. In the hallway of Senior Year 2 Class 3, the students of Class 3 watched Zheng Lei, whose face was still flushed red. Brave, someone whispered approvingly. They all knew that Lin Tian had been suspended from school. But at this moment, who would dare to speak the truth in front of all the students of the entire school, in front of a Tier 4 martial artist? Only Zheng Lei. Li Yuzi quietly glanced at Zheng Lei without saying a word, his heart filled with complex emotions. In Senior Year 1 Class 1, Xiao Xiaoli stood quietly, graceful and elegant. In the classroom, all her classmates gave her strange looks. Xiao Xiaoli gradually lowered her head, feeling a wave of grievance. She hadn't done anything wrong, and Lin Tian hadn't done anything wrong either. Yet she was subjected to all kinds of gossip from everyone. Then all eyes slowly shifted to Gu Qingyu on the playground. With Lin Tian absent, Gu Qingyu had become the 2nd most important person in the entire world. Stammering and hesitating, Gu Qingyu couldn't utter a single word at this moment. Facing the scrutinizing gaze of everyone, Gu Qingyu had never felt so embarrassed before. Wang Zili narrowed his eyes. He had thought this would simply be an award ceremony, but it had turned out to be so complicated. Gu Qingyu, I will contact the Martial Arts Education Ministry regarding this matter. I'd like to see how they deal with you, Wang Zili said indifferently, his gaze sternly fixed on Gu Qingyu. Yes, it's the school's fault, Gu Qingyu hurriedly said in a low voice. It's not the school's fault. It's your fault. Wang Zili said coldly. No? 3 Martial High School is not yours, Gu Qingyu. It belongs to Qingqing, it belongs to Huagua. No one is going to take the blame for you on this matter. Wang Zili's voice was loud enough that he didn't give Gu Qingyu any face at all. With his head bowed and back bent, Gu Qingyu could only repeatedly apologize. In that moment, in front of all the teachers and students of the school, Gu Qingyu, who had never before lowered his head to look at anyone, had become a laughingstock. In the hearts of many teachers and students, a trace of respect for Gu Qingyu gradually disappeared. Click. A woman captured Gu Qingyu's extremely embarrassed state in a photograph. Despair was already emerging in Gu Qingyu's eyes. If this matter were leaked to the public, his reputation would be completely ruined. Since Lin Tian is not at school, I'll call him to come to the Qingqing Police Department to receive the reward, Chen Ongwa suggested to Wang Zili. Wang Zili's expression was also not particularly pleasant at the moment, but the Martial Arts Education Ministry was not under the same system as him. The Huagua Martial Arts Education Ministry held extremely high status and was directly managed by the martial arts headquarters. Both Wang Zili and Chen Ongwa belonged to the military department. In this matter, Wang Zili also found it difficult to directly intervene. But this didn't mean Wang Zili couldn't coordinate things in between. As a Tier 4 martial artist, his strength represented an overwhelming advantage in most aspects. Subsequently, Wang Zili and Chen Ongwa left directly by car. Lin Tian returned to his residence in a daze. Having stayed awake all night, he saw the bed and immediately collapsed onto it, falling asleep. He had no idea what was happening at school. However, before long, Lin Tian's phone rang again. Lin Tian, where do you live? I'm sending someone now to pick you up and take you to the police station to claim your reward. On the other end of the phone came Chen Ongwa's cheerful voice. Lin Tian instantly woke from his drowsiness. Alright, I'll take a taxi there directly. Lin Tian hung up the phone. Chen Ongwa had previously mentioned that the Young Hero Award was being coordinated directly through the school. Now, however, he was being asked to go directly to the police station. This suggested that Chen Ongwa and his team had likely already visited the school. Internally, Lin Tian hoped the police station could help him resolve the matter concerning the second martial skill. After calming his emotions slightly, Lin Tian took a car to the police station. The Qingqing Police Department was located in the northern suburb of Qingqing, covering a large area of 500 square kilometers. Within the police department grounds, there were dormitory buildings for residential use and training facilities. To become a police officer, one was required to have blood chi reach a level above 10 points. That is a first-tier martial artist. As soon as Lin Tian entered, he saw Chen Ongwa standing in front of a black jeep waving at him. Get in. The vice mayor is waiting for you at the headquarters building. Chen Ongwa lit a cigarette and smiled. After getting in the car, Chen Ongwa drove Lin Tian through the police department compound, occasionally introducing things to him. Lin Tian, I already know about your situation. You ranked first in the exam. Vice Mayor Wang has already contacted the Qingqing Martial Arts Education Ministry about this, and you can return to school tomorrow. Chen Ongwa exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled faintly. Hearing these words, Lin Tian's body trembled slightly, and the resentment that had been accumulated in his heart for so long instantly dissipated. What about the second martial skill? Lin Tian composed himself. The second martial skill is yours. Don't worry. It's yours and it won't get away from you. Chen Ongwa smiled and looked at Lin Tian, saying, so feels good, right? Lin Tian nodded. Indeed, it felt great. Then with a somewhat embarrassed smile, he said, I've already sold the D-grade martial skill that the school gave me. Do I need to return it to the education ministry? Chen Ongwa glanced at Lin Tian, somewhat surprised. The second martial skill was yesterday's matter, right? Already sold so quickly. Then he smiled faintly and said, you don't need to worry about this. It's Gu Qingyu's fault. He will resolve it for you. Lin Tian nodded. In that case, this time, he would not only gain a C-grade martial skill, but also get back the one he had sold. What punishment will Gu Qingyu receive? Lin Tian asked. Chen Ongwa sighed lightly and said, as far as I know, Gu Qingyu's daughter is among the top 3 geniuses in Shishir and has entered the Huagua genius ranking. This time, the Martial Arts Education Ministry originally intended to remove him from his position, but Gu Qingyu promised to bring his daughter back from Shishir to study in Qingqing. Chen Ongwa paused, simply smoking quietly. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Gu Qingyu wanted to protect his position as principal, so he called his daughter back to Qingqing. Qingqing was merely a small city with an average status in Huagua, and its talent pool was correspondingly modest. Now that Gu Qingyu's younger daughter was willing to return to Qingqing, improving the quality of geniuses in Qingqing, Gu Qingyu should be fine. A cold smile appeared in Lin Tian's heart. He estimated that Gu Qingyu would already hold a grudge against him. What's wrong, afraid? Wang Zili looked at Lin Tian. Sunlight filtered through the thin clouds with rays of golden light brushing past the leaves along the road. Projected onto the ground, they became faint, round, gently swaying halos of light. Officers in martial arts uniforms were training on the playground, undeterred by the harsh sun. Inside the car, Lin Tian quietly observed this scene. Although I am still young, I know there will surely be many mountains ahead in my future. These mountains will not make me fearful. Lin Tian smiled, a sharp glint appearing in his eyes. Because it's not the mountains that come to me. It's me who walks toward the mountains. Inside the police headquarters, Lin Tian and Chun Engwa entered the conference hall. Standing before the round table were two officers in black uniforms. Beside them, an ink-black box rested on the conference table. Deputy Mayor Wang has other matters to attend to, and yet another incident occurred during this award ceremony, so we'll keep it brief, said Wang Zili with a faint smile, taking a key from his pocket. He then unlocked the box. Lin Tian stepped closer and immediately spotted a red certificate. Youth Hero Award. Lin Tian lifted the certificate, revealing 3 test tubes beneath it, each 10 centimeters in diameter and filled with a red liquid. This is a grade D tiger blood essence potion, each vial worth 300,000. Normally, if one has not comprehended a martial Dao diagram, it can increase one's chi and blood by 0.3, Wang Zili explained. Lin Tian nodded, but his heart pounded violently. 3 vials, each boosting chi and blood by 0.3. That alone would have taken years of arduous cultivation in his previous life. Of course, if one has already successfully visualized a martial Dao diagram, the effect is even better. Wang Zili's voice resonated in Lin Tian's ear. He had seen the surveillance footage of Lin Tian subduing the psychic master, where Lin Tian unleashed a cerulean chi force. This indicated that Lin Tian had already comprehended a martial Dao diagram. Ding detected that the host has obtained 1 million gold coins. Please purchase the special effects as soon as possible, the system's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind. Only then did Lin Tian notice his bank card placed on one side of the box. Originally, the Youth Hero Award cash prize was only 500,000, but since this incident involved a psychic master, it was set at 1 million, said Chiningguo with a smile. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Tian's mouth. Then he asked, how is that little girl's brother now? As Lin Tian's voice faded, Chun Engwa's expression darkened noticeably. He sighed and said, by the time we arrived, her brother was already dead. Examination revealed that he too was a psychic with over 10 points of spiritual power. But because he lacked proper guidance, his spiritual energy overwhelmed his brain, causing brain death. Lin Tian's heart tightened as he recalled the dirty little girl. She had committed crimes to save her brother, yet in the end she couldn't save him. That girl's name is Ling Qiuzi. She awakened with spiritual power as high as 20 points. The military has taken an interest in her. She'll likely be taken away from Qingsheng in about 10 days, Chuningwa said, with a click of his tongue, his tone laced with emotion. Lin Tian had inadvertently saved a future super genius. Lin Tian remained silent, offering no comment. In his current state, how could he afford to empathize with others? What occupied his mind now was how to allocate the resources he had just obtained. He originally had 165,000 left. Earlier that morning, he had withdrawn 5,000, part of which went to rent and the rest for food. With the additional 1 million from the reward, Lin Tian now had 1,160,000. That was enough to purchase the third special effect of the 3-movement Thunder Fist, 10,000 Thunder Summoning. 10,000 Thunder Summoning cost 1 million. He could also buy the second special effect of True Thunder Force, Thunder Snake Crossing the Ridge, which cost 500,000, while the third special effect Thunder Ring Encompassing the Heavens cost 1 million. Lin Tian's gaze turned pensive. If he purchased 10,000 Thunder Summoning now, he wouldn't dare use it. 10,000 Thunder Summoning was a power beyond Thunder Sound. If others discovered it, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Even if he reported it to the Martial Arts Education Department, the risk of being taken for dissection was considerable. In short, Lin Tian was still too weak. Under these circumstances, investing in the future was the wiser choice. The second special effect of True Thunder Force would allow Lin Tian to cultivate at a speed 30 times faster than before. As for the third special effect, Thunder Ring Encompassing the Heavens, Lin Tian called up its description with a thought. Thunder Force Manifestation, the phenomenon displayed after using True Thunder Force. Completion boost 100. Combat power boost 5 times. Body tempering effect 100 times. Thunder Ring Encompassing the Heavens was a phenomenon that would only manifest after mastering True Thunder Force to 100%. Lin Tian didn't know whether any of Li Qing's ancestors had ever achieved the pinnacle of True Thunder Force. But now for just 1,500,000, he could purchase this special effect. The second special effect, Thunder Snake Crossing the Ridge, cost 500,000. The third Thunder Ring Encompassing the Heavens cost 1 million. To purchase Thunder Ring Encompassing the Heavens, he had to buy all the lower level effects first. After purchasing, Lin Tian's cultivation speed would be 100 times that of before when he didn't use True Thunder Force. Lin Tian's throat tightened and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. He currently had 1,160,000, just 340,000 short of the target. Lin Tian's gaze fell on the grade D Tiger Blood Essence potion in the box. 1 vial cost 300,000. He had 3 vials. Seeing Lin Tian so excited, Chun Engwa smiled to himself. No wonder the young man was thrilled. It was rare to obtain so many treasures at such a young age. Lin Tian, after you've collected these items, come with me to the cafeteria. I'll treat you to a meal, Chun Engwa said cheerfully. No need, Vice Director Chun. If anyone should treat, it's me. But I have something to do today, so perhaps I could take you out another time, Lin Tian replied with extreme politeness. Chun Engwa wasn't surprised. He locked the box containing the qi and blood potions and the certificate and handed the key to Lin Tian. Then he had someone take photos with Lin Tian. After handling all the formalities, Lin Tian returned home at 3:30. Without further thought, he took 2 vials of tiger blood essence potion and put them in his backpack. He jogged all the way to a potion shop. In the Hua Kingdom, there were many such shops dealing in qi and blood potions valued even more than gold stores. As soon as Lin Tian entered the shop, he couldn't take his eyes off the dazzling array of potions in the display cases. Grade D Tiger Shark Blood Essence Potion, 100 milliliters, 300,000. Grade D Sky Wolf Blood Essence Potion, 100 milliliters, 450,000. Grade D Winter Cloud Bird Blood Essence Potion, 100 milliliters, 340,000. Everywhere he looked there were grade D potions. But what delighted Lin Tian was that these potions were only 100 milliliters each, while his Tiger Blood Essence Potion was 120 milliliters. Shenanggua had told him that his potion was worth 300,000 per vial. Indeed, the authorities didn't cheat people. Customers came and went in the shop, most of them just browsing to satisfy their curiosity. When Lin Tian entered, the salesgirl only glanced at him and paid no further attention. After a while, Lin Tian approached the counter and whispered, "Excuse me, do you purchase blood essences?" The salesgirl, a pretty young woman, was momentarily taken aback. When she understood Lin Tian's words, her expression turned serious. "Wait a moment, I'll get the owner." Soon a middle-aged man in a blue suit came out. He sized up Lin Tian and then said, "Hello, you have a blood essence to sell." The man narrowed his eyes and led Lin Tian into a back room behind the counter. "The origin of your blood essence." "It's legitimate," Lin Tian said with a smile. The man narrowed his eyes again, letting out a sigh of relief, yet also a hint of disappointment. Shortly after, Lin Tian sold his Tiger Blood Essence Potion. Originally, Lin Tian had planned to sell 2 vials if one didn't fetch 340,000. But in the end, he sold 1 vial for 350,000. That way he could still keep 10,000 for himself. This was for the best. Since comprehending the martial Dao diagram, Lin Tian's appetite had increased dramatically and his craving for meat far exceeded before. After buying 3 caddies of beef at the market, he returned home. System purchased Thunder Snake Crossing the Ridge and Thunder Ring Universal Sky. Lin Tian immediately communicated with the system. Whoosh. Vast memories crashed into Lin Tian's mind in an instant. Those were memories originating from the true Thunder Essence. These memories were gentle, as if Lin Tian had truly experienced them himself. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lin Tian immediately began circulating the true Thunder Essence. Thunder Snake Crossing the Ridge was a phenomenon that manifested when one cultivated the true Thunder Essence to its great perfection, reaching the 9th level. The qi and blood throughout the body could be transformed by the true Thunder Essence into magnificent thunder flames coiling around the martial artist's body above and below, resembling lifelike thunder serpents that hissed unceasingly. Crackle. Dazzling electric arcs flickered across Lin Tian's body in an instant, then flickering in and out of visibility, growing increasingly radiant. Ultimately, they transformed into perpetually raging thunder. This was the phenomenon of Thunder Snake Crossing the Ridge. Lin Tian's will stirred, circulating the true Thunder Essence with even greater dedication. Whoosh. The brilliant thunder flowed gently across Lin Tian's body like crystalline water, eventually circling around the back of his head, forming 3 thunder rings arranged in a fan-like pattern. These thunder rings blazed with extraordinary intensity, appearing for merely an instant. That sense of magnificent radiance instantly filled the entire room. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, feeling that thunder had condensed within his eyelids, with countless tiny electric arcs occasionally bursting forth across his body. It was as though Lin Tian himself was enveloped within divine thunder. Without hesitation, he immediately retrieved those 2 bottles of tiger blood elixir. Shenanggua had said that if one failed to successfully visualize the martial arts diagram, each bottle of this elixir would grant the martial artist at least a 0. Free improvement. Now Lin Tian had not only succeeded in visualizing the martial arts diagram, but had also brought the true Thunder Essence to its perfect state. Then how much improvement could these 2 bottles of elixir provide him? Lin Tian gazed thoughtfully at the thunder, then drained 1 bottle in a single gulp. In an instant, rumble, rumble. A low yet powerful sound reverberated through Lin Tian's body, as if thunder truly was exploding within him. His blood seemed to be boiling as thunder surged through Lin Tian's limbs and marrow. An extreme sense of scorching heat. Lin Tian felt as if countless particles throughout his flesh were being tempered and compressed in that moment. Visible impurities were being squeezed out through his skin. That sensation of being cleansed by thunder grew increasingly pronounced. Time passed slowly, and soon an hour and a half had elapsed. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Tian finally emerged from his cultivation, his body completely covered in grime. There was even mist rising from the room above. Lin Tian slowly stood up, and a series of bone-crackling sounds followed. System, check the data panel. Lin Tian murmured in his heart. Host Lin Tian. Balance 13800 gold coins. Chi blood 4.01. Spiritual power 0. 5. Martial techniques. 1. 3 movement Thunder Fist. Purchased effects. C rank Thunder Resounding. B rank Flash Thunder. A rank, 10,000 Thunder Invocation, not purchased. Cultivation method. 1. True Thunder Essence. Purchased effects: C rank, Thunder Essence, Floating Body. B rank, Thunder Snake, Crossing the Ridge. A rank, Thunder Ring, Universal Sky. S rank, Annihilating Thunder River, not purchased. Lin Tian glanced over it briefly, and in an instant both fists couldn't help but clench tightly. His Ki-blood was now above 4. This morning Lin Tian's Ki-blood had been 179, but now it had more than doubled. The achievements accumulated over many years of cultivation couldn't compare to a single day today. More crucially, if Lin Tian fought using the Ki-blood created by Thunder Ring Universal Sky, compared to fighting with his ordinary Ki-blood, the combat power increase would reach 5-fold. As for the 3-movement Thunder Fist, the Flash Thunder also provided a 5-fold combat power increase. It could be said that if Lin Tian used his current True Thunder Essence to execute the 3-movement Thunder Fist, then what it would bring Lin Tian was a 25-fold combat power increase. 401 Ki-blood, a 25-fold combat power increase. Lin Tian challenging an ordinary first-level martial artist was now not unreasonable. This was what the system provided. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. He wanted to laugh out loud, but he held back. After a while, Lin Tian fetched a basin of water and thoroughly cleaned his body. The room he lived in was only 20 square meters in total. There was no bathroom at all. Eating and bathing were both done within the single room. However, to Lin Tian this was already quite spacious. Before last year, the house Lin Tian lived in was only 15 square meters. After bathing, Lin Tian opened the pot by his bed where beef was simmering. It was almost done. Lin Tian added no other seasonings. Simple salted beef was already fragrant enough in his estimation. 3 gene of beef. Lin Tian truly ate 2/3 of it before barely feeling full. His appetite had skyrocketed. Lin Tian clicked his tongue privately. Living expenses would also need to be considered. Around 6 o'clock, Lin Tian changed his clothes and set out for the Yuqing Martial Hall. The distance from where he lived to Yuqing was not far. He would arrive in half an hour's walk. However, upon reaching Yuqing, Lin Tian would still need to prepare in advance. After all, the name Yuqing had arranged for him was Shadowblade. What a terrible name, Lin Tian complained. At the same time, inside the Yuqing Martial Hall, Master Li Wenqing sat in a leather chair smoking. Bang! Li Qing roughly pushed the door open. Oldly, the place downstairs is in an uproar. Are you not going to take a look? What's there to see? What good would it do if I went? Li Wenqing cast a sidelong glance at Li Qing, unruffled. Lin Tian is teaching his first day today, and Li Meng has brought Guansheng's students over. He's clearly here to make trouble. Li Qing cursed under her breath, then walked to the window to look down. Just then Li Meng, who had already resigned from Yuqing yesterday, was standing at the entrance of the Yuqing Martial Hall looking extremely arrogant. He was a teacher at Yuqing for 3 years, and within a day at Guansheng, he's already eager to be someone's lackey. Li Qing glared fiercely at Li Meng downstairs, her eyes practically shooting sparks. Normal. I learned through others that Shadowblade doesn't actually exist. Yuqing Martial Hall just wants to swindle people out of money. Li Wenqing smiled calmly, his words directly revealing Li Meng's purpose in coming here. What? Li Qing was stunned, clearly feeling she had misheard. After a long while, Li Qing stared at her father in bewilderment. Old Li, what are you doing? Creating hype. Li Wenqing smiled faintly. I know Li Meng too well. If he knew Yuqing wanted to swindle money, he would definitely stand up to boost his own reputation. Li Wenqing gently exhaled a puff of smoke. Li Meng was no righteous person, but he cared deeply about anything that could bring him fame and fortune. Yesterday, Li Meng was still the top teacher at Yuqing. Today, Li Meng has come to expose Yuqing's ugly face, which would greatly enhance Li Meng's reputation. This matter was not glorious for Li Wenqing either, but in the competition between martial halls, when has there ever been anything glorious? The more Li Meng made a scene, the more traffic Shadowblade would receive. This matter was a trap Li Wenqing had set for Li Meng. Lin Tian's 3-movement Thunder Fist is indeed formidable, but his Ki-blood is far too low. He's no match for Li Meng anyway. Li Qing sighed softly. Who said we'd let Lin Tian fight? Li Wenqing grinned mysteriously. We're promoting the Flash Thunder. As long as Lin Tian can execute Flash Thunder, isn't that enough? Li Qing glanced at her old man and had nothing more to say. So how did Lin Tian's visualization go yesterday? Li Wenqing asked casually. Pretty average. I estimate it will take him 3 to 4 months to succeed. Li Qing replied casually. 3 to 4 months. That's already quite remarkable. Li Wenqing praised, then glanced at his daughter. These past few days you can share your insights on True Thunder Essence with him. Li Qing nodded and smiled. That's not a problem. Lin Tian's comprehension of True Thunder Essence had in a certain aspect established a deep karmic connection with Yuqing. This was an investment. The more they invested now, the greater the returns Yuqing might receive in the future. Unless Lin Tian's character was poor, then it would only mean Yuqing had poor judgment. However, after simple interactions, Li Qing's impression of Lin Tian was quite good. Meanwhile, Li Meng stood at the entrance of the Yuqing Martial Arts Hall bellowing, why hasn't that Shadowblade come out yet? Could it be that he's actually afraid of me? Li Meng, dressed in martial arts attire, spoke loudly, drawing the attention of everyone on the street. That day, the Yuqing Martial Arts Hall had just promoted Shadowblade, who could unleash Thunder Flash, and many students were considering enrolling. However, after Li Meng's arrival, the students who had previously intended to sign up began to adopt a wait-and-see attitude toward the Yuqing Martial Arts Hall. Li Meng, don't go too far. You were still a teacher at Yuqing yesterday. Inside the hall, a middle-aged man with graying hair rebuked angrily. The middle-aged man was also a teacher at Yuqing, and he could no longer tolerate Li Meng's disturbance. Me going too far? Li Meng chuckled lightly, spreading his arms. Look, if I hadn't come, how many people would have signed up for Yuqing today? His voice was cold and carried a hint of disdain. What do you mean? The middle-aged man said coldly. Li Meng, unperturbed, looked at the crowd and randomly picked a young man. Fellow student, are you here to sign up? The young man nodded. He was a second-year student from No. 3 Martial Arts High School, named Li Yuzi. Have you seen Shadow Blade? Li Meng continued. Li Yuzi shook his head. Li Meng smiled and said, let me introduce myself. Until yesterday, I was a teacher at the Yuqing Martial Arts Hall. My name is Li Meng. I worked at Yuqing for 3 years, and I never saw anyone called Shadow Blade, let alone one who could produce Thunder Flash. Damn it. Li Meng let out a cold laugh and looked at the crowd behind him. At that moment, many people exchanged glances and frowned. Indeed, the appearance of Shadow Blade seemed rather abrupt. Then Li Meng continued. I was originally the top teacher at Yuqing. The reason I resigned is that Yuqing itself is about to go bankrupt. Think about it. A Shadow Blade who never appeared before a martial arts hall on the verge of collapse. Li Meng practically spat out the word bankrupt through gritted teeth. He had just taken his students to Guanxing yesterday, and they hadn't even registered yet. But then Yuqing brought out a so-called Shadow Blade, and his own students began to hesitate. How could Li Meng tolerate that? At that moment, the bystanders also gasped. Teacher Li, are you saying Yuqing is cheating people out of their money? Li Yuzi asked with a heavy tone. He had received 30,000 from his family and had intended to sign up immediately. He had come to check first. If Shadow Blade was really good, his brother Li Yuqing would also come. But now Li Yuzi could only feel relieved that he hadn't paid right away. Exactly. Li Meng laughed heartily, his eyes burning as he looked at Li Yuzi. Why not come to Guanxing, fellow student? I'll personally train you, and I guarantee you'll get into a good university in the martial arts exam. Li Meng smiled warmly at Li Yuzi. Li Yuzi swallowed hard. His family's financial situation wasn't too bad, but he had an older brother, so family resources had to be split in half. There was no way they would let him attend Guanxing, which cost 100,000 per month. That was precisely why he valued Yuqing. At that moment, not only Li Yuzi but many onlookers shared the same thought. Li Meng gave Li Yuzi a casual glance, reading his expression. Don't worry. If you sign up for my class, I'll give you an 80 discount. Li Meng looked at Li Yuzi seriously. Really? Li Yuzi exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I'll give you 80, but only for my class. Li Meng smiled. The Guanxing Martial Arts Hall had signed a revenue-sharing contract with him, a monthly salary of 300,000 plus a 3,070 split. He could afford to take a smaller share. The more students he had, the more money he made. Many martial arts teachers did the same. Li Yuzi lowered his head, a shimmer of excitement in his eyes. 80,000 a month, 20,000 less than he had expected. Though still expensive, at least he could discuss it with his family. His grades were average, but he still wanted to get into a martial arts university. As for Li Meng, he was surveying the people around him. Many had actually taken his words to heart. In his mind, it was more likely that Shadow Blade didn't exist at all. After all, the person who told him Shadow Blade didn't exist was very trustworthy. Of course, even if he did exist, Li Meng wasn't afraid. Because according to Yuqing, Shadow Blade was no more than 25 years old. If he were a prodigy, he would never settle for Yuqing. If not, he would be no match for Li Meng. Moreover, a martial artist should not fear being proven wrong. Everything had to be seized. Resources, money, opportunities. If Li Meng wanted to become stronger, he couldn't let even the slightest chance or profit slip away. Among the crowd, Zheng Lei watched the scene with an anxious heart. He still hoped Shadow Blade existed. His family was not well off, and he didn't want to give up the chance for affordable tutoring. Li Meng, you're being too disgraceful now. Inside the hall, the gray-haired teacher frowned at Li Meng. I may be disgraceful, but can you say I'm lying? Have you seen Shadow Blade? Li Meng looked at the gray-haired man with complete indifference. Well, the gray-haired man was momentarily speechless. Indeed, he hadn't seen him either. Who the hell knew who Shadow Blade was? At that moment, seeing that even Yuqing's own teacher couldn't answer, the onlookers suddenly understood. So that's the truth. Yuqing is just a trashy martial arts hall that cheats students. Li Yuzi cursed loudly, glaring coldly at the large Yuqing martial arts hall. Glancing at the surrounding passers-by, Li Yuzi muttered, in that case, I might as well go to Guanxing. Teacher Li Meng is giving me a 20 discount, which is already much cheaper than others. His words fell, and many students who had originally planned to sign up for Yuqing also felt tempted. Li Meng glanced at Li Yuzi in surprise, and when he saw Li Yuzi looking back at him, he instantly understood. Then Li Meng winked at Li Yuzi. The meaning was clear. He wanted Li Yuzi to continue, and he could offer an even bigger discount. Li Yuzi's expression brightened instantly. If it were even cheaper, he could really convince his family to let him sign up for Guanxing. Summoning his courage, Li Yuzi shouted loudly. In my impression, the Yuqing Martial Arts Hall is a very mediocre place. You get what you pay for. When this Shadow Blade appeared, I thought Yuqing had improved. But now, hearing teacher Li Meng's words, he glanced at the surrounding crowd and sneered. It turns out Yuqing is still the same Yuqing. This time they just want to cheat us out of our money. After Li Yuzi finished, Li Meng became even more appreciative. Li Yuzi was originally a passerby, but now he was representing the crowd's opinion, which carried significant influence. Sure enough, after Li Yuzi's words, many teachers and students inside the Yuqing Martial Arts Hall looked displeased. Kid, you'd better watch out. You might end up counting money for Li Meng after he sells you out. The gray-haired man narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Li Yuzi. Being stared at by a martial artist, Li Yuzi was visibly trembling, but thinking of the crowd watching, he blushed and shouted loudly, "Mind your own business. Zhongxing, don't threaten a child. He has the right to choose. Is this how Yuqing recruits?" Li Meng said with a faint smile, instantly making the gray-haired middle-aged man named Zhongxing's expression even more grim. If before many onlookers had intended to sign up for Yuqing, now most of them had begun to doubt. Among the crowd, Zheng Lei quietly watched the scene, also furrowing his brow. He had no money to go to Guansheng. "Excuse me, teacher, could you ask Master Shadowblade to come out? I still believe in Yuqing." Zheng Lei stepped forward, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. As Zheng Lei's voice fell, the originally noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Indeed, no matter how much Li Meng stirred up trouble, people were only skeptical. They also wanted to see if this Shadowblade really existed and how powerful he was. The gray-haired middle-aged man Zhongxing nodded. Indeed, as long as Shadowblade appeared, Li Meng would become a joke. The problem was he had never seen Shadowblade either. "Wait a moment, I'll go find the vice gym master." "No need to look, I am Shadowblade." A somewhat rough male voice came belonging to a young man wearing a Yuqing martial arts uniform. The young man had an ordinary face with clearly visible coarseness in his features. As for Li Qing, she was following behind the young man. 10 minutes ago, Lin Tian had entered through the back door of Yuqing and learned of what had happened here. He changed into the white martial arts uniform unique to Yuqing and put on a printed mask that was clearly discernible. At this moment, he used the true thunder force to control his throat, altering his voice. "You are Shadowblade. Why are you wearing a mask?" Li Meng frowned, somewhat surprised that Shadowblade really existed. Before Lin Tian could speak, Li Qing spoke first. "Shadowblade is very young. If he doesn't wear a mask and is discovered by heretical sects, he would be in danger." As Li Qing's voice fell, the people around were slightly startled. Indeed, judging solely by his skin and thick black hair, Shadowblade should be quite young. Lin Tian walked up to Li Meng. "Are you the one who doubted me?" Lin Tian's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling tone. Li Meng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Tian. In an instant, a cold sweat broke out on Li Meng's back. There really was a person named Shadowblade. He had been deceived. Li Meng's eyes flickered, but he forced himself to stay calm and said, "It was me. But if you want to earn everyone's money, shouldn't you accept being questioned?" Lin Tian nodded, then suddenly smiled. "Li Meng, you doubted my existence. Now I'm here. What else do you want to question?" "Of course, whether you can perform the flash," Li Meng was saying, but suddenly his eyes widened. He saw Lin Tian straighten his posture like a sword, tall and upright. 3 movement thunder fists like thunderclap, steps like lightning. Lin Tian's voice was clear as he lowered his body, rolling power flowing through his entire being. The mere shifting of his steps stirred a gust of wind. At this moment, the crowd watched in astonishment. The surrounding onlookers consciously cleared a space for Lin Tian. Many even stood on the road, gazing at Lin Tian, who was being watched by everyone. Vehicles were blocked. Many drivers got out ready to curse, but when they saw Lin Tian practicing his boxing, they chose to stay and watch with fascination. 3 movements. The first movement lies in inch blocking, inch grabbing, hard striking, hard opening. Lin Tian said calmly, abruptly shifting his right foot and kicking out with his left leg. Boom. His heel slammed heavily onto the ground, sending up a burst of gravel. "Thunderclap," someone shouted. "It's louder than the one Tian made." Among the crowd, Zheng Lei muttered in a daze. Li Yuzi glanced sideways at him, knowing that Zheng Lei was referring to Lin Tian. But Lin Tian remained unmoved, continuing to throw punches. Second movement. Swing shoulder to topple the sky, stomp foot to shake the 9 provinces. He took a fierce step like a thunderclap, exploding a shocking thunderbolt. Crack. A brilliant thunderbolt burst from between his fists, dazzling and blinding. "Good." Someone on the roadside shouted, their emotions reaching a peak of excitement. How could everyone not be excited to witness the legendary flash thunder with their own eyes? Clap, clap, clap. A young girl with flushed cheeks clapped her hands in excitement. Then applause erupted in unison. Behind Lin Tian, a smile finally appeared on Li Qing's lips, extremely satisfied. As for Li Meng, his face darkened. By now he understood. He was just a clown reduced to a backdrop. Many people were now looking at Li Meng with mockery in their eyes. The better Shadowblade performed, the more embarrassed Li Meng felt. But he couldn't figure it out. He had only resigned yesterday, and today Yuqing had a Shadowblade. Why? Who exactly is Shadowblade? Could it be that young man who came to apply for a teaching position last night? Who was that person? Li Meng hadn't paid attention to that person at the time, and had no memory of him. Just then, "Li Meng, my blood chi is less than 10 points, but you are a first-level martial artist. Dare you take a punch from me?" Lin Tian smiled at Li Meng. Before Li Meng could speak, Li Qing's face instantly changed. "Shadowblade, don't be reckless." At this moment, Li Wenqing, who had been quietly watching from upstairs, was also startled. Lin Tian was too cocky. He was just a student. How could he defeat Li Meng, a first-level martial artist? Li Meng frowned, looking at Li Qing and Shadowblade, then shook his head no. Li Meng's voice was cold as he glanced around. Everyone was looking at him, as if he were a monkey trying to attract attention. Li Qing breathed a slight sigh of relief. Li Ming's refusal to take the challenge was best for Yu Qing. If he had accepted it would likely be Lin Tian who would suffer. And just then, rumors cost nothing, but I admire your speed in retreating, Lin Tian said with a faint smile. Many passers-by burst out laughing. Li Ming's face alternated between green and purple, unable to speak for a long time. You're not a martial artist. I just don't want to bully you. Li Ming gave an awkward laugh, now only wanting to leave quickly. He's not a martial artist, and you still don't dare to fight. You're so pathetic, someone on the roadside mocked. Li Ming's eyes darted around uneasily, but he dared not meet anyone's gaze. He was extremely embarrassed at this moment. Especially when many of his former students looked at him without the respect they once had. Li Ming felt both embarrassed and a surge of anger. Come on, am I afraid of you? Li Ming roared. But in the next instant rumble, as if a slight thunderclap, a layer of lightning flickered around Lin Tian's body. He moved instantly. Boom. An incredibly fast punch, wreathed in flash thunder arriving in a flash. 3 movement, thunder fist, 5-fold amplification, true thunder force, 5-fold amplification. A punch transformed by 25-fold amplification. Li Ming was startled and hastily threw a punch. The 2 fists collided instantly, and then the latter was quickly overwhelmed. Under Li Ming's panicked gaze, Lin Tian landed an uppercut on Li Ming's abdomen. Boom. A dull sound, the 3-movement thunder fist struck externally, while the true thunder force rolled into the internal organs. Li Ming was sent flying backward, crashing into a roadside tree. Thud. The tree made a sound, and the force of the impact spread all the way to the crown, shaking down a large number of leaves. With a crack, the entire tree snapped in half and fell to the ground. Some passers-by screamed, and some even dropped the milk tea in their hands. Li Ming collapsed against the tree, struggling to lie on the ground. Ugh. Li Ming, his face pale, clutched his stomach, having lost the ability to move again, and then vomited gastric fluid. Li Ming, with such skill you could charge students 100,000 a month. Lin Tian stood before the immobile Li Ming, stepping 1 foot on his back. Tell me, what exactly do you rely on? Lin Tian said coldly, his face obscured by the mask, but his gaze was like a golden candle, bright and blazing. Lin Tian's gaze was icy as he scrutinized Li Ming, who lay at his feet. Just yesterday Li Ming had seemed an insurmountable foe. Now he had been knocked down with a single punch. Such was the formidable power of the perfected true thunder force and the perfected 3-movement thunder fist combined. A 25-fold amplification could allow one to contend even with a first-rank martial artist. On the ground, Li Ming struggled to turn his head, his cheeks scraping against the earth, one eye staring at Lin Tian in terror. You must already be a first-rank martial artist. The bystanders were visibly stunned. Their gazes toward Lin Tian now carried palpable awe. A first-rank martial artist was already stronger than the vast majority of people in Huaxia. To become a martial artist in Huaxia, one either needed a wealthy family to pile on resources or had to pass the martial arts exam to enter university, competing for resources based on talent. The vast majority could never become martial artists. Becoming one was the dream of every student. Now in many eyes, Shadowblade had already reached the shores of that dream. Defeated just like that. How is that possible? That's Teacher Li, a first-rank martial artist. Some of Li Ming's students cried out in shock. Lin Tian's single punch had completely shattered their image of Li Ming. That formidable teacher Li Ming turned out to be so weak. 2 punches. Shadowblade broke Li Ming's momentum with 1 punch and defeated him with the second. Swift and merciless. So powerful. Behind Lin Tian, Li Qing stood dumbfounded, her red lips slightly parted, unable to speak. Others might not know, but she saw clearly. When Lin Tian threw that punch, not only did a flash of thunder burst from his palm, but thunder mist also enveloped his entire body. Thunder mist. That was the hallmark of having mastered the true thunder force. Li Qing had always believed that it would take Lin Tian at least a few months to conjure thunder mist. Yet just now Lin Tian had successfully demonstrated it. Lin Tian had only visualized the martial arts diagram yesterday. Could it be that he had visualized it long ago? Was Lin Tian Li Wenqing's illegitimate son? Li Qing looked up at Li Wenqing standing by the window upstairs. Seeing him also in a state of shock, she dismissed her own suspicion. A genius, an absolute genius. Li Qing stared blankly at Lin Tian's back. The deal between the Li family and Lin Tian was a gain for the Li family. Such a genius had been stripped of his spot by the 3rd Martial High School. How ridiculous. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Tian, at a loss for words. Some were shocked, others exhilarated. Such a powerful teacher, a master, who could unleash flash thunder with the 3-movement thunder fist. And the tuition was only 30,000 a month, while the loser lying on the ground charged 100,000. I want to sign up. With a cry, Li Yuzi's face flushed red as he shouted out. Looking at Shadowblade at this moment, he saw his own boundless future, utterly ecstatic. I won't take you, Lin Tian said, glancing indifferently at Li Yuzi. In an instant, Li Yuzi froze, panicking. What? Lin Tian ignored him, slowly sweeping his gaze over the crowd and pointing a finger. You? Among the crowd, Zheng Lei dumbly pointed at himself. Yes, you. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. Many people here misunderstood me because of you, but you were the most objective. If you sign up for my class, it's free. Lin Tian's words left Zheng Lei stunned for a moment before he reacted. Free. Zheng Lei pointed at himself, hardly believing it. He had always been a jinx, buying dozens of drinks in a promotion and never winning a single one. Lin Tian nodded. Zheng Lei finally convinced himself of what he'd heard, then bowed deeply to Lin Tian. Thank you, teacher Shadowblade. The onlookers looked at Zheng Lei with envy. A 30,000 a month tuition fee waived just like that. Many of them could barely earn 3,000 a month. Quite a few regretted not having spoken up for Yuqing earlier. As for Li Yuzi, his face burned with shame as he cast an envious glance at Zheng Lei. Then he shot a fearful look at Shadowblade and quickly slipped out of the crowd. He was now convinced that Shadowblade was a teacher far superior to Li Ming. But now even if he paid, he could no longer attend Shadowblade's class. His family had allocated him only so much educational funds, and buying a D-rank martial technique would cost 400,000 to 500,000. In his senior year, they might also buy him 2 D-rank blood chi potions. As for martial arts tutoring, if it was too expensive, his family might truly not be able to afford it. What a pity. He had an older brother about to graduate. The investment for 2 children would drain the savings their parents had painstakingly accumulated over decades. If the hope was great, they might even sell the house for a gamble. Even so, Li Yuzi's family was already far better off than most of his classmates. Dejectedly stepping out of the crowd, Li Yuzi's eyes were filled with regret. Lin Tian has already secured that C-rank martial technique again, and that idiot Zheng Lei gets a free training class. Li Yuzi gritted his teeth, then sighed. What the hell am I lacking? Though he hated Lin Tian, he could already imagine the chasm-like gap between them in the future. A man with no parents could still be so brilliant, destined to enter a martial arts university. As for him, if he didn't work hard, there was no hope. From now on, I mustn't provoke Lin Tian either. If I really make an enemy of him, it'll only harm me. Li Yuzi sighed softly, lowered his head, and walked toward home. As for Lin Tian, he was completely oblivious to Li Yuzi's departure. Suddenly, a man in a suit and sunglasses stepped out from the crowd. He glanced coldly at Li Ming at Lin Tian's feet, and said harshly, Li Ming, your grudge with Yuqing is yours to settle privately. Now you've come causing trouble under the name of Guanxing. Later go through the handover procedure. You're leaving Guanxing. The man's abrupt appearance made even Lin Tian cautious. He could sense the blazing blood chi within the man like a raging fire. Many bystanders instinctively made way for him. A martial artist's aura could be concealed. For instance, Lin Tian's true thunder force could manifest a thunder ring encompassing the sky, but he could hide that effect and only circulate the true thunder force internally. But this man clearly did not hide it. Manager Lu, this is a misunderstanding. Li Ming panicked upon hearing he was being fired. Li Ming, the founding tenet of our Guanxing Martial Arts Hall, was set by the martial Saint Guanyin to strengthen the nation's backbone and secure the future. Where students choose to train is their own business. When they go to the battlefield, they are all comrades. The sunglasses man said coldly, his voice rising with a murderous edge. Lin Tian's heart tightened, a faint tremor stirred within him. Lin Tian understood that the man before him had definitely killed before. The sunglasses man then looked at Lin Tian and smiled. Hello, I'm the branch manager of Qingcheng Guanxing Martial Arts Hall. My name is Lu Chong. Shadowblade, Lin Tian said flatly. Lu Chong nodded, sizing up Lin Tian. There aren't many in Huaxia who can unleash flash thunder. Shadowblade, you are indeed more qualified than Li Ming. Lu Chong smiled, his sunglasses hiding his expression. But earlier you said your blood chi hasn't reached the martial artist level. I'm a bit skeptical about that because your punch didn't seem like something someone below martial artist could deliver. Lu Chang's faint smile gave Lin Tian a treacherous feeling. So that's what he's driving at. Lin Tian thought to himself, then said casually, Manager Lu wants to test me. It's not for me, but I think everyone would like to know. Since we both run martial arts schools, I detest people who cheat students. Lu Chong spread his hands, smiling indifferently. Meanwhile, Li Qing came to Lin Tian's side. She was more inclined to believe that Lin Tian's blood chi was below 10. After all, Lin Tian's true identity was just a sophomore in high school. But just now Lin Tian had taken down Li Ming with one punch, which made Li Qing hesitate. Li Qing, does the martial arts hall have a blood chi testing machine? Lin Tian asked. Li Qing nodded, and seeing Lin Tian's calm expression, she felt relieved. No need, you can use this. It's a portable blood chi tester. Lu Chong said cheerfully, pulling out a device that looked like a welding pin from his pocket. He then walked up to Lin Tian and said softly, do you mind? It's very convenient. It's already common in Yanjing and Modu. There's a margin of error, but not much. Lin Tian shook his head and extended his hand. Lu Chong aimed the testing pin at Lin Tian's pulse, and a purple beam shot from the tip. Then Lu Chong looked at the display on the middle of the pin. Blood chi 402. After reading the number, Lu Chong fell into an obvious silence. Lin Tian could clearly see Lu Chang's brow furrow. Beside him, Li Qing drew a deep breath. A blood chi of 402 was outstanding for a sophomore. But Lin Tian's family was poor, and Li Qing couldn't figure out where he got the resources to raise his blood chi. Manager Lu, what is it? A curious bystander asked. Everyone stared fixedly at the testing pin in Lu Chang's hand. They were very curious about Lin Tian's blood chi level. Usually the higher one's blood chi, the more awe they commanded. But now it was different. Shadowblade had defeated Li Ming using the 3-movement Thunder Fist. At this moment, the lower Shadow Blade's blood chi, the more it would convince people of the immense combat boost from the Flash Thunder level of the 3-movement Thunder Fist, and also make them believe that Shadow Blade was young. Liu Chang's gaze beneath the sunglasses darkened, but he still announced, Teacher Shadow Blade's blood chi is 402. As he said, he defeated Li Ming by crossing realms. Liu Chang's heart was complicated. For low-level martial artists, crossing realms was actually quite simple. A high-level martial technique could bridge the gap between realms. But the problem was that Shadow Blade used the 3-motion Thunder Fist. Could the 3-motion Thunder Fist that unleashed Flash Thunder really be that formidable? At this moment, as Liu Chang's voice fell, a wave of murmurs spread around. Everyone's gaze toward Shadow Blade shifted once more. Defeating an opponent across realms. This was a true prodigy. How impressive! He made the 3-motion Thunder Fist feel like a C-rank martial technique. Truly formidable, and judging by his age, he's not old, his vitality proves it. His vitality of 402 is already higher than mine, a 30-year-old man, but Shadow Blade is a prodigy. He should be under 20. I understand why he wears a mask. If he showed his true face, the matchmakers would be swarming his doorstep. What era are you living in? Matchmakers. Someone like me takes the initiative. I don't need anyone to introduce me. Li Ming trying to pick a fight with Teacher Shadow Blade. Hilarious. Amidst the crowd's chatter, every word was filled with praise. Especially since Li Ming was still lying on the ground, occasionally spitting up gastric juices. Compared to Shadow Blade, the crowd could already discern the truth. Just then Lin Tian glanced around and said, Today I demonstrated the technique of the 3-motion Thunder Fist and showed you its power through actual combat. As Lin Tian's voice fell, the surroundings fell silent. I want to tell you all, there are no worthless martial techniques, only worthless martial artists. We are all poor. Many martial arts students don't have a second martial technique. Even if they buy one, their investment in other areas will suffer. Lin Tian smiled, and the crowd nodded in agreement. It was the truth. So why not sign up for Yuching? Sign up for me. I believe that since I can master Flash Thunder, it's not impossible for you all to master Thunder Roar. Lin Tian's voice was not loud, but it was resolute. His eyes sparkled like brilliant stars blazing with intensity. I Shadow Blade am not yet 20. I believe this qualifies me to be called a prodigy. The crowd's eyes widened instantly. Shadow Blade's words stirred a surging tide within their hearts. At such an age, he was not even 20. Roughly the age of a sophomore or junior in college. To have mastered the 3-motion Thunder Fist to such a level at this age, that was truly a prodigy. Lin Tian continued, Since I am a prodigy, what I teach is the method of a prodigy. His voice was resolute and lingering, echoing before the Yuching Martial Hall. Like a thunderclap, it stirred a tempest in everyone's hearts. At that moment, his figure, even before Liu Chang, stood tall and unwavering, incomparably mighty. Silence. A brief silence, then voices erupted like boiling water. The method of a prodigy made the students who had already planned to sign up even more excited. Their time was limited, ordinary instruction might not elevate them much. But what Shadow Blade taught was the method of a prodigy. What Shadow Blade possessed was the same 3-motion Thunder Fist that could unleash Flash Thunder just like Marshal St. Guanyin. A teacher like this with tuition only 30,000 a month. I'm signing up. A spirited young voice rang out. I'm signing up too. I can't afford Guansheng, but I can afford Yuching. Your words are misleading. Look closely. Li Ming from Guansheng is still lying on the ground, while Shadow Blade from Yuching is a prodigy. Good, well said. I want to learn the method of a prodigy too. The crowd seethed with excitement. Many even stared at Lin Tian with sparkling eyes as if afraid Shadow Blade might vanish. If you want to sign up, just go to the first floor lobby of Yuching and line up. Li Qing said cheerfully, looking at Lin Tian as if he were a pile of cash. Quite a few people had already rushed into Yuching's lobby to register. They had originally planned to sign up, but after Li Ming's commotion they hesitated for a while. Now they would not miss the opportunity. As for Li Ming, he finally stood up in disgrace, his face ashen. He wanted to plead with Liu Chang again, but was silenced by a cold glare from Liu Chang. Shadow Blade. Liu Chang's expression shifted instantly, and he smiled warmly at Lin Tian. Come to Guansheng. I'll cover your penalty fee with Yuching and give you double the salary. Liu Chang spoke with a sincere tone. In an instant, Li Qing's expression darkened, and she glared at Liu Chang. But constrained by Liu Chang's strength, she said tactfully, Manager Liu, Shadow Blade has already signed with Yuching. Isn't it inappropriate to poach him now? Liu Chang waved his hand dismissively. It's all about contracts. There's no such thing as poaching. If I can offer him better benefits, he'll choose for himself. Liu Chang could not let Shadow Blade stay at Yuching. If this continued, Guansheng would definitely suffer. Thank you for your appreciation, Manager Liu. But I've already signed a contract with Yuching. I may need money, but I value integrity more. Lin Tian smiled and replied. His words froze Liu Chang's smile, and Li Qing let out a sigh of relief. Lin Tian would not switch jobs. Money was indeed important, but not everything could be measured by money. If it could, then what was the use of one's character? His True Thunder Force was given by Yuching, and today's great harvest was also thanks to True Thunder Force. In other words, Yuching had provided him with all the startup capital. Having just received the benefits, how could Lin Tian betray them? Shadow Blade, won't you reconsider? Liu Chang frowned, not expecting Shadow Blade to refuse. No need to consider. Lin Tian smiled, his gentle words carrying an unyielding resolve. Then he turned and walked straight into Yuqing's lobby. You've indeed hired a good teacher at Yuqing. Lu Chang sighed as he watched Lin Tian's back. Li Qing nodded and then laughed. That's because the trash left and no longer takes up space. With that, Li Qing shot a fierce glare at Li Meng. She had been colleagues with Li Meng for 3 years. No deep feelings, but at least no dislike. She just never expected Li Meng to go so far. Nearby, Li Meng was extremely embarrassed and looked at Lu Chang with a pitiful expression, hoping Lu Chang would change his mind. But Lu Chang only glanced at Li Meng casually and said, yes, trash should go where trash belongs. Guansheng is not a garbage dump. With those words, Li Meng's hopes were dashed. At 11 o'clock at night, Lin Tian dragged his exhausted body back to his apartment. The evening's teaching lasted less than an hour. From 7 to 9, it was all about signing up students and getting familiar with them. That night, 60 students signed up. One classroom was enough, but Li Qing insisted on knocking down the wall between 2 classrooms to expand the space. With 60 students, that meant 1.8 million a month. Lin Tian and Yuqing split it 50-50, so he would get 9,000. Yuqing also provided him with a monthly salary of 1,000, so Lin Tian would take home 1 million. Of course, this was only the first day. Tonight's teaching was fairly successful, and a surge of sign-ups might come in the next few days. The system had given Lin Tian martial technique special effects, and also the memories of cultivating those effects. In other words, these special effects were something Lin Tian could actually execute. Many difficult and miscellaneous points were stored in Lin Tian's memory as experiences of a practitioner. Although there were many such difficulties, as long as he taught step by step, the probability of producing students who could unleash Thunder Roar was quite high. Lin Tian casually placed his bag on the table and opened it under the lamplight. He took out several packs of aged meat and drinks. This aged meat was military grade of high quality and more expensive than what most restaurants sold. During the war, Hua had a complete production chain of aged meat for the battlefield. In peacetime, the chain continued, and many people liked to buy it to improve their family meals. All of this was given by Li Qing. Li Qing was indeed quite good to Lin Tian. At least the feeling he got was that she cared about him. He simply heated some up, opened a pack of aged meat, and ate it together with the leftover beef from today. The beef Lin Tian cooked himself was tough and tasteless, but with the aged meat it was not bad. Martial artists had a high demand for meat. 4 meals a day was perfectly normal. Lin Tian had been too poor before. Now that he had money, he would not shortchange himself. Besides, he was a foodie. He had too few good things to eat in the past, and would secretly drool when he saw grilled sausages on the street. While eating, he scrolled through his phone. During class, Wang Jie had called him asking him to come to school tomorrow. The school had prepared the C-rank martial technique. This thing that had once slipped away from Lin Tian was now returning to him, bringing a sense of disorientation. A C-rank martial technique worth 3 million. It was the most precious thing he had ever obtained. The only thing that bothered Lin Tian was that he still had no extra money to support a second martial technique. Then he opened the chat platform. Lin Tian found several messages. First was from Zheng Lei. Zheng Lei, Tian, according to my latest info, the principal is going to give you back the C-rank martial technique, ha. Zheng Lei, Tian, are you coming to school tomorrow? Want me to bring you some egg pancakes from my doorstep? Zheng Lei, damn, Tian, let me tell you, I hit the jackpot. I originally went to sign up at Yuqing and they gave me free tuition, not just for a month, but forever. Lin Tian smiled while chewing on beef and replied, Lin Tian, congratulations. It seems you're so handsome, they couldn't help but give it to you for free. After sending the message, Zheng Lei didn't reply. He had said earlier he was going to train hard, but Lin Tian figured he was probably already asleep. After a moment, Lin Tian continued, Lin Tian, bring 2 egg pancakes tomorrow with grilled sausage and extra chili. Then he exited the chat. Li Yuzi had also sent Lin Tian a message. He frowned and opened it. Li Yuzi, Lin Tian, I've thought about what happened before. It was my fault. I'm sorry. Lin Tian was a bit surprised, but he didn't care. After all, the conflict between him and Li Yuzi was trivial. Lin Tian, it's fine. We're all classmates. Finally, Lin Tian noticed that Xiao Xiaoli had also messaged him. Xiao Xiaoli, Lin Tian, I figured it out. Old Principal Gu's son works at my dad's company and was recently competing for a department head position. My dad didn't know about the switch of the quota. My dad has already fired Gu's eldest son. After that, Xiao Xiaoli sent a link. Lin Tian opened it. It was a news article. Xiao Group Chairman Xiao Ziru clarifies the C-rank martial technique incident. It has nothing to do with him. In the article, Xiao Ziru did not reveal why Gu Qingyu had changed the quota without authorization. But he said one extremely domineering line: if I, Xiao Ziru, wanted to buy a second martial technique for my daughter, I would buy it myself. A C-rank martial technique is too low level. I wouldn't even look at it. With one sentence, he not only cleared his own and Xiao Xiaoli's names, but also slapped Gu Qingyu in the face. The comment section of the news was full of mockery and disdain for Gu Qingyu. Many also mentioned Lin Tian, showering him with praise. Lin Tian figured Gu Qingyu's lungs would be about to explode from rage if he saw those comments. Originally, he had only bullied a poor student, but now it had become known throughout the city. It had nearly cost him his job. His daughter Gu Yun had to return to Qingxing from the prodigy-filled Shishir to barely save his position. Even though he was still the principal, his face was completely lost. After reading this, Lin Tian suddenly understood. So that was it. If he hadn't become famous and won the Young Hero Award, Gu Qingyu's scheme might have succeeded. Xiao Xiaoli's father probably wouldn't have said much either. A martial technique worth 3 million was like a gift of courtesy to them. But they hadn't expected that Lin Tian, the person involved, would make such a big deal out of it. A person of low status speaks with little weight. If he were weak, even if Lin Tian had posted it online, it wouldn't have caused a stir. In the end, it was because Lin Tian had shown his talent and drawn everyone's attention. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Even though this matter was settled, anger still burned in his heart. The contemptible are treated with contempt. How dare the vile ones offend me? He had to become stronger. He had to trample on Gu Qingyu's head. He had to make the trash recognize that they were nothing but trash. The next day, Lin Tian awoke. After tidying his school bag, he prepared to head to school. Just then a phone call came. It was from Wang Jie. Wang Jie had actually come to pick Lin Tian up in person. After Lin Tian gave him the address, he waited less than 10 minutes before Wang Jie's car pulled up in front of him. Well done. Wang Jie got out of the car with a smile and patted Lin Tian on the shoulder. It's all thanks to everyone's help, Lin Tian chuckled, climbing into the passenger seat. It's not just about others' help. If you hadn't shown your talent, Vice Mayor Wang wouldn't have spoken up for you. Wang Jie sighed, recalling how he had previously felt helpless in his inability to get justice for Lin Tian. I bought this for you on the way. This drink is good, it can boost your blood qi. Wang Jie took a bottle of red drink from his bag and handed it to Lin Tian. Lin Tian glanced at the label. It was the Sword Saint brand. Sword Saint Li Bai was also a martial saint of Hua country, even more renowned than Guanyin. Li Bai had once charged into the foreign race's territory alone, sword in hand, battling 3 foreign martial saints, killing 1 and severely wounding 2. His record could overshadow Guanyin's. These martial saints all own their own corporations, leveraging the power of their companies to provide formidable capital. Teacher Wang, this must be more expensive, Lin Tian said, holding the drink with some hesitation. He had seen the advertisement for this drink online. It was said to incorporate the essence of mutated beasts, which could indeed enhance blood qi. 1 bottle cost at least over 1,000 yuan. It's fine, just drink it. You're a young hero now, and I'm happy to. Wang Jie directly opened the bottle and handed it to Lin Tian, as if sternly urging him to drink. Thank you, teacher. Lin Tian nodded and took a large gulp. Instantly a wave of heat surged down his throat, and his heart rate quickened considerably. Delicious, Lin Tian exclaimed. It's not about the taste. The drink's effects are far greater, Wang Jie said, half amused and half exasperated. Drink it all at once, don't save it. Wang Jie urged again. Lin Tian nodded and downed the entire bottle in one go. His whole body instantly became warm, and he could even feel his blood qi churning. Then Lin Tian checked his blood qi. Blood qi 403. Sure enough, it had increased, though only by 0.01. But if he applied the true thunder force, the effect could double. Seeing Lin Tian finish the drink, Wang Jie nodded and started the car. That Gu Qingyu handed over the C-grade martial technique to the school administration office yesterday. He's probably too embarrassed to show his face for a few days. When we get to school, I'll pick it up and give it to you. Wang Jie chuckled, his tone laced with disdain. Lin Tian nodded. As long as he got the item, he didn't care whether Gu Qingyu apologized or not. But there's one thing you need to be careful about. To keep his position as principal, Gu Qingyu has called his youngest daughter back from Shishir. His daughter Gu Yun is a renowned prodigy on Hua country's hidden dragon ranking. Wang Jie frowned as he spoke, pulling a folder from his briefcase and handing it to Lin Tian. Lin Tian opened the folder and was immediately captivated. It was a ranking list. Hua Country Hidden Dragon Ranking, April 153rd edition. This was the ranking of all young prodigies under 20 in Hua Country. Lin Tian took a quick glance. There were 150 entries. First place, Gu Qing, age 19, blood qi 135. 5 spiritual power, 80 achievements, killed 2 third-grade martial artists, 355 second-grade Feather Clan martial artists. Lin Tian's eyes were immediately drawn to the top spot. His pupils contracted instantly. A blood qi over 100 meant this Gu Qing was already a second-level martial artist. Could a second-level martial artist kill a third-grade martial artist? A third-grade martial artist's blood qi requirement was 1,000, right? Lin Tian clicked his tongue in amazement. Either this person's blood qi was special or their martial technique was extremely powerful. And that wasn't all. Gu Qing's spiritual power also reached 80. This was a martial artist who cultivated both spiritual power and blood qi. Now that was a true prodigy. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with brilliance. How long would it take him to catch up? Then he swept his gaze downward. He reached the 100th place, where the blood qi gradually dropped to 30. All the way down to the 136th spot, Lin Tian saw Gu Yun's name. 136th place, Gu Yun, age 18, blood qi 28. 5 spiritual power 0. 8 achievements, killed 1 second-grade martial artist. Gu Yun's blood qi was as high as 28, and she had even killed someone. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He didn't regard Gu Yun as an enemy, but he certainly wouldn't assume she wouldn't hold a grudge against him. After all, not only Wang Jie, but Chuninghua had also warned him to be wary of Gu Yun. Gu Yun is indeed a genius, but her strength is tied to her family background. Wang Jie sighed, trying to comfort him. He remembered that when Lin Tian had measured his blood qi a month ago, it was less than 2. Going against Gu Yun would be like an egg striking a stone. Wang Jie had brought out this file precisely to remind Lin Tian to be cautious. Sometimes patience was not a bad thing. When the hurricane sweeps over the hill, only the bending grass survives. Before the dawn, the darkness is at its deepest. Wang Jie's gaze never left the window as he suddenly quoted these words. Lin Tian glanced at Wang Jie. Was Teacher Wang telling him to lie low and endure? Lin Tian's eyes flickered, and for a moment he remained silent. It's only about a month and a half. Wang Jie suddenly laughed. In a month and a half, the 8th-city joint examination will be held. Gu Yun will definitely participate. She's already in her senior year. After the 8th-city joint examination, it's the National Martial Arts exam. She won't stay at the 3rd Martial High School for long. The 8th-city joint examination. Lin Tian was surprised. He had never heard of this exam. The 8th-city joint examination is actually an assessment organized by the 8 major cities of Yongzhou. Among the 5 martial high schools in Qingqing, the 1st Martial High School can provide 5 spots, while the other 4 can each provide 3 spots to enter. Wang Jie explained with a smile, then sighed. Gu Yun's return at this time isn't such a bad thing either. She's very likely to place in the top 3 of the 8th-city joint examination. The top 3 receive a C-grade martial technique reward plus cash and potions worth tens of millions. As Wang Jie's words fell, Lin Tian's eyes lit up slightly. Teacher, Wang, can sophomore students participate? Wang Jie gave Lin Tian a surprised look. He wanted to object. After all, he knew Lin Tian's strength very well. Even if he could produce thunderous sounds, his blood qi was still subpar. Going would be asking for a beating. But not wanting to discourage Lin Tian, Wang Jie said gently, normally it's for seniors, but there have been precedents at other schools. For example, at the 2nd Martial High School about 20 years ago, a sophomore prodigy was specially recommended for the 8th city joint examination. Wang Jie seemed lost in recollection, his eyes shimmering. That person is now a top-tier 7th-level grandmaster in Hua country named Zhao Huanhuang. In the early morning, Lin Tian returned to the classroom. Wow! Instantly a classmate shouted out. In a moment, everyone's eyes turned toward Lin Tian. The great hero has returned. Zheng Lei shouted loudly and began whistling. Clap, clap, clap. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted throughout the classroom. All right, everyone, study carefully, Wang Jie said with a faint smile at the classroom door before departing. Lin Tian returned to his seat, and Zheng Lei smilingly took out the egg pancakes he had purchased. Thanks, Lin Tian chuckled, then began eating. Hey Tian, you're really impressive. Yesterday after you left, Vice Mayor Wang came to present you with the prize, but you were gone. Gu Qingyu was completely flustered at that moment. Zheng Lei said with a grinning smile. Lin Tian ate the egg pancake in his hand, able to imagine how embarrassed Gu Qingyu must have felt yesterday. It wasn't until self-study ended that Lin Tian managed to finish both egg pancakes. Hey Tian, when did you become such a big eater? Zheng Lei was utterly stunned. These egg pancakes were loaded with extra fillings packed with vegetables. For breakfast, an ordinary boy would be full after just one. Yet just now Lin Tian had eaten 2 in one go. My appetite has been quite good lately, Lin Tian said, pulling 10 yuan from his pocket and handing it to Zheng Lei. Keep it, this meal's on me. I saved up yesterday when Master Ingren gave me free class admission. Zheng Lei said with a beaming smile, his face radiating happiness. How was your class then? Lin Tian asked. Zheng Lei scratched his head and laughed. Teacher Ingren's lessons are truly excellent. Yesterday he briefly explained the principles to me, and I feel like I've finally grasped them. A bright light flashed in Zheng Lei's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Lin Tian. I feel like I'm not far from producing thunder sound. His voice was loud enough that nearby students immediately turned their attention. Zheng Lei, is Ingren's teaching really that good? Yeah, he only charges 30,000. I feel like cheap things can't be good, several students asked. I think he teaches really well, and although Teacher Ingren's classes are free, he certainly has genuine skill, Zheng Lei said earnestly. Instantly several students became interested and began questioning Zheng Lei. Not far away, Li Yuzi witnessed this scene with eyes full of envy. Listening to their conversation, Lin Tian merely caught a few words before resting his head on the desk. The teaching content at Wu Gao had already become elementary to him. He planned to sleep during daytime classes and cultivate and meditate to his heart's content at night. After approximately 2 classes, Wang Jie entered the classroom carrying a USB drive containing a C-grade martial technique. With all classmates gazing at him in utmost envy, he handed it to Lin Tian. As for the D-grade martial technique, Lin Tian had already sold. Gu Qingyu must have already learned of it. After all, this was Gu Qingyu's own problem, and Lin Tian had sold it out of necessity. The gap in between Gu Qingyu would handle himself. Lin Tian, I'll give you the day off today and drive you back. After digesting the martial technique, destroy it immediately, Wang Jie suggested. Lin Tian nodded. Then he rode in Wang Jie's car back to his residence. Lin Tian closed and locked all doors and windows, then took out the USB adapter to connect the drive with his phone. Subsequently, the phone screen went completely black. Don't tell me, Lin Tian frowned. A martial technique worth millions destroyed directly because the owner couldn't afford a computer. At this moment, Lin Tian's heart nearly burst from his chest. It was then that the system's voice echoed from the depths of his mind. Host has acquired the C-grade martial technique, Hidden Blade 7 Strikes. Please purchase special effects. The system's voice resounded within Lin Tian's mind, and simultaneously several lines of text appeared before his retinas. It was the special effects pricing column for Hidden Blade 7 Strikes. At the same time, Lin Tian's phone illuminated, displaying large characters on the screen. Hidden Blade 7 Strikes. Lin Tian's eyes flickered slightly. The system had determined this martial technique now belonged to him, so he could directly purchase special effects. Lin Tian glanced at his phone. Without the system, he would only be able to continue studying Hidden Blade 7 Strikes. The USB drive could no longer be used by others, nor could he teach others to use it. Unless done privately, but absolutely no one could know. Lin Tian shifted his thoughts and began viewing the special effects pricing column. Applicable special effects for Hidden Blade 7 Strikes are as follows. Please purchase as soon as possible. C-grade effect Blood Shadow 1 gold coins. B-grade variant effect Hidden Thunder / gold coins. B-grade effect 100 shadows passing 1 gold coins. A-grade effect reversing floating light 0 gold coins. S-grade effect Qingming Bloodblade / 5 gold coins. Lin Tian glanced over them all and immediately felt overwhelmed. He felt as though he hadn't obtained a martial technique, but rather acquired a parent. The only affordable special effect was the 100,000 he could still accept. But excluding the first Blood Shadow, the rest all exceeded 500,000. If Lin Tian wanted to purchase all the Hidden Blade 7 Strike special effects, he would need to spend nearly 10 million. What caught his attention was a variant special effect. Both being B-grade, yet Hidden Thunder / only cost 500,000. Lin Tian took a brief look and roughly understood. This variant special effect combined Ingrin's 7 Strikes with 3-move Thunder Fist. So relatively speaking, the price was much cheaper. The immediate priority was still to purchase the cheapest Blood Shadow first. At least Lin Tian's Hidden Blade 7 Strikes had officially begun. Glancing at the time, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Wang Jie had given Lin Tian the day off. Just right. He wasn't sleepy, so Lin Tian chose to first meditate on true thunder energy. In the blink of an eye, time arrived at 6 in the afternoon. Lin Tian's body was covered in dirt once again. After taking a shower, Lin Tian opened his data panel. Vitality 433. Lin Tian's expression showed slight delight. 8 hours of uninterrupted meditation had increased his vitality by 0.3. Truly worthy of being the true thunder energy that elevates cultivation speed 100-fold. The daily gain was actually better than previous daytime results. Because no matter how one trained, fatigue would eventually set in. Humans weren't made of steel. But meditation was far superior. Since it was a whole body cultivation emphasizing duration and consistency, Lin Tian decided to reduce his sleep time going forward and increase his meditation periods. In that case, gaining 0.5 vitality per day shouldn't be difficult. Over a month, that would amount to 15 points of vitality increase. Combined with Lin Tian's existing 4 points, he would barely reach the level of a genius on the hidden dragon list. Devouring a few pieces of meat hurriedly, Lin Tian immediately departed for Yuqing. Time flew and 3 days passed. Friday evening. Lin Tian's vitality had already reached 6.5. Today, according to the contract, Lin Tian visited the first martial high school. Over the past few days, Ingrin's reputation had grown increasingly prominent. Lin Tian's classes at Yuqing had already attracted over 140 enrollments. When Li Qing had expanded the classroom that day, it now proved to be the right decision. Lin Tian's classes at the first martial high school were also considered satisfactory. Quite a number of senior year 3 students had come to attend the lectures. Opening the window, Lin Tian sat by the windowsill, savoring the nightscape of Qingcheng, while feasting on 2 jin of roasted meat he had bought before returning home. Drops of sizzling oil dripped onto the plate along the meat's texture. The air was filled with an intoxicating aroma. Lin Tian devoured the meat in large mouthfuls. Tenderness, crispness, savory saltiness, and numbing spiciness all surged together within his mouth. The evening breeze blew in through the window, and the vast city of Qingcheng was slowly drifting into slumber. Loneliness and fatigue assailed the young man, quietly eating his roasted meat. For the past few days, Lin Tian had barely rested. He had truly fallen into a life resembling that of a machine. Yet he loved it. He was growing stronger. He wanted to participate in the 8-city joint exam. Yes, Lin Tian was determined to take part. A month and a half was enough time for him to prepare. As long as he ranked among the top 3 in the school, he would have a chance. By then, Wang Jie would surely be proud of him, and Gu Qingyu would gradually come to fear him. He would make a name for himself, ascend the hidden dragon list, and gain more resources. Lin Tian's heart surged with excitement. He would not let this opportunity slip away. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly a knock at the door. Lin Tian frowned and walked over. Opening the door, he saw a very pretty young girl. Her hair was slightly wavy, her face fair with delicate willow leaf eyebrows, and her nose was straight and finely shaped, shimmering with a translucent glow. She wore a white t-shirt and had slender calves. In her hand, she carried a gift bag. She appeared to be about 15 years old. The moment she saw Lin Tian, a trace of panic flickered clearly in her large eyes. "Who are you?" Lin Tian asked, looking at the girl in surprise, certain he had never seen her before. Yet those eyes seemed somewhat familiar. I'm Ling Qiuzi, the one from a few days ago." The girl seemed timid, lowering her head as she spoke. Ling Qiuzi. Lin Tian sank into recollection, and only then did he remember that the person standing before him was the despairing girl he had subdued. "So you're here today?" Lin Tian glanced at the gift bag in Ling Qiuzi's hand. There couldn't be a gun inside, could there? She probably hated him. I came to thank you," Ling Qiuzi stammered. "Thank me?" "Yes." Ling Qiuzi nodded. Deputy Director Chun told me that if it weren't for you that bullet would have killed me. Ling Xiuzi raised her beautiful eyes to look at Lin Tian, and there was indeed gratitude in her gaze. And you also told Deputy Director Chun to save my brother. Ling Xiuzi said gratefully. I see. Come in, the place is small, don't mind it, Lin Tian said with a faint smile. Thank you. Ling Xiuzi followed Lin Tian into the room. Lin Tian pulled out a stool for her to sit on. He returned to his desk, while Ling Xiuzi sat there awkwardly unable to utter a single word. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Lin Tian glanced at the remaining half of the roasted meat and offered a skewer to Ling Xiuzi. Want some? Ling Xiuzi looked at the meat before her expression clearly showing she wanted to eat, but she shook her head. Eat with me, ooh, I can't finish it all alone. Lin Tian repeated, and only then did Ling Xiuzi accept it, taking small cautious bites. Lin Tian studied her for a moment. Chenonghua had once told him that Ling Xiuzi's mental power was as high as 20 points, and the military had taken notice of her. She would probably leave Qingqing soon. As for her brother, he had died, because his mental power went out of control. Are you getting used to living at the police station? Lin Tian handed her another skewer after she finished the first. Ling Xiuzi took it silently. Everyone is very kind to me, but they won't let me see my brother. Ling Xiuzi replied softly. Lin Tian was taken aback looking at this pitiful young girl and fell silent for a moment. I heard your brother is also a genius. He was probably taken away to receive education. Lin Tian said with a smile. Yes, that's what Deputy Director Chen told me too. Ling Xiuzi nodded. Lin Tian offered her another skewer. Ling Xiuzi was startled and quickly waved her hand. Enough, I'm full already. Lin Tian pushed the remaining skewers toward her firmly. Eat when I tell you to eat. Eat more so you can grow strong enough to go to your brother. Ling Xiuzi was stunned, and a trace of moisture welled in her eyes. Then she nodded seriously. Thank you. Your brother and you both have remarkable mental power. Is it a family trait? Lin Tian probed. His own mental power was weak, and he wanted to cultivate it. My brother and I are not biological siblings. When I had no one, he gave me food. Ling Xiuzi said while chewing the meat delicately. Lin Tian frowned. Mental power awakeners were rare. Two unrelated siblings, both possessing extraordinary mental power. Could it really be a coincidence? Did you tell Chenonghua about this? Lin Tian asked. No. Ling Xiuzi raised her eyes to meet his gaze, and something seemed hidden in her large eyes. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. This young girl was not foolish, as she too understood the crux of the matter. Then why did you tell me? Lin Tian asked in confusion. Because you saved me just like my brother did, Ling Xiuzi explained softly. Lin Tian's eyes flickered, and he said no more. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a fierce gust of wind rushed into the room from outside the window. The entire city of Qingqing, about to fall asleep, was abruptly awakened. Lin Tian quickly stood up and looked out the window. Several hundred meters away from him, a car suddenly exploded, sending billows of black smoke towering into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Dense gunfire rang out like fleeting laser beams, carving lines across the street. Alien races, how dare you kill me in Qingqing? A resolute female voice rang out. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He saw a woman in leather clothing standing on the street, holding a long sword that shimmered with flames. The sword danced, trailing a long arc of fire, and slashed out a flower of blood and chi, shattering the laser-like bullets and sending sparks flying. Alien races. Scattered pedestrians on the roadside screamed and fled in panic. Immediately afterward, from the nearby buildings, more than a dozen figures crashed through glass windows from 4 or 5 meters up and jumped down. These dozen people surrounded the woman holding the sword. Guyun, we dared not kill you in the Western market, but in Qingqing no one can protect you. A gunman sneered, and in the next instant the dozen rushed toward Guyun like cheetahs. A mere first-rank martial artist wants to kill me. Guyun sneered back. Her longsword whirled, and flames spiraled out like a vortex. Roar! A dragon's cry seemed to resound. The fire instantly engulfed 2 of her enemies. Bang! 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 Several more gunshots rang out, and some of the attackers fired while she was slashing. Lin Tian saw Guyun move as lightly as a swallow, leaving trails of fiery afterimages, dodging every bullet. Impressive! Lin Tian exclaimed in admiration. It was his first time witnessing a battle between prodigies on the hidden dragon list. Rumble! A car on the street suddenly exploded, blasting Guyun into the air. Lin Tian saw her silhouette in midair, adjusting her posture, as if boneless, and with a single thrust of her sword, she unleashed a fiery blade of light. Crack! The asphalt road was cut with a long gash, sending gravel flying. For a moment, the dozen or so first-rank martial artists could not subdue Guyun. Just then, one of the alien cultists leaped up and tightly embraced Guyun. Die! The cultist shouted with all his might. Guyun's gaze sharpened. In an instant, she slashed several times, severing the man's arms and legs, blood gushing out. Then she kicked off his body and leaped 3 or 4 meters into the air again. With a thunderous roar, the cultist, now limbless, exploded, sending out a scorching wave accompanied by a deafening blast. The cars and roadside trees were instantly swallowed by flames. Carried by the explosion's shockwave, Guyun was hurled even higher, then crashed into a building, scraping along the wall before falling to the ground. How cruel! Ling Xiuzi exclaimed beside Lin Tian. That heretic had actually strapped a bomb to himself. If not for Guyun's agility, he would have died in the explosion just now. Lin Tian watched silently, his eyes solemn. The heretics were indeed mad, slaughtering the human prodigies without regard. Now it seemed that Gu Yun was in a life-or-death situation. Should he take the risk? Killing heretics would definitely bring money. But that was Gu Yun, his imagined rival these past few days. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, took a mask from his backpack on the bed. Ling Xiaozi, you trust me, and I trust you. With that, Lin Tian put on the mask. The one who kills heretics is Shadowblade, nothing to do with him, Lin Tian. If the heretics want to kill, let them go after Shadowblade. It's too dangerous, don't go. Ling Xiaozi hurriedly said. Lin Tian glanced at her and smiled. Making money requires taking risks. Then Lin Tian directly jumped from the third floor. Landing steadily, Lin Tian instantly turned into a streak of light and rushed toward Gu Yun's direction. With over 6 points of blood vitality plus the 5-fold amplification of the true Thunder Force Thunder Ring pervading heaven, Lin Tian's speed had surpassed 20 meters per second. In the night he was more like an illusory shadow. Cult of heretics killing me in our Huaxia country, you will eventually be annihilated by us. Gu Yun, dressed in a black leather jacket, stood up using her long sword as support, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her face was delicate, yet between her brows there was a killing aura. Facing the siege of a dozen people alone, her momentum was not at a disadvantage. Killing one prodigy like you is a huge gain. One of the attackers sneered. The next moment more than 10 people fired simultaneously. Bang bang bang. The chaotic gunfire sounded again. Gu Yun instantly burst into action, running swiftly on the road, turning into a black shadow, dodging bullets, while slashing them apart with her sword. Don't let her escape. The heretic shouted coldly. 10 people surrounded Gu Yun, while the other 4 kept their guns aimed at her. Bang bang bang. Seeing that Gu Yun was already fighting 4 or 5 people, some heretics crazily charged at her regardless of their own safety. Bang. A bullet struck Gu Yun's calf. Opt. Gu Yun let out a shrill roar. While running, she grabbed a heretic in front of her. The two rolled on the ground for about 10 meters before Gu Yun struggled to stand up. The heretic she had embraced had his head separated from his body. Blood sprayed all over Gu Yun. You've lost your mobility, you're doomed. The heretics showed no concern for their fallen comrade. Gu Yun panted heavily, staring coldly at the enemy, silent. You're waiting for someone to rescue you. We've already checked. Before we kill you, those people won't make it in time. The heretic spoke again, further breaking Gu Yun's mental defenses. Is that so? Gu Yun gave a bitter smile. In that case, I'll kill a few more heretics before I die. She held the long sword in one hand before her chest, her eyes filled with calm. Anyway, we never planned to leave Qingqing alive. A heretic sneered. Eternal life cultist. Gu Yun frowned momentarily, despairing. Just then, her expression froze as she saw a streak of light in the distance. The light came extremely fast, like flashing thunder. In an instant it closed in and rushed behind a heretic standing at the very back. That heretic was still aiming at Gu Yun, but the next moment the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of an electric arc. Crack! Thunder roared. Lin Tian's body erupted with lightning snakes, his form almost skimming the ground, his fist raised high, the entire fist condensed with lightning light. He punched fiercely toward the heretic's back. Boom. In an instant, the moment the fist made contact with the back, the latter instantly caved in, bones shattered. Thunder exploded, sending flesh and blood flying. The massive fist crushed the heart in an instant. He killed. Lin Tian's heart pounded violently. In that moment, he sensed the other's death. A heretic was thus killed by him. Really? So satisfying. Kill him. In an instant, several heretics not far from Lin Tian roared and opened fire at him. Lin Tian grabbed the pistol that was about to fall from the corpse's hand, hugged the dead body in front of him, and quickly retreated. Bang bang bang. Bullets penetrated the dead heretic's body. Lin Tian, holding the corpse, hastily hid into a roadside alley. Huff puff. Lin Tian gasped for breath. He threw away the corpse, gripping the pistol tightly. The martial arts high school had taught students how to use pistols, but only gave Lin Tian and his classmates a brief practice. You 3 go kill him. A heretic gave the order, and 3 heretics nodded and rushed toward Lin Tian. Seeing this, Lin Tian's heart trembled violently. He had no combat experience. What he wanted was to make money and a trace of inexplicable fervor in his heart, but that didn't mean Lin Tian would foolishly seek death. In novels, the protagonist killing many people on his first kill is indeed a lie. Even though Lin Tian was calm enough, his body couldn't help trembling. Rat-a-tat-tat. The 3 heretics were about to charge into the alley. Lin Tian's eyes turned fierce. He stepped on the wall in front of him, using the momentum to leap up, then stepped on the wall behind him. In just 2 seconds, Lin Tian's feet were on 2 walls, already 5 meters high. Beside him was an open window of a house. Lin Tian looked over. An old man was watching him nervously. Then the old man quickly left the window. Lin Tian ignored the old man, thinking whether to escape or continue fighting. If he escaped, he could jump into the old man's window. If he fought, he could counterkill the 3 heretics. They were all first-level martial artists. Could he do it? Lin Tian's eyes widened. The next moment, he gripped the pistol with both hands, aiming at the alley entrance. Rat-a-tat-tat. The 3 heretics rushed to the entrance and immediately saw their comrade's corpse. Where did he go? The heretic said grimly. The alley was over 20 meters long. They immediately judged that Lin Tian had already escaped. Keep chasing. One of them sneered and was about to charge forward when a bang sounded. A bullet struck his shoulder. It was Lin Tian from above. Damn, Lin Tian cursed in his heart. He had never practiced marksmanship and actually missed. Lin Tian, throwing caution to the wind, continued to press the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out as he emptied the magazine. He clearly saw one of them hit in the forehead. You're asking for death. An alien cultist clutching his wounded arm roared and fired at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's pupils contracted and he leaped down without hesitation. Crack. The true thunder force surged wildly. Thunder serpent crossing the mountain. Rolling thunder erupted from Lin Tian's body like a shrieking thunder serpent suddenly appearing, blazing and dazzling, instantly illuminating the entire alley. In an instant the two alien cultists were blinded, unable to see above. A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes as he swung his fist toward the head of one cultist beneath him. Crack. The fist force laced with thunder instantly poured into the cultist's cranium. The moment Lin Tian landed, the cultist's skull was shattered by the blow. Red and white fluid splattered out. You're dead. The remaining alien cultist finally saw Lin Tian clearly and charged at him with a roar. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, lightning crackling in his fist again. Just as he was about to strike, a rapid series of bangs rang out like a machine gun. The cultist about to charge and kill Lin Tian was riddled with bloody holes. He collapsed face first in front of Lin Tian with a ferocious expression. Lin Tian froze for a moment, then looked up. The old man who had disappeared earlier was now standing at the window holding an assault rifle. He's still alive, the old man shouted, ready to fire. Lin Tian threw a punch at the cultist struggling to rise. Bang! The punch struck the cultist's forehead, squarely fracturing his skull and causing blood to explode from his head. Dead. Seeing this, the old man upstairs breathed a sigh of relief. He tossed the assault rifle down. Catch it. I have another, the old man called out, then disappeared from the window again. Lin Tian caught the assault rifle, his eyes flickering. Without further hesitation, he quietly approached the mouth of the alley. On the street, Gu Yun was still locked in fierce combat, with the 10 men clearly at a disadvantage. Firearms could still threaten first-rank martial artists, but only barely. Lin Tian observed clearly that Gu Yun could slash bullets with her sword, and even if hit, she could control her muscles to prevent bleeding. Thus, the 10 men abandoned their pistols and engaged Gu Yun in close combat. For a time, they managed to suppress her steadily. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, gunfire still echoed. Lin Tian looked around. It was the nearby residents. Some stood at windows with sniper rifles, others hid in the shadows with pistols, helping Gu Yun. But once martial artists entered battle, they moved too fast. Combined with the night, the residents could barely see clearly. They dared not fire recklessly. The vast majority of Huaxiao were ordinary people, and on the battlefield, it was the ordinary people who died the most. Having guns at home wasn't about doing anything evil. It was about being ready to go to war at any time. Even if not a martial artist, holding a gun gave a chance to kill one. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes watching the scene. Others couldn't see clearly, but he was different. His blood energy was above 6 points. He might not be a martial artist, but his overall strength surpassed that of a first-rank martial artist. Lin Tian prepared himself, and in the next instant he dashed out. Whoosh. In 5 seconds Lin Tian covered 100 meters, leaving only 100 meters between him and Gu Yun's group. Aiming at the alien cultist on the edge of the battle circle, he fired immediately. Bang, 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 bang. A series of assault rifle shots rang out. In an instant 2 alien cultists were hit. Damn it, how is he still alive? One cultist roared and charged toward Lin Tian, along with another like 2 sports cars suddenly accelerating, crashing into him. In a flash, a fierce wind met him. Lin Tian's adrenaline surged. Come on. Lin Tian sneered and ran to the side. As he ran, he fired at the 2 men. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots. Lin Tian's aim was fairly accurate this time, but the 2 cultists reacted too quickly. The bullets couldn't hit them. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, then a savage grin spread across his face. Come kill me. Come on. He slowed down, and in an instant the distance between the 3 shrank to just 20 meters. You're courting death. One cultist shrieked, leaping 3 or 4 meters into the air, crashing down toward Lin Tian like a massive boulder. Lin Tian's expression hardened, and he quickly fired upward. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out. In an instant, several bullets pierced the cultist's body. Idiot, jumping up just makes you a target. Lin Tian sneered and fired even more frantically. By the time the man landed, he had been hit at least 5 or 6 times. Lin Tian's ammunition was nearly spent. Bastard. The wounded man roared, veins bulging on his neck. His muscles swelled like coiled dragons clamping down on the bullets, but his movements had become sluggish. The other cultist charged at Lin Tian with even greater speed. He was tall and thin, with a vicious gleam in his eyes. He extended a claw, metallic light shimmering between his fingers. Come. Lin Tian sneered, no longer dodging. He tossed aside the assault rifle, bent his body, slightly gathered strength in his waist, and channeled his power like a great river into his fist. If I can't win, I'll run. Lin Tian thought to himself. Their target was Gu Yun, and his main purpose here was to earn money, not to die. You actually dare to clash with me? The swift, thin man roared as he reached Lin Tian, just about to strike out with his claw. Suddenly his body froze as if stuck in place. The abrupt change caught Lin Tian off guard as well. Lin Tian altered the direction of the three-motion thunder fist he had prepared for the clash, ducked his head slightly, and drove his fist into the man's heart. With a crack, bones broke. The thin man spat out blood mixed with internal organs. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Tian struck again, another punch to the same spot. This time the fist struck directly through the heart. In an instant the thin man went limp. Dead. Lin Tian looked toward the shadow by the roadside, and sure enough, saw a frail figure. It was Ling Xiuzi, who was watching Lin Tian nervously, her face pale. Lin Tian nodded at her, then walked toward the man who had been hit multiple times. You son of a... The burly man showed no fear, about to curse. Lin Tian ended his life with a few quick punches. In the distance, both Gu Yun and the remaining alien cultists were visibly shocked. None of them expected the sudden young man to eliminate 5 people in an instant. Aliens, it seems I won't die today. Gu Yun laughed heartily, her face covered in blood, but looking remarkably spirited. Bastard! The alien cultist roared. Just then a thunderous crash resounded from the heavens. A streak of light descended from the sky. Alien cultists, how dare you invade Huaxia's territory? It was Chunongwa's voice. He fell from 50 meters high like a meteor streaking across the sky. In an instant he arrived, spreading his arms to grab the heads of 2 cultists about to attack Gu Yun, and then shot away. The 3 flashed past like a speeding train, leaving 2 trails of blood on the asphalt road. They rushed past Lin Tian in a flash. Then 100 meters away they stopped. The asphalt was wrinkled and piled up by the drag of Chunongwa's feet, and the 2 cultists' heads had been twisted off. Chunongwa slowly straightened up. Good thing I got here quickly. He laughed heartily, a mocking gleam in his eyes as he looked at the cultists. Chunongwa! One cultist shrieked in a sharp voice, finally revealing despair. How did he get here so fast? No, they roared in disbelief. But Chunongwa merely sneered, then burst into motion. A whirlwind rose around him as he rushed to the 6 remaining cultists and delivered several punches. Bang! 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 It was a massacre of overwhelming force. Of the 6 alien cultists, 4 were instantly killed by Chunongwa, and 2 were left incapacitated. An utterly crushing display. A second-rank martial artist's merciless suppression of first-rank martial artists. As simple as a sickle cutting through wheat stalks. Lin Tian watched in awe. It was his first time seeing a second-rank martial artist in action. Even more powerful than the videos online. In an instant, a fierce passion surged in Lin Tian's heart. Was this the same approachable Chunongwa? He too longed to be as strong as him. With this, the incident of alien cultists ambushing Huaxia's prodigy ended. The once noisy street fell silent in an instant. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out. Chunongwa immediately shot a cold glance over. Deputy Director Chen, don't be alarmed. I'm just celebrating. Upstairs, a middle-aged man with glasses clutching a sniper rifle poked his head out from his window. It's nothing, Chunongwa said with a faint smile, waving his hand dismissively. Soon after, several men armed with firearms emerged from along the roadside. They were all residents who had helped Gu Yun earlier. Lin Tian took a glance and noticed the old gentleman who had given him the assault rifle. Everyone did well, all of you performed excellently, Chunongwa said with a smile on his face. Commoner's combat strength was too weak to participate in martial artist battles. So holding firearms to provide support from the sidelines was the best approach. These people dared to come down, which meant they were not afraid of death. Seeing this scene, tears welled up in Gu Yun's eyes. Thank you, everyone, Gu Yun said earnestly, bowing deeply to all present. Oh, it's nothing special. Back in my days on the battlefield, I was fierce. I personally killed 10 foreign martial artists. You're exaggerating. The day before yesterday you said 5, and now it's 10. We didn't do much. The real hero is that young man. He took down 5 of those bastards, all by himself. Someone pointed at Lin Tian with a grin. Then Chunongwa, and everyone's gaze shifted to Lin Tian. A young hero, brave and resourceful. The old man holding the assault rifle couldn't help but praise. He had personally witnessed how Lin Tian had single-handedly defeated 3 enemies. That. Wait, aren't you Shadowblade, the teacher from Yuqing Martial Arts Hall? Yes, it's me, Lin Tian said with a faint smile, glancing toward the roadside. Ling Xiuzi smiled and waved at him, gradually walking away. My daughter signed up for your class. The man who ran up to Lin Tian exclaimed excitedly, then turned to the people beside him and laughed loudly. Teacher Shadowblade is extraordinary. He can execute the 3-stroke lightning fist lightning strike, and his blood chi is only 4.0 something. The man's words sent shockwaves through everyone nearby. Someone spoke in disbelief. This young man just relied on blood chi of 4.0 to kill 5 first-level alien cultists. A prodigy, a combat prodigy. Incredible, the 3-stroke lightning fist is so powerful. The crowd couldn't stop marveling. Feeling all the praise, a clear smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. It was everyone's combined effort. Lin Tian said with a smile which pleased the crowd even more. Hello, I'm Gu Yun. Thank you for saving me. Not far away, Gu Yun limped toward Lin Tian. She still had gunshot wounds on her body, and even though she had used her muscles to clamp the bullets, she struggled to keep a stoic expression. She wore an open black leather jacket on top, with dark blue jeans below. There were bullet holes on her shoulder, and her face was somewhat pale as she walked toward Lin Tian, clutching her shoulder. Under the lights, Gu Yun had shoulder-length hair, a delicate face, and bright expressive eyes. Lin Tian studied her for a moment before smiling and saying, "Shadow Blade." Gu Yun's eyes filled with gratitude as she bowed deeply to Lin Tian. "Thank you. If not for you, Shadow Blade, I might not have made it this far." Chenong was standing nearby, said with a faint smile, "Now we can talk about gratitude later. Gu Yun, you still have injuries. My subordinates are arriving soon. Go to the hospital first, and I'll contact your father." Gu Yun lifted her head, her gaze shifting to Chenonghua as she smiled. "Thank you, Uncle Chun. It's what I should do. You're a prodigy on the Azure Dragon ranking. If you were ambushed and killed by the alien cult right after arriving in Qingqing, my position as deputy director would be at an end." Chenonghua sighed, simultaneously looking at Lin Tian with gratitude. "I really need to thank you properly. Not only did you save me, but you also saved my position." Chenonghua carefully examined Lin Tian, noticing he was wearing a mask, but wouldn't dwell on it at the moment. After a while, several police cars arrived. Dozens of officers began cleaning up the corpses, and Gu Yun was also being taken to the hospital. "Shadow Blade, may I ask how I should contact you in the future?" Gu Yun was supported by a female police officer as she turned to look at Lin Tian, her gaze sincere. "I'm a teacher at Yuqing Martial Arts Hall." Lin Tian simply replied. "Yuqing Martial Arts Hall, huh? I'll definitely visit after my injuries heal. I hope teacher Shadow Blade won't find it troublesome." Gu Yun said softly, her tone carrying a hint of hope. Lin Tian remained silent, simply watching as Gu Yun was loaded into the car. It wasn't until then that he turned to Chenonghua and asked, "Deputy Director Chen, 5 alien cultists died at my hands this time. May I ask if there's a reward?" At that moment, Chenonghua was giving instructions to his subordinates. Hearing Lin Tian's voice, he hurried over. "Of course there is. I had too many things to attend to just now, and actually forgot about this." Chenonghua said apologetically. After all, Shadow Blade was the one who had personally killed 5 alien cultists, which was more than enough reason for him to take this seriously. If this case didn't involve the alien cult, it would likely be the Youth Hero Award. Chenonghua stroked his chin thoughtfully. But since it involves alien cultists, this falls under military merit. Killing alien cultists comes not only with a cash reward, but also military merit points. "Let me check." Chenonghua took out his phone and opened a document to review. "You killed 5 first-level alien cultists, which qualifies you for a reward of 1.5 million. You can also receive 5 military merit points. Military merit is valuable. It can be exchanged for scarce resources." Chenonghua said with a hearty laugh, then suddenly his expression grew serious as he studied Lin Tian. "Shadow Blade, you're currently hiding your true identity, but to claim rewards and military merit, you must use your real identity." Lin Tian felt a flicker of delight in his heart. 1.5 million plus military merit. He had been worrying about being too poor before, never expecting it would be resolved today. "Deputy Director Chen, could I speak with you privately?" Lin Tian glanced around at the people nearby. Many of the officers who were working were also listening to his conversation with Chenonghua. "All right." Chenonghua nodded, understanding what Shadow Blade was thinking. Lin Tian and Chenonghua walked to a secluded shadowy corner where no one could overhear. Lin Tian dropped his altered voice and said, "Deputy Director Chen, it's me." Chenonghua was startled, his brows furrowing. After a long pause, he looked as though he'd seen a ghost. "You are Lin Tian?" "Yes." Lin Tian smiled and nodded. Chenonghua studied him for quite some time, feeling a chill run down his spine. Just a few days ago, when he had first met Lin Tian, he had merely thought him to be an above-average high school student. So he had misjudged that day. A second-year high school student was actually capable of slaying 5 first-level martial artists. Truly a genius. If his resources were better, even Gu Yun wouldn't measure up to him. "It's actually you, Lin Tian. I never would have guessed." Chenonghua exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Tian chuckled lightly before asking, "Deputy Director Chen, I have one more question. Will the military expose my true identity?" Originally, when Lin Tian first went to Yuqing, he hadn't intended to hide his abilities. But Li Wenshang had advised him, pointing out that alien cultists would hunt down geniuses. At the time, Lin Tian hadn't paid it much mind. But today, 5 alien cultists had indeed died at his hands. Alien cultists typically hid within bustling cities, and unless exposed, no one would know they were cultists. Gu Yun was a living example of this today. Right within Qingqing, the alien cultists had dared to openly ambush and kill, even pursuing Gu Yun with the conviction that she would not survive. In the past, Lin Tian wouldn't have cared, but now he was genuinely concerned. "Yes, the military will keep your file on record without exposing your true identity to the outside world." Chenonghua said with a smile, then added with some emotion, "Gu Yun returned to Qingqing because of you, and today she was saved by you. The world is truly small." Beside him, Lin Tian remained silent. Chenonghua glanced sideways at Lin Tian and smiled. "Gu Yun is a good girl. Gu Qingyu is Gu Qingyu, and she is herself." Lin Tian nodded. Earlier, he had indeed thought of Gu Yun in a somewhat uglier light. But what would happen in the future? Who could know? After a while, Lin Tian and Chenonghua returned to the scene. Many nearby residents were still helping the police department handle the site. Lin Tian saw the old man who had given him the assault rifle carrying a bucket of water to wash the floor. "Deputy Director Chen, in that battle earlier, this grandfather also helped me. Everyone contributed. Shouldn't he also receive a reward?" Lin Tian looked around, then turned to Chenonghua with a smile. Before Chenonghua could speak, the old man washing the floor laughed and said, "Hey, I was just causing trouble earlier. Even if Deputy Director Chen really gave me a reward, I wouldn't dare to accept it." The old man finished, and the surrounding residents also laughed. "Exactly, we didn't do anything. We fired dozens of bullets and didn't hit a single one, ha ha. I appreciate Teacher Shadowblade's kindness, but I really don't have the face to take a reward." "That's right. I think only Teacher Shadowblade was truly amazing just now. Brave and resourceful, killing beyond his level." Everyone laughed loudly. There was still a faint smell of blood in the air, but the atmosphere had become lighthearted. Shenongwa quietly watched this scene and laughed heartily. "In a moment I'll have my subordinates note everyone's names. Everyone contributed today. When I return to the police department, I'll definitely apply for rewards from headquarters. Tonight you are all heroes." Shenongwa's voice rang out, and the smiles on everyone's faces grew even brighter. They truly meant it when they said they had no face to ask for rewards. But if there really were rewards, everyone would be happy too. They were all ordinary families. A few thousand yuan in rewards would be a month's salary. They had elderly to support and children to educate. All needed money. Many people looked at Lin Tian with gratitude. If not for Lin Tian's words earlier, Shenongwa might not have agreed to give everyone rewards. "Thank you, Deputy Director Chen, and thank you, Teacher Shadowblade." "Teacher Shadowblade, have you eaten?" "I just happen to have stewed pork knuckles at home." "Teacher Shadowblade, my child has long wanted to sign up for your class, huh?" About an hour later, Lin Tian wandered around the area for a long time, running all the way to a place 20 kilometers away before taking a detour back to his home. He was alone with no relatives or friends. His life. If he died, no one would care. So he cherished his life even more. Tonight, after all, he wasn't saving people for the sake of kindness. It was to earn money. Carrying large bags and small packages to the door, he found it open. Pushing the door open, a fresh scent of detergent greeted him. The room had suddenly become much tidier, and the floor was wet but clean. Someone must have mopped it. It was a single room. Lin Tian immediately spotted Ling Qiuzi asleep on the desk. The room's main light was off, but the desk lamp was quietly on. She seemed to have fallen asleep, her silhouette small and delicate. Under the lamplight, her slightly wavy cloud-like hair shimmered with a tender glow. Hearing the sound of Lin Tian entering, Ling Qiuzi woke from her slumber, turned around, and rubbed her eyes. Her clear peach blossom eyes held a blend of allure and innocence. Her flawless white face possessed the perfection of fine craftsmanship. "Lin Tian, brother, you're back." Only after recognizing Lin Tian did Ling Qiuzi stand up in a fluster like a deer that had done something wrong. Lin Tian chuckled softly and placed the bags and packages on the table. These were things the residents had insisted on giving Lin Tian: fruits and stewed fish and meat. "Thank you for tidying up the house," Lin Tian said happily, looking around the completely transformed room. He was usually too busy to clean up. "It was the least I could do," Ling Qiuzi said softly, still secretly observing Lin Tian. The boy before her was only 16 or 17. But just moments ago he had charged into a group of over a dozen martial artists, seemingly risking his life to save people and fight. Just like the day he stopped her, brave and fearless. "Lin Tian, brother," Ling Qiuzi called out softly, her face flushed. "Just call me Lin Tian," he said indifferently. Ling Qiuzi's face suddenly turned even redder for some reason. She nervously took out a brand new phone from her pocket and asked expectantly, "Can you add me as a friend?" Meanwhile, in a single patient room at Qingqing First Hospital, Gu Yun lay quietly on the hospital bed. The door opened. Gu Qingyu and a young man around 20 walked in anxiously. "Dad, brother, you're here," Gu Yun said, propping herself up on the bed to get up. "Xiao Yun, just lie down," Gu Qingyu said hastily, rushing to the bedside and pressing her back down. "It's fine, just 2 bullets. I'm already recovered," Gu Yun said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Her complexion was still rosy, showing no sign of severe injury. As a first-level martial artist, ordinary gunfire was like a minor nuisance to her. "Lie down," Gu Qingyu scolded, then found a chair and sat down. "Alas, this is really Dad's fault. If it weren't for that student, you wouldn't have come back to Qingqing," Gu Qingyu said with a self-reproachful expression. "It's not Dad's fault. It's all that Lin Tian's fault. Damn it, I want to settle accounts with him." The young man beside Gu Qingyu, who bore a 70 resemblance to him, said with narrowed eyes. Who could have expected that student to catch the deputy mayor's attention? Gu Qingyu snorted coldly, burning with anger at the thought of Lin Tian. Gu Yun's gaze was calm as she looked at her father and brother. "Dad, you were wrong in this matter," she said, frowning. She had already learned the ins and outs of the matter. That student named Lin Tian was truly not at fault in any way. Gu Qingyu was slightly startled. Noticing his daughter's expression, he quickly smiled wryly. Yes, this matter is my problem." Gu Qingyu's eyes flickered, the gloom deep within them gradually hidden. Was he wrong? He was. But others also made mistakes. Why was he the only one caught? No matter how innocent Lin Tian was, he was still the culprit who had harmed him. He had caused his son to be expelled and his daughter to return to Qingqing for him, nearly dying. "Dad, let's just forget about that matter, okay?" Gu Yun spoke again. Gu Qingyu was taken aback, then gave a bitter smile. "Forget it then. Lin Tian is just a poor student. Targeting him would be beneath my dignity." Beside them, Gu Yun's brother snorted coldly, but said nothing more. Only then did a hint of a smile appear on Gu Yun's face. "I was on the brink of death today. Fortunately, someone saved me, allowing me to hold on until Deputy Director Chen's rescue. Gu Yun said quietly, gratitude shining in her eyes. Who? Gu Qingyu asked quickly. That person disguised their identity. They only told me they were Shadowblade from the Yuqing Martial Arts Hall. Gu Yun said quietly. Shadowblade. Him. Gu Qingyu exclaimed in surprise. Gu Yun raised her eyebrows and asked excitedly, Dad, you know him too? Gu Qingyu nodded. Shadowblade has become quite a sensation in Qingqing these past few days. With a blood energy of 4-0, he defeated a first-level martial artist and executed a perfect 3-strike thunder fist. Speaking of this, Gu Qingyu couldn't help but think of Lin Tian again. But considering that although it was a coincidence, a perfect 3-strike thunder fist was too rare and Lin Tian's blood energy could never reach 4-0. Only then did Gu Qingyu dismiss the conjecture in his mind. It was actually the 3-strike thunder fist. The battle was so intense that I didn't notice. Gu Yun was also very surprised and said, Dad, Shadowblade is my lifesaver. I cannot forget this favor. Gu Qingyu nodded. We must repay him. Tomorrow I'll have your brother send a banner to Yuqing, and also. He thought for a moment and said, giving money would be too impersonal. Let's send him a blood energy potion worth 1 million. Our Yuner is a genius after all. As soon as Gu Qingyu finished, Gu Yun's brother exclaimed in surprise, Dad, isn't 1 million too much? What do you have an objection? Gu Qingyu asked coldly. Gu Yun's brother immediately dared not speak, only watching his sister's expression. Gu Yun sighed inwardly then smiled. No need, I have money. I'll go myself tomorrow. Gu Qingyu frowned. You're still injured. I'm already healed. Gu Yun threw off the covers, pulled out the 4-needle, and got out of bed. Xiao Yinyu. Gu Qingyu was startled. I just drank a bottle of healing essence blood. My injuries are almost healed. Gu Yun said with clear eyes. Dad, brother, please step out for a moment. I'll change clothes, and then we'll go home together. The next day, it was Saturday, so naturally there were no classes. At 6 in the evening, Ingren appeared at Yuqing Martial Arts Hall. He had a private office where Lin Tian could change his clothes. Bang! The door was pushed open. Ingren, you're famous. Li Qing exclaimed in surprise as she opened the door. When she saw Lin Tian wearing only his underpants, she quickly left the room. Lin Tian muttered a curse under his breath. Ahem, Ingren, are you dressed? Li Qing's slightly embarrassed voice came from outside. Come in. Lin Tian said in a displeased tone. This time Li Qing cautiously opened the door. When she noticed Lin Tian's gaze, she became even more awkward. What's the big deal? I saw you today so you can see me another day and get even, right? Li Qing teased Lin Tian nonchalantly, sitting on the sofa, taking off her shoes and casually resting her long legs on the coffee table. No time like the present. Lin Tian chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over her generous bosom. Li Qing became alert, crossing her arms over her chest. I'm warning you, I'm 10 years older than you. Li Qing turned sideways, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of her mouth. The older the better. Lin Tian laughed. Li Qing froze for a moment, glanced at her own chest, and her face instantly flushed. Ahem, stop fooling around. Let's talk business. Li Qing asserted herself, staring intently at Lin Tian. Did you kill those cultists yesterday? Yeah. Lin Tian nodded. Are you out of your mind? There were over a dozen cultists. Li Qing shouted. Lin Tian frowned slightly. Li Qing was simply insane. She had been all cheerful just now, and now she was scolding him. Don't do that again, okay? It's too dangerous. Li Qing said gravely, fixing her eyes on Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian was just a high school student and a prodigy at that. He would leave Qingqing next year for the martial arts exam, but Lin Tian had left a very good impression on Li Qing. Seeing that Lin Tian remained silent, Li Qing's tone softened. But because of your deeds yesterday, Qingqing is buzzing. You, with a blood energy of 4-0, killed 5 first-rank warriors using the 3-movement thunder fist. Today the number of people signing up for classes is even higher than on the first day. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and asked, how many? Li Qing raised a slender finger. 100. 100. Lin Tian was also taken aback by the number. Over the past few days, those who had signed up for classes already numbered 160. Today, another 100 people joined. At 30,000 per person per month, that was 7,800,000. With Lin Tian and Yuqing splitting 50-50, Lin Tian would get 3,900,000. Adding the base salary, that was 4 million a month. Holy shit. Holy shit. Lin Tian was also stunned by the figure. Was the martial arts hall really this lucrative? Despite his surprise, Lin Tian still asked, the classroom has been expanded, but there's no way to accommodate 260 people, right? Li Qing nodded and smiled. It's already been resolved. Yuqing has negotiated with First Martial Arts High School. From now on, we'll teach at their playground in the evenings. So that's it. Lin Tian nodded. That could indeed solve the venue problem. But there was another issue. With 260 people, he would have to improve the quality of his teaching. After all, that was 260 students. He couldn't check each one individually, so he would have to explain the 3-movement thunder fist in even greater detail. I have no classes in the evening, so I'll be your teaching assistant from now on. Li Qing smiled. Lin Tian nodded quietly. After a moment of thought, he spoke. Li Qing, don't collect tuition for next month yet. Li Qing was taken aback, staring blankly at Lin Tian, and let out a bitter laugh. Are you planning to jump ship? No, Lin Tian shook his head. Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief, then became even more puzzled. Then what are you doing next month? I plan to participate in the 8th City Joint Exam. By then I think I'll be strong enough to take part. The 8th City Joint Exam. Li Qing murmured, knowing about it. Then she smiled. Don't be silly. The 8th City Joint Exam requires senior year participation. But if one is strong enough, can't they still participate? Lin Tian smiled. Li Qing's gaze sharpened as she looked at Lin Tian. A blood energy of 4.0 was not actually very high. Although Qingqing was not a big city, the top 20 martial arts high school students had roughly reached the blood energy of a first-rank warrior. But Lin Tian had killed 5 first-rank warriors yesterday. Li Qing pondered for a moment, then stood up and came to sit beside Lin Tian, speaking gently. Actually, I was already prepared for you to leave, Yujing. You're a prodigy, you can't stay here forever. If you really can go to the 8th City Joint Exam, Big Sister supports you. Li Qing placed her hand on Lin Tian's shoulder, the fragrance of her long hair wafting softly into the air. Thank you, Lin Tian said with a light smile. Dusk gradually fell. In the dark night sky, the bright moon hung high and the stars shone brilliantly. Over 200 students of Yujing stood in formation, and Ying Ren, wearing a rough mask, stood at the very front. The 3-movement thunder fist lies in swiftness and instantaneous burst. Lin Tian said calmly, then threw a punch. Boom. The sudden sound of air exploding. Below, including Zheng Lei, all the students listened with great concentration. The news of Ying Ren single-handedly killing 5 first-rank warriors had already spread. Now everyone's admiration for Ying Ren was even greater than before. And just as Lin Tian was teaching seriously in the office building of First Martial Arts High School not far away, 6 young men and women stood at the window watching Lin Tian below. I must say the Yujing Martial Arts Hall's Ying Ren has indeed mastered the 3-movement thunder fist remarkably well. The leading youth chuckled. But the 3-movement thunder fist is just that. Even if you spend time perfecting it, can it defeat a C-rank martial technique? A girl said indifferently. I really don't understand why the principal asked us to come to school on the weekend to watch Ying Ren teach. Another boy said coldly, completely uninterested in Lin Tian's lesson. The leading youth rubbed his forehead in annoyance. He admitted that the 3-movement thunder fist was important for ordinary students. But for prodigies like them, it was far too ordinary. The time they spent training the 3-movement thunder fist to the point of thunder flash could be better used to practice more powerful martial techniques. No choice. The principal told us to get along with Ying Ren. Later we have to accept Yujing's invitation to share our martial insights with their students. The leading youth shrugged and smiled wryly. We're all seniors now. To be honest, First Martial Arts High School has nurtured me, but I, Jian Zhuhuang, am destined to go further and higher. Before the 8th City Joint Exam, I won't come to school again. The youth named Jian Zhuhuang sneered, arms crossed, his eyes full of arrogance. He was indeed grateful to Lu Jianjian and First Martial Arts High School. But for him, his own time should be used for cultivation, not wasted here on Lu Jianjian's orders. The others listened quietly. The leading youth sighed softly, and the rest had their own thoughts. Our school only has 5 spots for the 8th City Joint Exam. Among the 6 of us, one will inevitably be left out. A pretty girl spoke with a bitter expression. If the martial arts education department didn't forbid transfers, I think I would have transferred to another school. The youth with the most unstable grades among the 6 sighed. The quality of students at First Martial Arts High School was far superior to that of other schools. In fact, the 5th-ranked student at first could be the top student at other schools. Wang Yang, I really envy you. Your blood energy and combat power are always the best in the school. You'll never have the same worries as us. Someone looked at the leading youth with admiration. Wang Yang chuckled lightly, but his eyes grew deep. I'm only the best at first. I can't even make it onto the hidden dragon list. Now that Gu Yun is back, I'm probably just a joke. When Wang Yang mentioned Gu Yun's name, all the men and women in the room fell silent. Indeed, no matter how impressive they were, it was only within First Martial Arts High School. But Gu Yun's platform was the entire Huaxia. Just then the youth named Jian Zhuhuang suddenly smiled. Gu Yun just called me. She said she's coming. Wang Yang and the others were instantly startled. You know Gu Yun? Jian Zhuhuang chuckled. I've known Gu Yun since elementary school. I see, childhood sweethearts. A boy teased. Jian Zhuhuang smiled faintly and didn't elaborate. Seeing this, everyone understood. Time passed slowly. Nearly 2 hours had elapsed. Lin Tian wiped the sweat from his brow and walked to the side. Li Qing stepped forward, smiling at the students below. Since you've all come to First Martial High School today, a few of its prodigies are here to share their insights on the martial path. Let's give them a warm welcome. Her voice faded. The floor-to-ceiling windows on the 4th floor of the teaching building were pushed open, and Wang Yang and the others came into view of all the students. Then before everyone's eyes, they leaped directly from the 4th floor and headed toward the playground. The more than 200 students were momentarily stunned, then their eyes blazed with excitement. It's Senior Wang Yang. Wang Yang from First Martial High is incredibly strong. He's always been the #1 genius of Qingqing. Senior Li Xiu is amazing too. I never get to see her in ordinary times, but today she's willing to teach us. The students erupted in cheers. The appearance of Wang Yang and the others was an unexpected delight tonight. Lin Tian quietly walked to the grove at the edge of the playground, scrutinizing Wang Yang and his companions. Wang Yang, Li Xiu, Jian Zhuhuang. Lin Tian's gaze swept over each of them. These were the renowned prodigies of Qingqing. In fact, Wang Yang, Li Xiu, and Jian Zhuhuang were all already first-grade martial artists. A first-grade martial artist had a blood energy of 10 points, a body like a furnace, bones like refined steel surpassing their own limits. This was a deadly threshold. A blood energy of 10 points was not an exact checkpoint for first grade, rather it was a value most people strived for. Most people did not have a blood energy of 10 points when they reached first grade. Yet among the powerful prodigies, some broke through to first grade only after surpassing 10 points. Wang Yang was one of the latter. Online reports had once stated that Wang Yang reached 11 points of blood energy before breaking through to become a first-grade martial artist. With a single glance, Lin Tian could sense that the fervent blood energy radiating from Wang Yang was a notch richer than others. Lin Tian frowned, not expecting to see a familiar face, Gu Yun. At that moment, Gu Yun was following behind Wang Yang and the others, keeping a low profile as she scanned the entire playground. Then her gaze met Lin Tian's. A trace of a smile appeared in Gu Yun's eyes. She waved at Lin Tian and walked toward him. "Is that Gu Yun?" Suddenly a student exclaimed. "It's Gu Yun. She's so beautiful. This is my first time seeing a prodigy from the Hidden Dragon ranking. Is Gu Yun going to teach us too? If so, we've hit the jackpot." Gu Yun's appearance instantly captured everyone's attention. Even Wang Yang was overlooked. Li Qing glanced at Gu Yun in surprise, then seemed to think of something and looked toward Lin Tian standing under the trees. As for Wang Yang and the others, they simply smiled wryly and stood beside Li Qing. Gu Yun came to find Ingren. "I heard that Ingren saved her before." Wang Yang murmured, and the rest immediately understood. Jian Zhuang, however, looked displeased. He had been trying hard to chat with Gu Yun all along, but her attitude had always been lukewarm. He had been delighted when Gu Yun took the initiative to contact him. After all, Gu Yun was dazzling in every aspect. No boy could help but like her, let alone Jian Zhuang, who had adored her since childhood. "Thank you all for coming despite your busy schedules." Li Qing shifted her gaze from Lin Tian and smiled at Wang Yang and the others. "No problem. Ingren is also coming to First Martial High to teach for free, so it's only right for us to return the favor, huh?" Wang Yang chuckled, then immediately began sharing his martial insights with all the Yuqing students. "Does everyone know how many acupoints there are in the human body? I believe blindly following textbooks to temper the body is not advisable because each person's physical structure is different." Wang Yang's eyes sparkled as he continued, "So the first step in martial arts training is to clearly understand our own bodies. Today I will explain how I explored the structure of my acupoints and the theory of meridian circulation." When Wang Yang finished, the Yuqing students began to listen attentively. Opportunities to learn from a genius were rare. Many secretly congratulated themselves on choosing the right course at Yuqing. As for Jian Zhuang and the others, they stood behind Wang Yang. After Wang Yang finished, they would take turns teaching. Under the distant trees, Gu Yun walked over to Lin Tian with a smile. She wore an oatmeal-colored halter top, her rounded, full silhouette flickering in and out of view under the playground lights. Black combat boots and cargo pants gave her a crisp, dashing look. On her back was the long sword she had used in yesterday's battle. At a glance, the sight exuded an aura of superiority and cutting distance. "Ingren, you won't blame me for coming to find you on my own, will you?" Gu Yun smiled, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Tian in the shade of the trees. "No." Lin Tian gave a faint smile, but his gaze was fixed on Wang Yang on the stage. What Wang Yang said about understanding oneself was indeed intriguing to Lin Tian. Lin Tian listened intently, and in a daze he felt a sudden sense of clarity. Beside him, Gu Yun noticed that Lin Tian was completely ignoring her, pouted, and then chose to remain quiet. She simply stood beside Lin Tian and began to listen to the content of Wang Yang's lecture. Time passed slowly, and amid a burst of enthusiastic applause, Wang Yang concluded his talk. Another prodigy from First Martial High began to speak. Lin Tian listened roughly, and then stopped paying attention, turning instead to Gu Yun beside him. "Miss Gu, is there something you need from me?" Gu Yun smiled serenely. "Naturally, I came to thank you. You saved my life yesterday." A flicker of light passed through Lin Tian's eyes as he smiled. "Then I shall gladly accept your gratitude." Gu Yun was momentarily stunned. She had expected Ingren to say something else, but he was so direct. However, Gu Yun was not one to mind such things. If he had been polite and evasive, she would have felt uncomfortable instead. Taking a bottle filled with a red liquid from her pocket, Gu Yun said softly, "I have nothing else to offer you in gratitude. This is a D-grade blood energy potion." Lin Tian looked at the potion in her hand, and instantly felt a surging, violent wave of blood energy. D-grade. That meant it was much better than the tiger blood essence potion he had obtained last time. A bottle like this was probably worth $1 million. Gu Yun was truly generous. "Alright, I'll take it." Lin Tian gave a faint smile and accepted the potion from her hand. He had saved Gu Yun from money for resources, not out of sheer kindness. He had risked being killed, and this was what he deserved to receive. Seeing Lin Tian accept the potion, Gu Yun stared at him blankly for a long moment. She herself was a very straightforward person on ordinary days. But she hadn't expected Ingren to be even more direct than she was. If Ingren had refused, then Gu Yun would have been forever indebted to him. His straightforwardness made Gu Yun feel very comfortable. "Ingren, can I add you as a friend? I'd like to get to know you." Lin Tian was slightly taken aback, then took out his phone and showed the QR code of his contact information to Gu Yun. He had only one phone number, but he had a separate account on the messaging platform. They quickly became friends. "Ingren, can you tell me how old you are?" Gu Yun asked. She didn't know much about Ingrid, but she needed at least to know his age. If he were a middle-aged man, she would have to adjust her way of communicating. A little older than you. Lin Tian glanced at Gu Yun and said flatly, "So we're peers." Gu Yun pondered. Then Ingrid must be a senior in high school too. A high school senior who could cross levels and kill 5 first-grade martial artists. Suddenly the possible identities of Ingrid narrowed down considerably. He must have taken that into account. Ingrid had revealed quite a bit to her. Gu Yun blinked, looked at Lin Tian, and smiled. "So you're going to take the 8-city joint exam too?" Lin Tian nodded. "Yes, I want to go, but I'm not sure if the school will let me." Gu Yun let out a soft chuckle and said earnestly, "Don't worry. You're very strong, so you'll definitely be allowed. If you trust me, we can team up at the 8-city joint exam." In Gu Yun's mind, Ingrid's identity was almost obvious. He was a prodigy from a high school other than First Martial High. Basically, she and Ingrid were bound to meet at the 8-city joint exam. Thinking of this, Gu Yun became more talkative. Since he might be her future ally, and this ally had saved her and had a personality she found agreeable, she had to get to know Ingrid better in advance. At that moment on the playground, Jian Zhuang stepped forward to begin his lecture. He glanced at Gu Yun and Lin Tian on the far side, and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. He had previously claimed that he and Gu Yun were childhood sweethearts, but now she was chatting so intimately with another boy. A trace of jealousy inevitably rose in Jian Zhuang's heart. He glanced back at Wang Yang and the others. Their looks held a hint of pity for him. Fury smoldered inside Jian Zhuang. He wanted to explode, to rush over and confront Ingrid. "Hello everyone, I'm Jian Zhuang. Today my lecture will be about martial skills." Jian Zhuang held back and began to share his martial insights with the 260 students below. On the ground, the trainees of the Yuqing Martial Arts School started listening earnestly. For a martial artist to become powerful, the choice of martial skills is extremely important. For instance, I spent a very long time selecting my own martial skill. Jian Zhuang spoke calmly, but soon the students below furrowed their brows. They had signed up for Ingrid precisely because they couldn't afford expensive martial skills. They wanted to improve their understanding of the 3-movement Thunder Fist. What was he talking about? Was he telling them that he had spent ages picking a C-grade martial skill worth millions? Showing off. What's he rambling about? Total waste of time. Senior Wang Yang and Senior Li Xiu spoke really well. What's Jian Zhuang going on about? Damn, listening to him only makes me feel inferior. The students below began to whisper among themselves. Even Li Qing frowned and coughed a few times to remind Jian Zhuang. But Jian Zhuang remained unmoved. "The martial skill I am currently learning is the C-grade, 9 cuts divine gate, worth 5 million. As he spoke, he drew a short blade from his waist. Buzz. A bloody light flared at the tip of his blade. The next instant, with a swish, he cut through the air and a visible blade aura shot out. This single strike can shatter the body of an ordinary first-grade martial artist. Jian Zhuang lifted his head, a trace of pride flashing in his eyes as he surveyed the students below. Many students couldn't help shrinking their necks. If that strike were aimed at them, they would probably die. So choosing a martial skill that suits you is very important. Jian Zhuang smiled and sheathed his short blade. The crowd below was furious, but for a moment they were at a loss for words. Many students even lowered their heads, clenching their fists tightly. They felt ashamed, unable to lift their heads. Why could others casually spend millions to acquire their own martial arts techniques? Yet they could only rely on the 3-motion Thunder Fist. "My father died from overwork when I was young. My mother raised my sister and me. You asked me why I didn't choose my own martial arts technique. I'll tell you. Even the 30,000 for the Bao Ban Yuqing class was borrowed by my mother kneeling before the villagers in our hometown." A sophomore student gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling. He desperately wanted to rush up and punch Jian Zhuang to the ground, telling him to take his arrogance elsewhere. But in truth, having no money at home meant you couldn't even win the most basic brawl. This was the harsh, brutal reality. Many students suppressed their anger and chose silence. They wished Jian Zhuang would finish his garbage talk and get lost. Watching this, a trace of satisfaction and pride flickered in Jian Zhuang's eyes. Clearly he was doing it deliberately. He dared not provoke Ingrid in front of Gu Yun. He even felt that he might not be able to defeat Ingrid. After all, that man had single-handedly killed 5 first-rank alien cultists. But he could harass Ingrid's students. He wanted to make it clear, no matter how well you practiced the 3-motion Thunder Fist, it was still the 3-motion Thunder Fist, a garbage D-rank martial technique. He, Jian Zhuang, had never taken this technique seriously since birth. Even the rich would simply ignore it. He had money, so he could mock everyone. "Ingrid, you are nothing but a waste teaching a garbage technique." The sports ground gradually fell silent. At that moment, 260 students were hit hard by Jian Zhuang's words, many unable to lift their heads. Wang Yang and other students from the first high school frowned. Most of them were also poor. The fact that they could have good techniques was due to Principal Lu Jianjian repeatedly swallowing his pride to beg the martial arts education department. They too detested Jian Zhuang's speech. But they couldn't refute him because even they themselves felt that the 3-motion Thunder Fist wasn't worth spending too much time learning. Why has everyone gone silent? Suddenly a resolute young voice rang out. Everyone looked up, who under the bright lights of the sports ground, a slender figure gradually emerged from the darkness. He wore a white martial arts uniform, his voice thin, and a rough mask on his face. but his eyes shimmered with brilliance in the darkness. Do you think he is wrong? Lin Tian's piercing gaze swept over the 260 students. He is wrong. Among the students someone shouted out. What is wrong? Lin Tian chuckled lightly, pacing calmly. He glanced indifferently at the wary Jianzhu Huang and said, what he said is merely stating reality. Lin Tian's voice thundered instantly, spreading across the entire sports ground. For a moment, even Jianzhu Huang froze. He hadn't expected Ying Ren to speak up for him. The 260 students became even more dejected. In the distance, Gu Yun quietly watched the scene. Do you know why I can make the three-motion thunder fist produce thunderous sounds? Lin Tian's voice rang out again, and everyone's gaze turned to him. Even Gu Yun had to admit one thing. In terms of the three-motion thunder fist, Ying Ren was indeed the most formidable, so formidable that he could rival Marshal Saint Guanyin. Because I had no choice. Lin Tian shouted loudly. I am extremely poor beyond belief. Long ago I realized that aside from the three-motion thunder fist, I had nothing. Lin Tian's voice resonated deep in everyone's hearts. Instantly all eyes widened and breaths became rapid. Ying Ren had no choice. Weren't they the same? I have no choice. My family can't afford other techniques or blood chi potions. All I have is the three-motion thunder fist. I'm like this and so are most of you. Lin Tian's body erupted with wisps of thunderous mist, gradually becoming hazy. Under the lights his figure seemed like blazing burning thunder. His aura burst forth, startling even Li Qing, who looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. The battle between Lin Tian and Li Meng was too brief. Li Qing only knew that Lin Tian's true thunder force had reached the entry level. But now, the perfect control, the ease of release and retraction even surpassed hers. Lin Tian was a true prodigy. Sensing Lin Tian's increasingly close aura, Jianzhu Huang's heart trembled, and he involuntarily stepped aside. He clenched his fists, a flash of resentment in his eyes, not toward Ying Ren but toward himself. Faced with such a Ying Ren, he had cowered again. Lin Tian pointed at Jianzhu Huang, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He is not much stronger than any of you here. The only thing he excels at is being born into a good family. Lin Tian's voice was mocking instantly, making Jianzhu Huang's face flush red. He wanted to retort, to roar, but he cowered. He endured it. As a result, he hated himself even more. The 260 students witnessed this scene, and their admiration for Ying Ren grew. The one who had crushed them, Jianzhu Huang, could not even lift his head in front of Ying Ren. Jianzhu Huang was afraid, even as Ying Ren belittled him. Jianzhu Huang, the prodigy of the first martial high school, dared not utter a word. Yet Ying Ren was the teacher they saw every day. Lin Tian continued, you all disappointed me just now. Lin Tian's voice was cold. Jianzhu Huang just crushed your spirits. Why did you lower your heads? When others belittle you, do you have to belittle yourselves too? He laughed heartily, but his tone grew even colder. You have nothing left but the three-motion thunder fist. Why do you keep retreating? You don't believe in your three-motion thunder fist. You don't believe in the last lifeline you hold. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and at that moment no one dared meet his gaze. All 260 students clenched their fists. Ying Ren was right. Just now they had nearly damaged their Dao hearts. The problem now was not how they felt inferior. They simply had no capital for inferiority. They only had the three-motion thunder fist. Lin Tian's words echoed like a great bell in their hearts. The three-motion thunder fist was their lifeline. Since it was their lifeline, they had to hold on tightly. At that moment Lin Tian's voice rang out again. Since you don't believe it, Ying Ren will teach you to believe today. He slowly turned to face the flushed Jianzhu Huang. Jianzhu Huang, come fight me. I will only use the three-motion thunder fist. Lin Tian's gaze burned as he looked at Jianzhu Huang, like a predator sizing up its prey. Jianzhu Huang was stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. Then he froze in place. He didn't know how to answer. He was actually afraid of Ying Ren at this moment. Ying Ren's blood chi was only around 4 points a few days ago. You're still afraid? Li Qing laughed lightly from the side. 4 points. Jianzhu Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. Then how did he kill 4 first-rank martial artists? Li Qing was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer. How the hell was she supposed to know? What kind of monster was Lin Tian killing 5 first ranks across levels? Seeing Jianzhu Huang like this, Lin Tian pursed his lips. Forget it. You no longer need me to fight. You are afraid of me. You dare not fight me. He was disappointed. He wanted to test whether his strength could qualify for the 8th city joint exam. After all, defeating Li Meng had been a surprise attack, and the killing of the alien cultists had been aided by many. So Lin Tian didn't know his true current strength. Someone like this can crush your spirits. How fragile is your confidence? Lin Tian suddenly laughed, completely disregarding Jianzhu Huang's presence. Instantly the sports ground fell silent. The students stared blankly at the scene, some even starting to laugh. They suddenly found their earlier reactions ridiculous. Ying Ren was absolutely right. Why should they doubt the three-motion thunder fist? He had proven its power time and again. Everyone slowly lifted their heads, their expressions no longer tense, but relaxed. Why bother about what a clown said? As for Jianzhu Huang, he was humiliated to the extreme. He glared at Lin Tian like a mad beast. He looked at Gu Yun in the distance, whose calm gaze never seemed to rest on him. His self-esteem and confidence had all been shattered by Ying Ren. Bastard. Bang! Suddenly with a sound, Jian Zhuang charged and threw a punch at Lin Tian. Watch out! Li Qing cried out, rushing toward Lin Tian. Li Qing, stand back! Lin Tian shouted, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The next instant he stepped back with his left foot and threw a punch straight at Jian Zhuang. Crack! Faster, fiercer, and heavier. The lightning-fast punch collided with Jian Zhuang's fist. Bang! A ring of thunderous mist exploded in the air. Rolling thunder roared at the point of impact, and the next moment, Jian Zhuang's body uncontrollably flew backward. He gritted his teeth, his feet dragging long marks on the platform. You can't beat me like this. Use that technique worth millions. Lin Tian laughed lightly, his tone completely calm. Jian Zhuang's eyes narrowed, and he sneered, you asked for it. Ying Rin's reminder almost made him forget. Then Jian Zhuang directly drew the short blade from his waist. A watery crimson blood qi seeped into the blade. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Jian Zhuang's blood qi was clearly a special type derived from comprehending the martial arts diagram. Indeed, he was stronger than Li Meng. Watching Jian Zhuang draw the short blade from his waist, Lin Tian merely took a slight step back. His body slightly crouched, he fixed his gaze intensely on Jian Zhuang. Like a leopard staring at its prey. His objective had been achieved. Let me see just how strong the prodigy of Qingxing First High School really is. Boom. The next instant, Jian Zhuang suddenly moved. Swift as a hungry wolf, he left a blur beneath the bright lights, his short blade thrusting straight toward Lin Tian's chest. Too blatant a technique that can be seen through at a glance. A layer of thunderous mist enveloped Lin Tian's gaze, and as his body swayed, it was as if he wore a cloak of azure thunder. With a mere dodge, he evaded Jian Zhuang's move. He restrained his true thunder force from blazing too brightly, yet within his body, there was a tangible surge of true thunder. Five-fold amplification of true thunder force, five-fold amplification of the perfect grade 3 movement thunder fist. A 25-fold combat power amplification was activated once more. Sizzle! As if thunder serpents were biting, Lin Tian grabbed Jian Zhuang's arm with one hand and flung him violently. Bang! Jian Zhuang crashed into the wall behind the podium about 3 or 4 meters up, and just as he was about to fall, Lin Tian rushed over and punched directly at Jian Zhuang's forehead. You! Jian Zhuang was instantly frightened, silly, his face turning pale, and he quickly dodged. The next moment, Lin Tian's fist smashed into the wall. Crack! A sound like breaking cracks appeared on the wall of the podium, spreading like a spiderweb. Then Jian Zhuang fell heavily to the ground. Before he could catch his breath, he saw Lin Tian's foot smashing toward his face again. Jian Zhuang's heart instantly seized up, his muscles bulging as he leaped and turned his body. He narrowly avoided Lin Tian's kick. Crack! Lin Tian's foot slammed heavily into the spot where Jian Zhuang's head had been, instantly creating a pit in the podium with rubble flying everywhere. Lin Tian's gaze swept over Jian Zhuang's ashen face, and he pondered inwardly. Jian Zhuang was strong in both blood energy and martial arts techniques, but he lacked something. Fighting spirit. Yes, that's it. Fighting spirit. This is the flaw that most students have. They dare not take risks, dare not fight. Lin Tian's battles against those alien cults were not just for money. There is something that can only be gained through life and death experience. That is combat technique and the will to fight. A baptism of life and death had already transformed Lin Tian subtly. Even if he were truly weaker than Jian Zhuang, he still had the will to defeat the strong. Your technique is unrefined. Lin Tian pressed his advantage, kicking Jian Zhuang in the stomach. Jian Zhuang retreated with difficulty, clutching his stomach, and after stabilizing his stance, he swung his short blade at Lin Tian like a madman. But Lin Tian still kept his eyes wide open and began to dodge with utmost calm. Like a ghost, he showed not the slightest opening. Your fighting spirit is almost non-existent. Lin Tian grinned, fiercely shattering Jian Zhuang's psychological defenses with every word. My fight with you is more like bullying a child. Someone like you, even if you went to the battlefield, would either be killed by the enemy immediately or become a coward who harms your own comrades. Jian Zhuang's face flushed red. As he stepped back, he glanced at the more than 200 people below the stage. Within those eyes all seemed to be mockery. Shadow Blade. Jian Zhuang glared fiercely at Lin Tian, panting heavily. He was trembling all over. Today was the most shameful day of his life. He hated Shadow Blade so much. He wanted to kill Shadow Blade. But at this moment, the figure before him truly brought fear to Jian Zhuang. Did a donkey kick your martial arts? How can they have no power at all? Lin Tian grabbed Jian Zhuang by the neck and lifted him up. After all that fighting, you're just tickling me. Lin Tian chuckled lightly, simply looking at Jian Zhuang. Jian Zhuang looked at Lin Tian in terror, his pale face, as if drained of blood, his wide eyes filled with fear and fury. The next moment, a mouthful of blood spurted from Jian Zhuang's mouth, and he fell unconscious. Lin Tian frowned, released his grip, and let Jian Zhuang fall to the ground. Boring. Lin Tian clapped his hands together. He was utterly disappointed in this battle. Jian Zhuang had no fighting spirit from the start. He didn't lose to Lin Tian, but to himself. Nearby, Wang Yang and the others stared blankly at the unconscious Jian Zhuang. The few prodigies from the first high school were instantly shocked and speechless. They were shocked by Shadow Blade's almost overwhelming strength. What left them speechless was how terribly Jian Zhuang had performed. Wang Yang with a heavy gaze began to ponder whether he could win if he faced Shadow Blade. As for Gu Yun, she stood quietly all along. Her gaze fixed on Lin Tian. This battle gave her a clearer understanding of Shadow Blade. As for the 260 trainees, they looked at Lin Tian as if he were an idol. Eyes of admiration almost drowned Lin Tian. So strong. A one-sided battle. That was Jian Zhuang, a famous prodigy. But when facing teacher Shadow Blade, he couldn't even utter a word. They could feel firsthand the terror Jian Zhuang experienced when facing Shadow Blade. The oppressive aura emanating from Shadow Blade was suffocating. Awesome, so incredible. Among the trainees, Zheng Lei shouted with a flushed face. He was so thrilled as Shadow Blade had fought Jian Zhuang to vent for them. While fought, it made them feel extremely satisfied. As someone started to applaud, the entire training ground erupted in roaring applause like boiling water. As for Li Qing, she had already started calling for an ambulance. Even so, her face was always brimming with a proud smile. She felt lucky that Lin Tian had chosen to come to their Yuqing Martial Hall that day. At that moment, among the cheering students, a male student's gaze was dull. Ever since he saw Jian Zhuang faint, this student had been like that. Earlier it was he who said that his mother, in order to enroll him in Yuqing, knelt before relatives and begged for 30,000. When Jian Zhuang was talking about how he chose his martial arts techniques, this student's Dao heart had once shattered. He was a senior in high school, and in a few months he would take the martial arts examination. This would be his only chance in life. 30,000 could not buy blood energy potions, and buying those blood energy drinks was too wasteful. His blood energy was poor, and he had never excelled in the three-movement Thunder Fist. It was foreseeable that if he failed the martial arts exam, he would have to return to his hometown and be a farmer for life. That day he heard about Shadow Blade. That day he heard that Shadow Blade had killed 5 first-level enemies alone, relying only on the three-movement Thunder Fist. He saw hope. He could recall the days before. Under the dim yellow light, he knelt before his mother, who was only 40 but looked 50 or 60. Mom, I want to enroll in teacher Shadow Blade's class. I want to get into a martial arts university. In this world, the only one who can help me is you. Please help me. He lowered his head, the words of that day echoing in his ears, and in his mind scenes of Shadow Blade defeating Jian Zhuang replayed. Teacher Shadow Blade, thank you, you were absolutely right. The boy clenched his fists and murmured. Then all the blood energy in his body surged into his fist. The three-movement Thunder Fist is my last lifeline. Amidst the applause of all the trainees, the boy threw a punch infused with the conviction of his life. Crack. A thunderous punch. A crackling sound. Thunderclap. Clear and violent, a miraculous power, near the force of heaven and earth, erupted from the bones of the human body driven by blood. It rang out so clearly. In an instant the applause ceased. 260 students looked blankly toward the source of the thunderclap. A young man of 17 or 18 lowered his head, staring at his fist in disbelief. The sky turned into a black curtain overlooking the earth. The moon dims briefly, the stars shine eternal. The wind on the evening playground carried the scent of approaching summer. Under the lights the young man slowly emerged from his stupor. His heart raced, and under everyone's gaze he began to practice boxing. Hand opens the door, foot controls the door, body squeezes in. Break the air with his body. Crack. Another thunderclap. He stood frozen, seeming not joy but gratitude. His gaze shifted to Ing Ren on the platform. Thank you, teacher Ing Ren. He said softly, his tone solemn and sincere. Then he bowed deeply to Lin Tian. Tears as big as beans fell from his eyes. Men do not lightly shed tears. No matter how hard or tired he had been, he never cried. But today he wept. He was grateful to that person. Jian Zhuang's words were not as light as they seemed. Those words almost annihilated everything in him. His confidence, his will, his pride. If he could not escape those words today, what would be left for him was a hope that had been killed. But Ing Ren saved him. This is salvation. It was like being reborn, like a life-saving grace. After more than 10 years of effort, under the epiphany of a single moment's guidance, he finally succeeded. He had produced a thunderclap. He had grasped the only lifeline in his life. It was Ing Ren who helped him. Thank you, teacher Ing Ren, I succeeded. I produced a thunderclap. The young man shouted out with a crying voice. A thunderclap tore through the last haze of life, and everyone present was moved and shocked by this scene. Those who felt the most empathy were the students, like the young man. They had placed their hopes in the 3 moves Thunder Fist. They came to sign up for Ing Ren's class, uncertain whether they could produce a thunderclap, because it was too dreamlike. They had come only with their last hope. But just now their own classmate had actually produced a thunderclap. He succeeded with teacher Ing Ren's guidance. This undoubtedly gave everyone the most sincere and solid hope. A young man, his face flushed with excitement, stared intently at Lin Tian on the stage, then bowed. Teacher Ing Ren, please teach me. The young man shouted with all his might. He also wanted to succeed to get into the martial arts university. Then among the students, Zheng Lei quickly bowed and shouted, Teacher Ing Ren, please teach me. Zheng Lei's eyes flickered. He planned to call Lin Tian to come to class as well. Previously, Lin Tian had also produced a thunderclap, and Zheng Lei thought Lin Tian didn't need to come to teacher Ing Ren's class anymore. But now Zheng Lei felt it was necessary, absolutely necessary. Teacher Ing Ren could teach a student who couldn't produce a thunderclap to produce one. Then surely he could teach a Tian who had already produced a thunderclap to produce a flash thunder. In the future, he and a Tian would both pass the entrance exam to the martial arts university. The two of them would be the Qingqing twin prodigies, the glory of their hometown. He also needed to tell Li Yuzi about this. Let Li Yuzi regret it. Anyway, teacher Ren had already named her and said he wouldn't accept her. Zheng Lei felt extremely pleased. He felt that his slacking off a few days ago didn't matter. He was destined to walk the path of a prodigy. And then immediately after, one by one the students bowed respectfully to Lin Tian. Teacher Ren, please teach me. Teacher Ren, please teach me. The shouts grew louder and higher. Like wind, they resounded throughout the sky of the first martial arts high school, gradually spreading beyond the school. All the Yuqing students were thrilled, gazing at the tall figure on the platform with admiration. An ambulance from a nearby hospital drove into the playground. The doctors and nurses stared blankly at the scene, not knowing what had happened. A young nurse looked toward the center of everyone's gaze. It's Ren, the little nurse screamed, having seen reports about him. Today she saw Ren in person for the first time. Very thin, very tall, wearing a rough mask. His eyes were as brilliant and intense as stars. Under the lights, that person was really dazzling. Hurry up and check the wounded. What are you doing? An older nurse beside her whispered in reminder. The little nurse snapped out of her stupor, her face blushing like a flower. Wang Yang and the others were still staring at Lin Tian's back, their expressions complicated. It's always been said. Wang Yang began, his voice somewhat hoarse. If you practice a martial technique to its peak, even the 3 moves Thunder Fist would be extremely powerful. I never thought it was true. Li Xiu and the others had somber eyes. They glanced at Jian Zhuhuang, who was still unconscious, not knowing what to say. That night these prodigies were dealt a blow. A solid blow. It was as if someone had used a broken wooden stick to crush a companion as strong as themselves. Some kind of pride in their hearts was being forcibly torn apart. Lin Tian naturally paid no attention to Wang Yang and the others. He just looked at the 260 students below with gratification. Do you still lack confidence now, eh? Lin Tian said quietly. No, the crowd below shouted in unison. Lin Tian nodded, then his eyes sharpened, and he said fiercely, then why aren't you practicing yet? Practice until you don't eat or sleep, practice to the death. His voice was harsh, driven by blood, and she making it even louder. In an instant the 260 students below were stunned, then they all smiled knowingly. Even so, their eyes shone with determination. They would practice to the death, to give themselves a future and not disappoint teacher Ren. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the office building, in the dark office, Lu Jianjian and Li Wencheng stood side by side, quietly watching Lin Tian below. Bold but careful, and with a certain spirit. This spirit most young people in China have already lost it. Lu Jianjian stared at Lin Tian and smiled. He had thought he had just found a promising seedling. But Lin Tian's actions over the past few days had shocked him time and again. Until today he had completely come to admire Lin Tian. Admiration, deep admiration. Such a young man, and that damn Gu Chengyu actually wanted to suppress him. Lu Jianjian said in a peculiar tone of mockery. Beside him, Li Wencheng was smiling. Indeed, very good. He felt he had found a treasure. Let's set up a gathering later, have a meal together, and I'll have a good chat with Lin Tian. Lu Jianjian smiled. He had actually already met Lin Tian, but Lin Tian seemed too busy each time, only a brief meeting. I think Lin Tian will refuse, that kid values his time too much. Li Wencheng sighed. Lu Jianjian pursed his lips. If he couldn't build a good relationship with Lin Tian, how would he recruit him later? Recruit? No way. The key point was that he saw Gu Yun. She was Gu Chengyu's daughter, and as a martial artist her perception was strong. Lu Jianjian could tell that the way Gu Yun looked at Lin Tian was clearly a bit unusual. How ridiculous, Lu Jianjian complained. Lin Tian had actually ended up with Gu Chengyu's daughter. At 10:30 in the evening, Lin Tian walked alone on the quiet street. Transfer schools, he murmured softly, recalling that earlier through Li Wenqing's introduction he had chatted with Lu Jianjian, the principal of the first martial arts high school. This was not Lin Tian's first meeting with Lu Jianjian. He had already spoken with him during a previous teaching visit to the first martial arts high school. Lu Jianjian had been very amiable toward Lin Tian. Nevertheless, the prospect of transferring schools presented certain difficulties. On one hand, the martial arts education department discouraged transfers, and most applications were directly rejected. The primary concern was that the education department did not wish to see any single school dominate the landscape. The first martial arts high school had already achieved such predominance, a situation the department viewed with disfavor. Second, and more importantly for Lin Tian, was his own reluctance. His hesitation had nothing to do with academics or even the ancient city jade. It was purely because of Wang Jie. Since Lin Tian had started school, Wang Jie had provided him with immense assistance. Lin Tian wanted to repay Wang Jie through his achievements. The emergence of a prodigy would enhance the rewards for the teacher who nurtured him. This was Lin Tian's intention. He could be selfish in some aspects, but in certain matters, if others treated him well, he would reciprocate in kind. The street was sparsely populated, the lamplight bright, like scattered fragments of daylight, staining the darkness. At a corner by the roadside, a graceful figure hurried over. Shadowblade. Gu Yun appeared unexpectedly before Lin Tian. She looked dashing and spirited, the long sword on her back faintly glinting with cold light. The lamplight fell upon her face, illuminating flawless fair features and bright expressive eyes. You haven't accepted my friend request yet. Gu Yun spoke with a smile. Lin Tian was momentarily startled. Was this why she had come? He had indeed given her his QR code, but had not yet approved the friend request. Pursing his lips slightly, Lin Tian took out his phone and accepted the request. Are you busy today? I know a good barbecue place. Let me treat you. Gu Yun walked up beside Lin Tian and spoke softly. Lin Tian patted his stomach. He was indeed a bit hungry. According to his biological clock, after 11 at night, he would begin his long night of cultivation. Earlier, Lu Jianjian had also invited him to dinner, but Lin Tian had declined. Mainly, he was not yet ready to consider the transfer. All right, but I have a big appetite. Lin Tian looked at Gu Yun and smiled. Good. Gu Yun walked beside Lin Tian, matching his stride. I'll be enrolling in the 3rd Martial Arts High School next Monday. You're not a student there, are you, Shadowblade? Lin Tian merely glanced at Gu Yun faintly and said nothing. A trace of apology appeared on Gu Yun's face. Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. It's fine. Lin Tian shook his head lightly, a wry smile playing on his lips. Actually, my identity is quite easy to guess. The Shadowblade alias probably won't remain hidden for long. Gu Yun nodded. With Shadowblade's implication, she had already figured it out. Qingsheng had only a few martial arts high schools. The top senior students were limited in number, and the first martial arts high school could be ruled out. Then Shadowblade must be a prodigy from one of the other 4 schools. Combined with his blood energy level of 4.0, the range narrowed even further. Shadowblade, you need to be careful too. The Eternal Life sect members you killed to save me might target you. Gu Yun looked at Lin Tian seriously. Eternal Life sect. Lin Tian frowned. The Eternal Life sect is a sect established by humans who worship the Immortal Clan. They believe that dying for the Immortal Clan grants true immortality. Gu Yun explained. The day she learned that the ones who ambushed her were from the Eternal Life sect, she had felt a sense of despair. Other sects might be timid, but the Eternal Life sect was not. Those lunatics had been resolved to die from the very beginning. Can they really achieve immortality? Lin Tian scoffed, finding it somewhat unbelievable. Yes, Gu Yun said coldly. The Immortal Clan possesses a secret art of life and death, yin and yang, which can indeed grant eternal life to a soul. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This was something he had never anticipated. True immortality actually existed in this world. Gu Yun seemed to read Lin Tian's astonishment and continued. Actually, it's a secret art that summons the soul. The Immortal Clan arranges for the spirits of the deceased to enter an eternal small world. To the followers of the Eternal Life sect, that world is the paradise of their hearts. Lin Tian's gaze grew somber, and he nodded silently. Somehow he felt he could understand the alien sect. After parting with Gu Yun, it was already 11:30. Lin Tian had not talked much with Gu Yun. He had wolfed down his meal and left quickly. The reason was that Shunangwa had called him. The approval for his military merits had come through. As soon as he left the barbecue stall, a police car dispatched by Chenangwa was already waiting for him by the roadside. In the car, Chenangwa smiled and waved at Gu Yun. Unbelievable, he muttered. Gu Yun had returned to Qingsheng from the western city because of Lin Tian. She had nearly died in the alien cult's ambush, and now Lin Tian, having saved her, seemed to be on good terms with her. The world was so small. Gu Yun is a good girl, neither arrogant nor impatient. Chenangwa looked at Lin Tian with a knowing smile. It was just a simple meal, Lin Tian replied with a light laugh. Chenangwa said no more and pointed to a box in the back seat. That's the one. 5 million. I'll take you home. You killed 5 first-level aliens worth 5 merit points. The military has opened an account for you. You can use the points to purchase items on the military intranet. Chenangwa took out a laptop, opened a website, and handed it to Lin Tian. Remember this site. Your ID number is the username, and the initial password is this. Chenangwa produced a card covered in writing. Lin Tian took it. There were nearly 30 digits and special symbols. Lin Tian focused his mind and began to input. After logging in, he found the account was activated with 5 merit points displayed. Without hesitation, he opened the merit shop. A dazzling array of items met his eyes. D-rank Tiger Blood Essence, 1 merit point. D-rank Strange Bird Blood Essence, 1 merit point. C-rank Diamond Fox Blood Essence, 10 merit points. Spiritual Mind Master Exclusive C. 255 Sniper Rifle, 10 merit points. D-rank Alloy Embroidered Blade, Feather Piercer, 4 merit points. D-rank Alloy Tang Dao. Ink Warrior, 5 merit points. Lin Tian scrutinized for a long time. His permissions only allowed viewing items under 100 merit points. In fact, his 5 merit points could purchase many things, including blood essences and weapons. His gaze lingered on the D-rank Alloy Tang Dao, Ink Warrior. He needed a blade. His hidden blade 7 strikes technique would be far more effective with a sword. After some deliberation, Lin Tian clicked to purchase the Tang Dao named Ink Warrior. You bought it just like that. Chenangwa was slightly surprised. The sooner I use it, the sooner I grow stronger, Lin Tian replied with a smile, then entered his address. It will probably be delivered by a special courier from the Western market. After all, it's $1 million item that will take 2 days. Chenangwa said to Lin Tian, then escorted him to a remote suburb. This was Lin Tian's request. After all, a car was not a small target. After circling for a long time, Lin Tian finally removed his mask in a dark spot. Back in the dormitory, Lin Tian placed the box containing 1,500,000 on the ground. Ding detected that the host currently has 1,513,800 gold coins. Please purchase special effects as soon as possible. The system's voice rang out. The moment Lin Tian opened the box, the red banknotes vanished instantly. With money now, there were many things he could buy. With a thought, Lin Tian brought up the price list for the Hidden Blade 7 cut special effects. C-grade special effect Blood Shadow, 50,000 gold coins. B-grade mutated special effect Hidden Thunder Slash, 400,000 gold coins. B-grade special effect 100 Shadows Passing Through, 800,000 gold coins. A-grade special effect Inverse Point Floating Light, 1,600,000 gold coins. S-grade special effect Azure Sky Bloodblade Slash, 4,000,000 gold coins. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned at the first glance. No, why had the prices dropped? He recalled that previously the C-grade Blood Shadow effect was 100,000 and the other effects were also much higher than the current prices. System, why have the prices dropped? Lin Tian frowned and asked. The host has gained some insights, so the prices of martial skill special effects have been reduced relative to the host. The system's voice echoed from the depths of Lin Tian's mind. This left Lin Tian stunned for a moment. He instantly recalled the mental journey he had experienced while listening to Wang Yang's martial arts insights. Wang Yang had spoken about the subtle differences in human acupoints, meridians, and bones. Based on these subtle differences, one could find a more suitable method for practicing martial skills. At that time, it had indeed given Lin Tian great inspiration. But he hadn't expected that this would directly lead to a reduction in the price of his special effects. This was truly excellent. A smile emerged on Lin Tian's lips. He then began to ponder which martial skill special effects to purchase. The C-grade special effect Blood Shadow provided a 5-fold combat power boost. The B-grade special effects Hidden Thunder Slash and 100 Shadows Passing Through both provided an 8-fold boost. Because Hidden Thunder Slash was a mutated special effect derived from the combination of Hidden Blade 7 cuts and 3 moves Thunder Fist, its price was halved. Lin Tian immediately decided to purchase the C-grade special effect Blood Shadow and Hidden Thunder Slash. This cost 450,000. As for the remaining over 1 million, Lin Tian planned to buy the last special effect of 3 moves Thunder Fist. A-grade special effect 10,000 Thunder Summon, 800,000 gold coins. Sure enough, 10,000 Thunder Summon, originally worth 1,000,000 gold coins, was now cheaper. Although 10,000 Thunder Summon only provided a 10-fold combat power boost, it had a special characteristic. That was, as the system indicated, the effect of 10,000 Thunder Summon was more potent during overcast weather. Because 10,000 Thunder Summon was a martial skill special effect that called forth heavenly thunder to worship the user's body. Without hesitation, Lin Tian directly purchased these 3 special effects. A hum seemed to resound in the depths of his mind. Vast memories flooded through Lin Tian's mind like a dam bursting open. Profound memories were thus deeply imprinted in Lin Tian's mind. It was as if he had once stood beneath the roaring thundercloud, sea punching the heavens, causing millions of thunderclaps to shatter the light. He had also slashed thunder with his blade, galloping across the 9 heavens. Lin Tian extended a single finger, strands of lightning coiled around his fingertip, forming a blade. Then he slashed with a single finger. Crack! The room suddenly flickered, light bursting forth. This is the feeling of power. Both Hidden Thunder Slash and 10,000 Thunder Summon provided a 10-fold combat power boost. If Lin Tian were to encounter those first-level alien cultists again, Lin Tian could kill them without help or firearms. His heart surged with excitement for a long while before he calmed down. Then he took out the D-grade blood energy potion. This was a gift from Gu Yun worth at least 1,000,000. The previous Saber Tiger Essence blood had already brought Lin Tian a great harvest. How much improvement would this D-grade blood energy potion bring him? He uncorked the potion bottle and drank it in one gulp. A roar erupted like a volcanic eruption. Lin Tian felt his blood energy churning. It was as if he had turned into a fire elemental, his flesh burning. Lin Tian immediately activated the true thunder force. With no one around, he no longer suppressed the phenomenon. 3 thunder rings appeared behind Lin Tian's head, as if a thunder god had descended. Rolling thunder and blood energy began to crush and absorb the medicinal power of the blood energy potion along his 8 extraordinary meridians. Vast energy impacted every acupoint and organ in Lin Tian's body. Strands of azure lightning seeped from his pores, carrying away countless particles of impurities from the finer details of his flesh. Lin Tian knew that his body was evolving, moving closer and closer to the true purified body. This was an extremely long process. After about 2 hours, the medicinal power of the D-grade potion was barely absorbed by Lin Tian. As for the long night ahead, he would continue to refine his sinews and bones by circulating the true thunder force. Beep, beep, beep. Outside the window came the noisy sound of car horns. At 8 in the morning, Qingsheng welcomed its punctual traffic jam. Lin Tian, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. A spark of electricity flashed through his gaze, appearing exceptionally dignified. Another layer of dirt and sweat covered his skin, and the ceiling of the room was filled with steam like clouds. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief, even though his bones had already adapted to the tempering and impact of lightning. but every session of meditation was like forging extremely arduous. System checked the data panel. Lin Tian exhaled a breath of turbid air and connected his mind to the system. Host Lin Tian. Balance 173,800 gold coins. Blood energy 8. 9. Spirit 0. 5. Martial skills 1. 3 moves Thunder Fist all purchased. 2. Hidden Blade 7 cuts C grade special effect Blood Shadow B grade. Mutated special effect Hidden Thunder / B grade special effect 100 shadows passing through not purchased A grade special effect Inverse Point Floating Light. Not purchased S grade special effect Azure Sky Bloodblade / not purchased. Techniques 1. True Thunder Force. Purchase special effects C grade Thunder Force Floating Body B grade Thunder Snake Crossing Mountains A grade Thunder Ring Pervading Heaven S grade Obliterating Thunder River not purchased. Blood energy is actually 8. 9. Lin Tian exclaimed in surprise. This improvement was something he hadn't expected. Before cultivation his blood energy was only 6. 5. This time he had directly increased by 2. 4. This was not only due to the D-grade potion, but mainly because Lin Tian had trained the true Thunder Force to the Thunder Ring Pervading Heaven level. The deeper the martial technique, the greater the effect of absorbing potions. Shenanggua had once said that if a person who had not comprehended a martial technique absorbed the Saber Tiger potion, they would only increase by 0. 3. But Lin Tian, by absorbing it through the true Thunder Force, had directly surged by nearly 1 point. This was the difference, the benefit of high proficiency in a technique. This time Lin Tian had deeply experienced it. I had not yet felt the shackles of a level 1 warrior, so perhaps I could accumulate 10 or more blood chi points and break through. Lin Tian pondered. Martial high schools generally did not teach students how to advance. After all, it was extremely rare for a student to break through to level 1 warrior while still in high school. Lin Tian cultivated based on what he had found online. The method was simple: sense your limits. When you truly feel your blood chi reaching its peak, that is the moment of breakthrough. Let me cultivate for another 4 hours. I have heard that level 2 warriors can go an entire month without sleep. Lin Tian murmured to himself. In recent days his sleep time had been steadily shrinking. At the same time, in front of a villa in the southern suburbs of Qingqing, Wang Jie arrived at Gu Qingyu's door, carrying several bags. I must be insane to believe that kid could qualify for the 8th city joint examination. Wang Jie gave a bitter smile. 2 days ago Lin Tian had confided in him his desire to participate in the 8th city joint examination. This was the second time Lin Tian had mentioned it, though casually. But Wang Jie had taken it to heart. The 8th city joint examination allotted only 3 spots from Qingqing No. 3 Martial High. Without a doubt Gu Yun would claim one of them. The remaining 2 spots would inevitably go to the top students of No. 3 Martial High. 2 days ago Wang Jie had warned Lin Tian not to entertain such fantasies. But Lin Tian had told him his blood chi had already exceeded 5 points. Wang Jie knew Lin Tian's character well. Someone like him would never boast to others. But the fact that Lin Tian was willing to share this with him meant he was not lying. Wang Jie knew all too well about Lin Tian's background. Even with such modest means he had reached 5 points. What did that prove? It proved he was a genius. If Lin Tian's blood chi had only been a fraction above 1 point, Wang Jie would have told him to wake up from his daydreams. But now he had reached 5 points. Wang Jie had to make an effort. He pressed the doorbell. The door opened, and Gu Qingyu's wife spotted Wang Jie, her eyes falling upon the gifts in his hands. "Teacher Wang, what brings you here?" Seeing the gifts, a smile spread across her face. "Come and let us talk inside." Gu Qingyu's wife warmly invited Wang Jie into the villa. Stepping inside, Wang Jie nervously glanced around. A young man in his 20s gave him a brief look before retreating to his room. Wang Jie knew this was the son of Gu Qingyu. Previously, due to the Lin Tian incident coming to light, he had been dismissed by Xiao Xiaoli's father. "Principal, may I ask whether the spots for this year's 8th city joint examination have already been decided?" With only a month remaining until the examination, there were no signs of any martial assessment at the school. It was the same as always, essentially predetermined. But it was not arbitrary, for the selected students were indeed the school's strongest. The Qingqing Martial Arts Education Department had already approved it. Gu Qingyu studied Wang Jie with a puzzled expression, not understanding why a second-year teacher cared so much about the 8th city joint examination. Yet he patiently replied, "Last month the third years already underwent their martial assessment. Li Cheng and Chun Yaidi have consistently been far ahead of all other third-year students." By mentioning only those 2 names, Gu Qingyu's meaning was clear. Combined with Gu Yun, the 3 spots were already filled. There was no need for another grand selection process. Wang Jie nodded and cautiously asked, "Does the school not consider second-year students?" "Second years?" Gu Qingyu frowned, his eyes narrowing. Wang Jie was the homeroom teacher of Class 3 second year. Since the topic turned to second years, there was one name he could not help but recall with distaste. "Lin Tian. You are talking about Lin Tian, are you not?" Gu Qingyu sneered, lighting a cigarette. Wang Jie pursed his lips, surprised by the principal's bluntness. "Principal, there have been precedents of second-year students entering the 8th city joint examination. I believe there are gifted students among the second years as well." Wang Jie did not name anyone directly, merely continuing with a conciliatory smile. Slap. Gu Qingyu slammed his hand on the table and growled, "I am asking you, are you referring to Lin Tian or not?" Wang Jie swallowed hard, meeting Gu Qingyu's gaze steadily. Yes, I am referring to Lin Tian. Furthermore, I am referring to the entire second-grade cohort. Gu Qingyu was not angry, but laughed instead. He understood now. Wang Jie had come deliberately to provoke him. I know Lin Tian created that thunderous spectacle. I know he is hailed as a young hero. But can he at least be factual? His blood chi reading last month was only 1.7. Gu Qingyu roared. Other students were so ordinary that he did not even bother to remember their names. But Lin Tian was different. Now anyone who dared mention Lin Tian's name in his presence felt as though they were mocking him. Lin Tian's blood chi. Wang Jie was about to rebut, but restrained himself. Lin Tian had told him his blood chi value as a sign of trust. He could not reveal Lin Tian's trump card. Yet without mentioning Lin Tian's blood chi level, Gu Qingyu would never agree. No, even if he did mention it, Gu Qingyu would only be more opposed. Wang Jie calmed himself. He knew Gu Qingyu all too well. A sheer scoundrel. I did not mention Lin Tian, principal, you misunderstand. I am talking about Xiao Xiaoli. Her blood chi is 5.0, and her family is wealthy. She may have already learned a level B martial technique. Wang Jie said earnestly, his eyes full of sincerity. Gu Qingyu's brows knitted, and he glared fiercely at Wang Jie. Damn it, Wang Jie was truly here to torment him today. Not Lin Tian, but Xiao Xiaoli. If Xiao Xiaoli's father had shown any deference, he would not have issued that public notice. It was that very notice that cost Gu Qingyu his dignity. Furthermore, Wang Jie's evasive glance made it obvious he was using Xiao Xiaoli as a shield. Gu Qingyu knew Wang Jie held great regard for Lin Tian. Wang Jie, I know what is on your mind. Gu Qingyu sneered. I know you care about Lin Tian, but let me tell you, it is unnecessary. This time I have not committed any corruption. I have merely exercised my authority correctly. Gu Qingyu stood up and looked down at Wang Jie coldly. Get out. If you wish to survive it, no. 3 Marshal High, do not mention Lin Tian in my presence again. Seeing Gu Qingyu's attitude, Wang Jie's expression darkened. He was a teacher at No. 3 Marshal High, but he was not a warrior. Facing the pressure of Gu Qingyu's level 1 warrior aura, he could not withstand it. He bowed his head, rose to his feet, and picked up the gifts he had brought. Offer a gift. My foot. You, Gu Qingyu, only became a warrior because of your family's wealth, merely because you had a capable daughter. Get out of my house. Another voice rang out. Gu Qingyu's son, who had returned to his room earlier, emerged and cursed at Wang Jie. He had overheard their conversation. Heh. Wang Jie sneered, turning on his heel and walking out of the villa without looking back. As he stepped outside, he bumped into a beautiful girl carrying a large sword who was about to enter. Hello. The girl greeted him politely. Wang Jie gave her a cold glance and left without a word. He knew she was Gu Qingyu's daughter. Gu Yun stared blankly at Wang Jie's departing figure, bewildered by what had just occurred. Wang Jie naturally did not tell Lin Tian about today's events. Otherwise, what could he say? That the teacher couldn't secure him a spot in the 8-city joint examination. From now on, he would have to fight for it alone. Wang Jie couldn't bear to say it. The quota for the 8-city joint examination required competition, but now Lin Tian didn't even have a chance to compete. Wang Jie took a deep breath. After all, he was just an ordinary person, and his position at the martial arts high school was due to his excellent academic performance. In this world, strength reigned supreme. 3 days passed in a flash. On this day, Lin Tian's blood energy had reached 10.0. Why do I still not feel the bottleneck of a first-level martial artist? In the rental house, Lin Tian muttered in surprise. He had guessed that when he became a first-level martial artist, his blood energy would exceed 10. But now he had indeed reached 10, yet he didn't even sense the faintest shackle. It must be related to the true thunder force. My proficiency in the true thunder force has reached the thunder ring pervading heaven level, which is the perfect realm. Lin Tian guessed. The perfect realm of the true thunder force brought him not only extremely high body tempering effects and combat power enhancement, but also made his blood energy reach a purity that ordinary people could hardly achieve. In other words, Lin Tian's physique over these days was far purer and more flawless than that of ordinary martial artists with the same blood energy. That's the only possibility. There's also such a theory online. Lin Tian murmured, a trace of a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. This couldn't be a bad thing. The higher the blood energy value, the stronger one would become after advancement. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Lin Tian knew that the Tang Dao emoji he had ordered on the military merit website had arrived. Opening the door, 2 men in military uniforms stood outside. You're Lin Tian, right? This is the item you ordered. One soldier took out an instrument and asked Lin Tian to enter his military website account and password. After confirming it was correct, he handed a briefcase to Lin Tian. Closing the door, Lin Tian could hardly contain his eagerness. Opening the briefcase, lying quietly inside was a black umbrella, about 1 meters long. Lin Tian frowned. This was not what he had seen on the website. Why was it an umbrella? But one slight difference was that the umbrella fabric was made of a very special lightweight material. Lin Tian frowned, suspecting that the military had made a mistake. Ding, please input your fingerprint to unlock. Suddenly, an electronic voice sounded, and a small blue screen appeared on the umbrella handle. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened, and he pressed his fingerprint onto the screen. Ding, unlocked successfully. The electronic voice sounded again. It took a while for Lin Tian to figure out how to use the emoji. On the surface, it was an umbrella. When Lin Tian needed to fight, the umbrella fabric would retract into the handle. Then the ribs would extend blades and a spine, turning into a Tang Dao. Fancy and flashy, Lin Tian complained. He gave it a simple test. This Tang Dao was astonishingly sharp, hard, and tough. No wonder it was made of military-grade D-level alloy. The 5 merit points were not wasted. The third martial arts high school's midterm exam for the second year is in 2 days, Lin Tian murmured. He was ready to participate in the 8-city joint examination, so he needed to show his strength. To let everyone know that he had the capability. After all the news about the 8-city joint examination had spread throughout the school, the students whispered among themselves, saying that they would determine a few outstanding students from each grade and then select the 3 strongest. That was how it had always been done. However, in most cases, the 3 strongest were from the third year. Although it was only a 1-year difference in grade, blood energy was still low, bones were not fully developed, and the physique was weaker. Human martial artists only began body tempering from the age of 15 or 16. A gap of 1 year was already significant. Lin Tian guessed that this midterm exam would be the selection method. As for the third year, there was no midterm exam. After all, the third year was already preparing for the National Martial Arts Examination. The 8-city joint examination was too tempting for Lin Tian. He had been training so hard these days precisely to prepare for it. Lin Tian himself was well aware that he had the strength to be among the top 3 in the school. In fact, he didn't even intend to wait until the third year to take the National Martial Arts exam. Who said a second-year student couldn't do it? Sitting on a chair, Lin Tian took out his phone. He had been too busy lately to even find time to use it. Opening the messaging app, he immediately saw Zheng Lei's messages. Zheng Lei, Tian, why haven't you been at school these days? The midterm exam is coming soon. Don't forget about it. Zheng Lei, also instructor Ing Ren at Yuqing Martial Arts Gym, is really amazing. Do you want to sign up for his class? If you learn from him, you'll definitely be able to master the Flash Thunder. Seeing these 2 messages, Lin Tian let out a strange laugh. If he went to Ing Ren's class, who would teach? He casually replied and noticed that Ling Xiuzi had also sent him a message. Ling Xiuzi, brother Lin Tian, hello. I'm about to leave Qingqing soon. Before that, I have something to ask of you, something about me and my brother. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. This message was sent the night before last. He hadn't noticed it until now. Ling Xiuzi had mentioned that she and her brother were not biological siblings, but both of them were prodigies who had awakened their spiritual power. And when Ling Xiuzi said that she had clearly shown some evasion, combined with the impression she gave when they first met, Lin Tian was almost certain that this little girl had secrets. Big secrets. She was willing to share with him. Was it because she trusted him, or did she intend to harm him? Lin Tian's gaze grew deep as he tapped his finger on the phone, not replying yet. Ling Xiuzi had no reason to harm him, especially since she knew Lin Tian had saved her. Moreover, when Lin Tian killed the Eternal Life cultist that day, Ling Xiuzi had helped him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian replied, Lin Tian, why didn't you tell the police department about this? After a while, Ling Xiuzi's message came. Ling Xiuzi, I don't trust them. Lin Tian frowned. He knew that Ling Xiuzi had been staying at the police department during this time. But even so, she didn't trust them. Remembering when they first met, Ling Xiuzi didn't trust others either. This little girl was definitely not simple, and she was very smart. Lin Tian couldn't decide for a moment. He felt that he was getting involved in something. The Eternal Life cult, Ling Xiuzi, the psychic master. In a daze, something dark and complicated seemed to entwine him. Ling Xiuzi had no reason to harm him, as she had nothing to gain. Lin Tian thought for a long time before replying. Lin Tian, when are you leaving? Ling Xiuzi Deputy Director Chen said earlier that I still have 6 days. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, then replied, Lin Tian, then let's make it this Saturday. According to the weather forecast, starting from Thursday, Qingqing would experience 4 or 5 days of rainy weather. At least it would be overcast, and the 10,000 thunder attraction of the 3 moves Thunder Fist would unleash an effect beyond a 10-fold amplification. 2 days later, Lin Tian stood before the grand gates of the 3rd Martial Arts High School, drawing a deep breath. He hadn't attended classes for several days now. This had already been discussed with Wang Jia. After all, given Lin Tian's current level, the sophomore curriculum had become somewhat too elementary. In truth, most senior students would stop coming to school starting from April. The 2 months before the martial arts college entrance examination were when family resources truly came into play. Purchasing qi and blood elixirs, attending expensive tutoring sessions, hiring private martial arts instructors, and even visiting temples to pray for divine favor. All were common practices. Across the entire Huaxia nation, millions of students participated in the martial arts examination each year. Yet fewer than 100,000 truly managed to gain admission to a martial arts university. Today was the midterm examination for sophomores. Lin Tian glanced at the examination number Wang Jia had given him, then walked into a classroom. The morning session was for liberal arts examinations, while combat testing would take place in the afternoon. The liberal arts examination constituted merely 20% of the total score. The true focus was the combat examination. At the 3rd Martial Arts High School, the combat test was straightforward. They called it tower climbing. Tower climbing, as the name suggested, was an examination building equipped with proctors and selection robots. Each floor contained 5 rooms, and each room represented a different challenge. There were 10 floors in total, worth 100 points. Each room conquered earned 2 points. The higher one climbed, the more difficult it became. This was the most direct method of assessing a student's true strength. Thus Lin Tian was essentially certain. If he could ascend to the top floor of the examination tower, he would earn the opportunity to compete with senior students for a spot in the 8 cities joint examination. Entering the liberal arts examination hall, nearly 20 students had already taken their seats. Many still clutched textbooks in the corridors, desperately trying to cram at the last moment. Lin Tian didn't particularly care about his liberal arts examination, so he had brought only a pen. Of course, he had also brought his Tang sword emoji. Lin Tian. A clear, crisp female voice rang out. Lin Tian turned to see Xiao Xiaoli smiling at him. The seating arrangement for the liberal arts exam had been randomized across different classes. Lin Tian hadn't expected to see Xiao Xiaoli again. I imagine you'll be first in liberal arts once more this time. Xiao Xiaoli gave Lin Tian a sweet smile. Honestly, I haven't really studied much lately. Lin Tian replied with a light laugh. Xiao Xiaoli nodded, then leaned on her desk and secretly gave Lin Tian a thumbs up. Go for it. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. This student, please don't place your umbrella beside your desk. The proctor stationed at the podium spotted Lin Tian immediately and approached his desk, intending to take Lin Tian's umbrella to the front. Lin Tian quickly stood up, grasping Emoji's sword hilt, and personally placed Emoji on the podium. The weight of Emoji was approximately 80 kilograms. Such was the heft of D-grade alloy. If the teacher had tried to lift it, he would certainly have discovered something amiss, and Lin Tian had no desire for others to touch his weapon. Just then, holy crap, Yu Cheng is back. Yu Cheng, haven't seen him in forever. Didn't Yu Cheng skip school the entire semester? Can't believe he showed up for midterms. A wave of commotion suddenly swept through the classroom. Everyone's gaze turned to a young man who had appeared at the classroom doorway. Yu Cheng, you're also taking the exam. The proctor recognized Yu Cheng too and greeted him with a smile. Yeah, I'm here. I want to see if I can break the school record. The young man, named Yu Cheng, said with a smile. The school record he mentioned was of course the tower climbing record. The 3rd martial arts high school had a record board for tower climbing, and the first place record still stood from 10 years ago. After all, seniors had no midterms or finals. The tower climbing records were all set by sophomores and freshmen. Impressive. If anyone could do it, it'd be you. What's your chi and blood level at now? The proctor said with a smile, clearly aware of Yu Cheng's abilities. Just hit 800. As Yu Cheng spoke, he walked to his exam desk and placed the long sword he'd been carrying on the side of his desk. This time the proctor didn't ask Yu Cheng to place his weapon on the podium. When Yu Cheng revealed his 800 chi and blood level, the entire classroom fell into dead silence. Some students gaped in admiration as they looked at Yu Cheng. The next moment, a flurry of whispers erupted. All of it was about Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng, you should just come in the afternoon for tower climbing. Why bother with the liberal arts exam? A student asked with confusion. Yu Cheng said casually, since I'm here, I might as well aim for first place in both the martial and liberal arts examinations. After Yu Cheng's words fell, the looks of admiration from the class grew even stronger. Such an all-around talent, excelling in both martial and literary pursuits, was truly rare. Some students turned their gazes toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian was also a famous figure at the school, but you'll have quite a competitor. Though Lin Tian's combat exam is poor, he's been first in liberal arts since freshman year. Someone said with a low laugh. Yu Cheng glanced at Lin Tian, his gaze calm and indifferent. He was naturally aware of Lin Tian. Back in freshman year, Lin Tian had already been the top student. However, the liberal arts examinations had always been dominated by Lin Tian. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yu Cheng looked at Lin Tian seriously. Although your combat exams are terrible, and you've been relying on liberal arts to save face this time, I will make you inferior to me in liberal arts as well. With that, Yu Cheng dismissed Lin Tian from his thoughts. The classroom grew quiet, everyone silent. Yu Cheng's words carried a rather strange implication. What did he mean by Lin Tian relying on liberal arts to save face? It was clear Yu Cheng looked down on Lin Tian. Of course, this was understandable. After all, everyone believed that compared to the martial arts examination, liberal arts scores truly mattered little. As for Lin Tian, his gaze flickered briefly toward Yu Cheng, then he said nothing. Although he hadn't been at school these past few days, he had always studied diligently before. A few days of neglect in liberal arts wouldn't make him inferior to others. He couldn't be bothered to refute Yu Cheng. Facts would prove everything. Arrogance was the most fragile thing of all. And when the others saw Lin Tian say nothing more, they instinctively assumed he didn't dare to argue back. After a while, the examination began. National Language, Mathematics, and Comprehensive Sciences. There were 3 tests in total. These were administered consecutively over 4 hours with nearly 250 questions. Lin Tian glanced briefly at the paper and began working. The other students also started writing furiously. After about 2 hours, students began handing in their papers one after another. After receiving the papers, the proctors placed them into a machine similar to a currency counter. This was an intelligent grading device. Results generally came out within half a minute. 35 points. How did you even manage that? 150 points. Go review your materials properly. This score is far too low. 351 points. Not bad, but you still didn't pass. 0 points. Can't you even guess one correctly? The proctors kept frowning as they spoke. Most students who handed in their papers early were those who simply couldn't continue. The invigilators, somewhat exasperated, recorded each exam paper into the archive. The total score for the liberal arts examination was 600, yet most students could barely even reach 400. It doesn't matter as long as my martial arts exam score is good, a student who scored 0 said, with a faint smile, not particularly concerned. The invigilator chose not to say anything further. Indeed, the liberal arts score was not very important. In the Huagua High School martial arts examination, the liberal arts only accounted for 20% of the total score. Moreover, in most cases, martial arts universities would overlook a candidate's liberal arts performance and directly assess their martial arts exam results. After all, in this world, martial arts reigned supreme. Time flowed like water, slowly and steadily. Half an hour later, the bright sky saw clouds rolling and gathering, turning gloomy. Then a crack of thunder. The sky suddenly roared with thunderous fury, booming and surging. Rain poured down abruptly, splashing everywhere, shrouding the campus in a misty veil. So it's really raining, the invigilator murmured. The weather forecast had predicted several days of continuous rain, and it had indeed started today. Fortunately, he had brought his umbrella. Among the examinees, only a few had brought theirs. Many students felt a bitter pang in their hearts. "Teacher, I'd like to submit my paper." A crisp female voice rang out. It was Xiao Xiali, bringing her completed exam paper to the front. All right. The teacher took Xiao Xiali's paper and placed it into the scanner. Soon the results appeared, and the teacher's eyes lit up. 555. Not bad, it seems your performance is stable. The teacher praised her. In the entire class, he valued the results of 3 students the most: Xiao Xiali, Yu Cheng, and Lin Tian. Their liberal arts scores had always been among the top. The invigilator glanced around the classroom. Yu Cheng was clearly almost finished. As for Lin Tian, the invigilator frowned. Good heavens, he was actually sleeping. At that moment, everyone had noticed the sleeping Lin Tian and found it odd. This was unlike him. "Teacher, I'm here to submit my paper." Yu Cheng brought his paper to the front. He cast a glance at Lin Tian, furrowed his brow, then turned his attention away. All right. The teacher inserted Yu Cheng's paper into the scanner. 571 points. Truly excellent. If you maintain this, you'll likely be the top scorer. The teacher's voice echoed, and the entire classroom erupted into an uproar. Many girls' gazes toward Yu Cheng shifted. Proficient in both letters and martial arts, Yu Cheng was indeed far more dazzling than Lin Tian. It's decent, but my goal isn't this exam. It's the entire Huagua martial arts examination next year. Yu Cheng said calmly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. What was being the top of the 3rd martial high school? What he wanted was the Qingqing Dragon Champion. First in both letters and martial arts. At that moment, Yu Cheng's eyes brimmed with confidence, and everyone who saw him felt inferior. The invigilator nodded, his heart a whirlwind of complex emotions. After next year's martial arts exam, Yu Cheng would become someone he could only look up to. People like him would eventually shine. Haha, don't forget me in the future, teacher, the invigilator said with a fawning smile. It was hard to imagine such a flattering, ingratiating remark coming from a teacher to a student. But that was the reality. The invigilator was already over 30, yet his lifetime blood energy was less than 7 points. In contrast, Yu Cheng, a sophomore, had already reached 8. The two belonged to entirely different worlds. If Yu Cheng were willing to give him a hand in the future, the invigilator would undoubtedly fare very well. Yu Cheng glanced at the invigilator and gave a faint nod. He relished this kind of flattery and deference born from a difference in status. "Teacher, I'm submitting my paper." A pretty girl rushed to the podium to hand in her paper. Then she looked at Yu Cheng with hopeful eyes and said, "Yu Cheng, long time no see. How about having lunch together today?" The girl's name was Zhang Lian, and she had a pure, attractive appearance, enough to be considered the class beauty. Her overture to Yu Cheng shattered the hearts of many secret admirers who were still taking the exam. But they could only watch helplessly. Yu Cheng glanced at the girl, then noticed Xiao Xiali about to leave, and quickly called out, "Xiao Xiali, would you like to have lunch together today?" At Yu Cheng's words, Zhang Lian's expression soured instantly. Xiao Xiali turned back and looked at Yu Cheng, politely shaking her head. "No, I need to go home for lunch." Yu Cheng was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Lian breathed a sigh of relief. After all, in terms of looks and figure, she was only the class beauty. But Xiao Xiali was undoubtedly the school beauty. After a moment's thought, Zhang Lian noticed Lin Tian still sleeping, a glint in her eyes. "Yu Cheng, you didn't bring an umbrella, did you? Let's leave the campus together." Yu Cheng glanced at the pouring rain outside, then smiled. "All right." Zhang Lian breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't care how humble she appeared at this moment, as long as she could get closer to Yu Cheng. Ordinary high school students would look down on such obsequious behavior. But Zhang Lian had matured early. As she walked to the podium, she immediately noticed a black umbrella leaning against the wall. The umbrella's fabric was smooth and glossy, showing no texture, and the handle was exquisitely crafted. It was of course Lin Tian's Maja. When Lin Tian had entered the classroom, Zhang Lian had already noticed this umbrella that looked very high-end. She hadn't brought an umbrella either, but she had done so to have a chance to interact with Yu Cheng. Conveniently, Lin Tian was still sleeping at his desk. When the invigilator saw Zhang Lian about to pick up Lin Tian's umbrella, his brow furrowed. He glanced at the sleeping Lin Tian, then at Yu Cheng. Finally, under Zhang Lian's pleading gaze, he chose to remain silent. It was just an umbrella. If Zhang Lian could get on good terms with Yu Cheng, she would remember his silence today. And at that moment, the moment Zhang Lian's hand first touched the umbrella handle, her expression changed instantly. It was so heavy. It was absurdly heavy. She couldn't lift it at all. A humming sound suddenly arose, and a flash of azure light flickered from the handle. Please answer within 3 seconds your ID number. A mechanical electronic voice sounded from the umbrella handle. Instantly Zhang Lian panicked, stumbling backward. The entire class was also stunned, staring at the Major in shock. Even the invigilator and Yu Cheng widened their eyes, utterly astonished. Yu Cheng still didn't know what was happening, but the invigilator immediately turned his gaze to the sleeping Lin Tian. This umbrella was abnormal. 3. The electronic voice from the handle continued. 2. A beam of azure light shot out from the handle, instantly scanning the entire classroom. What do I do? What do I do? Zhang Lian, the instigator, was terrified by the scene. She felt she had caused a major disaster. This umbrella seemed like a time bomb. Emoji suddenly activated, sending a jolt of alarm through the entire class. Especially since the countdown on Emoji was still ticking. It truly did resemble a bomb. This is military-grade weaponry. Quickly state your identification number. The invigilator, experienced and perceptive, immediately grasped the situation and shouted at Zhang Lian. Items exchanged through military merit were weapons exclusively belonging to the military. Emoji came equipped with loss-tracking capabilities. It had just scanned the entire class to verify that every member was human. Otherwise it would explode. And now it was attempting to lock onto Zhang Lian's identity. Stealing military weapons was a grave offense. Now, however, Zhang Lian was in a panic, unable to speak at all. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly erupted, flashing through the classroom almost like a streak of light. So fast, Yu Cheng was startled in an instant. He only saw Lin Tian rise from his seat, then an afterimage trail behind him as he flashed past Yu Cheng's position. That speed exceeded his own. No, Yu Cheng wanted to deny it. He himself could surely move this fast. Click! Lin Tian appeared before Emoji, grasping the umbrella handle. The countdown from the umbrella handle abruptly ceased once Lin Tian's fingerprint was registered. Who told you to touch my umbrella? Lin Tian fixed Zhang Lian with a cold gaze laced with fury. Having survived death itself, his eyes naturally radiated a chilling, killing intent. Martial artists detest nothing more than others touching their weapons. Lin Tian was no exception. For Emoji would be his companion for years to come. He might distrust humanity itself, but he would never doubt the weapon in his hands. Under Lin Tian's piercing stare, Zhang Lian's face drained of color instantly. She had never imagined the normally gentle Lin Tian could wear such a ferocious expression. This was even more terrifying than her deepest fears. She even felt Lin Tian might kill her in the next instant. Kill her? What an absurd notion, yet Zhang Lian was experiencing it vividly. Lin Tian, I'm sorry, Zhang Lian stammered, lowering her head in submission. This was the primal fear from the heart, a weakling's terror before true strength. The other students in the class watched this scene in utter shock. They weren't fools. They immediately realized Lin Tian's speed had been far beyond normal. It was impossible for someone with blood chi below 5 points to produce such power. Moreover, military weapons were certainly not accessible to ordinary people. Does Lin Tian have military connections? That umbrella is actually a weapon. I had no idea, absolutely no idea. Damn, something's wrong here. Lin Tian's gaze is so terrifying. His speed just now was frightening. A wave of hushed whispers swept through the room, everyone too fearful to speak loudly. If they had previously held Yu Cheng in admiration and envy, then now what Lin Tian inspired in them was pure oppression. An overwhelming sense of pressure. A normally quiet person erupting suddenly was what sparked such fear in everyone. Lin Tian, what's your blood chi level now? Beside him, Yu Cheng stared fixedly at Lin Tian, his mind churning like turbulent waves. In the past, he'd only acknowledged Lin Tian because of his strong liberal arts grades. Liberal arts alone meant nothing to him. But now he deeply questioned Lin Tian's strength, whether it was sufficient to rival his own. Lin Tian ignored Yu Cheng entirely, merely casting a cold glance at Zhang Lian before returning to his seat. This time he kept Emoji within arm's reach. This time the invigilator remained silent, even avoiding Lin Tian's gaze. A student who could obtain military weapons was certainly no ordinary person. His status might exceed what the teacher could imagine. Someone like this one wouldn't even dare to curry favor. Seeing Lin Tian spare her, Zhang Lian finally breathed a sigh of relief. She then struggled to lift her head and glance at Yu Cheng, feeling she had lost all face to remain there, covering her face as she departed. The class fell silent once more. Neither Yu Cheng nor the invigilator spoke. Zhang Lian's actions had nothing to do with them. Yet at that moment, they both felt like fools in everyone's eyes. Yu Cheng contemplated for a moment, then instead of leaving, returned to his seat. He watched Lin Tian continue sleeping, arms folded, waiting quietly. He wanted to see what Lin Tian's liberal arts score would be. At 12 o'clock the exam bell rang, and only then did Lin Tian wake from his sleep. Actually, he had finished the exam 2 hours earlier. In the past, Lin Tian would have carefully reviewed it. But these past few days Lin Tian had inverted his schedule. The mornings were for continued cultivation. Afternoons were for sleep. With the building assault scheduled for this afternoon, Lin Tian had chosen to sleep through the morning. Teacher, I'm submitting my exam. Lin Tian handed his exam paper to the invigilator. The teacher kept his head down, avoiding Lin Tian's eyes, mechanically placing the paper into the grading machine. After a moment, the invigilator held his breath. He had anticipated Lin Tian's score, but each time he witnessed it, he was profoundly shaken. After all, Lin Tian's liberal arts scores had always been absurdly high. 591 points, only 9 short of full marks. Truly impressive, the invigilator said slowly. Upon hearing this score, the other students in the class exchanged glances, each seeing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. Lin Tian's liberal arts abilities were exceptionally strong. If not for this, he wouldn't have ranked first in the martial techniques evaluation. As for Yu Chung, who had been tightly hugging his arms, his expression froze. At that moment, harsh reality told him his previous confident words had been somewhat laughable. In the liberal arts category, he had still fallen to Lin Tian. Lin Tian simply nodded quietly. He wasn't particularly surprised. This score was actually lower than his usual performance. In his first year of high school, he often achieved perfect scores. Without further comment, Lin Tian walked out of the classroom. As soon as he left the school, he spotted someone he knew. "Hey Tian, let me treat you to a meal." Zhang Lei approached with a grin. He had actually been waiting in the corridor for Lin Tian to emerge. Lin Tian smiled and nodded, then opened emoji to unfold the umbrella. In its normal state, emoji was indeed an umbrella with a fairly large rain-covering area, enough to accommodate 2 people. "Hey Tian, let me tell you, Teacher Ing Ren is truly formidable. I feel like I've already grasped something these past few days." "Oh, that's not bad then. It's more than just good. There's something about Teacher Ing Ren that feels quite severe. I got scolded by him yesterday for being too lazy." Then he wasn't wrong. That afternoon, torrential rain poured down. This time the soaked students had all bought umbrellas at noon. In the conference room, Principal Wang Zili and the teachers from the 3rd senior high sat together watching the large speckled screen. The screen displayed surveillance footage from 50 classes. First place in the liberal arts exam is Lin Tian with 591, second is Yu Chung with 571, a third is Li Fei with 568. A teacher read from the grade statistics sheet in hand. Some teachers maintained calm expressions but felt ripples beneath the surface. First place exceeded second by 20 points. This was a crushing victory. Setting aside everything else, Lin Tian's liberal arts scores had always been exceptionally outstanding. Gu Qingyu impatiently slapped the table, cutting off the teacher's words. "Stop reading those out, it's meaningless now. The martial exam is about to begin." As Gu Qingyu's voice faded, the other teachers in the meeting room fell silent. Some remained speechless while others harbored internal mockery. Gu Qingyu's reputation had been thoroughly ruined by Lin Tian. Hearing that name now seemed to trigger an involuntary response. In the classroom, as Gu Qingyu's words fell, the crowd fell silent. Most of the teachers actually disapproved of Gu Qingyu's conduct, even looking down on him. But what could be done? Gu Qingyu was a first-level martial artist, and moreover at the peak of the first level with nearly 100 points of vital energy. In the corner, the invigilator originally wanted to mention Lin Tian's possession of military weapons, but upon seeing Gu Qingyu's expression, he held back. On the playground, a total of 300 students from the 2nd year of high school stood quietly. Despite the pouring rain at that moment, all students still held umbrellas and watched the dean on the podium without a single complaint. The midterm exam for the 2nd year had rewards. To be precise, the top 30 in the grade would receive rewards. Even the 30th place would get a cash award worth 5,000. If he could do well, it would be a considerable income. Lin Tian, do your best. You're first in liberal arts. If you can make it into the top 10 in this tower challenge, you'll get a bottle of D-level potion. The homeroom teacher Wang Jie walked over to Lin Tian and said quietly. When Wang Jie saw Lin Tian, his heart was filled with complex emotions. He had previously been humiliated at Gu Qingyu's villa. This made Wang Jie feel aggrieved and also guilty. The first time he had failed when he went to see Gu Qingyu over the ranking of the 2nd martial technique. This time, he couldn't even secure an exam qualification for his own student. Teacher Wang, the top few in this midterm exam, should be eligible to participate in the selection for the 8th city joint examination, right? Lin Tian looked at Wang Jie and asked seriously. Wang Jie's expression stiffened and his eyes grew complex. So Lin Tian had always harbored the desire to participate in the 8th city joint examination. Should he tell Lin Tian the truth? Wang Jie sighed inwardly, and ultimately unwilling to shatter Lin Tian's hope, he quietly nodded. Seeing this, Lin Tian also nodded, confirming that his suspicion was correct. Dear students, please take your exam numbers. In a moment, groups of 10 students will enter the martial arts examination building. On the podium, the dean shouted loudly and teachers had already begun distributing exam numbers. Lin Tian received his exam number 151. Hey Tian, I'm 152. We should be in the same group. Beside him, Zhang Lei said with a grin. I'm 156. From not far away, Li Yuzi spoke, quietly casting a friendly smile at Lin Tian and Zhang Lei. Lin Tian was slightly taken aback. He hadn't attended class for several days, and he hadn't expected Li Yuzi's personality to have become so gentle. In class 1 of the 2nd year, Yu Chung glanced indifferently at Lin Tian's class, and then paid no more attention. Yu Chung, this time in the tower challenge, I will surpass you. A resounding voice suddenly rang out, overpowering the sound of rain, causing students from nearby classes to turn their heads. The speaker was a bald boy in a vest without an umbrella, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit as he looked at Yu Chung. It's Zhang Huang. The only one in the whole school who can match Yu Chung is probably him. Yu Chung and Zhang Huang haven't attended school this semester. I've heard their vital energy has already reached over 7 points. They're amazing. They are the twin prodigies of our grade. Many students started discussing. Both Yu Cheng and Zhang Huang were extremely dazzling existences, drawing everyone's attention wherever they went. Yu Cheng, on the other hand, glanced coldly at Zhang Huang without speaking. He had always looked down on Zhang Huang. Seeing Yu Cheng's disdain, Zhang Huang's eyes flashed with anger. "Yu Cheng, this time I'll trample you underfoot. Just watch." Yu Cheng's eyes flickered slightly. The next moment, boom, a powerful and scorching flame aura erupted from Yu Cheng, sending invisible ripples spreading through the air. Watch out. The eruption of this aura instantly knocked back the students around Yu Cheng. Nearly a dozen students were pushed to the ground by the aura, the rain turning the ground muddy. Ordinary students simply couldn't withstand the aura Yu Cheng released. Zhang Huang, however, stood before Yu Cheng and sneered coldly. Boom. A dark spatial fluctuation erupted from Zhang Huang, firmly resisting the impact of Yu Cheng's aura. At that moment, the rain was pouring down, and as the raindrops passed between them, they were deflected by the clash of their auras. The surrounding students watched in horror. The power they exhibited far exceeded their age. Even the vast majority of third-year high school students couldn't match them. Those classmates who had been knocked down by Yu Cheng's aura could only watch from afar, not daring to say anything. Beside Lin Tian, Zheng Lei and other students stared in shock at the scene. "If only I were that strong," Zheng Lei exclaimed, his eyes full of envy. "This martial arts exam is going to be a great show. Yu Cheng and Zhang Huang are bound to fight for first place. Yeah, their vital energy is too high. Basically, many teachers in the school can't compare. Exactly, didn't you see that even their homeroom teacher didn't dare to stop them?" Everyone watched in awe. Most people felt a mix of emotions. When they first entered high school, their vital energy had been roughly the same, yet in less than 2 years, Yu Cheng and Zhang Huang had become figures they could only look up to. "What are you doing? Don't you want to take the exam?" The dean on the podium roared loudly, and only then did the two stop their aura confrontation. Soon 2 students brought a liquid crystal display and placed it on the podium. The display showed 50 blue squares representing classrooms. When a student entered, the square would show the student's number. This way it was clear which student had reached which classroom. Now numbers 1 to 10 begin the tower challenge. The dean spoke again. The top 10 students adjusted their mindset and started the challenge. However, at this moment, few students were paying attention to those taking the challenge. Almost all attention remained on Yu Cheng and Zhang Huang. Soon, within nearly 10 minutes, 7 students from the first batch had walked out of the martial arts examination building in frustration. "It's so hard. I couldn't even withstand a single punch from the teacher in the 5th level. I reached the 7th level, but it was a robot. I couldn't beat it at all. It feels so hard. I got to the 5th level, which only gave me 10 points. I didn't even pass." In an instant, 70% of the students had failed, not even getting past the first floor. The students who hadn't started yet became even more nervous. "Second batch, enter." The dean's voice rang out again. Although some students from the first batch were still in the building, the chance of encountering the second batch was slim. Time passed gradually, and soon over 3 hours had gone by. Soon it was Lin Tian's team's turn. Meanwhile, Yu Cheng and Zhang Huang had already entered. Currently, Zhang Huang was still in classroom 25. As for Yu Cheng, he had already reached classroom 31. Numbers 151 to 160, enter. The dean's voice rang out. Lin Tian's expression turned serious. It was his turn. Inside the conference room, as Lin Tian entered, his figure appeared on the large screen. Instantly, the teachers who had been discussing students fell silent. Everyone turned their gaze to Gu Chengyu. Gu Chengyu narrowed his eyes slightly, then said calmly, "Who do you think will be first in this year's martial arts examination, Yu Cheng or Zhang Huang?" Gu Chengyu's voice fell, and the other teachers began to discuss. "Actually, it's hard to say. Yu Cheng has 8 points of blood energy, and although Zhang Huang's blood energy is unknown, his speed in clearing the towers is indeed much faster. I still favor Yu Cheng. I'm different. I think Xiao Xiali has a chance. She might surpass Zhang Huang and Yu Cheng when she enters." The crowd continued to debate, their focus on Yu Cheng, Zhang Huang, and Xiao Xiali. As for Lin Tian, who had topped the morning's literary exam, hardly anyone paid him any attention, except for the teacher who had proctored Lin Tian's exam that morning. In the corner, that teacher stared at the screen, not daring to miss a single detail. He did not know the extent of Lin Tian's true strength, but his intuition told him that Lin Tian was no ordinary student. Perhaps he was a dark horse. Meanwhile, Lin Tian entered the first classroom. It contained a dynamometer. Beside it, a bespectacled teacher smiled and said, "The next 5 classrooms all have dynamometers. You need to deliver punches of 200, 300, and so on up to 700 kilograms to pass." As the teacher's voice faded, all the students except Lin Tian wore grim expressions. A 200-kilogram punch was manageable, but 700 kilograms was quite challenging. "Will I really not be able to get past the first 7 classrooms?" Li Yuzi was troubled, his face clouded. "I should be fine. My 3-movement thunder fist under the guidance of instructor Ing Run has become quite powerful." Zheng Lei murmured, a flicker of battle intent rising in his eyes after a moment of confusion. Instantly, the other students looked at him with envy. "I really envy you. I tried to enroll in Yu Qing's class a few days ago, but they weren't accepting students." "Same here. Why doesn't instructor Ing Run take more students?" "Zheng Lei is the best. He gets to attend classes for free." Hearing their comments, Zheng Lei scratched his head sheepishly. Li Yuzi, however, darkened. He was filled with regret. Because he had spoken up for Li Ming, he had lost the opportunity to enroll in Ingren's class. A few days ago, 2 students from Ingren's class had managed to produce thunderous sounds with their punches, shocking the entire Qingqing. Ingren truly had skill. But that had nothing to do with Li Yuzi. As the others chatted, Lin Tian walked to the dynamometer, carrying emoja. Can I use a weapon? Lin Tian asked the teacher beside the dynamometer. The teacher glanced at the umbrella in Lin Tian's hand and frowned. Could this student's weapon really be an umbrella? You may. Do you want to fetch it? The teacher asked. Lin Tian shook his head, simply raised emoja and gently tapped the dynamometer with its tip. Ding. A sharp electronic sound rang out. In an instant, silence. The chatting students fell quiet, and even the scoring teacher froze in place. Zheng Lei, I'll go on to the next level, Lin Tian said with a light smile, then walked straight out of the classroom. Ah Tian, you barely used any force just now. Zheng Lei mumbled. Li Yuzi and the others said nothing. They were not blind, they had seen it. It was too effortless. Inside the conference room, the surveillance feeds from 50 classrooms were displayed on a large monitor. Gu Chengyu stared intently at Lin Tian. He saw Lin Tian effortlessly breeze through the first 5 classrooms. He did not even throw a punch. He merely tapped the dynamometer lightly with the tip of his umbrella. Gu Chengyu's breathing grew heavy. In the school, 80% of the students had stopped at the 5th level. He had considered that Lin Tian might use the 3-movement Thunder Fist, but he never imagined it would be this easy. Show off. Gu Chengyu snorted. The other teachers exchanged glances, but remained silent. Inside the martial arts examination building, Lin Tian emerged from the last room on the 1st floor. It's too simple. Am I this strong already? Lin Tian mused, looking at the emoji in his hand. On the other side of the corridor, Li Yuzi came out of the 5th classroom, head bowed, eyes filled with dejection. He was even on the verge of tears. Then, noticing Lin Tian's gaze, he paused and held back his tears. A wave of dizziness washed over Li Yuzi. The one he had once looked down upon was now an existence he could not hope to contend with. Li Yuzi truly was no match. Lin Tian merely glanced at Li Yuzi indifferently, then headed straight to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor also had 10 classrooms. Each room contained a senior student. Lin Tian passed through the first 9 classrooms with effortless ease until he reached the last one. Lin Tian, I can't believe you actually made it this far, said a male student in a short-sleeved shirt, surprised. Senior, you know me? Lin Tian frowned. How could I not know you? You're quite famous in the school. The senior gave a cold laugh, then his eyes turned fierce, and he lunged at Lin Tian. I've been in a bad mood lately, so I might hit hard. The senior laughed loudly, moving like a flash of light, closing in on Lin Tian. In an instant, fist raised high. Rumbles echoed and a faint crimson blood energy surged forth. Lin Tian stood still, watching the opponent with indifference. The next moment, just as the senior's contemptuous gaze was inches away and his fist aimed at Lin Tian's eye, bang. The senior's figure was sent flying by Lin Tian's kick to the stomach. Lin Tian was faster and more ferocious. With a bang, the senior slammed into the classroom wall. The energy that had surged into his body burst out, making the entire room tremble. Senior, you struck quite ruthlessly, Lin Tian said with a faint smile. In the previous 9 rooms, the seniors had stopped once they saw Lin Tian had the ability to advance. But this one was clearly different. He went for the kill from the start. How are you so strong? The senior on the ground stared at Lin Tian in terror, his eyes full of fear and helplessness. He had 6 points of blood energy. How could Lin Tian have kicked him away? Am I strong? Lin Tian murmured, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Senior, don't go easy on me. If you did, the school might think I bribed you. Lin Tian spoke calmly, then suddenly moved. Bang! A wave of air burst from Lin Tian as the true thunder force erupted. Like a wild beast charge, he reached the senior in an instant and kicked at his face. You're going to die. The senior screamed, his face turning pale with fear as he used all his strength to dodge. The next moment, the kick struck the wall. Bang! In an instant, Lin Tian's foot connected with the wall, and the entire classroom shook violently. The wall, 3 times thicker than normal, caved in. Crack! Cracks spread like a spiderweb racing across the entire classroom. Gulp! The senior, who had narrowly avoided the kick, swallowed hard. His legs were so weak with fear that he collapsed to the floor. If that kick had landed on him. You. The senior stammered, trying to beg for mercy, but unable to form words. Senior, what's wrong? Lin Tian said with a faint smile, stepping on the senior's chest. Rolling force pressed down, pinning him to the ground. Tell me, why did you strike so heavily? Lin Tian's eyes gleamed, a barely perceptible arc of electricity flickering within them. A cold curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. I. The senior's face had turned ashen with fear, and he stretched out his hands in despair. After all, this is a martial examination. Casualties should be acceptable, right? Lin Tian smiled. The senior panicked even more and quickly said, It's. Just then, Lin Tian. The broadcast on the sports field suddenly rang out, startling everyone. It was Gu Chengyu's voice. He has admitted his mistake. Do not deliberately injure him. The voice fell, and the entire school erupted in uproar. The campus fell silent. Everyone could hear Gu Chengyu's voice. Even Yu Cheng and Zhang Huang inside the martial examination tower paused. What exactly had happened? The entire martial examination tower first trembled, then Gu Chengyu ordered Lin Tian not to harm anyone. But the problem was the monitor showed Lin Tian was currently in room 20. By everyone's understanding of Lin Tian, reaching the 20th floor should have been his limit. But now, inside the room, Lin Tian stepped on a senior high school student's body and suddenly let out a brilliant laugh. True thunder force circulated within his body as he tilted his head toward the surveillance camera in the corner of the classroom. "Guqingyu," Lin Tian called out loudly, his eyes blazing with radiant lightning. His voice carried on chi and blood, profound and far-reaching, echoing throughout the third martial arts high school. "You think you are strong?" Lin Tian grinned, a layer of thunderous mist erupting around his body. "You think because you are the principal you can suppress me? Ant." Lin Tian sneered, his figure upright, a gleam in his eyes seemingly piercing through the surveillance camera, to lock eyes with Guqingyu. "My strength is beyond your ability to suppress. You are far too weak." Lin Tian smiled calmly, and the next instant he released his foot from the boy and kicked him directly in the abdomen. Boom. Rolling force exploded, sending a shockwave through the boy's internal organs. Then crash. His body slid across the floor and slammed into the wall. Spew. A mouthful of blood erupted from the boy's lips. In the conference room, Guqingyu and all the teachers saw this scene with their jaws wide open. How could Lin Tian, ranked first in liberal arts, be so powerful? Even they as teachers could not have overwhelmed that student so effortlessly. Everyone had underestimated Lin Tian. This person was also a martial genius. Guqingyu stared fixedly at Lin Tian on the monitor, his face flushed red, rage exploding from his eyes. Lin Tian called him an ant. A student called this principal weak. "You have an outrageous nerve." Guqingyu roared, his voice carrying infinite wrath, crashing against every student's eardrums. Lin Tian's homeroom, teacher Wang Jie's face instantly drained of color. He never imagined it would escalate to this point. Li Yuzi, who had already exited, also stood with his mouth agape. Lin Tian. Had he already reached a level where he could confront the principal? Inside the classroom, Lin Tian laughed. "Instead, Guqingyu, with my boldness, are you going to kill me?" Unlike Guqingyu, Lin Tian's voice carried not anger, but killing intent. The entire school froze, even Guqingyu, unsure how to respond. Did he want to kill Lin Tian? In a certain moment, he truly had considered it. But he was the principal of one of the 3 schools designated by the Heavenly Nation Martial Arts Education Department. How could he kill a student? "Guqingyu, regarding the second martial technique incident, you blocked my path and sought to destroy my future. This time someone was placed at the 20th checkpoint to stop my progress, wanting to eliminate me early. Do you truly believe my future can be suppressed by a nobody like you? Do you truly believe one principal can ensure I never rise again?" Lin Tian's words spread, releasing too much information in an instant. Suddenly, students and teachers who had been completely baffled understood everything. They understood why Guqingyu had been blocking Lin Tian. So that was it. Guqingyu was indeed despicable and selfish. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. Damn it, so that is how it is. Guqingyu is trash. A student cursed under his breath. "Keep it down or he will hear you, and we are done for." Someone quickly shut him up. "Why shouldn't I say anything? The second martial technique matter is all facts." Another student sneered. They had not yet reached the point of showing cowardly submission to a principal. But Wang Jie clenched his fists tightly. He harbored deep resentment in his heart. He hated this world where strength ruled above all. Someone like Guqingyu could become a principal, ruining countless students' futures with his hands. In the conference room, Guqingyu grit his teeth, veins bulging on his neck. He never expected Lin Tian would actually say it outright, even though the facts were true. But Lin Tian had no evidence. By what right did he speak of things without proof? And just as Guqingyu was about to roar, Lin Tian's voice rang out again. "Guqingyu, watch closely and see whether you can truly suppress me." Guqingyu's breath hitched, a cold smile forming. "Even if you had no evidence this time, do you truly think you can reach the final checkpoint?" Lin Tian only smiled faintly and remained silent. "Preposterous." Guqingyu snorted coldly. He sat up straight, suddenly feeling ridiculous. He had actually grown angry over a youngster who had never seen anything. At Qingqing Third Martial Arts High School's Tower Climbing Challenge, no one had reached the final classroom in over a decade. Guqingyu, remember this. Lin Tian smiled. The greatest common trait of ants is always hoping others are weak. Lin Tian's aura stretched long and enduring, his voice filled with unstoppable combat spirit and confidence. His voice was sonorous and powerful, rolling endlessly like thunder. At this moment, the entire school heard these words. What followed was silence. An eerie silence. A powerful sense of shock washed over everyone. A student viewing the principal as an ant determined to be number one. That person was Lin Tian, a seemingly quiet and refined youth. Though those words were domineering, how could he possibly reach the final classroom? Above all second-year students' heads stood Yuqing Zhang Huang and Xiao Xiaoli. How could he defeat those geniuses? Guqingyu's face turned crimson with rage, unable to speak for a long while. He had never been made so angry by a student before. Just a clown. Guqingyu composed himself and slowly spoke these words. In the conference room, no teacher said a word. Lin Tian quietly ascended to the third floor. The third floor had 10 classrooms, each occupied by teachers from the First Martial Arts High School and other martial arts schools. The First Martial Arts High School only had 3 or 4 level 1 martial artists among its teachers. Fewer than 7 had blood energy around 7 points. That was why each martial examination invited several teachers with 7-point blood energy from other schools. Student, come to our first martial arts high school. The third martial arts high school is unworthy of you. In the first classroom, a rugged-looking man smiled warmly at Lin Tian. He had heard everything clearly. The education ministry does not allow school transfers. Lin Tian chuckled. The rugged man smiled lowly. That would be Principal Lu's concern. Lin Tian's eyes flashed slightly, saying nothing, merely raising his ink sword and performing a martial bow. Is that all you bring to fight me? The rugged man frowned. It is enough. Lin Tian smiled calmly. The next instant, boom. His figure darted forward, creating countless afterimages. Within the span of a breath, dust exploded throughout the classroom. A piercing wind sound burst forth, forming a vortex of chi around one punch. Bad. The rugged man cried out, instantly realizing his carelessness. Before he could move, the tip of the ink sword was already pressed against his forehead at a distance of 5 centimeters. Teacher, you have lost. Gulp. The burly man swallowed hard. His eyes fixated on the umbrella tip, nearly 5 centimeters away from him. In an instant, a sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. What had just happened? He hadn't even seen it clearly. Luckily, Lin Tian had withdrawn his hand, or his head would have been split open. It would definitely have split open. Given Lin Tian's explosive force, just now if that strike had landed, he would have died, without knowing how. Thank you. The burly man stammered. Among the students currently challenging the levels, Lin Tian was the most formidable he had ever seen. Lin Tian nodded calmly, then walked out of the classroom. Meanwhile, on the playground, the display screen on the podium showed Lin Tian's number rapidly clearing the rooms on the 3rd floor. So fast. No way, how can he be this fast? 33rd, 34th. Is this still Lin Tian? He's even faster than Yu Cheng and Zhang Huang. Incredible. The students were at a loss for words. At that moment, they truly realized the extent of Lin Tian's power. Being the quiet top student in liberal arts didn't mean his martial arts were weak. Inside Lin Tian's classroom, a girl named Zhang Qian excitedly covered her mouth. Li Yuzi's jaw dropped, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the display on the podium. He never imagined Lin Tian could be so formidable. Suddenly, he felt it was ridiculous that he had once asked his brother to deal with Lin Tian. Ah, Tian, amazing. Zheng Lei laughed heartily, though he hadn't expected this either. But he was still thrilled, albeit with a tinge of melancholy. He had just been happy about reaching the 12th level, but now he saw his best friend performing even better. Suddenly, it all felt like a dream. On the 4th floor, Lin Tian slowly entered the 9th room. To his surprise, there was another student inside. Who are you? Zhang Huang with a shaved head frowned at Lin Tian. He rarely stayed at school, and the only peers he paid attention to were Xiao Xiaoli and Yu Cheng. Seeing Lin Tian, he found him familiar, but couldn't place the name. Lin Tian, making it to this level. You're quite impressive. The female teacher acting as the level guardian smiled and called out Lin Tian's name. She was also a teacher from First Martial High School, completely indifferent to Gu Qingyu. Lin Tian was slightly surprised. Why did all the teachers from First Martial High School know him? Come to First Martial High School. Third Martial High School doesn't deserve you. The female teacher said with a smile. In the meeting room, Gu Qingyu clenched his fists, teeth gritted. He was furious to the extreme. He heard the same words again. Third Martial High School didn't deserve Lin Tian. Why had Lin Tian charged all the way to this level? Everything happening before him was a slap in the face. Moreover, Gu Qingyu felt that every teacher's gaze toward him carried mockery. Meanwhile, inside the martial exam building, Zhang Huang squinted at Lin Tian. So you're Lin Tian. You dared to confront the principal earlier. Quite arrogant indeed. Zhang Huang scrutinized Lin Tian, tilting his chin up slightly. Fight me. I won't allow anyone more arrogant than me to exist. The female guardian teacher frowned. I'm still the guardian here. What are you trying to do? Zhang Huang burst into hearty laughter. His eyes widened, and the next moment a deathly black light shimmered from his body. You're a teacher, so I'll give you some face, but you'd better not get in the way. You're no match for me. Boom. A terrifying surge of blood energy erupted from Zhang Huang, his rolling force stirring up a fierce gale. At this moment, he exuded a majestic aura, as if he were the supreme ruler above the 9 heavens. You're strong and you're arrogant. That makes you worthy of being my opponent. Zhang Huang's eyes blazed as he stared at Lin Tian, a proud smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The female teacher's expression shifted slightly. She was indeed no match for Zhang Huang. But she couldn't let the promising seedling Lu Jianjian valued suffer here. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Tian also smiled. Crack. A flash of lightning radiated from Lin Tian like thunder dragons climbing mountains and traversing peaks. The dazzling lightning was so brilliant that even the female teacher took a startled step back. What is thunder? It purges filth, severs een, and slays evil. Within the great Tao, the might of the sacred heavens. Suppressing the abyss, shattering the firmament supreme above the 9 heavens. Lin Tian slowly raised the maja in his hand, without opening the umbrella. Threads of lightning coiled around it, as if he were holding a bolt of lightning. Then let me see if you're worthy of making me open my maja. Lin Tian gave a brilliant smile, his lightning aura standing in opposition to Zhang Huang's. Zhang Huang's eyes widened, a grin spreading across his face. You're indeed not bad. You have the capital to be arrogant. The next instant his figure flickered, and he threw a punch at Lin Tian. Let me tell you first, my blood energy is 8. 5. A powerful force tore through the air, his fist hurtling toward Lin Tian's face. With that much arrogance, I thought your blood energy was 100 points. Lin Tian muttered, executing the first special effect of Hidden Blade 7/Blood Shadow. In an instant, Lin Tian's form turned into a lightning phantom, each movement bursting with dazzling thunder. The female guardian teacher, stunned by the sight, quickly stepped back and pulled out her phone to record. She suddenly understood why the principal cared so much about Lin Tian. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Huang gritted his teeth, throwing punch after punch, each one striking only the lightning afterimages. Crack. Bolts of lightning struck Zhang Huang, instantly tearing his skin open. Lin Tian, can you only dodge? Zhang Huang roared in fury. He couldn't even see where Lin Tian's true body was. His voice, filled with rage, rang out instantly. On the playground, all the students looked up. From the room on the 4th floor, lightning continuously burst forth. And on the display, the numbers representing Lin Tian and Zhang Huang both stopped at room 39. Could it be that Zhang Huang and Lin Tian are fighting now? No way, how can Lin Tian fight Zhang Huang? Are you stupid? Lin Tian cleared levels faster than Zhang Huang. How could he lose? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, in Lin Tian's class, Wang Jie and a few students who had good relations with Lin Tian watched nervously. They were astonished that Lin Tian now had the strength to contend with Zhang Huang. They also feared Lin Tian might suffer. In the meeting room, Gu Qingyu stood up directly, his eyes fixed on the display showing everything. Damn it, how many blood energy potions did Lin Tian take? Where did he get the money? Gu Qingyu growled. The blood energy Lin Tian had erupted with was simply abnormal. No, is Lin Tian using the blood shadow from Hidden Blade 7/? A teacher instantly noticed the anomaly. Yes, that's blood shadow. It requires at least minor mastery of Hidden Blade 7/. He only got Hidden Blade 7/ a few days ago. A genius, an absolute genius. Indeed, I never expected Lin Tian to be a prodigy in martial techniques. He's the most monstrous I've ever seen. The first teacher's exclamation set off a chain reaction. The other teachers couldn't sit still. Gu Qingyu might refuse to admit it, but they could see it clearly. Lin Tian's monstrous talent wasn't in blood energy. It was his terrifying mastery of martial techniques. What Lin Tian showed them now was an unparalleled shock. Even some high-ranking teachers no longer bothered to read Gu Qingyu's expression, speaking out in astonishment. He's been unable to strike back under Zhang Huang's assault. Gu Qingyu sneered with a grim face. He was right. Lin Tian had never attacked. But just as the smile hadn't faded from Gu Qingyu's face, a loud crack sounded. On the display, Lin Tian, who had been holding back, seemed to have had his fun. The umbrella in his hand lashed out and struck Zhang Huang. A crisp crack followed. Before Zhang Huang could even scream, his body was sent flying. In an instant, he crashed through the classroom window, shattering the glass. The terrifying force hurled him out of the martial exam building. He arced through the air and then slammed heavily onto the playground. A puddle of rainwater splashed up as students yelped and scrambled out of the way. Zhang Huang lay sprawled on the ground, his clothes soaked, utterly disheveled. His body bore scorched marks from the lightning strikes. He didn't move for a long time, then struggled to turn over, facing the pouring rain. His expression was dazed. All his pride, all his sense of invincibility had vanished. Lin Tian had toyed with him, defeating him with a single blow. Groan. Zhang Huang opened his mouth wide, letting out a long and mournful wail. Lin Tian! Lin Tian! Zhang Huang cried out pitifully. From beginning to end, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of any of Lin Tian's attacks. He had lost just like that, lost. His expression was desolate, as if life itself had lost all meaning. All around, students approached cautiously. They clearly saw Zhang Huang's vacant eyes, and their shock rose like a tidal wave within them. Had Lin Tian beaten Zhang Huang into this state? Around them, the teachers of the 3rd Martial Arts High School were filled with extreme doubt. Ambulance, come in. The Dean of Studies shouted. An ambulance stationed at the 3rd Martial Arts High School drove in, and Zhang Huang, already beyond caring, was lifted onto a stretcher. When the midterm exam began, the 3rd Martial Arts High School had prepared 3 ambulances just in case students climbing the tower encountered problems. For the past several hours, these 3 ambulances had been standing by. Who would have thought the first to be carried away would be Zhang Huang, who ranked in the top 3 for combat ability in his grade? The key point: Zhang Huang had been reduced to this state by Lin Tian, the academic top student. In an instant, all the students felt a sense of daze. Damn, did Lin Tian hide his true strength for 2 years only to explode today? Most likely. I thought he was a nobody, but turns out he was a major player. But wait, didn't the school tests show his blood chi at just 1.7? Son, have you ever heard of blood chi concealment techniques? The students' discussions continued ceaselessly, and the entire sports field exploded into chaos. Even the heavy rain seemed insignificant now. Today, Lin Tian was truly about to ascend to godhood within this school. Idiot. Gu Qingyu cursed in the conference room. Naturally, he was cursing Zhang Huang. In his view, Lin Tian's footwork was fast, but not impossible to counter. Zhang Huang had been lured into a trap by Lin Tian from the very first moment. How could he possibly find his way out? Gu Qingyu took a deep breath and steadily settled back into his chair. He pulled out a cigar and lit it. Cough, cough, cough. A fit of coughing erupted, and Gu Qingyu's expression twisted in slight agony. The smoke had gotten stuck in his throat. In the conference room, the other teachers, upon witnessing this scene, remained silent. Inside the martial exam tower, the female teacher serving as the guardian stared at Lin Tian in a daze for a long while. "No need to fight. I'm not your match," the female teacher said awkwardly. The oppressive force Lin Tian had just exerted on her had been truly terrifying. This was a second-year student. Lin Tian nodded and swiftly passed the final trial of the 4th floor. He arrived at the 5th floor. On this floor, his opponents would no longer be teachers. Instead, they were robots, the official martial exam robots. Lin Tian walked into the first room, where a faceless robot of roughly his height stood motionless. On the robot's chest was printed the characters "Military Use Only." Military use E-rank robots, each possessing the strength of a first-grade martial artist. Moreover, within the core data chip was the proficiency of a cultivation technique at the mastery stage. This was replicated based on the memories and thinking patterns of martial artists. However, due to technical limitations, perfect replication was impossible. The robots could only reach the mastery stage. As Lin Tian slowly walked into the room, the motionless robot slowly raised its head. Click, click, click. The sound of mechanical operation rang out. The next instant, the robot burst into action, charging toward Lin Tian. At the same time, in classroom 45, Yu Cheng's spear in hand collapsed to the ground. "Ha ha ha, how is this possible? I can't even pass the 45th trial." Yu Cheng roared, slapping his palm against the ground as gusts of wind swept up, allowing him to stand once more. Before him, 5 faceless robots stood neatly in a row. "Trial failed." One of the faceless robots spoke in a completely emotionless voice. "Failed? I have not failed." Yu Cheng sneered, his spear slanted toward the ground, his eyes blazing with rolling battle intent. "Xiao Xiaoli managed to pass. Why would I fail?" Yu Cheng bellowed, his entire body's strength churning and flowing along the spear as he charged toward the faceless robots. Clang! The spear fiercely struck a faceless robot's face, exploding into sparks. Even so, the 5 faceless robots remained completely motionless. "Why don't you all strike back?" Yu Cheng shouted in humiliation and rage, his spear dancing into countless reinforced shadows. One thrust was like 100 spears firing simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out within the classroom. Despite all this, the 5 faceless robots still did not move an inch. "Trial failed. Please leave this place." The faceless robot's mechanical voice rang out once more. Yu Cheng's face flushed red, and he glared toward the location of the surveillance monitor. "Gu Qingyu again? That shouldn't count." Yu Cheng's voice rang out resolute, carrying a hint of disdain. In the conference room, Gu Qingyu stared at this scene, his breath catching. Slap! Gu Qingyu slammed his palm heavily onto the table. "You ungrateful whelp. What is this generation trying to do?" The other teachers were also somewhat speechless. They had seen it clearly. Yu Cheng had failed this trial. Yu Cheng came from a prestigious family and had never experienced any real setbacks. His family had been extremely indulgent toward him, and he had reigned supreme among the second-year students at the 3rd Martial Arts High School. Today, what Yu Cheng wanted was first place. Yet he was stuck at this trial. It was quite the setback. Gu Qingyu glared at Yu Cheng on the monitor. He knew Yu Cheng's family background, so for a moment he was torn. The key issue was that the second-year midterm exam and its rewards were provided by the Ministry of Education. He, as the principal, was merely the organizer. How was he supposed to pull strings? The last time he had pulled strings, it had cost Gu Qingyu dearly. Besides, there was video recording now, and so many people were watching. In the conference room, the other teachers stared at Gu Qingyu. They knew Gu Qingyu's temperament. He bullied the weak, but feared the strong. Yu Cheng might just be a student, but would Gu Qingyu dare to refuse him? Gu Qingyu pondered, then approached one of the teachers and said, "Connect to the robot's voice system. I want to say a few words to Yu Cheng." That teacher frowned slightly, but still operated as Gu Qingyu instructed. The computer then connected to the robot in the classroom where Yu Cheng was located. "Yu Cheng, if you want to fight again, you may, but you've already lost your qualification for assessment. Even if you win, it will only count as you having reached the 44th trial." Gu Qingyu's voice came through the robot. Yu Cheng sneered dismissively and said carelessly, "Fine. What I want is only the challenge. As for the rest, even the rewards I can do without. This matter, I will tell my father about it." When Yu Cheng's voice fell, Gu Qingyu in the conference room nodded. He did not dare to truly oppose Yu Cheng, but he also did not dare to violate the major rules. As for minor rules, bending those a little was acceptable. Yu Cheng's family was wealthy, those rewards were nothing to him. In fact, Gu Qingyu could even pocket them privately. At the thought of this, Gu Qingyu's eyes gleamed, and a smile curved his lips. As for the other teachers in the meeting room, they exchanged glances, all at a loss for words. Though some of them might have chosen the same path as Gu Qingjade, witnessing his actions still left a bitter taste in their mouths. In this world, those who bully the weak and fear the strong often thrive. But what if the one they bully is a formidable opponent? Time passed slowly. In classroom No. 45, a faceless robot kicked Yu Cheng flying with a single blow. Challenge failed. A faceless robot intoned mechanically as the 5 robots stood in orderly formation. Yu Cheng scrambled to his feet, his face darkening with fury. So close, so damned close. Why? Yu Cheng roared, his eyes blazing with an intensity of rage that bordered on madness. Gu Qingjade again. Let me try again. He bellowed at the robots. Inside the meeting room, Gu Changjade frowned about to grant his request. A silhouette slowly approached the entrance of classroom 45. If you can't win, you can't win. A weakling must have awareness. Lin Tian leaned against the doorframe, holding Mo Zhu in his arms. There seemed to be two bolts of lightning flashing in his eyes. Yu Cheng was stunned. His first thought was that the speaker was Zhang Huang. After all, besides himself and Xiao Xiaoli, Zhang Huang was the only other person qualified to reach this stage. But when he recognized Lin Tian, he was both astonished and his eyes turned icy cold. What did you just say? He glared at Lin Tian, the murderous intent nearly bursting forth. I said, how dare a mere insect waste my time. Though Lin Tian had just arrived at this classroom, his 10 points in blood essence endowed him with keen perception. He had naturally overheard the conversation between Yu Cheng and Gu Changjade. Yu Cheng narrowed his eyes, gripping his long spear, and strode over to Lin Tian. Do you know what your words imply? Yu Cheng grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, his smile chilling. Who the hell do you think you are? He roared, his body erupting with a formidable aura. His blood essence surged, and his long spear swept a wave of air toward Lin Tian's ribs. Flames seemed to ignite on his spear, and the terrifying heat threatened to melt Lin Tian. No one dare speak to me like that. Yu Cheng bellowed, his face twisted with malice and ferocity. A heavy thud echoed, and the entire room exploded with shockwaves. Yu Cheng's sneer abruptly ceased, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian had simply extended his hand and blocked the ferocious attack with ease. A faint smile gradually appeared on Lin Tian's lips, his eyes flashing with an intensifying brilliance. Trash! His aura erupted in that instant. Rolling thunder coiled around his body like furious dragons, interweaving with roars and hisses. Azure lightning surged along the spear into Yu Cheng's body, immense and powerful. Has no one ever told you how weak you are? Lin Tian spoke calmly, raising his hand. A surge of energy erupted through his palm, directed at Yu Cheng's head. Yu Cheng tried to dodge, but a sudden terror seized him. With a bang, Lin Tian's palm struck Yu Cheng's forehead, and a powerful force poured down. Yu Cheng's body, along with the entire classroom floor, trembled. The floor beneath his feet seemed to crack, sending debris flying. Yu Cheng wailed, unable to finish his sentence. Lin Tian's second palm descended again. With a boom, the floor exploded open, and Yu Cheng's body sank into the ground, wedged in the debris. His eyes rolled back, and the thunder from Lin Tian had paralyzed his nerves. On the 4th floor in the 5th classroom, the teacher, acting as the gatekeeper, stared at the ceiling in shock. The lower half of a student's body dangled from the ceiling, twitching uncontrollably. Watch closely, Yu Cheng. This is how you clear this level. Lin Tian walked past Yu Cheng. In Yu Cheng's dazed view, the black umbrella in Lin Tian's hand suddenly retracted. With a series of clicks, the umbrella vanished, and the large object transformed into a gleaming tang saber. A resonant hum filled the air. The 5 faceless robots sensed Lin Tian's proximity and raised their heads, their mechanical joints clicking and groaning. In the next instant, one robot charged at Lin Tian. With a whoosh, Lin Tian's figure blurred into a phantom of lightning. This was the first effect of the hidden blade 7 strikes blood shadow. Combined with Lin Tian's true thunder energy, it manifested not as a blood shadow, but as a lightning shadow. Intense and dreamlike. Like a perfect movement technique, he moved with effortless grace amid the siege of the faceless robots. The 5-fold combat power amplification was merely one of Blood Shadow's boosts. Blood Shadow's greatest strength was its movement technique. The same applied to the second effect, Hidden Thunderstrike. Combat arts and movement were combined to deliver a decisive blow under the enemy's encirclement. A cacophony of clashing sounds erupted as the Tang Saber Mo Zhu carved countless sparks across the bodies of the 5 faceless robots. Amid the rolling thunder, the battle became a spectacle of brilliance. On the floor, Yu Cheng, who had finally regained his composure, suppressed his fury. His face flickered in the lightning's glow. Gradually, his mouth fell open, filled with an indescribable shock. Perfect combat technique, perfect evasion. Every strike Lin Tian made was flawless. How is this possible? Yu Cheng exclaimed. He was born into such privilege, obtaining things that ordinary students like Lin Tian could never imagine. His teachers were all 3rd-rank martial artists. He trained diligently, never wasting a single moment. Why was he so weak today? With a bang, Lin Tian lifted one faceless robot and kicked it into the wall. The remaining robots were also defeated by Lin Tian's invincible dominance. Challenge successful. A robot lying on the ground emitted an electronic sound, sparks crackling from its mechanical skeleton circuits. Under Yu Cheng's stunned gaze, the handsome young man carrying the Tang Saber walked past him. Inside the meeting room, all the teachers were numb with shock. Ever since Lin Tian had overwhelmingly defeated Yu Cheng, they had been in a state of stupor. A genius had emerged from the 3rd Martial High School. Gu Changjade slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the monitor showing Lin Tian. Even in his arrogance and blindness, he had to admit now. He had misjudged. Lin Tian was truly going to reach the final level. Gu Changjade, the principal of the 3rd Martial High School, had become a laughingstock. As for the school playground, a series of exclamations like, "Holy cow," resounded. All the students saw on the monitor that Lin Tian's number had collided with Yu Cheng's. They saw Yu Cheng's number dim. Then Lin Tian continued to clear the levels. Until the 47th level, Lin Tian encountered the already defeated Xiao Xiaoli, and Lin Tian pressed on all the way to the final level. A dark horse. Inside the martial examination building 5th floor corridor, Lin Tian slowly walked out of the 9th classroom. Lin Tian, you actually made it this far. Xiao Xiaoli stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. She had failed at the 47th checkpoint. Under her gaze, he had pressed forward with an almost invincible momentum, bulldozing his way to the final stage. In Xiao Xiaoli's impression, Lin Tian was a very quiet boy. Since junior high, he had excelled in humanities. But in martial arts, he was rather ordinary. Yet today, Lin Tian had completely surpassed Xiao Xiaoli's expectations. He glanced at her, nodded faintly, then stepped into the last classroom. A middle-aged man in a black suit was lounging lazily on the sofa in the center of the classroom, wearing earphones and scrolling through his phone. When he saw Lin Tian, the man frowned slightly, then his eyes widened as he scrutinized Lin Tian for a long time in disbelief. You're Lin Tian from class 3, grade 11, right? The man asked in surprise. Lin Tian nodded calmly. The previous classrooms on the 5th floor had all been faceless robots. He hadn't expected the final room's guardian to be a teacher. Li Mingji, teacher Li. He was the 3rd first-rank martial artist in the 3rd martial high school after Gu Qingyu and the dean. The minimum blood chi standard for a first-rank martial artist was about 10 points. Many fell short of that. The minimum blood chi standard for a second-rank martial artist was 100. According to what Lin Tian knew, Li Mingji's blood chi value was above 30. He was no longer the lowest tier of first-rank martial artist. It was fitting to have him as the guardian of the final stage. Li Mingji stared at Lin Tian for a long time before emerging from his shock. He put his phone on the sofa and stood up. You've made it to the final stage, which is indeed impressive. Everyone underestimated you. Li Mingji smiled, then his gaze gradually turned playful. Although I don't usually meddle with school affairs, the incident you caused was quite a big deal. As he spoke, Li Mingji took off his jacket, revealing a blue shirt. He had a pistol holstered on each side of his waist. Then he put on an olive green vest. Lin Tian carefully inspected the vest. It was loaded with 8 magazines and a dagger was strapped to his left rib. Li Mingji's weapon of choice was a gun, which was quite rare. Most martial artists rarely used firearms. Firearms were more suited for psychic masters who could manipulate bullets and unleash unimaginable combat power with them. Lin Tian, you're still young. It's understandable that you're a bit hot-blooded. Li Mingji chuckled while adjusting his gear. You've made it this far, which shows you're a genius. But only in Qingcheng. The world is vast and Qingcheng is just a small city. As Li Mingji rambled on, he failed to notice that Lin Tian had already furrowed his brow. The true prodigies are on the hidden dragon ranking. Geniuses recognized by the entire world. Before Gu Yun returned, Qingcheng had no geniuses. Li Mingji said, then looked at Lin Tian with a half-smile. Kid, the world is big. You need to be more humble. Because of you, the reputation of the 3rd high school has suffered greatly. Dean Gu and I were even summoned by the Martial Education Department for a reprimand. After finishing his preparations, Li Mingji's eyes turned serious. Boom. A powerful aura erupted and a strong wind swept through the classroom. Then, teacher, what should I have done when my second martial technique was taken away? Lin Tian's brow relaxed, and he smiled at Li Mingji. Li Mingji paused for a moment, then smiled. You could have discussed it with Dean Gu. You could have handled it privately, not risked a fight to the death. You nearly cost Dean Gu his job. More importantly, Gu Yun was doing well in Shishir. She was supposed to attend the Shishir Genius Training Camp, but you ruined that too. Li Mingji's smile faded, and he spoke with some disdain. A measly 3 million martial technique. Look how many people it's made uncomfortable. Li Mingji glanced at Lin Tian dismissively. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, then he nodded, but still said calmly, Teacher Li, are you saying everything is my fault? Li Mingji shook his head and waved his hand. That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is that your approach was too radical. Lin Tian nodded, then looked around the classroom. Teacher, this room is too small. How about we go to the rooftop for a fight? Li Mingji frowned slightly and glanced out the window. The sky was like a gray curtain, and the sound of rain formed a continuous roar. The heavens seemed to have cracked open, countless holes pouring rain down upon the earth. No need. It'll be over soon anyway. The final stage has standards set by the Martial Education Department, and I won't go easy on you. Lin Tian squinted his eyes into crescent moons and smiled. Teacher, let's go up. After all, I've worked hard to get to the final stage. Li Mingji frowned, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. Just then Xiao Xiaoli appeared at the doorway. Teacher, may I watch? Xiao Xiaoli asked tentatively. The impatience in Li Mingji's eyes faded, and he said to Lin Tian with a smile, Fine, as you wish. Let's go to the rooftop. Lin Tian nodded seriously. Xiao Xiaoli quietly followed behind Lin Tian and Li Mingji. Lin Tian, go apologize to Dean Gu in a few days. It's for your own good. On the staircase, Li Mingji said casually. Lin Tian remained silent, but Xiao Xiaoli frowned. Teacher, Lin Tian didn't do anything wrong. Li Mingji paused, glanced at Xiao Xiaoli, and smiled. To you it seems he didn't. But it's different for him. Gu Yun was supposed to attend the Shishir Genius Training Camp for a month. In that month, the investment Gu Yun would have received was over 30 million, all ruined by Lin Tian. After Li Mingji finished, Xiao Xiaoli's frown deepened. She couldn't understand the meaning behind his words. Everything was Gu Qingyu's own fault, Gu Yun's loss had nothing to do with Lin Tian. Xiao Xiaoli was about to speak again, but Lin Tian let out a soft laugh and shook his head at her. In this world, the wrong always belonged to the weak. Even if you were right, as long as you were weak, without money, and without strength, you were already wrong. According to Li Mingji's reasoning, on what grounds did Lin Tian dare to resist? Why did he have to make a big deal out of it? Lin Tian was not the first to have his second martial technique qualification stolen. Why did the others choose to remain silent? Everyone was not blind. If you lacked the ability, you deserved to suffer. This world seemed peaceful, but everything was a rigid hierarchy. Martial artists were nobler than commoners, and the rich had more say than the poor. Xiao Xiaoli watched Lin Tian's silence, and suddenly bit her lip. She felt that she still understood too little about the world. She was truly fortunate she had a wealthy father. And Lin Tian, without parents, had come this far alone. Even with such genius, he was still suppressed by others. Xiao Xiaoli clenched her fists. Even though she was a girl, a surge of indignation rose in her heart. Raindrops clattered against the concrete slabs of the rooftop. The downpour lashed the entire city of Qingqing. Li Mingji furrowed his brow and stepped into the heavy rain, slowly turning around. Why such a sudden downpour? He grumbled, looking back at the young man and woman behind him. A youth with delicate features carrying a tang sword slowly walked into the rain. The raindrops soaked his body and his wet hair obscured his gaze. His hair and eyes were as dark as thick ink. Lin Tian, go for it. Xiao Xiaoli cheered from under the eaves at the entrance, encouraging him. She desperately wanted to see Lin Tian give Li Mingji a thorough beating. But that was merely a fantasy. With Li Mingji's 30 points of qi and blood, Lin Tian surely couldn't defeat him. She had come along partly to observe Lin Tian's actual combat skills, and partly out of worry that Li Mingji might hold a grudge against him, causing trouble. Xiao Xiaoli couldn't quite explain why she felt this concern. Born into gentleness, she was naturally inclined to show kindness to others. Li Mingji drew two pistols, their muzzles angled toward the ground. He had a drinking engagement that evening. His clothes were now wet, and even if he used qi and blood to evaporate the moisture, they were still soiled. Let's get this over with. I don't have much time, Li Mingji said impatiently to Lin Tian. All right. Lin Tian nodded, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Crack. A thunderclap. The violent lightning exploded, and within him his qi and blood surged like oil set ablaze, suddenly boiling over. Huh. Li Mingji startled, quickly raising his pistol and firing a shot at Lin Tian. Bang. A muzzle flash burst like a daytime flare, shattering the raindrops. Bang. Lin Tian's tang sword swept down, cleaving the bullet in two, and in the next instant, he was right before Li Mingji. Such a waste of words. The teacher should be strong. Lin Tian let out a sinister laugh, the hand gripping his sword suddenly unleashing immense power. Like a surging river of force pouring from his waist into the blade, he slashed toward Li Mingji's forehead. Crack. The thunder preceded the blade. The blinding electric glare blurred Li Mingji's vision. Bang. A metallic clash rang out. In a moment of panic, Li Mingji raised his arm, and the metal plate hidden in his sleeve deflected Lin Tian's strike. You're trying to kill me. Li Mingji growled, his eyes still filled with lingering fear. How could that be? Teacher is so formidable. Your qi and blood must be at least 1,000 by now, Lin Tian said with a grin, but his eyes hardened again as he thrust his sword toward Li Mingji's brow. Blood Shadow. The Blood Shadow strike was meant to catch the opponent off guard, aimed to kill with the first blow. Since you're so strong, I have to give it my all. Lin Tian sneered as he swung his right hand with the sword, simultaneously thrusting into a bow stance and driving his left fist infused with true thunder force toward Li Mingji's abdomen. Humph! Li Mingji grunted in anger, crossing his two pistols into an X shape to block the blade. Then bang! A dull thud followed as Lin Tian's fist slammed into Li Mingji's stomach. The blow was heavy and forceful, thrusting forward as lightning pierced into Li Mingji's lower abdomen. Damn it! Li Mingji roared, exploding his qi and blood in an instant. A shockwave erupted from his body as he swept a kick toward Lin Tian's waist. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He pushed off with both legs, stepping onto Li Mingji's extended thigh, and with the crushing weight of thunder, he slammed downward. Get lost! Li Mingji felt the pressure on his leg, his muscles bulging like coiling dragons, and he flung Lin Tian off. Lin Tian, using the momentum, flew backward through the air, landing 5 or 6 meters away. On the playground, some students spotted Lin Tian midair and gasped. Look, it's Lin Tian. He's fighting on the rooftop. Someone shouted, and the entire school turned their gaze toward the rooftop. I've finished my match. Let's go watch from the adjacent teaching building. Great. The teaching building has 8 floors. We'll definitely get a good view. Count me in. A group of students suggested going to the nearby high-rise to spectate. After all, it was the final checkpoint of the martial arts exam. No one wanted to miss it. Teacher, I want to watch too. From class 3, Zheng Lei called out to Wang Jia. Most of their class had already finished their exams and were just waiting for scores. The other students, including Li Yuzi and Zhang Qian, looked at Wang Jia with hopeful eyes. Wang Jia paused for a moment, then smiled. Don't say it like that. I want to watch too. Without another word, he dashed toward the teaching building, leaving his students behind. Whoa, the teacher's playing dirty, Zheng Lei yelled, and the entire class 3 followed Wang Jia as they sprinted to the teaching building. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the moment Lin Tian was sent flying, Li Mingji quickly gritted his teeth and retreated. He needed to create distance. If Lin Tian got close again, he'd be in trouble. Was he actually afraid of a student getting close to him? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Li Mingji roared in his heart. When Lin Tian had gotten close moments ago, he had truly sensed the danger of death. Why? Why was Lin Tian so strong? Clenching his teeth, Li Mingji retreated while aiming both pistols at Lin Tian. The throat, the vital points of the arms, joints, lower abdomen, and legs. Locking onto the targets, Li Mingji fired instantly. Bang bang bang. Both pistols discharged in rapid succession. Focusing on Lin Tian's landing spot, he emptied both magazines outright. Watch out! Xiao Xiaoli cried out in panic. The battle had already exceeded her imagination. Mid-descent, Lin Tian's eyes sharpened. He had once seen Gu Yun surrounded by a dozen enemies use her sword to cut down bullets from all directions. If Gu Yun could do it, why couldn't he? Steadying his mind and calming his breath, Lin Tian twisted his body in midair, swinging his long blade horizontally. Push, carry. Cloud. Grip firmly, send straight, tie slowly. Turn must be square, fold must be round. Hidden blade, 7 cuts. The blade's shadow, shrouded in electric light, painted a blue-white arc of lightning like an impenetrable shield. One by one, the bullets were shattered by Lin Tian's blade. Then he landed softly. Crack. Lightning flashed and bolts of thunder roared toward Li Mingji. Li Mingji. Lin Tian bellowed, his surging qi and blood amplifying, his voice echoing across the entire school. Li Mingji trembled, staring fixedly at Lin Tian. All his previous arrogance and confidence had vanished. In fact, now he was even panicking. How can you be so pathetic? Lin Tian sneered, stomping his left foot hard on the ground. Boom. A burst of force erupted, rainwater splashed, and the entire rooftop shook as if the ground beneath his foot was about to crack. You son of a... Li Mingji was furious that Lin Tian was cursing him in front of the whole school. He slapped the pockets of his vest, and 2 fully loaded magazines flew out. Simultaneously, the empty magazines from his pistols dropped, and the fresh ones locked into place midair. Veins bulged on his arms as he suppressed an absolute rage on his face. Reverse gun, 8 steps. Li Mingji growled, squatting low as his qi and blood exploded outward. In the next instant, his figure blurred, as if suddenly accelerated. The rainwater on the ground erupted in a strange, rapid rhythm. Bang 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 bang. Sparks flew and qi and blood clashed in the air. Li Mingji dashed across the ground at over 50 meters per second, bullets screaming from different angles toward Lin Tian. A fierce wind swept across the rooftop and rings of splashing rainwater formed walls of water. On the teaching building, students who had just taken their positions to watch gaped at the scene. Was this kind of battle something they were even allowed to witness? Fast. Too fast. Most sophomore students have blood essence around 2 points. Their physique strength and perception are extremely weak compared to martial artists. They simply cannot see clearly. Their vision is entirely occupied by the dazzling light. Inside a classroom, Wang Jie witnessed this scene, and his pupils instantly contracted. Then he roared. Murder. A hysterical roar. This is murder. Wang Jie was nearly driven mad. The combat technique Li Mingji was executing was too terrifying. And with a spear, if Lin Tian were struck. Murder. He roared, his heart filled with rage. Meanwhile, beside him, Zheng Lei, Li Yuzi, and other classmates of Lin Tian were also stunned by the scene. This was completely different from what they had imagined. How could a student possibly win in such a battle? And on the rooftop, Lin Tian's charging speed slowed down. His pupils contracted, sensing the pressure coming from all directions. Gunfire and rain mingled together like a downpour, imminent and swift. The area where Lin Tian stood was almost entirely exposed to Li Mingji, without any blind spots. It seemed as if he intended to utterly suppress and kill Lin Tian right there. Rolling thunder essence merged into Maja, and thunderbolts burst in Lin Tian's eyes. Hidden blade, 7 cuts. Maja radiated blazing light, its power fully unleashed, and slashed out in an instant. Swish! The thunderous blade light cut through, shattering the rain curtain and leaving a glaring slash mark. Even Lin Tian's body became illusory. His fierce dodging and blade strikes delivered an utterly stunning viewing experience to all onlookers. Bang! 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 Bullets collided with Maja, sparking electric flowers. At this moment, Lin Tian was almost one with Maja. Raising his head, he faced the frowning thunderclouds, while leaning against the sky, lightning flashed, the blade light rivaled the stars. In that instant, Maja became long and profound. This was a perfect manifestation of blood shadow. Bang! 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 The continuous sound of blades breaking bullets combined with the rain striking the ground formed a natural symphony. Under Li Mingji's relentless attacks, Lin Tian's blade technique actually became graceful, like a dancer showcasing true art. Under the rain shelter, Xiao Xiaoli was dumbfounded. At this moment, she even forgot that Lin Tian was a classmate of the same age. She even thought Lin Tian was a master of blade techniques. So strong. Xiao Xiaoli clasped her hands together, feeling both excited and thrilled for some reason. Really amazing, she murmured. Inside the teaching building, Wang Jie, who had been roaring indignantly, fell silent. He swallowed hard. He was already a bit stunned. This was Lin Tian, right? Could this be the student Wang Jie had taught? Was he Wang Jie even worthy? As for Zheng Lei, Li Yuzi, and the other classmates who knew Lin Tian, they were completely dumbfounded. Was the big shot right beside them all along? For 2 whole years, how had they never noticed? Am I seeing things? Is that really a Tian? Zheng Lei asked blankly. He felt that Lin Tian was even stronger than Ingren. No, definitely stronger than Ingren. Beside him, Li Yuzi nodded slowly, almost in a daze. He had targeted Lin Tian for a long time, and now he only wanted to say thank you Lin Tian for sparing his life all this time. Too exaggerated. It's hard to imagine that this is a fight we could put up at our age. That's teacher Li Mingji, and he didn't gain any advantage against Lin Tian. So cool. I noticed Lin Tian was handsome before, but seeing him today, he's even more handsome. The crowd kept talking, but Lin Tian on the top floor naturally didn't see it. Blood essence interwove blade light blended. At this moment Lin Tian felt no tension, in fact he was enjoying the battle. This was the kind of battle suited for him. Only by giving him enough pressure could he continuously grow stronger. Under the rain curtain, Li Mingji's eyes gradually turned fierce. He couldn't believe that under such a barrage of bullets Lin Tian could still handle it with ease. Oh. He almost roared, desperately attacking Lin Tian's weak points. For now it was fine. Lin Tian was confined to his position. Handling such dense gunfire required intense concentration. He didn't believe Lin Tian could keep it up. But the next moment Li Mingji trembled, causing his steps to falter. He discovered that Lin Tian was actually charging toward him. Are you asking for death? Li Mingji growled, his mind beginning to calculate frantically. Angle firing, speed, his own position. He needed to calculate perfectly to deliver a heavy blow to Lin Tian. Don't underestimate any martial high school teacher. Li Mingji roared, his gun shadow illusory, his speed bursting to the limit. Bang, bang, bang. Blade light clashed with the flames of bullets. Each explosive boom shattered the heavy rain. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Li Mingji's eyes, and he kicked out toward the approaching Lin Tian. Whoosh. A flying knife shot out from the tip of his shoe, stabbing from a blind spot in Lin Tian's view. Hearing the sound of wind, Lin Tian stabbed his toes into the ground, his entire body arcing through the air. As Lin Tian landed, his figure became even more illusory. Hidden Blade 7 cuts, second effect, Hidden Thunder Slash. A realm evolved from the perfect fusion of Hidden Blade 7 cuts and 3-movement Thunder Fist. Lin Tian's body, along with Maja, burst with electric light. This time handling the bullets Li Mingji fired, Lin Tian was even more at ease. Faster, more powerful, more intense in momentum. In an instant, a blade light slashed toward Li Mingji's chest. Damn it. Li Mingji's pupils contracted, his shooting rhythm disrupted. He pulled back his left hand and aimed the pistol's muzzle at the blade. With a bang. The moment Li Mingji made contact with that blade, his heart was already roaring. This strike was beyond his imagination. The Hidden Blade 7 cuts at the Hidden Thunder Slash level was immensely powerful. True Thunder Force, 5 times combat power amplification. Hidden Thunder Slash 10 times. 50 times the combat power boost. Even if you have 30 blood essence, you must kneel. Boom. A violent thunderclap. This time it didn't burst from Maja, but from within Li Mingji's body. Hidden Thunder Slash 1 strike, Hidden Thunder. The thunder pierced into the body along with the blade slash, then exploded. It was like a fist passing through bone and skin, delivering a 3-movement thunder fist of lightning directly to your internal organs. Uffed. Li Mingji instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire expression frozen. You. He stared at Lin Tian in terror, his eyes filled with disbelief. Then he slowly collapsed, clutching his stomach. Do you know why I asked you to come to the top floor? Lin Tian smiled, grabbed Li Mingji by the neck, and then punched him in the stomach. Crack. A thunderous punch. Then 5 or 6 more punches. Fist to flesh. Thunder force entered his body, and Li Mingji instantly went limp, collapsing to the ground. He stared blankly at Lin Tian, his eyes full of fear and shock. He had lost. He had lost to a sophomore. A poor student he had looked down upon. Because to beat you I needed a spacious place. Lin Tian smiled, raised his foot, and under Li Mingji's struggling gaze stomped hard on his head. Li Mingji, how are you even inferior to Yu Cheng? Lin Tian roared, stomping down again. This stomp carried the force to pierce through the floor, instantly shattering the cement board beneath Li Mingji's head. Yu Cheng could at least scratch my itch, but you can't even do that. Lin Tian's voice was laden with extreme sarcasm and disdain. Bang, bang, bang. After a few stomps the cement floor dented, and Li Mingji's head and upper body sank deeply into it. At this moment the entire school was stunned. Ugh. Li Mingji, stuck deep in the floor, let out a long moan from his throat. When all the battles had ended, only the pattering rain remained between heaven and earth. Heavy dark clouds pressed over the entire Qingqing, promising more nights of relentless rain. Upon the tower, columns of rain hammered down upon Lin Tian's body like tens of thousands of sharp arrows. Clad in white robes, with wet black hair, his garments had taken on the color of the night. The thunderous luster flowing across his skin gradually faded as rainwater streamed down his figure. Li Mingji, his head deeply embedded in the floor, continued to wail and tremble. The entire Qingqing Third Martial High School fell into a terrifying silence at that moment. The reality which overturned everything students and teachers had known struck at their very souls. A sudden wave of disorientation washed over them. They had perceived the disparity of this world. Before the window of the conference room, Gu Qingyu stood frozen, staring at the scene. His eyes widened as though he had witnessed something inconceivable. His fists clenched tightly, and his teeth gnashed involuntarily. Injuring a classmate, assaulting a teacher. What exactly does he intend to do? Gu Qingyu growled, his eyes brimming with wrath. Within the conference room, the assembled teachers remained silent. They were not even martial artists, and the value of the person in question far surpassed their own. In truth, they as teachers had long lost the right to pass judgment on such matters. At that moment, a figure entered the conference room. It was the dean of students, completely soaked. "Teacher Lu, please help me oversee the midterm exam first." The dean spoke with a bright smile to one of the teachers. "All right." The teacher Lu nodded and hurried out of the conference room. Afterward, the dean approached Gu Qingyu and offered him a cigarette. "Old Gu, it's normal for injuries to occur during martial exams. Let's just let this matter rest. The midterm is organized by the Martial Arts Education Department, and we still need to submit the top 10 roster tonight." The dean gazed toward Lin Tian on the rooftop of the martial exam building through the rain-streaked window. Gu Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded. The principal of a martial high school did not hold absolute power. The Qingqing Martial Arts Education Department oversaw all martial high schools, and the department placed great emphasis on talented individuals. This was precisely why Gu Qingyu's unauthorized alteration of the second martial technique quota had caused such an uproar, and why recalling Gu Yun to Qingsheng allowed him to retain his position. The Qingqing Martial Arts Education Department valued talent too highly. 10 Gu Qingjias combined could never match a single Gu Yun. Now that Lin Tian was a genius, he would also receive the department's attention. Then it was meaningless for him, Gu Qingyu, to continue opposing Lin Tian. Even if he was stronger than Lin Tian, now what about later? Gu Qingyu took a deep drag from his cigarette and glared fiercely at Lin Tian in the distance. It was at this moment that the youth who had kept his head bowed slowly raised at his raven-black pupils, like ebony wood, flickering with traces of lightning. Their gazes met. Gu Qingyu's expression shifted slightly. In that instant he felt an intense pressure. He was not a fool. Since Lin Tian was a genius, could one Gu Qingyu truly suppress him? Damn it! Gu Qingyu roared, fury surging through his heart and lungs, his chi and blood momentarily rebelling. "Old Gu, let me advise you. Don't act on every impulse that crosses your mind. We're not children anymore. In these times it's not unheard of for a single prodigy to bring down an entire prominent family." The dean glanced sidelong at Gu Qingyu, his words laden with implication. "I know." Gu Qingyu snorted coldly, slapping the windowsill heavily. "Can you blame me for having this anger inside me?" The dean shook his head slightly, then said, "I just ran into Wang Jie. He told me that Lin Tian wants to participate in the 8 cities joint exam. I believe Lin Tian's current strength could rank him in the top 2 of the entire school." The dean spoke slowly, seemingly observing Gu Qingyu's expression. His meaning was clear. Currently, throughout all of Qingqing 3rd Martial High School aside from Gu Yun, no one could suppress Lin Tian again. Gu Qingyu paused, slightly understanding the dean's meaning. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed the entire conference room. All the teachers shifted their gaze the moment he turned his head. Gu Qingyu opened his mouth slightly and smiled, a bitter smile. So that was what the dean meant. So from the beginning, he was the only villain. A sense of frustration surged within Gu Qingyu's heart. He recalled that day when Wang Jie had visited his home, the desolate expression on his face. This time the roles had reversed. He was the one. "I'm the principal, surely I have the right to decide such matters," Gu Qingyu muttered, gazing at the heavy rain outside the window, his spirit weighed down. After a while, the dean emerged from the conference room. In the hallway, Wang Jie, drenched from head to toe, sat anxiously on the steps, smoking in silence. The moment he saw the dean, Wang Jie sprang to his feet. "Director Wang, how did it go?" The dean nodded with a smile. "It's settled. Lin Tian has one of the 3 spots for the 8 cities joint exam." Upon hearing these words, Wang Jie froze for a moment before grasping the dean's hand with extreme excitement. Thank you so much, Director. On behalf of Lin Tian, I thank you." Wang Jie's voice was sincere, bordering incoherent with emotion. The dean looked at Wang Jie now and offered a gentle smile. "Don't thank me. I've been teaching for 20 years, I can guarantee it." With Lin Tian's performance, he could earn qualification for the 8 cities joint exam at any martial high school. As the dean spoke, his gaze drifted toward the conference room at the other end of the corridor, then he leaned close to Wang Jie and whispered, "Gu Qingyu at least has some sense. A genius cannot be suppressed. How could one dare to insult and belittle a prodigy?" This was the Huaxiao nation, not ancient times. The Martial Arts Education Department watched over everything. Gu Qingyu merely had a capable daughter. Wang Jie nodded. It was true that this qualification was earned by Lin Tian himself. All he could do was lend a helping hand. Lin Tian had demonstrated to the entire 3rd High his extraordinarily potent talent. Then even Gu Qingyu would have to bow his head, and even the dean would offer assistance. When you're powerful, everyone around you becomes your ally. Wang Jie sighed deeply, then slowly descended the stairs. Summer rain always fell with such urgency, brimming with vitality and life. Under the gaze of the entire student body, the handsome youth, holding an umbrella, emerged from the martial exam building, absorbing all the admiration, shock, reverence, and intense stares. Lin Tian approached the dazed young Lei and tapped him lightly with the tip of his umbrella, What are you standing there gawking for? Zhang Lei trembled slightly before snapping back to reality. Tian, how did you suddenly become so powerful? As Zhang Lei's voice rang out, the students around them fell silent. Everyone wanted to know why Lin Tian was so exceptionally strong. Didn't I tell you? Keep cultivating and don't waste a single moment, Lin Tian said with a smile, patting Zhang Lei on the shoulder. Zhang Lei nodded, then slapped his own head in frustration. Right, I've been too lazy. A few days ago, teacher Ingren asked me what time I slept, and when I said 9 o'clock, she scolded me soundly. Just then Wang Jie came rushing over. He gazed at Lin Tian for a long moment before clapping him on the shoulder. Good lad, you've been holding out on your teacher. If I'd known you were this formidable, I'd have been boasting about you all over Qingqing by now. Wang Jie's face was filled with gratification and pride. He had never imagined that he could teach such an outstanding student in his lifetime. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's class had already erupted into an uproar. As for Yu Cheng and Li Mingji, the dean had arranged for an ambulance to take them away. Xiao Tian, the matter of the 8th city joint exam has been settled. You're in, so don't worry about it. Wang Jie, having recovered his composure, smiled at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, then nodded with a smile. The 8th city joint exam would allow him to witness the prodigies of the entire Yongzhou. Reaching the top of the 3rd martial high school meant nothing. Even Gu Yun was ranked outside the top 100 on the Qianlong list. He was destined to contend with the world's finest talents. Lin Tian, do you have any free time tonight? A clear voice rang out from behind him. Xiao Xiaoli stood there holding an umbrella, her delicate features radiant, dressed in a white dress. The patterns on the dress were as pure and clean as cotton wisps. I have other matters tonight, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Xiao Xiaoli nodded, her expression unchanged, but as she turned away, she gave him a sweet smile. Congratulations, Lin Tian. Seeing you so formidable. I'm really happy too. Then she disappeared behind the crowd of students. Not far away, a girl named Zhang Qian, who had witnessed the scene, felt her hard-won courage crumble. She slowly turned around, a look of dejection in her eyes. She had been classmates with Lin Tian since middle school. When he wanted to sell his martial techniques, she had even mustered the courage to step forward. But Zhang Qian knew that she and Lin Tian belonged to different worlds. Ever since that day when Lin Tian unleashed the 3 thunder roar, they had already become inhabitants of 2 separate realms. Her blood chi was less than 1.50, and her chances of entering a martial university were slim. Time passed slowly. The entire midterm exam came to an end. Naturally, Lin Tian took first place. The reward for first place was 2 bottles of C-grade blood chi potions, roughly valued at over 2 million. At 5 in the afternoon, Lin Tian first returned to his room and changed into clean clothes. He packed Maja into his special backpack. Then he stared in silence at the 2 C-grade blood chi potions he had obtained. Last time he had experienced the effects of a C-grade potion, which had directly boosted his blood chi by 2 points. But Lin Tian had a better option: sell these 2 potions. He currently had only 17000 in savings, which was insufficient to purchase any martial technique special effect. Yet there were still several martial technique and cultivation method special effects he needed to buy. The one that mattered most to Lin Tian was the final special effect of True Thunder Force. The S-grade special effect, Annihilating Thunder River. An S-grade special effect. If True Thunder Force were cultivated to perfection, its inherent special effect would be Thunder Ring pervading the heavens. Like 10,000 Thunder Attraction, Annihilating Thunder River was a realm beyond the technique itself. The martial Saint Guan Yin could cultivate 3-motion Thunder Fist to the Flash Thunder level. But he could never reach the realm of 10,000 Thunder Attraction. Similarly, Lin Tian could elevate True Thunder Force beyond its original level. S-grade special effect Annihilating Thunder River, 2 gold coins. The price of Annihilating Thunder River appeared before Lin Tian's eyes. With a thought, the description of Annihilating Thunder River also appeared. Annihilating Thunder River, upon activation, it grants the host a body tempering effect that surpasses limits and truly improves the host's bones and blood, achieving complete lightning affinity physique. Completion boost 200, combat power multiplier 8 times, body tempering effect 150 times. Seeing this, Lin Tian's pupils contracted slightly. He had actually examined the description of Annihilating Thunder River before, and last time, he had also wanted to purchase it first. But for the sake of this martial exam, he had held back. True Thunder Force itself had the effect of improving the human physique, but now looking at Annihilating Thunder River, it was even more exaggerated. A completion rate of 250% higher than 10,000 Thunder Attraction. Moreover, it would continuously evolve Lin Tian's physique until he achieved complete lightning affinity. It wasn't just terrifying, it was utterly terrifying. Slap. Lin Tian clapped his hands resolutely and decided to sell both potions on the spot. He went to the shop where he had previously sold the Thorn Tiger Blood Essence potion. The shop owner, who had been scrolling on his phone behind the counter, recognized Lin Tian instantly. Got more goods? The owner asked in surprise. Lin Tian nodded calmly. The owner quickly stood up, beaming as he took Lin Tian's hand and led him to the back. Lin Tian chuckled lightly and produced the 2 C-grade potions. Official goods again, the owner exclaimed delightedly. Official goods were those from the Martial Dao Department or the military, far superior to civilian-produced potions. Thus the price was also higher. In about 10 minutes, Lin Tian sold the 2 C-grade potions. To his surprise, the owner directly offered a price of 2 million. With that, Lin Tian had to negotiate the price up to 4 million. In the end, Lin Tian received 3 million. He had still underestimated the value of these blood chi potions. With more time, he could have bargained further. After leaving the shop, Lin Tian immediately opened the system. His current savings were 317,000, allowing him to purchase more than just annihilating Thunder River. Hidden Blade 7 Slashes had 2 B-grade special effects. One was the mutation special effect Hidden Thunder Slash priced at 40,000, and the other was 100 Shadows Passing Through valued at 8,000. Hidden Thunder Slash was a mutation of 3 Motion Thunder Fist and Hidden Blade 7 Slashes, so it focused on attack. 100 Shadows Passing Through, on the other hand, was a special effect evolved after reaching 90 proficiency in Hidden Blade 7 Slashes. In other words, 100 Shadows Passing Through, like Blood Shadow, was a pure movement blade technique. Movement was extremely important in battle. Without hesitation, Lin Tian purchased both Annihilating Thunder River and 100 Shadows Passing Through. Under the heavy rain, the streets were nearly empty. It was now 6:30, so Lin Tian quickened his pace toward Yuqing. Tomorrow was the day he had agreed to meet Ling Xiuzi. Everything needed to be arranged. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated villa, Yu Cheng was lying motionless on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Beside the bed stood a middle-aged man in a golden silk nightgown bearing an 80% resemblance to Yu Cheng. "Xiao Cheng, what's wrong with you? Talk to me." The man growled, frowning, but Yu Cheng remained still. Yu Cheng's injuries had been treated with healing medicine, but after returning home, he had been like this, as if his soul had been lost. "Dad, I won't go to the 8-city joint exam. I'm not worthy." Yu Cheng spoke dully. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Yu Cheng had naturally wanted to participate in the exam, and his father, a billionaire, had been making arrangements. But before the middle-aged man could speak, Yu Cheng continued, "I actually thought I was a genius." Ha ha. He laughed maniacally, covering his face with one hand as tears streamed down. Yu father's brow furrowed. He could bear seeing his son lose 100 times, but he could not bear to hear him speak such words. A person without the drive to rise will never succeed. Humph. Yu father's gaze turned cold. Stepping out of Yu Cheng's room, Yu father took out his phone. "Hello, Gu Qingyu, it's me, Yu Wanghua." The moment the call connected, Gu Qingyu on the other end stiffened and quickly smiled. "Director Yu, is something the matter?" "Oof, don't you already know what's wrong?" Yu Wang was sneered. Gu Qingyu immediately panicked and stammered with an embarrassed smile. "About today's incident, is that child Yu Cheng all right? In principle, he shouldn't have been seriously hurt." Yu Wang's eyes flashed with cold hostility. "Gu Qingyu, tell me, what exactly happened today? Who did my son encounter?" Inside a villa, Gu Qingyu frowned. Though puzzled, he recounted the day's events to Yu Wanghua. "So that's how it is. I've heard the name Lin Tian." Yu Wanghua murmured, his brow furrowing. "A second-year high school student who could defeat a teacher with 30 chi and blood. He was indeed a prodigy. But does being a prodigy mean someone can trample over his own child to climb higher? Gu Qingyu, this has greatly affected my son. I refuse to watch him lose his fighting spirit." Yu Wanghua spoke calmly, while on the other end of the line, Gu Qingyu could only nod and bow in submission. "Here's the situation. Yuer has always wanted to participate in the 8 cities joint exam to test himself against the geniuses across Yongzhou, to build his invincible mindset. I believe only through this can he overcome his current apathy." Gu Qingyu was startled, silently cursing under his breath. So that was Yu Wanghwa's true intention. How many people were eyeing that single spot in the 8 cities joint exam? "Actually, director, you let me break it down for you. In this martial exam, Yu Cheng was merely third. Even without Lin Tian, Xiao Xiali would have." Gu Qingyu phrased it delicately. If they had to select one second-year student for the 8 cities joint exam, Yu Cheng could only rank third. Xiao Xiali was the daughter of Xiao Ziru from the Xiao group. Xiao Ziru hadn't even demanded Xiao Xiali's participation in the joint exam, so by what right could Yu Cheng claim a spot? On the other end of the phone, Yu Wanghwa's voice gradually cooled. He narrowed his eyes. "Xiao Xiali, Xiao Ziru's daughter." "Yes." Gu Qingyu nodded. Yu Wanghua sighed softly. If that was the case, then Yu Cheng's chances of entering the 8 cities joint exam might truly be gone. "Have the spots for the 8 cities joint exam been finalized?" "Yes." Gu Qingyu smiled. Gu Yun and Li Cheng from the 3rd year and from the 2nd year. Gu Qingyu took a deep breath and slowly continued, "Lin Tian." "Lin Tian." Yu Wanghua paused, then burst into laughter. "Gu Qingyu, I heard you were made a laughingstock by this Lin Tian. And now you're still willing to give him the spot for the 8 cities joint exam." Yu Wanghua laughed heartily, his voice laced with disdain and anger. Gu Qingyu also narrowed his eyes, resentment building within him. "Gu Qingyu, you're remarkable, truly remarkable. Then we, Yu family, won't be participating in the 8 cities joint exam." Gu Qingyu hesitated, silent. He rose to his feet and gazed at the dark woods beyond the window. After finishing the call, Yu Wanghua stood before Yu Cheng's bedroom door, speaking softly. "Your great-grandfather once wielded a machine gun, accompanying the elder saint of spiritual martial arts as he slaughtered his way from the heavy cliff pass of the Blood Demon clan to Jinko Pass. That battle raged for months, claiming hundreds of thousands of lives. Your great-grandfather passed, leaving behind an immense fortune. How many covet it? No one protects it. Everyone wants to see the Yu family fall. I've always believed that China owes us." Yu Wanghua hung up the phone and exhaled a quiet sigh. Looking at Yu Cheng's tightly closed bedroom door, Son, I'm giving you 3 days to rest. If you continue like this, I'll send you to the battlefield. If you can't become a 4th-rank martial artist, don't bother coming back. Rainy night. The chill, dense rain pooled beneath dim lighting that bled into midsummer. Tap, tap, tap. Inside the small house, Ling Xiuzi arrived carrying gifts. Brother Lin Tian, sorry to bother you again. Ling Xiuzi, no longer flustered as before, entered the room and set the gifts aside. The uncles and aunts from the police department have been kind to me. They not only bought me new clothes, but also gave me pocket money. Ling Xiuzi sat properly on the chair, speaking earnestly. Under the lamplight, her skin glowed with porcelain translucence so fine and delicate that she resembled a delicate doll. Lin Tian nodded quietly and smiled. Since you've chosen to trust me, tell me about you and your brother's mental telekinetic abilities. Ling Xiuzi nodded silently, a flicker of terror in her eyes. My brother and I escaped from. She spoke quietly, her voice beginning to tremble. Lin Tian's brows furrowed deeply as he chewed on beef. Ling Xiuzi's words concealed horrifying revelations. A sealed chemical plant where a group used children as test subjects. Most of these children perished. Ling Xiuzi was among the rare few who survived. Having been captured for only a short time, her mind had not been fully brainwashed. The others became their slaves. They call themselves followers of the eternal life cult. If I obey their teachings, I can achieve eternal life. Ling Xiuzi bowed her head as she spoke. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. The eternal life cult again. Moreover, through peculiar methods, they could transform an ordinary child into a prodigy awakened with mental energy. From Ling Xiuzi's account, only 1 in 100 children would successfully awaken. The rest would die outright. If this was true, how many children had the eternal life cult murdered over the years? Thousands. If thousands had perished, why had the military not noticed? Why hadn't the martial arts department intervened? Lin Tian felt a cold sweat seep down his back. What he faced seemed to be a vast net capable of engulfing all light. Why didn't you report this to the police? I'm just a high school student, Lin Tian said to Ling Xiuzi, his voice chillingly cold. I once escaped with an older sister. The next day, a police officer captured us and sent us back. I was merely beaten and warned, but that sister. Ling Xiuzi lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes, her petite frame trembling. Lin Tian's gaze tightened slightly. Does this mean the police were colluding with the eternal life cult? No wonder Ling Xiuzi trusted no one. Lin Tian took a deep breath. Now you can tell me, just how many are there and what level of combat power do they possess? After speaking these words, Lin Tian felt as though he were teetering on the edge of a precipice. After hearing Ling Xiuzi's words, Lin Tian fell silent. He gazed at her quietly and said, Ling Xiuzi, you may not be very familiar with martial artist ranks, but I can analyze it. He pressed his lips together, then retrieved a bottle of beverage from under the bed and handed it to Ling Xiuzi. Thank you. The little girl kept her head down, clutching the drink tightly in both hands with evident unease. Go ahead and drink. There'll be more after this, Lin Tian said with a smile. Ling Xiuzi nodded, unscrewed the cap, and took a small sip. Lin Tian continued, based on my analysis, that chemical plant you mentioned has at least dozens of level 1 martial artists and 1 or 2 level 2. Lin Tian chuckled. A young girl like Ling Xiuzi actually thought she could handle all of this on her own. Brother Lin, can you defeat them? Ling Xiuzi looked at him nervously, her large eyes filled with hope and admiration. Lin Tian sighed lightly and smiled. Let me put it this way. I'm not even a level 1 martial artist yet. If I went, the chances of getting killed would be very high. As Lin Tian's words fell, Ling Xiuzi's expression clearly showed tension and panic. Then let's not go, she said, keeping her head down. Lin Tian looked at Ling Xiuzi and spoke calmly. I know you don't trust the police. Do you trust me? Ling Xiuzi gazed at him, tears shimmering in her eyes like stars beneath the lamplight. Yes, she's with me here. All right, Vice Director Chen, please come over. After hanging up the phone, Ling Xiuzi sat on the stool, still visibly nervous. Lin Tian took out some of his late-night snacks and handed them to Ling Xiuzi. Let's eat together, he said with a smile. Ling Xiuzi nodded at first. Then, forcibly tearing her gaze away from the food, she quickly declined. What's wrong? Don't you want to eat? I'm a bit embarrassed always eating your things. The little girl's face was exquisitely delicate, looking as refined as a porcelain doll under the lamplight. After a while, Chenangua arrived at Lin Tian's room. After quietly glancing at Ling Xiuzi, Chenangua came to Lin Tian's side and smiled. You did the right thing. If this is true, it's better to involve the police. Lin Tian nodded, glancing at Ling Xiuzi and speaking softly. Vice Director Chen, based on her description, that place has at least dozens of level 1 martial artists, and even some level 2 ones. If the Qingsheng police are going to make an arrest, I'd like to participate as well. They now knew for certain that the Shui City police might have a mole. That meant the Qingsheng police would most likely take direct action. Such an opportunity to earn military merit Lin Tian did not want to miss. Chenangua gave Lin Tian a deep look and pondered before saying, I already know you defeated Li Mingji today. Your participation is a great boost to our Qingsheng police, but you need to think carefully. This isn't a game. People can die. Ling Xiuzi was startled, looking at Lin Tian nervously, with concern rising in her eyes. Lin Tian merely smiled faintly and nodded. The greater the crisis, the greater the opportunity to rise. I've made my decision, Lin Tian said quietly. All right. It probably won't be more than a few days. We'll investigate first, and then I'll call you. Chen Hongwa nodded, then looked helplessly at Ling Xiuzi and said, go back. The officer assigned to protect you is still searching for you all over the streets. Ling Xiuzi was slightly stunned, a flicker of fear flashing in her eyes. Chen Hongwa had a bit of a headache. No wonder this girl had been so rigid at the police station. She'd been afraid the police might take action against her all along. How about this? Lin Tian, why don't you come live at our police station? This shabby place isn't worth staying in. I'll arrange a nice big room for you. Chen Hongwa smiled and winked. He had figured it out. Now Ling Xiuzi only trusted Lin Tian, even though Lin Tian had betrayed her. Lin Tian shook his head and looked at Ling Xiuzi. Ling Xiuzi, you have to accept this. If the police wanted to harm you, you wouldn't have survived this long. Ling Xiuzi stood dazed, lowering her head to whisper, I'll go back then. Chen Hongwa looked quietly at Lin Tian, nodded, and said nothing more. As the two left, the room instantly fell quiet. After a long while, Ling Xiuzi, who had originally left, appeared at the doorway again. She stubbornly gazed at Lin Tian, her eyes gradually growing dark. Under the dim lamplight, the 15-year-old girl was so frail and petite. Brother Lin Tian, thank you. Ling Xiuzi hesitated before speaking, lifting her large eyes as tears the size of beans fell. Everyone's been lying to me, no one wants to tell me the truth. Her eyes were red, and she kept sobbing quietly. Lin Tian watched her in silence. She was trying to trust this world, yet constantly terrified of it. Has my brother passed away? The girl, delicate as a porcelain doll under the lamplight, asked through tears. Lin Tian was slightly stunned, then nodded. Time flew by. 2 days later, at the Qingqing police playground, over 30 officers in plain clothes ran aboard the bus. Today the heavy rain continued. This weather is fucking terrible. Inside a black Jeep, Chen Hongwa complained, then looked back at Lin Tian and said, Lin Tian, if there's danger, don't worry about us. Just run. You're a gifted talent. You shouldn't die there. Chen Hongwa's eyes were filled with gravity. This time, every officer had written a last will. Lin Tian's participation was a tremendous advantage for the police force. Most of them only had 10-something units of blood qi, making Lin Tian an absolutely vital asset. But Chen Hongwa did not want anything to happen to him. On one hand, he worried his brothers would die from insufficient combat power. On the other, he feared Lin Tian might fall. In the backseat, Lin Tian merely chuckled half-jokingly. Vice Director Chen, I'm going to make money, not to throw my life away. Chen Hongwa snorted, then after a moment smiled. You kid. They were entering Shuai City under the guise of tourists this time. As for the place Ling Xiuzi mentioned, it was an abandoned chemical plant located in the suburbs. Chen Hongwa had already sent people to scout, confirming that heretics were indeed active there. After a while, the convoy set off. Lin Tian looked out the window and saw Ling Xiuzi in a white dress holding an umbrella with a tense posture waving at him. Shuai City was 200 kilometers from Qingqing. By long-distance bus, it would take about 3 to 4 hours. Once they left Qingqing, they entered the mountainous region. Although the road was still under construction, the surroundings were filled with barren hills and wild forests. Worse, fierce beasts occasionally appeared. On a mountain path, a car was parked by the roadside, emitting smoke. A boy was patting his head in frustration. Chen Xing, do you even know how to fix a car? Inside the vehicle, a girl wearing sunglasses frowned. This car must be broken. What kind of vehicle did the school assign us? The boy named Chen Xing muttered a curse. What should we do now? We're still over 50 kilometers from that chemical plant. In the car, another girl clutching a long sword frowned. Let's run. If we run on foot, we'll be much faster than the car. Chen Xing suggested. Are you stupid? If we run, the Eternal Life cult will spot us halfway, and we'll all scatter. The girl with sunglasses sneered. If a martial artist burst into speed, it would absolutely draw others' attention. This mission is worth 50 credit points. Just buying information cost me 10 credits. We can't afford any mistakes. The girl with sunglasses said coldly. And just at that moment, the boy and 2 girls simultaneously looked down the mountain. A jeep and a bus were approaching. Not bad. Looks like our luck isn't that poor. They got out of the car and began waiting for the vehicles to arrive. When the 2 vehicles passed by, all 3 of them started waving at the same time. In the next instant, whether it was the bus or the jeep, they both seemed to not see them and drove straight past. Fuck. The boy named Chen Xing cursed under his breath. In the next moment, he slammed his foot hard against the ground. Boom. A surge of blood qi erupted and Chen Xing shot up 7 or 8 meters before landing in front of the lead jeep. Wait. We're students from Yongzhou University. Our car broke down, and we were hoping you could give us a ride. Inside the car, Chen Hongwa slammed on the brakes, barely managing to stop. What the hell are you doing? Don't you have eyes? You think being a martial artist lets you block my path, huh? Chen Hongwa stuck his head out the window and unleashed a furious rant at Chen Xing. He was about to carry out a mission today, and his emotions were already tense. You. Chen Xing frowned, his expression darkening. Just as he was about to argue, the girl wearing sunglasses walked over. I'm sorry, we really have no choice. We have something urgent to do. Could you please give us a ride? Please. The girl with sunglasses clasped her hands together, her tone full of pleading. No time. Chen Hongwa shook his head. Please. The girl with sunglasses looked pitiful and wronged. No time. Chen Hongwa cursed under his breath. He was about to drive away directly. Wait. The boy named Chen Xing shouted coldly and pulled out an ID card, handing it over. We're from Yongzhou University, here to carry out a mission. We hope you can help us out. Chen Hongwa glanced at it and frowned. Lin Tian also saw the words on that ID card. Chunxing Yongzhou University Level 1 Martial Artist Ordinary Martial Arts University students were actually already affiliated with the military department or the martial arts department. If they needed to carry out a mission, the public really should help. Chen Hongwa felt somewhat irritated. He was on a mission after all. Why did he have to encounter these naive youths? If they were just naive kids, it would be fine to deal with. But if they were scouts from the Eternal Life cult, that would be troublesome. They were only 50 kilometers away from their destination now. It was quite possible that Chunxing and the others were scouts for the Eternal Life cult. Get in. When we arrive, scram. Chen Hongwa cursed under his breath. Thank you, uncle. The girl with sunglasses chuckled lightly, then immediately noticed Lin Tian sitting in the back seat, her eyes flashing slightly. She immediately opened the back door and sat beside Lin Tian. Soon the other woman holding a long sword came over and sat in the passenger seat next to Chen Hongwa. As for Chunxing, he could only helplessly board the bus in the back. Brother, what's your name? I'm Minghuai. Nice to meet you. The girl with sunglasses took off her glasses and held out her fair little hand toward Lin Tian. I'm Lin Tian. Lin Tian responded indifferently, then closed his eyes again to sleep. Brother Lin Tian, can I add you as a friend? Minghuai spoke again, staring at Lin Tian's face with a bright smile. Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly. What was supposed to be an extremely tense operation had instead encountered several college students who appeared to be tourists. He felt rather annoyed, yet still patiently agreed to add Minghuai as a friend on the way. Throughout the journey, Minghuai kept chatting endlessly, while Lin Tian merely offered a few perfunctory responses. As for the woman holding a long sword seated in the passenger seat, she remained extremely quiet, saying nothing the entire way. It took less than an hour. The convoy arrived at a fork in the road. One path led to the chemical factory, the other to a village. Chen Hongwa drove in silence, preparing to head toward the village. Uncle, we've arrived. Please pull over. Minghuai suddenly spoke up. In an instant, Chen Hongwa's eyes narrowed coldly as he turned to stare at Minghuai. You're from Yongzhou University, aren't you? Who's your supervisor? I'll contact them. As Chen Hongwa's voice fell, both Minghuai and the sword-holding woman froze. Tell me. Chen Hongwa shouted, coldly releasing the unique chi and blood energy of a second-rank martial artist. In an instant, Minghuai and the sword-holding woman also released their chi and blood energy simultaneously. I am Chen Hongwa, Deputy Director of Qingsheng Police Department. I am here on an official mission today. If you resist, I will treat you as members of the alien cult. Chen Hongwa shouted coldly, his eyes blazing with a killing intent unique to military personnel. All along the way, he had suspected that Minghuai and her companions were scouts from the alien cult. Now he was even more certain they were heading to the chemical factory. Minghuai's expression faltered. She glanced beside her, where the extremely delicate-looking young man had already gripped the package next to him with one hand. Then Minghuai forced a smile and quickly said, Our supervisor is Li Yulong. The three of us are also here on an official mission today. Then Minghuai gave Chen Hongwa her supervisor's phone number. After some verification, Chen Hongwa finally confirmed the identities of Minghuai and her two companions. Our missions have collided. We only investigated and confirmed the chemical factory's background a few days ago. How did Yongzhou University get the internal intelligence so quickly? Chen Hongwa frowned, his face full of displeasure. The military and the martial arts education department belonged to the same overall system, but they were not the same department. Mission collisions happened frequently, a systemic flaw. Minghuai, however, stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. Little brother, you're already a police officer at such a young age. Her eyes sparkled with surprise and joy as she moved slightly closer to Lin Tian. From the large bus behind, Chunxing climbed out with an unhappy expression. He had learned the whole story by now. Damn it, just now I had 5 or 6 police officers holding knives to my neck. He cursed under his breath, glaring fiercely at Chen Hongwa in the jeep. Keep your voice down. If you sabotage our mission, I won't let you off. Chen Hongwa irritably snapped at Chunxing, clearly disliking these 3 students. Chunxing shrugged dismissively, then saw Minghuai in the back seat chatting animatedly with Lin Tian, which made him even more displeased. This operation is not for you to involve yourselves in. The Qingsheng Police Department will handle it. Chen Hongwa glanced at Chunxing and said coolly. The moment he finished speaking, the expressions of both Chunxing and the sword-holding woman immediately soured. Minghuai, who was still talking to Lin Tian, also froze. Your police department has a mission, and our Yongzhou University has a mission too. Neither is more important than the other. You earn military credits for eliminating the alien cult, but we want course credits. Chunxing protested indignantly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Although he was still only a first-rank martial artist, in 2 years that would change. But Chen Hongwa clearly looked over 40 years old. He would be like this for the rest of his life. What's going on with you people? Chen Hongwa shouted coldly. Are you trying to obstruct our police operation? Deputy Director Chen, we each spent 10 course credits to get this mission. Can we at least act together? Minghuai put on a pleading expression, her voice dropping to a whisper. No way. You can go wherever you want now. Get off the vehicle, Chen Hongwa said flatly. Seeing this, Minghuai and her companions didn't argue further. After getting off the bus, Minghuai winked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, little brother, remember to get in touch when it's over. Lin Tian's gaze remained calm as he simply nodded dismissively. He didn't want any unnecessary complications during the mission either. At this moment Shenongwa said meaningfully to Ying Huai and her group, I'm warning you now. It's best you don't get involved in this mission. After our reconnaissance, the alien cult at the chemical factory is not simple. If you three go, you'll definitely be going to your deaths. Ying Huai was slightly stunned, nodding hesitantly. But Chen Xing appeared unconcerned. Then the three walked away. The rain continued to fall. Shenongwa sat in his stationary vehicle, slowly lighting a cigarette. I have a bad feeling about this. Shenongwa cursed under his breath. What should we do now? Can't Deputy Director Chen forcibly order them back? Lin Tian in the back seat furrowed his brow and said, No. Shenongwa sighed, lightly blowing out a smoke ring. First, they're martial arts university students. Although they may join the military in the future, they're not military personnel yet. I have no authority over them. Second, all three of them have chi and blood values around 50 points. Although they're no match for me, they're way stronger than ordinary first-rank martial artists. Shenongwa explained. Martial arts university students were no longer students in the traditional sense. They either already held military ranks or held positions within the martial arts department. Their social status was very high. Forget it. It's not entirely bad. At least they're all quite strong. Shenongwa said with a slightly troubled expression. He then took out a walkie-talkie. Xiao Wang, bring the equipment over. Soon a young police officer carrying a briefcase sat in the passenger seat and opened the case. The upper part of the briefcase was a display screen. The lower part held neatly arranged objects resembling flies. This is our department's unmanned inspector. We call them electric flies. The young officer named Wang Zhe explained to Lin Tian with a smile, then flipped the switch beside the monitor. Buzz. Dozens of electronic flies began flapping their wings. With Wang Zhe's operation, these electronic flies flew out the window. On the display screen, images from the electronic fly surveillance appeared. At the same time, on a country road, heavy rain had turned the path to mud with open grasslands stretching on either side. Chen Xing and his three companions were walking toward the chemical factory. Damn it, a mere police officer dares to order us around. I'll surpass him in less than a year. Chen Xing cursed under his breath, extremely dissatisfied with Chen Ongwa's earlier tone. Chen Xing, no one thinks you're mute. The sword-holding woman who had been silent all along said coolly. Chen Xing pursed his lips and said nothing more. At the same time, the sword-holding woman turned to Ying Huai and frowned. We're about to arrive. Put your phone away. Ying Huai nodded, putting away her phone with some disappointment, and sighing, I met such a handsome, cool guy, but he wouldn't even respond to me. She had been messaging Lin Tian earlier, of course. Beside her, Chen Xing furrowed his brow. That kid is only 16 or 17. What's so good about him? Ying Huai gave Chen Xing a sidelong glance. Little brother is just young looking. He's already in the police department, you know. Police officers are just low-level martial artists slumming it. We're all prodigies. We'll all become at least fourth-rank martial artists someday. Why would you bother with a kid? Ying Huai furrowed her brow and disdainfully glanced at Chen Xing. But he's just so handsome, though. Chen Xing's tone stalled, his face going stiff. A martial artist values temperament. Wu Xingguan Yin wasn't handsome either, but his temperament is unrivaled. But he's just so handsome, though. Chen Xing's voice froze again, his fists unconsciously clenching tight. Ying Huai glanced at the sword-holding woman with a captivating smile. John Tylene, do you find Lin Tian handsome? A flicker of annoyance crossed the sword-holding woman's face as she replied sharply, How would I know? Is this the manner in which you conduct your missions? If so, I'll take my leave first. After Jean Tylin uttered that cold retort, both Chen Xing and Ying Huai fell silent. In the distance, inside a jeep, the voices of their conversation drifted toward Lin Tian and his companions. Chen Ongwa glanced at Lin Tian, his suspicion evident. Xiao Wang, Lin Tian's appearance does attract the attention of girls, doesn't it? Wang Zhe, who was operating the electronic fly, nodded with a light laugh. I just envy that quality of his. In the back seat, Lin Tian pressed his lips together tightly, saying nothing. All right, the first batch of flies has entered the factory. Wang Zhe's voice turned grave. The footage from one of the electronic flies appeared on the monitor. The vast chemical factory appeared eerily quiet. Upon entering, 2 rows of facing old workshops came into view, their structures already crumbling and overgrown with weeds. The electronic fly pressed deeper into the facility. At approximately 1,000 meters in, it encountered numerous large and small spherical tanks, horizontal tanks, and dome tanks that had been scoured by heavy rain. Seems like there's no one here. Wang Zhe furrowed his brow. Chen Ongwa, however, frowned. Do you see that spherical tank? Yes, that one. Something appears to be inside it. Right. Wang Zhe guided the electronic fly toward a spherical storage tank approximately 4 to 5 meters in diameter, resting on a steel framework. The spherical tank had shattered open with a narrow crack running across its surface. The electronic fly swiftly slipped through the opening and inside. What the hell? A furious roar erupted from within the jeep. Both Wang Zhe and Lin Tian startled. The roar came from Chen Ongwa, his eyes blazing with unbridled fury like a berserk beast. On the display screen within the pitch-black spherical storage tank, rainwater trickled through the narrow fissure. In the dim light, a chaotic pile of pale, lifeless faces with open, unseeing eyes came into view. Desiccated, lifeless eyes stared rigidly toward the sole crack in the spherical tank, forever sealed away, unable to glimpse the sky beyond. Twisted, deformed corpses lay jumbled together in a grotesque heap. The single image evoked an overwhelming sense of profound revulsion. Lin Tian stared intently at this horrific scene, feeling an unmistakable wave of nausea rising from his stomach. Wang Zhe, who had been operating the electronic fly, suddenly fell utterly silent. He hastily flung open the car door and collapsed onto the ground, retching violently. The next instant, Lin Tian could no longer contain himself. He threw open the door and began dry heaving. After all, he was merely a boy of 16 or 17. After a long while, a cacophony of voices suddenly emerged from the monitor. "Brother, why did you bring me here?" A little girl's bewildered voice rang out. Wang Zhe and Lin Tian returned to the vehicle. The electronic fly emerged from the spherical tank, capturing footage of a young girl, approximately 13 years old, dressed in white, being led by a man toward a rectangular storage tank ahead. "Didn't you say you wanted to see Sister Ling? I'm bringing you to meet her." The man spoke with a gentle smile, then lifted the little girl onto the steel framework supporting the rectangular storage tank. "Really? Ling Xiaozi and I are the closest friends?" The little girl asked dazedly, her face blooming with a radiant smile of pure bliss. "Yes." The man smiled tenderly, then produced a key and unlocked the rectangular storage tank. The electronic fly's display revealed a scene far more gruesome and blood-soaked than the spherical tank had shown. "Do you see? Your sister Ling is waving at you." The man chuckled softly as he brought the little girl to stand before the rectangular storage tank. "Yes, I see her. Ling Xiaozi Xiaofeng is here." The little girl chirped merrily, waving happily toward the front. Lin Tian furrowed his brow. The little girl's eyes were pallid and hollow. She was blind. A surge of fury welled up within his heart, as if he had already foreseen what was to come. "From now on, you'll live together with your sister Ling. We won't ever trouble you two again." The man spoke softly, gently caressing the little girl's head. The little girl hesitated momentarily, then large teardrops came streaming down her face. "Thank you, uncle." A crisp crack echoed. The man's 5 fingers tightened around the little girl's skull, and yellowish white matter spattered everywhere. With that sound, the little girl, already deceased, was thrust by him into the rectangular storage tank. The video ended here. Silence descended upon the vehicle like a shroud. "I'll kill him, I'll kill him. Vice Director Chen, leave him to me later." Wang Zhe clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging across his neck. Surges of fury radiated involuntarily from his body. That suppressed hatred burned with unparalleled intensity. "Follow him and locate their stronghold." Chun Ongwa spoke in a low murmur. Wang Zhe nodded with fierce determination. Time crawled slowly by. In a concealed corner room of the chemical factory, the gathered heretics finally came into view. 25 level 1 martial artists, 1 probable level 2, and 50 children under the age of 15. After confirming the enemy disposition, Wang Zhe spoke with a heavy heart. Chun Ongwa nodded solemnly, then turned to Lin Tian and said, "When we make our assault, stay close to me. If things turn dire, run immediately. Don't you dare worry about me. You're a prodigy, more valuable than I am." Lin Tian's gaze flickered momentarily, then he nodded. At the same time, a police vehicle drove over and halted beside the jeep. A man in a police uniform stepped out of the vehicle. "What are you people doing loitering here?" The man frowned and demanded. Chun Ongwa rolled down the car window and smiled. "Officer, we're taking a road trip to Shui City. Got tired from driving, so we stopped for a rest." The policeman furrowed his brow, then gave a curt nod. "This desolate area is dangerous. Do be careful." "Yes, thank you, officer." Chun Ongwa smiled. The police vehicle then drove away. Lin Tian frowned, sensing that something was amiss. "Move out," Chun Ongwa barked. Both the jeep and the van surged toward the chemical factory simultaneously. Meanwhile, Chen Xing's trio had already circled around to the rear of the facility. Zhang Tailin gazed at the watch on her wrist. An infrared thermal map of the chemical factory was displayed clearly on its surface. 76 heat signatures distributed across 10 rooms. One cluster is most concentrated. That's likely where the children are. The 3 of us split up. The level 2 martial artist is mine. Chen Xing and Ying Huai exchanged grave nods. "Let's move quickly. If those police officers beat us to the prize, this whole trip will have been for nothing." Chen Xing grumbled, then vaulted over the wall in a single bound. Ying Huai and Zhang Tailing exchanged a glance, both filled with a hint of helplessness. They were prodigies possessing systematic cultivation methods, so dealing with ordinary martial artists was as easy as reaping crops. Just as Chen Xing landed, boom, a terrifying explosion resounded. The entire ground shook for an instant and walls collapsed. "Damn, we've been discovered." Chen Xing, blackened by the explosion, struggled to his feet. His suit was torn, revealing the combat vest underneath. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been in real danger. At the corner of a workshop, a man was aiming a rocket launcher at the 3 of them. Looking for death. The man carrying the rocket launcher growled, reloaded, and aimed at Chen Xing again. "What the hell?" Chen Xing exclaimed. "Get out of the way." The woman named Zhang Tailing, who held a sword, cried out softly. She leaped up, rushing to Chen Xing's side like a phantom. Facing the incoming rocket, she slightly bent her body and then drew her sword. One slash. A flash of sword light streaked, and the rocket, swift as light, was cut in two by Zhang Tailing. Then, bang 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 bang. Chaotic gunfire erupted. A dense hail of bullets rained down on the 3 of them. "We've been spotted. We can't fight this battle. Retreat." Zhang Tailing said fiercely, slashing out a sword beam that turned into a shimmering curtain shielding Qinxing and Ying Huai behind her. Retreat, my ass. They're just a bunch of useless rabble. Qinxing cursed under his breath, erupting with vital energy as a blazing flame overflowed from his fists. Then his figure shot up, transforming into a streak of fire as he charged directly at a cultist manning a machine gun. Ying Huai also gritted her teeth, slightly drawing 2 pistols from her waist. Her eyes narrowed and threads of red light emanated from her palms, infusing into the pistols. With an eerie, trembling frequency, the muzzles of the twin guns blazed with intense flames. Then she pulled the trigger. With a boom, 2 laser beams shot from the pistols, instantly striking the heads of 2 armed cultists. With a bang, the 2 cultists were hit, their brains splattering. Not bad, I'll go support Qinxing, Ying Huai murmured, dashing forward like a flying shadow. At that very moment, with a boom, a blazing pillar of fire shot up from where Qinxing was. The terrifying shockwave visibly expanded in concentric rings. Ying Huai mid-dash was struck by the shockwave and instantly sent flying backward. Not good. Zhang Tailing cried out in alarm. With one hand holding her sword, she caught Ying Huai's lower back with the other. Her shoes scraped across the ground for nearly a dozen meters before she finally came to a halt. What happened? Ying Huai screamed, her face instantly turning pale. The terrifying power of that explosion. It was too horrible. Ying, why look? Zhang Tailing's voice trembled as she spoke, staring at an object beside her in extreme panic. Ying Huai followed Zhang Tailing's gaze. In a muddy mixture of rain and soil, a blood-spurting lower body slammed into her view. The pants on that lower body were exactly what Qinxing had been wearing. Qinxing, Ying Huai cried out, her eyes filled with rage. She glared fiercely at the source of the explosion, where a brick house had once stood, now reduced to rubble. Hey, big brother. Big sister. A lazy male voice came from within the dust-shrouded rubble. A one-eyed man in a suit walked out calmly, holding the hand of a sobbing little girl. In his other hand, he was holding Qinxing's head, already reduced to a bloody mess. The one-eyed man frowned, looking at the enraged Ying Huai and Zhang Tailing, and said, "Are you rookies on your first mission? A single bomb could have taken you out." The man said earnestly, "You should have scouted properly. Scouting doesn't make you look bad. You're making it seem like we're bullying you." The man casually tossed Qinxing's head into the rain, looking utterly helpless. He placed his other hand on the little girl's head. The little girl trembled, all over, tears streaming down. "Look, this kid has a bomb strapped to her. If I toss her to you, will you save her or not?" The man revealed a meaningful smile, as if kindly persuading them. Then all around, dozens of cultists poked their heads out, all sneering at Zhang Tailing and Ying Huai. "You deserve to die." Ying Huai clenched her silver teeth, trembling with rage, forcing out the words through gritted teeth. "Die?" The one-eyed man said dismissively. "We're all just making a living." Then he lifted the little girl with one hand and hurled her with tremendous force toward Ying Huai and Zhang Tailing. "Not good." Zhang Tailing cried out, grabbing Ying Huai and fleeing dozens of meters. Then, with a boom, the thrown little girl was blown into countless fragments. "Bastards." Tears burst from Ying Huai's eyes. Gritting her teeth, she opened fire at the one-eyed man the next instant. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions and gunshots rang out. In an instant, dozens of cultists all around opened fire, simultaneously blasting the area where Ying Huai and Zhang Tailing stood into ruins. Gradually, Zhang Tailing and Ying Huai were surrounded. At the same time, a little boy ran out of a house, panicking as he rushed toward Ying Huai. Bullets kept landing at his feet, making him cry. "Don't come here. Get inside," Ying Huai shouted in alarm. Seeing the little boy surrounded by gunfire, she gritted her teeth and ran toward him. "Don't go," Zhang Tailing cried out. The next instant, boom. A burst of fire erupted from the little boy and a rolling shockwave swept outward. When the blast subsided, Ying Huai was in Zhang Tailing's arms, one of her arms gone, blood splattering everywhere. "I was wrong. It's my fault. We shouldn't have come." Ying Huai wailed, her eyes filled with not only despair, but also an overwhelming rage. Beside her, Zhang Tailing's face was pale, regret weighing on her heart. They had underestimated the venom of the Eternal Life sect, and this operation had completely failed. "Ha ha, if you'd known this day would come, why did you act in the first place?" The one-eyed man sighed softly, his eyes filled with grief. Then he raised his gun, aiming at Ying Huai's head. "Xiaoling, you should go. Don't worry about me." Ying Huai gave a bitter smile. Zhang Tailing remained silent, her eyes flickering. Indeed, abandoning Ying Huai would be the most rational choice. Just then, boom. A rocket-propelled grenade landed precisely at the one-eyed man's feet. The one-eyed man was instantly blown away. Meanwhile, a cacophony of gunfire and explosions erupted. Countless bullets and bursts of blood chi converged in an instant, demolishing warehouses and workshops with thunderous detonations. The rain curtain shattered and terrified screams burst forth. "Charge!" Chenonghua drove his jeep directly into a workshop. "Lin Tian, protect yourself." Chenonghua growled lowly, his muscles coiling like writhing dragons as torrents of blood chi poured forth like a great river. Then with a thunderous roar, he dashed forward like a sprinting cheetah. Meanwhile, the 30 Qingxing police officers scattered, beginning their hunt from multiple directions. Lin Tian stepped out of the vehicle, his MO emitting a clicking mechanical sound. The umbrella surface retracted, revealing a tang, sword gleaming with cold light. A first-level alien cultist is worth 300,000. Lin Tian murmured, then charged in the direction Chen Onghua had gone. Sizzling. In an instant, a stream of bullets shot toward Lin Tian, bursting into a golden barrage midair. "Watch out," a female police officer behind Lin Tian exclaimed. But Lin Tian, a faint smile on his lips, swung his long blade in the next instant. The hidden blade 7 cuts. The blade's shadows entwined with fine azure thunder formed a net of lightning, cleaving the bullets in an instant. Amazing. The female police officer behind Lin Tian gasped. She knew Lin Tian was only a high school student, but she hadn't expected him to be this formidable. After cutting down the bullets, Lin Tian turned his gaze toward their source. On the roof of another workshop, an alien cultist was aiming a machine gun at him. The cultist, clearly noticing Lin Tian's gaze, was startled. In an instant, he pulled the trigger even more frantically. Bang, bang, bang. Flashes of fire erupted as Lin Tian swung, parrying continuously. A mysterious hum resonated from the tip of the blade. Lin Tian and his blade became ethereal. The third effect of hidden blade 7 cuts, 100 shadows passing through a gap. Using blood chi to unleash a terrifying surge, he propelled himself into a time-defying movement technique. Damn it, the cultist roared, never expecting a seemingly young boy to be so troublesome. Then the cultist's eyes widened, nearly screaming. He saw the youth who had been parrying bullets moments ago suddenly surge forward, transforming into an inky shadow charging toward him. Boom. The rainwater beneath the inky shadow exploded, forming 2 walls of water. With the momentum, Lin Tian rushed to the base of the cultist's workshop. Then his thighs erupted with surging blood, chi launching him like a cannonball up the wall. He climbed further by stepping on the gaps between bricks. Damn, he's coming. The cultist crouched behind the machine gun, scrambled to his feet, and drew a long blade from his waist. The next instant, Lin Tian's figure leaped high, slashing down at his head. No! The cultist cried, raising his blade to block. With a swoosh, the thunder-veined long blade swept across his forehead. A massive head was cleaved in 2 by Lin Tian. 300,000 credited. Lin Tian murmured, standing on the workshop roof and scanning the surroundings. Chen Onghua was already locked in battle with the one-eyed man. Ying Huai, protected by Zhang Tailing, was fighting in a corner of the workshop. They were at a disadvantage because among their opponents was a sniper constantly aiming at them. 3 alien cultists encircled them. If that were all, the situation wouldn't be too dire. But the key was that these cultists were holding children. The children had bombs strapped to them and were used as shields by the cultists. Though their enemies weren't strong, Ying Huai and Zhang Tailing found no opening. Ying Huai was in worse shape. One of her shoulders was shattered, and though she used blood chi to stop the bleeding, moving was still agonizing. She looked up at Lin Tian on the roof and said with a bitter smile, "My little brother has come to save me." In front of Ying Huai, a cultist holding a child glanced at Lin Tian and sneered, "A hero saving a beauty. Save your mother." The next instant, he hurled the child at Ying Huai. A thunderous explosion erupted. Flesh and blood splattered. Ying Huai, carried by Zhang Tailing, was thrown dozens of meters away, landing clumsily on the ground. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He spotted another cultist aiming a sniper rifle at him. With a flash of his gaze, a powerful thunderclap burst from his body. In a radiant thunder godlike posture, he charged at the sniper. A single bullet as fierce as a white-hot flame shot toward Lin Tian's forehead. Lin Tian swung his blade, the electric-wreathed shadow dragging a long afterimage through the air. But the bullet bypassed the slash, curving toward his temple. No good. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. He twisted his body, narrowly dodging the bullet. Gun kata. How is that possible? Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian continued his charge toward the sniper. A scream came from below. The female police officer who had followed him had her chest blown open, exposing white bone and raw flesh. "There's a psychic master, the female officer wailed. With a sharp crack, a bullet curved into her skull. She was dead. Seeing this, Lin Tian clenched his jaw. A psychic master. Only a psychic master could do that. Lin Tian, go back. You're not needed here. On the ground, Chen Onghua, locked in combat with the one-eyed man, bellowed like a bell. Ying Huai and Zhang Tailing also looked at Lin Tian. With a bang, Lin Tian dodged another bullet. He gripped his sword hilt tightly and shouted back at Chen Onghua. How much is a psychic master worth? How many military merits? Chen Onghua was stunned, then punched the one-eyed man in the chest. The man flew backward, crashing through a brick building. First level, 500,000, 2 military merits. Chen Onghua cursed under his breath. Then he watched Lin Tian transform into a streak of lightning racing across the workshop roof. Lin Tian, leave quickly. This place isn't for you. Ying Huai called out anxiously from the ground. A brilliant thunderclap crackled. She saw only a lightning shadow rushing through the rain curtain, a blast of air exploding. The sniper, still aiming at Lin Tian, was suddenly terrified, sending a flurry of bullets flying. This time, he didn't use the sniper rifle. He controlled the bullets telekinetically, sending them streaking toward Lin Tian. Then with a crackle, a blinding bolt of lightning shot from Lin Tian's hand. Boom. Emoja pierced the sniper's forehead, flesh and blood bursting. 500,000 credited. Lin Tian murmured, his figure brushing past the sniper like the wind. Before the sniper's body could fall, Lin Tian had already snatched Emoja back into his palm. This was but an instant. Beneath Ying Huai parted her vermilion lips momentarily speechless. Meanwhile Zhang Tailing gazed at Lin Tian with utter astonishment. The fluctuations of blood and qi emanating from Lin Tian were not particularly strong. Yet why did the quality of his blood and qi appear extraordinarily high? And then there was his terrifying speed of drawing the blade and his body movement. How could a boy who appeared to be only 16 or 17 possess such formidable strength? Ha ha ha, impressive, truly impressive. Shuningguo let out a hearty laugh, instantly dashing into a pile of rubble, grabbing the one-eyed man who had yet to react and delivering a punch directly to his forehead. Boom boom boom. Each punch was like thunder, as if drums and bells were roaring. The one-eyed man's blood and qi churned and blood burst from his nose. As for Lin Tian did not waste much time on this psychic. The psychic felt more like a soft persimmon to him. He had psychic power, but didn't know how to use it. Glancing at the deceased female police superintendent, Lin Tian's gaze was clear and cold. The one who killed her was another psychic. He immediately pinpointed the opponent's location. At that moment the other psychic also locked onto Lin Tian. Then he pulled the trigger at Lin Tian. Bang bang bang. A stream of bullets shot toward Lin Tian. For a moment Lin Tian was unable to charge forward. Lin Tian, I'll protect you. A police superintendent rushed to the top of the workshop, holding up a shield to block the incoming bullets. Get out of the way. You can't keep up with my speed. Lin Tian barked. The one firing was a psychic. A single shield was useless. Before the shield-bearing police superintendent could react with a bang, a bullet curved around the shield and pierced his temple. In an instant blood splattered. The shield-bearing police superintendent's eyes widened, and he fell without uttering a word. He tumbled down the workshop, hitting the ground heavily. His blood dissolved into the rainwater, and filth instantly spreading a large patch of red. Cold and tragic. Death meant nothingness. Lin Tian's throat moved, and cold light overflowed from his eyes. Crack. With even more violent thunderous blood, and qi erupting, Lin Tian's body trembled as he activated the true thunder force to its utmost. His gaze gradually turned ferocious, and all the noise of the world fell silent. He looked at the 10 bullets speeding toward him, 2 from the upper left, 5 from the center, 1 from the lower right. Hum. His brain buzzed, and his entire blood and qi mobilized. Emoji carrying thunder moved. Boom. Lin Tian shot out like a bolt of lightning. Rolling thunder shadows shattered the curtain of rain. Then leaping high he slashed down with his blade at the alien cult member, holding a sniper rifle. You're looking for death. The sniper sneered, his figure flickering as he threw 10 daggers with both hands. The next moment they flew toward Lin Tian in irregular arcs. A flash of light in Lin Tian's eyes, he swung his long blade. Chopping, stepping, rubbing, cleaving, sweeping. Streaks of blade light poured out, sparkling with electric flashes. Bang bang bang. The dense sounds of blade clashes were more chaotic and heavy than cutting through bullets. He had met a formidable opponent. A cold smile curved on Lin Tian's lips as he slashed even more desperately. Flash, dodge, advance, and retreat, swift steps, and sharp eyes, body aiding the blade. Hidden blade, 7 strikes. B-grade special effect, phantom through the gap. Body like 100 shadows, blade strikes with hidden kill. He was skilled. The mastery of phantom through the gap was already etched into his mind. He needed to fight to unleash his strongest strike in the midst of crisis. Kill me. Lin Tian let out a savage laugh, feeling a surge of blood and qi rushing to his head. Come on, trash, he roared, slashing even faster. The sniper's face showed a flicker of surprise, then he gritted his teeth and sneered. The 10 daggers flew even faster. When two paths converge, the brave one always prevails. With a whoosh, a flash of blade light passed a long blade shadow, drawing a trail of blood. The sniper clutched his neck and fell to the ground in disbelief. 500,000 in the bag. That was the last sound he heard. Trash. Lin Tian stomped the sniper's head into the mud, then charged toward the other alien cultists. In the distance, Ying Huai and Zhang Tailing watched this scene, momentarily stunned. Your little hottie seems like a madman, Zhang Tailing said as she quickly tore a bomb off a child and threw it away. I like them crazy. Ying Huai snorted, her face pale as she fired a shot at an alien cultist on a rooftop. Tough situation. These kids are all strapped with bombs. Forcibly removing them is too dangerous, Zhang Tailing said bitterly. The alien cultists themselves weren't very powerful. But using children as shields and weapons was truly despicable. These children were captured by the alien cult, subjected to misery and torment, and even in death were to be used as human bombs. They had no bottom line left. That was the alien cult's advantage. Boom boom boom. Explosions rang out, accompanied by the cries of children. Throughout the chemical plant, flesh and blood flew with the mud. The Qingcheng police superintendents who came here had no inherent advantage. Their weakness was simply that they were still human. Lin Tian raced forward. With the hidden blade 7 strikes, he had a natural advantage. He was fast, and his body movement was excellent, so he tried to avoid the children strapped with bombs. Since everyone was at a disadvantage, he had to avoid such situations. With one slash, he killed an alien cultist, then used the rain to wipe the blood mist from his face. 2,900,000, he murmured. Throughout the chemical plant, there were actually more psychics than martial artists. Too bizarre. Normally only 1 in 1,000 martial artists would be a psychic. As he had guessed, there was a treasure inside this chemical plant. a treasure that could awaken extremely high psychic power in ordinary people. According to Ling Xiuzi, she had awakened her psychic power after being hypnotized. What treasure exactly had the alien cult used? Lin Tian's eyes flickered as he passed through a workshop and saw a two-story building, likely the office building left by the chemical plant. Earlier, the electronic fly had shown that this building was the alien cult's resting place. Boom. A massive fist suddenly crashed toward Lin Tian. It was a female alien cultist hiding at the workshop exit, ready to ambush Lin Tian. Crack. Thunder exploded on Lin Tian's body as he raised Emoja to block in front of his forehead. With a bang, the fist slammed into the blade surface of Emoja. Under the impact of surging force, Lin Tian's body was sent flying back more than 10 meters. You're asking for death. The female cultist, seeing Lin Tian struck, instantly erupted, her fist wind more ferocious as she punched at him. At the same time, a man holding a young girl appeared behind Lin Tian. The man sneered and hurled the little girl in his arms like a cannonball toward Lin Tian. "Oh, mommy." Because the cultist threw her so fast, the moment the girl was released, her tiny arms were already broken at unnatural angles. A fierce gleam in Lin Tian's eyes, he instinctively reached out to catch her, but quickly saw the bomb strapped to the little girl. Kill. Lin Tian let out a wild roar, veins bulging on his neck. Crack. Thunder flashed, and Lin Tian's speed exploded instantly. Ignoring the little girl hurtling toward him, he turned and charged directly at the female cultist. Just in time. The female cultist barked coldly, her hair instantly bristling like thousands of needles. Her arms bulged, muscles threatening to burst her leather jacket. A glint in Lin Tian's eyes, surging force poured into Emoja. Hidden blade, 7 strikes, second effect, hidden thunder slash. As the blade struck, the female cultist's eyes turned vicious in her fist, and the blade collided. With a bang, a sound of metal clashing erupted. A hint of mockery appeared in the female cultist's eyes as she was about to throw another punch. Crack. A sudden thunderclap rang out from within her body. The ensuing explosion made her blood and chi churn, and her entire body lost strength. At that moment, Lin Tian grabbed the female cultist by the neck and held her in front of him. The little girl who had been hurled at him slammed solidly into the cultist's abdomen. With a crack, the little girl's shin snapped on impact. What? A piercing cry, the girl collapsed in the rain, tears streaming from the pain. Come on, blow up. Kill your own people. Lin Tian roared, his eyes ruthless as he punched the female cultist directly in the neck. Crack. A punch of flashing thunder. The female cultist shuddered and collapsed limply. Lin Tian's gaze hardened, he released her and then slashed his blade toward the little girl on the ground. With a whoosh, the blade tip grazed the rope binding the bomb to the little girl. In an instant, Lin Tian used the back of the blade to flip the bomb away. Boom. The bomb exploded in midair. First, a wave of scorching heat surged out, accompanied by a crimson flame blooming luridly. A shockwave burst outward. The little girl, who had been crying, let out a scream and was blasted a meter or two away by the residual wave. Blood instantly stained the rain red. Even so, the little girl had survived. Lin Tian's gaze turned cold, and he thrust his long blade down at the head of the unconscious female cultist at his feet. With a squelch, blood burst out. 320, he growled, then charged at the male cultist in front of him, whose face was now filled with fear. 350. With a mechanical voice, the male cultist's head exploded. Lin Tian, you're amazing. A crisp cheer echoed from the corner of the workshop. A figure appeared, her energy depleted, but as a martial artist, even severely wounded, she was still stronger than the average youth. Running to Lin Tian, she wore a pale, sickly smile, as if awakening from a dream. Before the gravely injured little girl, she embraced her tightly. Don't cry, don't cry. Your sister will get you out of here. Then turning to Lin Tian, she asked, I've lost an arm now. You won't despise me, will you? Ying Huai's voice carried a hint of grievance. Lin Tian slowly turned his head, a look of utter confusion on his face. What was this person's deal? It's fine. I'll buy a B-grade potion. When I get back, my arm will grow back. Ying Huai said with a smile, as if they weren't in the midst of a fierce battle. Lin Tian cast a glance at her, tempted to pry open her skull and see what was inside. Lin Tian pointed at the still sobbing young girl. She's your responsibility. These children will explode the moment they get close to us. Someone must be monitoring. Lin Tian's gaze turned indifferent as he looked toward the two-story building ahead. The entire chemical plant was under surveillance. They had been detected even before they entered. The alien cultists had strapped bombs to the children and prepared everything. They hadn't retreated, but instead continued to resist, indicating they hadn't discovered them too early. So the Qingcheng police department was clean. Then when exactly had they been discovered? Lin Tian pondered as he walked toward the two-story building. Lin Tian, you must come back. Ying Huai shouted anxiously behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions were incessant, and shattered chunks of reinforced concrete rained down like a meteor shower. The battle grew increasingly brutal. Meanwhile, in a 15-square-meter room on the second floor, why hasn't backup arrived yet? The man sitting at the computer desk growled, a look of panic flashing in his eyes. On his screen, surveillance footage from over 30 corners of the chemical plant was clearly displayed. Neatly arranged on the table were dozens of remote detonators marked with serial numbers. The man glanced at the monitors showing the entrance of the building, a fierce glint in his eyes. He clearly saw a young man walking in. The man took out his phone and began typing "no time, grab the stuff and leave. I might not be able to stop him." Just after sending the message, the man startled and whipped his head toward the door. A young man holding a long blade was staring coldly at him. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll press the detonator right now and none of those kids will survive." The man scrambled to his feet, his hands hovering over the detonators on the table. Lin Tian let out a soft laugh and walked toward him nonchalantly. You're asking for death." The man roared, his eyes turning vicious. "I'll really do it. Don't push me." Lin Tian nodded slightly and smiled. "Go ahead. Your comrades are already using the kids as human shields. If you press it now, this battle will be over." The man's body trembled and a hint of despair crept into his eyes. "Don't make that face. You're making me look like the bad guy." Lin Tian sneered and stepped in front of the man. His gaze swept over the computer screen. A police inspector was decapitated by a cultist holding a young boy as a shield. Then he fell into the rain, unwilling. Lin Tian recognized that inspector. His name was Wang Zhe. "Spare me, and I'll give you something." "Good." The man stammered, his hand slowly reaching behind his back to draw a gun. "If there's something good, I'll find it myself." Lin Tian chuckled. In the next instant, a flash of blade light. Thud. The man's head dropped, and a fountain of blood spurted from his neck. 380. Lin Tian murmured. Then he looked at the detonators on the table. He didn't know what would happen if he destroyed them directly, so he first removed the batteries, then destroyed them. After dismantling all the detonators, he breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, outside, a building collapsed with a thunderous crash. Two figures leaped out from the rubble. One was Chun Engwa, the other was a bloodied one-eyed man. Throughout their fight, Chun Engwa had been dominating. But the one-eyed man was vicious, having used a child as a shield earlier. This infuriated Chun Engwa to the extreme, leaving him at a loss on how to strike. Finally, the one-eyed man exploited Chun Engwa's soft heart, hurling the child at him. The rain washed the ash from Chun Engwa's face. Chun Engwa slowly looked around. Crimson blood splattered everywhere, staining the shattered workshop walls and pooling on the muddy, broken ground. Familiar faces lay lifeless on the ground, their laughter and joy forever gone. "Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, old Chun." Chun Engwa murmured, a murderous crimson glint surging in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and fists, suppressing his rage like a beast that had lost all humanity. His anger was not only directed at the alien cult, but also at himself. He had underestimated the cult's malice and brutality. He blamed himself. If only he had planned better, if only he had mapped out the assault more clearly, then it wouldn't have come to this. Every battle with the alien cult was brutal. But humans weren't machines. Even though they faced it every time, it still hurt. His juniors were dead, his friends were gone. Who wouldn't be furious? He always wanted to do better, yet every time he returned disappointed. "Where's Lin Tian? Who the hell saw Lin Tian?" Chun Engwa roared, scanning his surroundings. If Lin Tian had died too, he would truly be a sinner. The surrounding inspectors, still in combat, also froze. Indeed, Lin Tian was gone. Seeing this, Chun Engwa's fury intensified, and he fixed his glare on the one-eyed man. "You're finished. I'll not only kill you, but I'll tear you limb from limb before you die, so you can truly feel it." The one-eyed man was startled, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Then, coming to his senses, he sneered. "Old man, have you lost your mind? Use your brain, will you? How do you expect to win?" He gestured around, mocking. "We still have dozens of human bombs here." Chun Engwa gritted his teeth until they ground audibly. Around them, the other inspectors were also struggling in the fight. They were all human with hearts, and that put them at a disadvantage. In an instant, grief and fury intertwined in every inspector's heart. This mission, they might not make it back. Just then a clear voice came from afar. "Deputy Commissioner Chun, it's me." Chun Engwa and the inspectors froze for a moment, then a brilliant light burst from Chun Engwa's eyes. Lin Tian was still alive. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Tian's voice continued. "I've destroyed the detonators for the bombs on the children." Then Lin Tian's voice fell. The expressions of everyone who heard those words instantly flipped. Chun Engwa and the inspectors were stunned, while the cultists, including the one-eyed man, had their sneers wiped away. One cultist with a vicious glare hurled a bomb-strapped child at an inspector. The inspector instinctively dodged, but in the end caught the child anyway. "It didn't explode. It really didn't explode," the inspector exclaimed. "At the same time, Dad," Chun Engwa bellowed. "Lin Tian, you're my dad." Inside the two-story building, Lin Tian frowned slightly. He and Chun Engwa were both using their chi and blood to amplify their voices, so everyone could hear clearly. Lin Tian was speechless. He hadn't yet considered having such a grown man as his son. Glancing at the surveillance footage on the computer after disabling all the remote controls, the battle on Chun Engwa's side was no longer so passive. What made Lin Tian's eyes gleam slightly was the woman who had been accompanying Ying Huai from the very beginning, named Zhan Tai Ling. The opponent's chi and blood were inferior to Chun Engwa's, yet the combat power she displayed was actually on par with his. Earlier, due to the children held by the heretic cultists, her movements were too restricted. Now her unleashed combat power was extremely formidable. It seemed these heretic cultists would soon be dealt with. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened as he gradually isolated himself from the outside world. Click, 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 click. Faint and chaotic sounds came from the rooftop. Lingering breaths, heartbeats, anxious pacing. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He bent his legs, slightly channeling surging force into his thighs. Then, With a bang, the floor beneath him trembled, and a ring of dust instantly spread outward from Lin Tian. His entire body leaped up, shooting toward the ceiling like an arrow blazing with thunder. With a slash of the mo in his hand, the ceiling was instantly shattered. Damn it! A scream rang out as the heretic, still pacing upstairs, was stabbed through the sole of his foot by the mo. The long blade drove upward, directly exploding his foot. The heretic howled in pain and leaped backward, narrowly dodging the blade. Then Lin Tian's figure emerged, quietly surveying his surroundings. This was a 50-square-meter room. The rear half of the room was neatly arranged with various instruments and equipment closely lined up on workbenches. High-definition monitors and timers hung on the walls. The floor was covered with corrosion-resistant non-slip tiles. At the front of the lab was a hospital bed on which lay a 13 or 14-year-old boy in a patient gown, unconscious. A hanging 4 bottle was continuously infusing a red liquid into the boy. The liquid was extremely peculiar. Within the deep crimson fluid, it seemed as if flames were burning. The heretic, whose right foot had been blown off by Lin Tian's blade, leaned against the wall, wailing. This man was dressed in a white coat and wore glasses, looking more like a researcher than a warrior. Are you the only one in this lab? Lin Tian frowned, but saw that the heretic was staring at him with an extremely venomous gaze. Speak, Lin Tian said coldly, slashing out and cleanly severing the man's right calf. Squelch. Blood spurted wildly. The man's face turned pale, his eyes wide open in extreme agony. You bastard. You'll die a miserable death, miser. Able death. The man roared hysterically. Lin Tian frowned, and in the next instant he slashed again. With a whoosh, the long blade swept across one of the man's arms, severing it cleanly at the shoulder. It was hard to imagine that Lin Tian was still just a youth about to turn 17. His childhood had been nothing but hardship. Illogically, it shouldn't have turned him so cold-blooded. But when Lin Tian saw the bodies of children casually discarded in storage tanks, and when he recalled Ling Xiuzi's despairing and innocent eyes, he told himself that heretic cultists were not human at all. They were worse than pigs and dogs. They were merely trash. Answer me. Lin Tian murmured, pressing the long blade against the man's forehead. When your brains burst out, it should be quite beautiful. He let out a faint smile, his expression turning grim and sinister. They're all fighting. Here. It's just me. The man wailed, his eyes filled with terror. What's in this bottle? Lin Tian looked at the fiery red liquid in the 4 bottle. A mixture of spirit essence fire and savage beast essence blood. The man said with difficulty, his face contorted in agony, his mouth emitting piteous moans, sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. Spirit essence fire. Lin Tian's eyes flickered slightly. Spirit fire. It was actually spirit fire. It was widely rumored online that spirit objects existed between heaven and earth, and Marshal Saint Guanyin was a terrifying being who possessed such a spirit object. An ordinary spirit object was worth billions, and sometimes there was no market for them. Now he had actually seen a spirit object here. Lin Tian's heart pounded violently. It's not the entire spirit essence fire, just a remnant flame. The man continued to add, his entire body covered in bulging veins, looking utterly wretched. Where is it? Lin Tian murmured. There. The man struggled to raise his hand and pointed at a locked safe at the back of the lab. Do you have the key? Lin Tian lifted the man up. Yes. The man nodded with difficulty. Lin Tian squinted, pressing the mo against the man's neck, and brought him to the safe. The man tremblingly took a triangular key from his pocket. He pressed the key against the lock, fumbling several times, but unable to align it. The man said with difficulty. Continue. Lin Tian exerted force with one hand, and the mo left a long bloody gash on the man's neck. A glimmer of despair appeared in the man's eyes, but he finally managed to insert the key successfully. With a click, the safe opened. Hiss! A wave of scorching heat rushed at Lin Tian, instantly suffocating him. A square glass container came into Lin Tian's view. Inside the container, a crimson rootless flame flickered quietly. This flame appeared weak, but it had already scorched the square glass container red hot. The entire safe radiated rolling waves of heat, and the space itself seemed to warp with ripples. Such a high temperature, if contacted at close range, would instantly kill an ordinary person. Lin Tian frowned, wondering how those powerful figures absorbed fire spirits. They couldn't just swallow it directly, could they? Can this fire spirit seed be absorbed? Lin Tian asked. No, it cannot. The bespectacled man said weakly. Lin Tian nodded. If the other said it couldn't be done, that meant it could. Just then the man's hand slowly reached into the safe. Sizzle. The sound of burning flesh rang out. Lin Tian's eyes shrank instantly. He slashed out, severing the man's extended hand. But at this moment the man turned his head to look at Lin Tian, his eyes wide open and the corners of his mouth curling. His eyes seemed unfocused, and in his abyss-like depths madness condensed. Hee, I fooled you. The man laughed, and with his remaining leg, he kicked out swiftly. Crack! His toe pressed down on an inconspicuous switch below. In an instant Lin Tian's eyes shrank, and a violent dread surged from the depths of his heart. No. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Brilliant thunderlight burst from his body, gradually expanding to form a lake of thunder enveloping him. True Thunder Force S-Rank Special Effect, Annihilating Thunder River. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Tian's figure became ethereal. Hidden Blade 7 cuts B rank special effect 100 shadows passing through a crack. In an instant Lin Tian erupted with his utmost speed. Flee. The next instant. Boom. A deafening roar shook the entire air, and a wave of heat spread outward. A storm-like shockwave swept up all dust, stones, and glass shards into the air. A pillar of flame shot up from within the entire two-story building. Sparks and fragments swirled in the air. Everything was destroyed. Lin Tian. A scream rang out from outside. It was Ying Huai's. At the same time Chenonghua punched the one-eyed man's head, exploding it. The battle was nearing its end. Only 2 or 3 of the dozens of heretic cultists remained. Zhang Tailing sliced off a heretic's head with a single sword stroke and looked toward the source of the explosion. Lin Tian. Chenonghua roared. The location of the explosion was exactly where Lin Tian's voice had come from earlier. Coupled with Ying Huai's scream, all the surviving police officers were stunned. Could it be that Lin Tian had been blown up? Lin Tian. Chenonghua roared again, but received no response for a long time. Damn it. Chenonghua growled, a series of ominous feelings rising in his heart. He didn't want to think about it, but now. Lin Tian might have truly fallen. Someone go find Lin Tian. Chenonghua bellowed, then looked at the last 2 heretics and swiftly charged at them. Yes. A police officer stammered and ran toward Lin Tian. Just then swoosh. A shell came from the sky, instantly hurtling toward Chenonghua and the others. Enemy attack. Chenonghua was startled and immediately roared. In the next instant, boom, flames soared into the sky. A deafening explosion instantly pulverized 2 police officers, sending rolling shockwaves radiating outward. The sight of the explosion became a gray mist, blurring all objects. Ring. A ringing in the ears. Dust-covered Chenonghua struggled to his feet, shook his head, and immediately looked around. Why are there still heretic cultists? Zhang Tailing growled, now losing her composure. Whoosh. Suddenly more than a dozen missiles streaked across the sky. Zhang Tailing and Chenonghua were startled instantly. Stop the missiles. Chenonghua roared, leaping up and punching toward the incoming missiles. He was a second-tier expert, and missiles could not kill him. But his subordinates were all first-tier. Reverse blade 13 layers whirled. Zhang Tailing slightly bent her body, assuming a sword-drawing stance, as a stream of pure chi flowed through her longsword. Bang! The next moment, she slashed at the incoming missiles. Boom, boom, boom. Sparks burst in the sky. More than a dozen black jeeps suddenly rushed over. How timely. As the jeeps arrived, a middle-aged man in a black suit stepped out and looked at Chenonghua. He wore a mask, making his face completely unreadable. Meanwhile, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 30 men in suits and black helmets got off the vehicles and stood orderly behind the masked man. Chenonghua landed, glaring fiercely at these people. Damn, he could sense that the masked man's chi was no weaker than his own. The remaining 30 were all first-tier martial artists. Before his team could have matched them, but now. Chenonghua looked at his subordinates behind him, all severely wounded, their eyes dull. He clenched his fists, his eyes nearly bloodshot. Let my men go, and I'll stay here. Chenonghua growled, but with a pleading tone. Are you kidding me? The masked man chuckled mockingly. Today none of you will leave alive. You'll all die. He laughed, sending waves of chi surging outward. Deputy Director, if we die together. A middle-aged woman with one arm gave a bitter smile and came behind Chenonghua. Before I die, I'll take as many as I can. If I die, the state will take care of my kid, ha ha ha. Millions in compensation, enough for my son's college education. Haha, yeah, I'm eyeing that compensation too. One by one, the exhausted police officers stood up laughing. Zhang Tailing watched this scene with mixed emotions, silent. Little girl, you leave later. Take these children with you. Chenonghua looked at Zhang Tailing with earnest gravity and smiled. There were still over 20 children alive. If they died, the consequences for these children were unimaginable. Now he could only entrust Zhang Tailing. Her eyes flickered and she smiled lightly. I'm a prodigy. With 50 chi, I can slay a second tier. This time we might not lose. Chenonghua paused, then nodded. Indeed, a prodigy's strength was not to be underestimated. A prodigy. Truly troublesome. The masked man muttered, then looked behind him. A woman in a leather jacket and pants, tall and curvaceous, appeared. What a pretty little girl. Big sis happens to be second tier too. Let's see how strong you really are. The woman chuckled, drawing 2 pistols from her waist. 2 second tier. Chenonghua's eyes narrowed. Actually, it's 3 second tier. The woman smiled, delivering an even more despairing truth. Meanwhile, a short helmeted figure stepped out. In his hand, he held a Miao Dao, and his abundant chi erupted, instantly stirring a fierce wind. Seeing this, Zhang Tailing's eyes filled with deep despair. Her chi was only 50 enough to handle 1 second tier. Ying Huai was already severely injured, unable to exert even 40% of his strength. At this rate, they would surely lose. Chenonghua swept his gaze over the helmeted black-clad men, his eyes cold as ice. It seemed today they really wouldn't leave this place. The longer they waited, the lower their morale. Better to fight to the death. In the next instant, kill, he roared, punching toward the masked man. Meanwhile, Ying Huai stood dumbfounded before a rubble-strewn area still flickering with flames. It hurts. It hurts so much. Sob. In his arms, a little girl with multiple fractures sobbed. Don't cry, be strong. Ying Huai hugged her tightly, his face full of anxiety. Now Lin Tian's fate was unknown and enemies were approaching from the other side of the chemical plant. What should I do? What should I do? Ying Huai muttered, torn between two difficulties. Should he check on Lin Tian or go to rescue Zhang Tailing? I, Lin Tian, Lin Tian. Ying Huai shouted, frantically incoherent. Her eyes were red and swollen, tears streaming down her cheeks, seemingly unable to control her emotions. Her body trembled slightly, her breathing rapid and weak. Then she set the little girl on the ground. Big sis is going to fight the bad guys. Don't cry, be strong. Even if it hurts, you have to run, get out of here. Ying Huai murmured, her eyes filled with determination. Then she ran toward Zhang Tailing's direction. On the ground, the bleeding little girl nodded, and with tears crawled toward the other side of the chemical plant. She wanted to leave this place forever. Meanwhile, in the rubble of the two-story building that had been bombed, Lin Tian was pinned under a stone slab. Huff. Lin Tian took a deep breath, lightning flickering in his eyes. Good thing he reacted fast enough. Otherwise, he would have been minced meat. The full power 100 Shadows step was indeed effective. Lin Tian struggled to pull his body out from under the slab. Gripping his Tang blade ink, he slashed and shattered several slabs. Lin Tian walked deeper. The heavy rain gradually extinguished the flames, and smoke rose from the ruins. He felt a softness underfoot and looked down. It was the little boy who had been unconscious on the hospital bed earlier, now charred and lifeless. Lin Tian's eyes flickered, and he continued exploring inward. Beneath a smoking pile of rubble, a flame flickered persistently. It was the essence spirit fire burning slowly. The glass cover that had contained it was shattered, and the small flame burned without a base. Even the heavy rain could not extinguish its fierce vitality. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Steam rose and puffs of white mist struck Lin Tian, as if trying to steam him alive. Lin Tian slowly approached the essence spirit fire. He examined it closely. The crimson flame shimmered like a crystal, dancing ceaselessly like a phoenix breaking through the clouds. Layers of fiery red mist radiated outward, stirring waves of heat. According to the bespectacled man, this was not the complete essence spirit fire. Rather, it was only a part of it. But even so, it was a supreme treasure. The entire chemical plant, the children who had awakened psychic powers, and the secrets of the psychic masters all originated from this. Lin Tian swallowed hard. The question now was how to collect this essence spirit fire. He crouched down and began to think. Just then, with a whoosh, a flash of fire passed before Lin Tian's eyes, and the essence spirit fire vanished instantly. Lin Tian immediately tensed and looked around. The essence spirit fire that had been burning just moments ago was gone. Lin Tian stood up, his eyes blazing with fury. He had come all this way, finally obtained the secret that Ling Xiuzi had mentioned. How could it suddenly disappear? And just then, a deep resonance echoed in Lin Tian's mind. A surge of heat rose from his heart, then flowed through every part of his body. So hot, so painful. Lin Tian's face turned pale, and he instantly collapsed to the ground, feeling his entire body limp, as if 1,000 needles were piercing his flesh. Waves of cramping pain. In an instant, Lin Tian knew where the essence spirit fire had gone. Inside his body. Damn! Lin Tian growled, propping himself up on his hands, tears nearly squeezed out by the pain. Wave after wave of resonance. Dizziness surged in the depths of his mind. Two crimson lights burst from Lin Tian's eyes, and within 100 meters around him, his sense of smell, sight, and touch became extraordinarily sharp. As if struck by sword blades, Lin Tian was bombarded. Ding! Host has recovered essence spirit fire 15. The system's voice suddenly rang in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, then struggled to turn over and lie on his back, looking up at the sky. The pouring rain washed over his face like a spring. The pain spread like tidal waves. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, the sounds of battle continued. Shininggua's side had completely fallen into a disadvantage. Lin Tian struggled for a while, feeling as if pressed by a boulder of immense weight, barely able to move. However, the one thing he was grateful for was that his consciousness remained and his body was not destroyed. And the pain, like crashing waves, was gradually receding. Little by little, the world before his eyes became clearer, and the information transmitted to him from his surroundings grew denser. Crimson slowly bloomed in his eyes, and threads of lightning flowed like a clear stream. System, open the status panel. Lin Tian said to the system in his mind. Host Lin Tian balance, 373820 gold, coins chi 11. 8 spirit 2. 5 martial skills 1. Free movement thunder fist, full purchase 2. 7 slashes of the hidden blade, C rank effect blood shadow, B rank variant effect hidden thunder slash, B rank effect 100 shadows step, A rank effect inverse point floating light, not purchased, AS rank effect azure blood sword slash, not purchased cultivation art 1. True thunder force, full purchase. Lin Tian immediately noticed his spirit value. He remembered clearly that long ago his spirit had been stable at 0.5 and never changed. But now, it had reached 2.5. No. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian saw his spirit value rise to 2.6. Then 2.7. It was still skyrocketing. 2.8. 2.9. 3. 5. 6. 5. 6. 6. 6. 7. 10. 5. 13. 5. 13. 6. Lin Tian's eyes widened, staring blankly. After acquiring the system the first time he cultivated true thunder force, his blood energy increased by 0.01 in 2 hours. He was overjoyed at that time. But now, it must be said that Lin Tian as the master was somewhat numb. With such skyrocketing data, even if it were 1 digit less it wouldn't be too bad. A weakling in terms of mental strength, his mental power now surged as if it had been hacked. Under such numbers, Lin Tian felt that the pain he experienced was no more than a massage. I want pain, please kill me with pain. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, his voice almost squeezed out between his teeth. Yet despite this his expression was ferocious. A ferocious joy. Splash splash. The heavy rain continuously washed over Lin Tian's body, cleansing the dust and stains. Gradually his body regained sensation. His fingers, which had been pressed against the ground, twitched slightly. Buzz. A buzzing sound. Around Lin Tian, grains of sand, gravel, and wood chips from the ruins began to float up. As if attracted by a powerful magnetic field, they floated slowly. Slap. Lin Tian pushed his hands against the ground and slowly stood up. Buzz. A mysterious buzzing sound resonated from the depths of his mind. Around him a clattering noise immediately arose. Gravel, broken steel bars, fragments of shattered experimental instruments floated up slowly as Lin Tian rose. Even the extremely heavy stone slabs seemed to be lifted by someone spinning slowly in midair. At this moment a strange feeling arose in Lin Tian's heart. It was as if he was the true sovereign within a radius of 10 meters. A flash of crimson appeared in Lin Tian's eyes, a blazing fire burning, growing fiercer and hotter. He slowly raised his arm, then lowered it. Bang, bang, bang. Everything that had been floating around him instantly fell to the ground, splashing water. Is this the feeling of power? Lin Tian murmured. The mental value displayed on his retina was already 25 points. Although the increase was gradually slowing down. But at this moment it was still rising automatically. This was only the enhancement brought by 1/5 of the essence spirit fire. Lin Tian dared not imagine what would happen if he gathered the complete essence spirit fire. What would it bring him? Perhaps absolute power. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fierce battle still echoed. A faint smile appeared on Lin Tian's lips. Now it was time to end this. Meanwhile, in the main combat zone, boom. The masked man punched Chun Ongwa, who slammed heavily into a thick wall. The wall shattered and Chun Ongwa struggled out of the rubble. Damn it, Chun Ongwa cursed under his breath. Not far away, Ying Huai and Zhang Tailing were jointly dealing with 2 other second-level enemies. Clearly they were no match. Ying Huai was already injured and her own strength was insufficient for a second-level martial artist. Thus together with Zhang Tailing they were being utterly suppressed. Moreover, one of Zhang Tailing's hands had been severed, and her blood energy was clearly unstable. As for the remaining first-level police officers, they were being continuously besieged and killed. Aya, I'll bite you alien cultists to death. A police officer with both arms severed roared, charging recklessly at a helmeted man. He slammed his head directly into the opponent's helmet. With a crack, the cultist's helmet shattered. You're asking for death. The cultist growled, plunging a knife into the officer's abdomen. Then slightly bending his body, his blood energy surging, he rapidly stabbed the broken blade into the officer's vital points. Puff, puff, puff. The blade flashed like lightning, 50 strikes in 1 second. Blood spurted from the officer's body, flesh and skin shredded. Thud. The officer, who had been furious moments before, fell to the ground with a look of unwillingness. Trash. The cultist who had struck cursed under his breath, a cold smile curling his lips. His helmet was smashed, revealing an extremely young face. It's you. A furious roar erupted as Chun Ongwa glared at the police officer. That man was the same one who had encountered them earlier while driving a police car. He had been wearing a police uniform before, but now he was a cultist who had killed his own colleague. Oh, we've been found out. Now you'll die even more. The masked man sighed softly, then his form exploded into motion, the ground shaking beneath his feet. In the next instant he rushed to Chun Ongwa and punched straight at his head. Boom. The punch was heavy and powerful, carrying gusts of wind and exploding bursts of air. Seeing this, Chun Ongwa also threw a punch with utmost fury. With a thunderous roar the fists collided. The latter instantly caved in, bones cracking, and then Chun Ongwa's forearm exploded in a spray of blood, revealing broken bone spurs. Chun Ongwa roared in pain, retreating, explosively crashing through another wall. You are police officers from Shuai City. Chun Ongwa growled, roaring like a beast. The masked man paused slightly, and the others also stopped moving in that instant. Why would you collude with the aliens? Chun Ongwa roared again, unable to believe what was happening. He had not contacted the Shuai City Police Bureau from the very beginning precisely because he feared there might be a mole. But now this was not just a mole. This was a whole group of cultists serving as police officers. Beside them, Zhang Tailing and Ying Huai also watched with pale faces. I've fallen for a handsome guy, and now I'm going to die with him. Isn't that romantic? Ying Huai gave a bitter smile and asked. Zhang Tailing frowned, wanting to curse, but held back. Oh, I like him so much that I'm hallucinating, Ying Huai said with a grin. It seemed she saw on the other side of the rain curtain a tall, slender figure slowly approaching, holding a blade. The person wore a black windbreaker already somewhat tattered. In the rain's plaintive melody, a handsome, young man walked quietly, his narrow eyes trailing threads of azure lightning at the corners. It seemed gentle, yet more like it contained surging energy. Lin Tian. Zhang Tai-ling exclaimed in surprise, confirming she had not misseen. Lin Tian, run quickly. Why are you coming back? Chun Anghua roared angrily. Seeing Lin Tian still alive, he was first overjoyed, but then he became furious beyond measure. Now it was obvious that they were about to die. If one could survive, that was one. Oh, what a handsome young man. The woman wearing a helmet and holding twin guns looked at Lin Tian, letting out a coquettish moan. Along with another short figure, the two were suppressing Zhang Tai-ling and Ing Huai. As someone wants to be a hero. The man whose helmet had been shattered earlier chuckled. He had seen Lin Tian in the jeep before and didn't take him seriously. Because Lin Tian was far too young. He should still be a trainee police inspector. Hey Li Long, don't kill him. Such a handsome young man is rare. The woman holding a long whip said seriously. The man named Li Long was taken aback, then sneered. I prefer to kill those more handsome than me. Then with a thunderous boom, Li Long surged forward, his figure moving instantly. At a speed almost exceeding 50 meters per second, walls of water exploded from his spot, and the air burst wherever he passed. Lin Tian stood still, sensing the opponent's movements with extreme clarity. A sense of exhilaration rose from the depths of his heart. Such a battle was truly bullying. Dodge, Lin Tian. Ing Huai cried out in alarm. Lin Tian simply stood there, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The next second, Li Long had already charged to within 3 meters of him. Stop pretending. Li Long sneered, thrusting his knife straight at Lin Tian's forehead. Just as the blade tip was about to pierce, his eyes met Lin Tian's for a fleeting moment. Very cold. Such a calm gaze. Li Long's heart was filled with doubt, and a sense of foreboding surged instantly. The next moment, his body inexplicably tilted, and the short knife that was about to stab into Lin Tian's forehead could no longer penetrate. What happened? Li Long was bewildered, then his eyes widened as he saw his own body. He saw his own back from behind. His posture was still in the charge, but his head was no longer on his neck, blood spurting out. When had it happened? When had his head been separated from his body? Li Long kept pondering, but a wave of lethargy washed over him, and his vision gradually darkened. Then his large head fell to the ground. 440,000, Lin Tian murmured, his eyes utterly calm. With the aid of his powerful spiritual power, he could perceive the patterns of things more clearly. Li Long's seemingly swift movements were full of flaws in Lin Tian's eyes. Spiritual psychics are truly monstrous, Lin Tian complained inwardly. And at this moment, silence. An eerie, extreme stillness. Everyone was stunned by Lin Tian's slash. No circulation of qi and blood, no martial techniques used. With just a casual swing of his blade, he severed Li Long's neck. Such practiced and effortless combat skills. One could say he was like a veteran of 50 or 60 years. Ing Huai's vermilion lips parted slightly. She wanted to say something, but was choked with shock for a moment. The handsome young man she favored was frighteningly strong. The surviving first-level police inspectors stared blankly at Lin Tian. Then something different flickered in their eyes. Hope. It was hope. Lin Tian's arrival brought hope to all the police inspectors. Kill him. The masked man growled, clearly sensing something amiss. Kill. Kill him. In an instant, the dozen or so first-level alien cultists nearest to Lin Tian erupted in roars. If an unstable factor appeared on the battlefield, then eliminate it at once. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of qi and blood exploded, shattering the rain curtain. Over a dozen figures like so many tanks charged straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, hold on, I'll help you. Chen Anghua was also startled at this. He hadn't expected these alien cultists to take Lin Tian so seriously. You'd better take care of yourself. The masked man sneered, then lunged at Chen Anghua. Meanwhile, Ing Huai and Zhang Tai-ling were also engaged by 2 other second-level martial artists, retreating step by step. At the same time, Lin Tian also moved instantly. Crack. The true thunder force activated, streaks of lightning flickering like snakes. The long blade in his hand danced like a dragon, and Lin Tian's entire figure became ethereal. Had he not awakened his spiritual power, he definitely could not have dealt with so many first-level martial artists at once. But now Lin Tian's spiritual power was 25, twice his qi and blood. This powerful spiritual power not only gave him the ability to control objects, but also granted him exceptional perception and reaction. This was the monstrous aspect of a spiritual psychic. A dozen people attacking simultaneously seemed dangerous, but under Lin Tian's meticulous calculations, it became extremely simple. Moreover, Lin Tian used his spiritual will to disrupt the opponent's movements, then struck with a fatal blow. In such a critical situation, no one could detect his subtle maneuvers. Damn it! How can we not hit him? Attack together. The dozen alien cultists growled repeatedly. Under the initial encirclement, they had gained no advantage over Lin Tian. The 7 slashes of the hidden blade in the 100 shadows flicker state made Lin Tian appear like an illusion. Blinking at extreme speed interspersed with occasional strikes, it was extremely troublesome. With a squelch, Lin Tian sliced his blade into a cultist's forehead. In an instant, blood splattered. Some cultists were enraged beyond measure, losing all discipline in their attacks. Then this was Lin Tian's rhythm. Deep within Lin Tian's eyes lurked a crimson light, and the speed of his Tang sword slashes grew faster and faster. Fast as a gale. Fast as a dragon's shadow. One man, one blade, carving out a sky full of blade shadows entwined with snake-like interwoven lightning ceaselessly roaring and slashing. At this moment, a torrential downpour poured from the sky, but within a 3-meter radius around Lin Tian blade, she completely isolated the rain. Hiss hiss hiss. Raindrops evaporated the instant they struck the blade light, turning into white mist that made the surroundings hazy and indistinct. How is he so fast? When we attack together, there's no coordination. Come one by one, don't rush at once. The roars rang out, and the pressure Lin Tian exerted seemed to reach an extreme. The dozen cultists attacking together did not bring Lin Tian a sense of crisis. Instead, it allowed him to handle them with ease and increasing skill. This was the perfect display of skill. How many people could cultivate the 7 slashes of the hidden blade to the 100 shadows flicker level? Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly with crimson irises rimmed by threads of lightning. His mind was calculating, analyzing. Crown, neck, temples, eyes, heart center. Bang, bang, bang. Weapons clashed violently, sparks flying, lightning dazzling. Splat, splat, splat. Blood blossoms burst, and one by one the alien cultists fell. Even in death, they couldn't see Lin Tian's movements. Their flesh shattered from the very start. The rhythm of their attack was dictated by Lin Tian, trapping them in a quagmire of stagnation. What the hell is this? An intern police inspector. An alien cultist howled, his arms severed by Lin Tian's blade. What the hell is this youth? He looked only 16 or 17, yet the pressure he exerted was more terrifying than anyone else present. Despair and rage rose in the hearts of the first-grade cultists one by one. In disbelief, their heads burst open. In no time at all, the dozen first-grade cultists besieging Lin Tian were reduced to 3. These 3 were the oldest among them, with rich combat experience. Thus they could dodge and evade fatal dangers. Yet what made them despair was that this blade-wielding youth's experience was far richer and more terrifying than theirs. Splat! Lin Tian's blade descended and a massive head exploded. We can't stop him. Send more. Before he could finish his words. With a thud, a blade gleaming with lightning struck fiercely across his waist. Blood gushed like a spring. His body was cleaved in 2 and fell to the ground. Trash, even in a pile, is still trash. Lin Tian sneered. His sweat was washed away by the rain, so it was invisible. He was breathing heavily. The high-frequency combat caused his muscles to feel a needle-like fatigue. Unknown how many muscles were strained and bones ached throughout his body. The surge of adrenaline made Lin Tian ignore these pains. No, don't kill me. The last remaining man, clutching his severed arm, stumbled backward in panic. He stared at Lin Tian with terror and helplessness, feeling the most genuine fear of his life. Trash! Lin Tian murmured, his blade sweeping across the man's throat. Splash, blood splattered. Dead. This scene was clearly transmitted into the sight of everyone present. The originally one-sided battle had instantly transformed into a different spectacle due to the arrival of a youth. Now the fight among first-grade martial artists had been forcibly turned into a series of one-on-one duels because of Lin Tian. As for Lin Tian, who could deal with him? The alien cultists held their breath, 1,000 questions racing through their minds. How long had it been? Had those dozen men just been feeding experience to the enemy? Chenanghua, who had been relentlessly suppressed by the masked man, was rendered speechless at the sight. Within his heart surged ecstasy, hope, and the utmost shock. He now felt deeply grateful for having agreed to come here with Lin Tian. Too strong. This is a true prodigy. Not even a first-grade martial artist, yet he can kill above his rank. Ha 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 ha, impressive, impressive. Chenanghua roared, one arm already broken, only a few teeth left in his mouth. Yet at this moment, he was laughing wildly while spitting blood. Shut the hell up. The masked man roared, his chi and blood surging. He threw a punch and layers of fist shadows turned into visible blood discs that slammed into Chenanghua. With a loud boom, Chenanghua was sent flying. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. Chenanghua was absolutely no match for that opponent. Neither was he. He shifted his gaze and saw Zhang Tai Ling and Ying Huai several hundred meters away. At this moment, Ying Huai had fallen to the ground, his life unknown. The blood beneath him pooled and mingled with the rain. As for Zhang Tai Ling, she had already lost an arm, dodging continuously, now suppressed by 2 second-grade martial artists with no ability to counter. Clearly, she couldn't hold on much longer. In that regard, Chenanghua's situation was much better. Though he had been brutally beaten, he was thick-skinned and rough-fleshed, and wouldn't die anytime soon. Lin Tian's gaze grew dark. Could he contend with a second-grade martial artist? Though his chi and blood had reached the standard of a first-grade martial artist, he was not yet a first-grade martial artist without advancing. Killing a first-grade martial artist was already above his rank. Now he wanted to face a second-grade one. Lin Tian tightened his grip on Emoja. Reason told him that he had done enough. This situation arose because Chenanghua had not planned well. It was because Ying Huai and his group were too foolish. His own life was the most precious. He was the one chosen by the system, the child of destiny. Why should he take risks now? As Lin Tian thought this, a cold smile crept onto his lips. In the distance, Zhang Tai Ling and the 2 second-grade fighters all saw Lin Tian's actions. You're coming over it. Zhang Tai Ling had one eye shut, blood continuously streaming down from her head, diluted by the rain. Coming to die, as she murmured softly. She desperately hoped Lin Tian would come, but she also knew that if he did, his chances of death were far greater. Oh, the handsome little guy killed a few first graders and now wants to die. The woman holding a long whip and wearing a helmet chuckled. Beneath the helmet a crimson tongue licked her lips. As for the other man, very short, and holding a meow dao, he let out a sinister sneer. He had originally planned to deal with Lin Tian first. Now Lin Tian, instead of fleeing, was coming straight to them. Even better. I'm thinking I will surely face even more dangerous situations and stronger enemies in the future. Lin Tian murmured to himself. If I run away this time, where will the next time be? He chuckled softly, his voice so low that no one could hear. He was a young man. Even though he had experienced life and death, he was not fearless of death. Just moments ago, over a dozen police inspectors had died. Dozens of innocent children had been blown to pieces alive. They were all human. Life was extremely fragile. Once dead, there was nothing left. But some things were more precious than life. His lack of outward emotion did not mean that such feelings did not arise within his heart. Patter, patter, patter. The heavy rain that had been falling for days seemed to reach its peak. The sky was thick with heavy clouds, yet through the gaps a faint daylight seeped through. The rain was about to stop. After days of torrential downpour, there were signs of cessation. Lin Tian walked quietly, his soaked black hair covering his long dark eyebrows. Under the strands of hair his eyes grew even darker. Then a crimson hue gradually emerged. The mo in his hand was wrapped in lightning, as if it were a weapon from the heavens. At this moment Lin Tian seemed to hold the authority of heaven and earth, walking on a path of slaughter. So handsome. The woman with the long whip giggled, her whip's scales glowing with threads of green light. I can be even more handsome. Lin Tian grinned ferociously. Bang! He moved in an instant. Too fast. He suddenly dashed close to the ground, his afterimage turning into a lightning serpent. Where he passed, the rainwater beneath his feet burst up, scorched by thunder into steam. Boom. Rumble. Thunder roared, ceaselessly rumbling. In the next instant he charged before the woman, his long blade slashing down with ferocity. Boom. A sudden bolt of thunder crashed down. Startled, the woman found her whip useless and drew a pistol from her waist with her left hand. Bang. The blade and pistol collided, erupting a burst of air. A tremor surged through the woman's hand. Then her body was flung backward, skidding across the ground for over 30 meters. Ah, is this how you treat a beauty, young man? The woman straightened up, pouting coquettishly at Lin Tian. The next moment. Rumble. A thunderous roar erupted from within the woman as true lightning burst in her abdomen. Ugh. She gagged, the powerful blood chi of a second-level martial artist suppressing the true thunder force. Then her eyes beneath the helmet turned venomous. Little handsome, you're really asking for death. She spoke in a chilling tone. Then kill me. Lin Tian's lips curled into a savage grin. Boom. In an instant he charged before the woman, striking with the ink blade again. Oomph. The woman snorted, holding a pistol in one hand and a whip in the other. Rolling force surged, and the whip blazed with eerie green light, as if alive. Like a serpent it lunged at Lin Tian. A flash of crimson flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. His powerful perception instantly spread out. The true thunder force erupted, his body shrouded in a rolling river of thunder. The Tang Dao slashed, hidden blade 7 cuts. True thunder force annihilating thunder river 8-fold amplification. Hidden blade 7 cuts 100 shadows, through a gap 10-fold amplification. 80-fold combat power amplification, terrifying to the extreme. Boom, boom, boom. His long blade descended, his figure moving so fast it tore through the air, producing sonic booms, like a fighter jet. Like a high-speed motor running at full power. His body vibrated to the extreme, flickering within the minuscule distance of a few millimeters. From afar the whip and Lin Tian both seemed to blur. Like blue and green lights colliding and merging incessantly. The woman gasped, her brows furrowed. She suddenly felt a sense of difficulty. This young man was far from simple. She swung the whip with her left hand while aiming the pistol at Lin Tian with her right. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets tore through the air like streaks of daylight, streaking toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This time he would hold nothing back. Spiritual power erupted. Rolling spiritual energy burst forth, instantly wrapping around the bullets like viscous liquid. Instead of controlling them outright, Lin Tian subtly deflected the dangerous bullets, altering their trajectories by a fraction. Combined with his own movement, he could evade them completely. Seeing this, the woman frowned. In the heat of battle, she hadn't immediately considered the level of telekinesis. Boom, boom, boom. Fierce battles erupted everywhere. Lin Tian forced the whip-wielding woman back, and the tide of battle no longer leaned one-sided. Shunongwa gritted his teeth, throwing punches as if his life depended on it. He didn't stop Lin Tian from engaging the second-level martial artist, because he knew that if Lin Tian didn't act, they would be defeated within minutes. But how could the weight of the battle fall on an outsider? Especially one who was just a high school sophomore. The duty of the police department was to fight to die. Lin Tian should not die. He was a prodigy. Such an extraordinary talent, once grown, might influence the outcome of an alien war. Die damn it. Shunongwa punched even more wildly, but still cast a sidelong glance at Lin Tian. What the? He roared. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Then with a bang, Lin Tian charged through the whip's killing formation and delivered a vicious roundhouse kick to the woman's waist, sending her crashing behind a workshop. Then Lin Tian followed up, vanishing from Shunongwa's sight. Lin Tian was actually holding his own against a second-level martial artist, showing no signs of weakness. While processing combat information, Chunangwa's mind kept screaming, what the hell? What was he witnessing? The sheer volume of shocking information overwhelmed him, and for a moment, he couldn't react. How cocky are you fighting me while looking at someone else? The masked man growled, landing an uppercut on Chunangwa's chest. Crack! Chunangwa's ribs fractured, and he was sent flying over 20 meters through the air. Even so, his mind still screamed, what the hell? What had he seen? A kid who wasn't even a martial artist possessed the strength of a second-level martial artist. What the hell? Chunangwa spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with a tooth and crashed heavily to the ground. Tough skin, huh? Do you scrub your back with sand every day? The masked man roared, charging at Chunangwa. This is my unyielding will. Chunangwa snapped back to focus and roared as well. Meanwhile, behind a large workshop, Lin Tian glanced around, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had finally brought the battle to a blind spot. Little handsome, remember, don't kick a woman's waist. The woman snarled, grabbing her helmet and revealing a strikingly beautiful face. Lin Tian looked at her coldly. Too weak. Huh. The woman frowned slightly. I thought a second-level martial artist would be formidable, but you're just SOSO. Lin Tian chuckled, his eyes filled with genuine disdain. The woman's eyes sharpened, and then she sneered. I've been playing with you all along. Did you think you were that impressive? She laughed coldly and tossed her whip aside. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, his smile growing even more manic. She had a trump card. Perfect, so did he. Meanwhile, the woman drew twin pistols, their dark muzzles aimed at Lin Tian. Die! The woman snarled. The next instant, bang bang bang. A dense hail of gunfire erupted, each bullet arcing through the air as if guided by some divine hand. A telekinetic. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. The next moment. A tremor burst from within his body, radiating outward. The long blade in his hand swung gradually, leaving his grasp. Blades of light flickered, as if 100 shadow blades danced simultaneously. Bang bang bang. Bullets clashed with the blades, striking sparks like blazing daylight. A telekinetic. The woman's heart jolted. She hadn't expected Lin Tian to be one too. And for the moment, he was no weaker than her. She had been awakened through potions as a child, and had trained for over a decade. You. The woman's heart raced as she glanced toward a ruined building in the distance. You swallowed. Seeking death. Lin Tian roared, his entire demeanor turning savage, charging at the woman like a wild beast. Crack. Thunderclaps exploded, flashes of lightning flickering. Panicked, the woman scrambled to defend herself. You dared to secretly consume the essence. She roared in fury. Before she could finish, Lin Tian's fist slammed into her chin. Crack. Several teeth shattered, and the woman's expression turned even more vicious. Boom. Her blood chi erupted, and she punched Lin Tian, sending him flying. Damn it. Lin Tian roared, still midair. His eyes blazed with rolling thunder, gleaming like two radiant gems. The next instant. Rumble. A muffled thunderclap rolled across the sky, spreading like the roar of the thunder god. Crack. A brilliant bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Crack. Rolling thunder stirred, writhing like a dragon through the azure clouds. Lin Tian stabilized himself in midair, hovering briefly this time. Someone saw it and looked as if they'd seen a ghost. They saw thunderbolts falling like pillars following the rise of Lin Tian's fist. Summoned 10,000 thunders. Lin Tian murmured inwardly. Boom. A terrifying celestial pressure crushed down over the entire chemical plant. What the hell? Chunangwa was numb. He didn't know what to say. Who are you? From below came the second-level female martial artist's frantic scream. Seeing this, her legs went weak. Someone who kills you. Lin Tian snarled, and the next instant he punched. Boom. A thunderbolt as thick as an adult's arm smashed down, striking the earth and the woman squarely. The majestic thunder might suppress everyone in place. As Lin Tian landed, the lightning gradually dissipated, leaving a charred patch on the ground. The woman's body lay limp, smoking, sprawled on the ground. Gurgle. She breathed laboriously, countless internal organs damaged and failing. That's for talking too much. Lin Tian sneered, walking slowly toward her. The woman lay limp, her eyes fixed on Lin Tian, filled with deep terror and resentment. The next instant, a blade of light fell, plunging straight into her forehead. She was dead. Lin Tian stood still, the thunderous aura fading from his body. The rain had ceased. Lin Tian watched the last streaks of lightning vanish at the horizon. A ray of sunlight broke through the scattered clouds. Under the light, the puddles on the ground shimmered with a dazzling, rippling brilliance. Second level, nothing special. Lin Tian said quietly. It was over. Lin Tian let out a soft sigh. The matter of the essence spirit fire was unknown to the police department, only the alien cult was aware of it. Perhaps soon he would be exposed. But not now. He was still too weak. If he were to be exposed, it would have to be at least after reaching the first-order martial artist. Thus, even if he had to use the 10,000 thunder invocation, he had to kill this man. No one must know he possessed spiritual power. What on earth is happening? A furious roar came from the masked man who was fighting Chunangwa. What did he see? That young man could summon celestial thunder. What a joke. Even a second-order martial artist couldn't do that. What martial art was that? B rank. Or A rank. At this moment, not only the remaining members of the alien cult, but even Chinangwa and Zhan Tailing were stunned. When people witnessed something beyond their cognition, the cracks in their common sense and worldview would instantly appear. These cracks brought an intense, overwhelming sense of disorientation to everyone. The curtain of rain dispersed. At the corner of the workshop, the figure of the young man holding a blade appeared. His clothes were still dripping, but the long blade in his hand seemed even sharper. Gulping. A difficult swallow. We can't beat him, we can't beat him. A member of the alien cult cried out in despair. They had brought 30 first-order martial artists and 3 second-order martial artists in total. Now Lin Tian alone had dealt with nearly half of their combat power. How the hell were they supposed to fight? Just then, boom. A sound of air splitting erupted from the high sky. A helicopter flew over from the other side of the clouds. The helicopter's hatch opened, and the principal of First Martial High School, Lu Jinjian, leaned out shouting, "Damn Chinangwa, your lousy raid plan, and you're going to get my prize genius killed." Lu Jinjian cursed, scanning the ground below. Ahem, stop cursing, old Chun did well to send out a signal. An elderly man in a white t-shirt came to Lu Jinjian's side and said awkwardly. The old man was naturally the chief of the Qingsheng Police Inspectorate, the third-order martial artist Luo Changfeng. When Chinangwa was at a disadvantage, he had sent a distress signal to the police headquarters. Just then, the helicopter carrying Luo Changfeng and Lu Jinjian arrived above the chemical plant. Immediately they saw the bodies on the ground and the pools of blood mingling with water. Seeing this, the two of them frowned instantly. The battle's brutality was far worse than they had imagined. Damn it, Lu Jinjian muttered, continuing to scan the area. Lin Tian's figure caught his eye. Phew, Lu Jinjian breathed a sigh of relief. Then, exchanging a glance with Luo Changfeng, they leaped directly from the helicopter. Bad, their reinforcements have arrived. The masked man roared, his eyes filled with gnashing teeth. He shot a vicious glare at Lin Tian, then instantly erupted with blood energy. Retreat. With those words, his form was enveloped in blood energy, and he burst into a spray of water and debris. Retreat. Run. With those roars, the other second-order martial artists and the remaining 7 or 8 first-order martial artists abandoned their armor and fled, too terrified to continue fighting. Chief, old Lu, you're here. Chinangwa spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of organs, finally unable to hold on any longer, and collapsed to the ground. Great, we're saved. We held out. Little Lu didn't make it, and Wang Zhe is dead too. Damn, we won't even have enough people for a mahjong game now. Chief, kill those bastards. The surviving first-order police officers also collapsed to the ground. Some were cheering while others glared hatefully at the fleeing cultists and charged after them recklessly. Their colleagues were dead, their friends were dead, and they themselves had nearly died. Such hatred would never fade. So this time they might as well keep killing. No one was willing to let those cultists leave alive. Kill my people, and you think you can leave? A voice cold as ice rang out. With a boom, the chief of the Qingsheng Police Inspectorate, Luo Changfeng, roared from the sky. Kill. With a terrifying roar, like a surging tide, of force of power swept down like a blood-colored palm. Rolling endlessly, it directly crushed them. Boom. The fleeing cultists instantly felt a pressure of overwhelming terror. The space around them was squeezed and waves of power crashed down like a mighty sea. Under the immense pressure, the bodies of the first-order cultists burst with sprays of blood, and their bones began to crack. A third-order expert. The masked man roared, his speed slowing, as if he were walking through a muddy swamp. His companion, another second-order cultist wielding a miao blade, suffered the same fate. Still trying to escape. A cold shout rang out, and Lu Jinjian's voice appeared before the masked duo, a sneer on his lips, as he threw 2 punches. His fist wind blazed like fire, bearing a rolling force, and struck the 2 men instantly. Boom. The 2 second-order fighters were sent flying backward. Their bodies slammed down beside Chinangwa. No escape. The masked man roared, his eyes filled with despair. If we can't escape, we'll kill a few more. The Miao Blade wielder also let out a grim laugh. In that instant, their gazes met and shifted to Chinangwa, who was lying on the ground. Chinangwa was already collapsed, the smile of vengeance on his face. But when he saw the 2 second-order cultists looking at him, his face went pale. He wanted to curse Lu Jinjian, but he still erupted with blood energy, ready for a fight. Kill that kid. He's a genius. If we kill him, we'll earn great merit, and our souls will have a chance to enter the true immortal world. The masked man shifted his gaze to Lin Tian in the distance. He paid no attention to Chinangwa. What the hell? Chinangwa was startled and instinctively charged forward. Get the hell out of here. The Miao Blade wielder sneered, kicking Chinangwa in the face. Lu Jinjian, you idiot. Chinangwa fell to the ground and roared. He wasn't worth anything. The cultists were already dead men, and now they wanted to kill Lin Tian. The Eternal Life cult served the immortal clan, and merit was based on achievements. Even if they died, their merits would be assessed, determining whether their souls could enter the true immortal world and achieve immortality. Lu Jinjian was also startled. He had only meant to block these 2 second-order fighters, but now they were going after Lin Tian. In the next instant, Lu Jinjian erupted with blood energy and charged straight at the 2 second-order cultists. The blood energy erupted by 2 desperate second-order martial artists was beyond normal reasoning. Even though they had already fought a battle, they were not actually seriously injured. The 2 of them surged forward, matching Lu Jinjian's speed. Damn it! Lu Jianjian roared. He had originally thought Chenangwa was the fool only to realize he himself was the idiot. Instead, Chenangwa quickly composed himself after a brief moment of panic. He felt that Lin Tian was stronger than himself, so there should be no problem. Hurry and chase. Lu Jianjian simultaneously surged his vitality while roaring at Chenangwa. Chenangwa nodded, though his severe injuries made his pace sluggish. The two level 2 cultivators sought to eliminate Lin Tian in a single instant before Chenangwa and Lu Jianjian could catch up. This was a death-defying resolve. In the distance, Luo Chengfeng, director of Qingqing Jin Division, furrowed his brow. He knew Lin Tian was a prodigy, but he did not fully grasp the true extent of Lin Tian's value. Seeing two level 2 martial artists willing to risk their lives in collaboration to kill Lin Tian, a wave of astonishment rose within him. Now, even if Luo Chengfeng were the dullest of men, he understood. Lin Tian was an absolute prodigy. Otherwise, why would the heretical sects target him with such ferocity? Oomph. Luo Chengfeng let out a low grunt, his legs bending slightly as torrential qi and blood energy surged downward. An extraordinarily potent life force suddenly erupted. Whoosh! His pant legs billowed in the wind as the air visibly condensed and thickened around him. The next instant, boom! A ring-shaped shockwave exploded outward, shattering the bricks and stones beneath his feet. Luo Chengfeng shot forward, instantly surging toward the two heretical cultists like a torrential flood. You dare slay our human prodigy? Death! Boom! 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 Bursts of shockwaves erupted one after another. Lu Jianjian, Luo Chengfeng, and Chenangwa transformed into 3 streaks of light, charging toward Lin Tian. But no matter how fast they had arrived too late. The two heretical cultists rushed to within 10 meters of Lin Tian immediately, their eyes twisted with pure malice as they unleashed the final surge of their life force. Boom! 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 Die! Black threads of light erupted from the masked man's pupils, and a rolling torrent of black radiance condensed within his fists, intensifying dramatically. The Miaodao wielder raised his curved blade high, channeling explosive qi as he brought it down toward Lin Tian's forehead. Move quickly! Lu Jianjian cried out in alarm. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened, and in that instant he considered fleeing. Yet those level 2 martial artists had unleashed a sudden devastating surge of life force. Even though Lin Tian compensated with superior quality qi and perfected combat techniques to bridge the gap. When a level 2 warrior truly unleashes everything to kill you, it is genuinely too late. Move! Lin Tian roared silently within his mind, and rolling thunder erupted. Boom! A brilliant lightning ring illuminating all directions appeared behind Lin Tian, its radiance spanning 100 meters. Heavenly lightning ring. 3 lightning rings materialized simultaneously, and bathed in their radiance, Lin Tian appeared as a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, wielding thunder itself. Immediately following this, crack! Rolling rivers of thunder erupted from Lin Tian's body, visibly encompassing a 10-meter radius around him. The terrifying aura of annihilation was suffocating. What is this? The masked man roared in agony as the lightning struck his body, a numbing sensation piercing through his marrow like countless fine needles. For an instant his speed slowed considerably. His eyes revealed pure savagery, mixed with incomprehensible terror. Die for me! He bellowed. Even in death, how could he let go of the prodigy he had sworn to kill? He was a level 2 martial artist. He had already been driven to the brink of despair by his opponent. How could he not kill him? How could he just give up like this? Kill! A punch thundered forward. At that exact moment, the Miaodao wielder hesitated, gritting his teeth in a low growl. His Miaodao sliced down toward Lin Tian's forehead. Die! He screamed. In an instant, both a fist and a blade struck simultaneously. Both level 2 warriors' eyes nearly bursting with fury channeled every ounce of their life force into this killing intent. They would eliminate Lin Tian in this very moment. Suddenly Lin Tian's eyes blazed with lightning, his long hair standing on end as it moved wildly alongside the thunder. In this instant, he was the true thunder god. Kill! Lin Tian roared like a mad beast, swinging his ink-colored weapon directly against the descending blade. Bang! A massive impact resonated. The Miaodao wielder's blade trembled and veered off course. Lin Tian instantly retreated with his left foot, generating tremendous power from his waist as he spun around it as the pivot point. That rotation created crucial distance between him and the masked man. It bought Lin Tian a single breath of time. Just one moment. That was enough. Lin Tian turned, his qi erupting as he unleashed the hidden blade's 7 strikes to their absolute limit. In the final instant, his long blade slashed diagonally. Crack! One strike connected squarely with the masked man's arm as it delivered its punch. The moment the blade met flesh, the arm caved inward, bones shattered, and tissue ripped apart. A agonizing shriek erupted from the masked man. Kill! The Miaodao wielder, witnessing this, grew even more ferocious. He squared his stance and slashed directly at Lin Tian's head. You're so eager to kill me. Can you actually do it? Lin Tian roared. The ink-black blade blocked beneath the Miaodao, imbued with surging mental energy that exploded with transcendent force. The next instant, wielding the blade with both hands, he shifted his body sideways. Another slash. Crack! A clean, sharp breaking sound. The The long Miao Dao was severed by Lin Tian. The battle that erupted in that fleeting moment under extreme crisis. First the arm was severed, then the blade was cleaved. Incredible reaction speed, flawless counterattacks, and combat. This was the current Lin Tian. Boom. Like the sound of a fighter jet soaring overhead, a violent shockwave surged forward. Luo Chengfeng appeared in the next instant, trailing shards of crushed brick and stone in his wake. Immediately after, he unleashed two devastating punches at the two heretical cultists, one to each side. Boom. A sound of explosive air erupted. Two sprays of blood burst forth instantly, and two massive heads vanished from their necks in the same instant. A battle in an instant. Vanished in an instant. At this moment, whether it was the squad of police officers Lu Jinjian or Luo Chengfeng, what they had not noticed was not Luo Chengfeng's crushing dominance over level 2 martial artists. Luo Chengfeng was a level 3. Eliminating level 2 should be this effortless. Their gaze was fixed on and shaken by that young man wielding a blade. Just moments ago, this young man had accomplished something beyond anyone's imagination. Facing assassination attempts from two level 2 martial artists, Lin Tian not only survived, but annihilated them in an instant. Luo Chengfeng stood, their brows furrowed, staring at Lin Tian as if in a daze. After a long pause, Lin Tian, you just now that lightning ring, it was the true lightning force. Lu Jinjian's voice came through, trembling with awe. He was close with Li Wenqing's family and had even hinted that Li Wenqing passed the true lightning force to Lin Tian. He had heard from Li Wenqing that when one's ancestors cultivated the true lightning force to its pinnacle, a lightning ring would manifest behind their head. At that time, Lu Jinjian had scoffed at the notion. But just now, he had witnessed it. He saw Lin Tian unleash the heaven-encompassing lightning ring. The true lightning force at its perfection level. Yes. Lin Tian nodded with a faint smile. He was secretly troubled. The heaven-encompassing lightning ring's effect was even more astonishing than the annihilating Thunder River. Therefore, he typically avoided using it. But given the critical danger, just now he had no choice but to deploy it. How bothersome. Being too extraordinary was sometimes inconvenient after all. Lu Jinjian gasped, staring at Lin Tian, as if he were a peerless monster. He valued Lin Tian. At first he only thought the other could produce a thunderclap from the 3-move thunder, sounded genius of comprehension. But soon after, Lin Tian was able to defeat first-level martial artists. He stormed the building, defeating Li Mingji, who had 30 blood energy. More and more monstrous. Now what did he see? Going head-to-head against the siege of 2 second-level martial artists. This was not just monstrous, it was utterly monstrous. Chenangwa, go deal with those first-level cultists. Luo Chengfeng also stared at Lin Tian, speaking calmly to Chenangwa. Boss, I'm heavily injured, Chenangwa said with a bitter smile. Go. Those few are already heavily injured by me. Luo Chengfeng glared at Chenangwa and scolded. All right. Chenangwa pursed his lips, turned around, and started muttering curses under his breath at Luo Chengfeng. Luo Chengfeng glanced at Chenangwa, then at his subordinates still fighting. He originally wanted to ask Lin Tian what was going on, but he shook his head and said, Old Lu, first come with me to deal with these bastards. When the ambulance arrives, we'll ask then. Lu Jinjian gave Lin Tian a deep look, nodded, and said, Wait a moment, I have something to ask you. Lin Tian was somewhat speechless, wondering why he had to wait. He still wanted to kill a few more first-level cultists to earn some money. Today's gains were substantial. The most direct was the spirit refining fire. It instantly boosted his spiritual power to 25. Moreover, as long as the spirit refining fire remained in his body, it would continuously temper his spiritual power. This was a heavenly treasure. Even if it was only a fifth of it, it was priceless. Apart from the spirit refining fire, the rest was the money earned from killing heretics. Lin Tian had killed about 20-odd first-level heretics today. An ordinary first level was worth 300,000 plus 1 merit point. A spiritual master was 500,000 plus 2 merit points. What about second level? How much was second level? That whip-wielding woman was second level, and she was killed entirely by him alone. The other two who were killed, he also had a hand in. Today he was definitely going to make a fortune. It would be at least 10 million in income. As for merit points, he would have 30. A huge profit. A wave of soreness came and Lin Tian's legs gave way, causing him to collapse to the ground. A woman with a sword, her figure slender, walked toward him. Lin Tian, thank you for saving us. Zhantai Ling said with a pale, miserable smile. One of her hands had been severed, and she had wrapped it carelessly with cloth. Lin Tian walked past her and looked into the distance. Ying Huai lay against a broken wall, both arms broken, unconscious. She's not dead. After treatment, she will recover, Zhantai Ling said. Bitterness surged in her heart. A simple mission had nearly killed all three of them here. And they who had been so arrogant were saved by a youth who looked only 16 or 17. Can I add you as a friend? I wanna. If there's a chance to thank you in the future. Zhantai Ling murmured. Gratitude. Lin Tian's eyes flickered, then he took out his phone. It turned out to be a shattered mess. Lin Tian gave a bitter smile, speechless. Tell me your number, please, Zhantai Ling whispered. After a while, all the first-level cultists were suppressed. Dozens of ambulances and police cars arrived. Oh my god. The young nurse who just stepped out of the ambulance saw the corpses and blood everywhere, immediately froze in place, her face horrifyingly pale. Xiao Wang, old Lu Shaoli. How could so many people die? Chenongwa, why didn't you take me? Do you even know how to do your job? Chenongwa, you're a jinx. On the police car, the arriving officers shouted in anger at the horrific scene. Some were so agitated that they rushed to Chenongwa and slapped him across the face. Chenongwa stood still, his head lowered. One of his arms was broken, and there was a large depression on his chest revealing bare white bone. Even so, he did not dodge. At this moment, silence was the greatest sorrow. Lin Tian watched quietly. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I'm the one in charge of this operation, Luo Chengfeng said in a low voice, his eyes full of apology. Boom. Luo Chengfeng punched his own chest. I am the biggest sinner. The agitation gradually subsided and doctors and nurses walked over to the severely injured officers. They began simple first aid. Ying Huai and Zhantai Ling were taken away. Xuanongwa, Luo Chengfeng, and the other officers stood silently watching the bodies of their fallen comrades being loaded onto the vehicles. Salute. Xuanongwa growled. Swish, swish, swish. One by one the officers raised their right fists with trembling eyes, some even without fists, only stumps. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of blood energy erupted. They resounded mightily. The rain at their feet trembled. The ground after the rain was wet, and puddles reflected the azure sky. The air still held the smell of blood and the gunpowder from explosions. Dozens of kilometers away in the city tall buildings stood hundreds of households, people living busy and happy lives. This was just a desolate no man's land between cities. A doctor approached a severely injured officer. Sir, you need to go to the hospital now. Your bleeding won't stop. Wait. The officer shook his head. Slowly turning around, he staggered toward the other side of the factory. There a young man was sitting on the ground resting in a disheveled state. The doctors and nurses were puzzled by this scene. But the other officers followed that man's footsteps. They were all heavily injured yet refused to be helped. They walked until they were about 10 meters from Lin Tian. Thank you. A dozen officers bowed deeply and shouted loudly to Lin Tian. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The sound exploded like boiling water rolling on, as if to pierce the clouds and shatter the dawn. In that instant, everyone watched this scene silently. Some knew why, some did not. They only felt that this scene was so profound. Lin Tian gathered his focus, using the emoji to support himself as he stood up. Drip. Rainwater still gathered in his hair. The long knife in his hand gleamed with cold light, occasionally flashing with thunder. His handsome face was deeply imprinted on the backdrop of tragedy. He did not speak. He chose to silently accept all of this. Now if he grinned foolishly or modestly refused, that would be disrespectful to this scene. In the distance, young nurses and doctors saw this, their eyes filled with shock. They had noticed that somewhat disheveled young man earlier. At the time they were puzzled. But now they suddenly understood something. The terrifying battle that had taken place here before. This young man must have risked his life to save many people. He's really handsome. Someone murmured and wanted to take out their phone to capture this moment. No photos. Luo Chengfeng glared fiercely, and the person looking nervous quickly put away the phone. After a while the scene cleanup ended. Xuanongwa and the injured officers were taken away. Some officers who stayed behind began to clean up the site. This matter involved the police department of Shuai City, and its nature was extremely vile. The internal affairs would step in likely a sweeping investigation and crackdown. Of course this matter had little to do with Lin Tian. A helicopter landed from the sky. Come up with us. I know what you did. Impressive. Luo Chengfeng said gratefully, then paused, and said seriously, thank you. Lu Jianjian also looked at Lin Tian with a complex gaze. The three boarded the helicopter. It would take about 10 minutes to return to Qing City. On the plane, Luo Chengfeng looked at Lin Tian, shock still hidden deep in his eyes. I never thought that our lousy place of Qingsheng could produce such a prodigy, he said with emotion, scrutinizing Lin Tian. In an instant Lin Tian tensed up, feeling as if he were being stared at by a terrifying beast hidden deep in an abyss. Your blood energy isn't very high, but the quality is excellent, very good. Even your physique has been greatly improved, Luo Chengfeng said slowly, then frowned. Lin Tian, your blood energy should be over 10 points by now, right? It's already 12, Lin Tian said calmly. Facing a strong man like Luo Chengfeng, there was no need to lie. 12. Lu Jianjian exclaimed. What are you yelling about? Can't you be more composed? Luo Chengfeng frowned and scolded softly. Half a month ago his blood energy was only a little over 1, Lu Jianjian said dazedly. What? That fast? Luo Chengfeng almost blurted a curse, but after all he was a bureau chief, and had to maintain the demeanor of a strong man, so he held back. It must be related to the cultivation technique he practices. According to what you said, he should have already comprehended it to perfection, and his physique is even transforming toward an anomalous body. Luo Chengfeng stroked his chin, pondering. Prodigies were too rare, suddenly appearing one was like a rare treasure. Lu Jianjian and Luo Chengfeng also took pleasure in appreciating prodigies. Anomalous body. Lin Tian frowned, having heard an unfamiliar term. Yes, an anomalous body is a physique with an unusual affinity for an attribute. Gu Qing, the first on the hidden dragon list, has a wind attribute, anomalous body. During battle his blood energy merges with the wind, making him very strong in combat. Lu Jianjian said, then his eyes flashed. Your thunder attribute, anomalous body, should be related to true thunder force. True thunder force itself is only an ordinary C-grade martial technique, but since you've comprehended it to perfection, it becomes different. Lin Tian was shocked. He was just standing here, and Lu Jianjian and Luo Chengfeng were already digging out all his secrets just by looking. Moreover, Lu Jianjian clearly knew about true thunder force. Lin Tian had learned about Lu Jianjian through Yuqing, indicating that the two families had a non-ordinary relationship. Principal Lu, why are you here too? Do you have an internal position in the police department? Lin Tian asked curiously. Hey, old Lu and I have always been close. When he sent the message about the mission failure, I happened to run into old Luo. Lu Jianjian said casually. Lin Tian nodded. The relationships at the top were indeed complicated. Lu Jianjian was just a principal, yet he had such a deep network. The principal of the first martial school who turned it into the truly #1 school in just a few years. Truly worthy of his reputation. Just then a sharp light flashed in Lu Jianjian's eyes as he looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, your current physique should be able to withstand wild thunder. You can try to attract the thunder of heaven and earth to cultivate. If you lay a good foundation, now you may have a chance to evolve into a spirit body in the future. Before Lin Tian could speak, Luo Chengfeng was startled. Lu Jianjian, don't mess around. You almost got Lin Tian killed just now. Now you really want to kill him. Lu Jianjian glanced at Luo Chengfeng and cursed. I'm not messing around. I've read the cultivation notes of a martial saint. Sword Saint Li Bai also used heavenly treasures to cultivate himself when he was young. That's the sword saint. His physique was different from childhood. Luo Chengfeng retorted. Lin Tian remained silent. He didn't know about anomalous bodies, but he knew about spirit bodies. Spirit bodies were very famous. It was widely rumored online that Sword Saint Li Bai was an extremely powerful sword spirit body. A spirit body was already a favorite of heaven and earth itself, a part of the natural laws. Even at the level of a martial saint, Sword Saint Li Bai could still fight against many with fewer precisely because of this. This was a true powerhouse. Since a martial saint could do it, why couldn't he? His 10,000 thunder summon was itself meant to attract heavenly thunder. While Lu Jianjian and Luo Chengfeng were still arguing, Lin Tian's voice came. Principal Lu, how do I attract heavenly thunder to cultivate? I want to give it a try. Lin Tian's voice rang out, and Lu Jianjian and Luo Chengfeng paused. Lu Jianjian nodded. There is a thunder-attracting device within the military called the Thunder Strike. You have at least 30 military merits now, so you can buy it. You must check it out. This device is for attracting thunder to cultivate. Thunder Strike. Lin Tian nodded, memorizing the 3 words. Seeing this, Luo Chengfeng said, Lin Tian, if you insist on using the Thunder Strike to cultivate, let me know. I'll provide the venue and act as your protector. If something goes wrong, I'll intervene immediately to protect you. Leave this to me. The back mountain of our first martial high school is always empty. Once you buy the Thunder Strike, I'll take you there, Lu Jianjian said with a smile. Luo Chengfeng frowned, looking at Lu Jianjian in surprise. Xiao Lu, what are you doing? Do you think a second level like you has the face to compete with me? Luo Chengfeng was annoyed. He had offered to help Lin Tian out of gratitude. What was Lu Jianjian doing? He no longer called him old Lu, but directly Xiao Lu, using rank to suppress. Lu Jianjian raised an eyebrow and sneered. Don't argue with me. You're good for nothing but killing. I'm a teacher. If you let Lin Tian follow you, aren't you afraid of ruining him? Luo Chengfeng was speechless, then glared fiercely at Lu Jianjian. Don't worry, leave it to me. I have experience training anomalous bodies, Lu Jianjian said, nonchalantly patting Lin Tian on the shoulder with a smile. Lin Tian was amused, then smiled. Principal Lu, do you still want me to transfer schools? Lu Jianjian paused, then shook his head with a smile. Lin Tian, if you come to First Martial High, I'd be happy, very happy. But on one hand, there are regulations from the Martial Education Department. The chances of me pulling it off aren't very high, maybe 70%. On the other hand, I used to want you to transfer because I saw you as a prodigy, but now your character and qualities impress me more. If you don't come, it's fine. Let's just be friends. Lin Tian's eyes flickered, and he simply nodded quietly. Although Lu Jianjian said this, the world was bustling with people coming and going for profit. The cause sown today would be repaid tomorrow. Lin Tian was not a selfish person. Whoever helped him, he would help them back. That was beyond doubt. Then thank you, Principal Lu, Lin Tian chuckled. Good. Lu Jianjian gently patted Lin Tian's shoulder, revealing a satisfied smile. Seeing this, Luo Chengfeng said nothing more. Indeed, although Lu Jianjian's strength was not great, he had trained quite a few prodigies. It had always been rumored that the higher-ups in the Qingqing Martial Education Department did not like Lu Jianjian, but he had remained firmly in the position of first principal for so many years because of his strong abilities. Soon, the helicopter arrived at the Qingqing police headquarters. On the vast lawn, a group of people stood below. Lin Tian stepped out of the aircraft instantly, sensing a scorching gaze fixed upon him. Such a dense aura of blood and qi. A glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes as he looked toward that person. It was a middle-aged man in a blue suit. The other party was very strong. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. Ha ha, I've long heard of your name, Lin Tian. It's a pity I only get to meet you today. The man in the suit burst into laughter the moment he saw Lin Tian. Beside him, Lu Jianjian, noticing Lin Tian's slight wariness, introduced. He is Wang Zili, the Deputy City Lord of Qingqing. He was the one who went to your school to give you the award earlier, and that incident happened just then. Lin Tian suddenly understood and smiled. Greetings, Deputy City Lord Wang. I'm good. Wang Zili chuckled, then turned his gaze to Luo Chengfeng, his eyes instantly softening. Deputy City Lord, this matter is my fault. I should have gone. If I had, that wouldn't have happened. Luo Chengfeng's voice was heavy. He was already an old man in his 60s, and now he appeared even more aged. It's not your fault. You did well. 19 first-level inspectors exchanged for 4 of their second-level and over 50 first-level. That is a victory, a great victory, Wang Zili declared firmly. Luo Chengfeng sighed softly, then turned his gaze to Lin Tian. The main credit goes to this young man Lin Tian. If not for him, Guan and the others might not have returned. Wang Zili nodded, looking at Lin Tian with gratitude. He said solemnly, Lin Tian, thank you. On behalf of the military and the Qingqing police, I thank you. With that, Wang Zili bowed deeply to Lin Tian. In an instant, Lin Tian trembled. It's what I should do, Deputy City Lord Wang. A 4th-level martial artist bowing to him shocked Lin Tian for a moment. He recalled how Gu Qingyu, a mere 1st-level martial artist, was so arrogant and bullying. At that moment, everyone present was also startled by Wang Zili's gesture. They fell silent, unsure of what to say. Looking at Wang Zili and the others, Lin Tian suddenly felt the world was too bizarre. Deputy City Lord Wang, what are you doing? You're a 4th level, don't spoil, Lin Tian, ha. Beside him, Lu Jianjian also felt surprised and spoke with a chuckle. It's fine. I know everything about Lin Tian. I'm genuinely grateful to him. Wang Zili said indifferently, then looked at Lu Jianjian. Xiao Lu, I know you're close with Chunanghua and Old Luo, but you belong to the martial arts education department, while we are the military. Lin Tian is now a talent of interest to the military. Don't speak of today's matters. Lu Jianjian's expression stiffened, then he sighed and nodded. This was indeed a military operation. With these words, Wang Zili intended to recruit Lin Tian into the military's martial university. The military's martial university would be under the military department, not the martial arts department. After a while, Wang Zili and Lu Jianjian left. After confirming with his superiors, Luo Chengfeng found Lin Tian. Lin Tian, I won't waste your time on other matters. In this operation, you killed 1 second-level martial artist, assisted in killing 2 second-level martial artists, and killed 9 martial artists and 10 spiritual psychics. As Luo Chengfeng spoke, even he was startled by the numbers. That's 9. 7,038 military merits. The merits have been credited to your official account, and here is the bank card for the 9. 7 million. Luo Chengfeng handed a bank card to Lin Tian. Alright, thank you. Lin Tian took the card. Ding, the system has detected that the host has received 7 million gold coins. Please purchase special effects as soon as possible. The system's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind. Back home, Lin Tian opened his data panel. Host Lin Tian balance 1007380 gold coins, blood chi 11. 8 spiritual power 26. 9 martial skills 1. Sandong Thunder Fist fully purchased 2. Yingdao 7 slashes C level special effect, Blood Shadow B level variant special effect, Hidden Thunder / B level special effect, 100 shadows, Flitting A level special effect, Reverse Point Floating Light, not purchased S level special effect, Azure Nether Blood Saber / not purchased Cultivation Art 1. Junlei Jean fully purchased, plus the balance. Lin Tian now had 10 million in savings. A multi-millionaire. This was something Lin Tian wouldn't have dared to imagine a month ago. What he could now purchase were the remaining 2 special effects of Yingdao 7 slashes. A-level special effect, Reverse Point Floating Light 1. 8 million gold coins. S-level special effect, Azure Nether Blood Saber / 4 million gold coins. Reverse Point Floating Light was a special effect that would manifest when Yingdao 7 slashes was executed at its perfect level. The combat power amplification had reached 15 times. But what Lin Tian paid most attention to was the last special effect. S-level special effect, Azure Nether Blood Saber / used Yingdao 7 slashes consecutively / 7 times with oscillation and finally stacked them into the strongest single strike. Completion degree amplification 200 combat power amplitude 20 times. Note, when used, the higher the position, the stronger the combat power. A glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. 20 times the combat power amplification. That was somewhat terrifying. Immediately he spent 8 million to purchase these 2 special effects. Buzz. A buzzing sound resounded in his mind. Vast memories instantly appeared and were deeply imprinted in Lin Tian's mind. Now I still need to purchase thunder movement and spiritual cultivation arts and martial skills. Lin Tian murmured. He possessed the extract spirit fire. How could he not cultivate his spiritual power? After being absorbed by him, the extract spirit fire had instantly brought him explosive spiritual power, but then the speed slowed. Therefore, a spiritual cultivation art and martial skill were crucial. Lin Tian took out his phone and logged into the military merits network. He now had 38 military merits, which could buy many things. Lin Tian first searched for thunder movement. Soon the page appeared showing a pure black metal rod. Thunder movement price 8 merits. Lin Tian clicked his tongue. He couldn't see how this rod was worth 8 merits. Since Lu Jianjian had suggested it, Lin Tian didn't think much and purchased it directly. Then he searched for spiritual cultivation arts. D-level 3 thoughts, spirit movement visualization diagram, 5-day visualization qualification price, 5 merits. D-level 5 thunder, nether spirit stack, visualization diagram, 5-day, viewing qualification price, 5 merits. Lin Tian was speechless. Spiritual cultivation arts were not sold outright. Just a 5-day visualization qualification cost 5 merits. And this was only D-level. Somewhat terrifying. For an ordinary person, what could they visualize in 5 days? It was an invisible money sink. Fortunately, Lin Tian had the system. Lin Tian scrolled down. C-level universe crystal visualization diagram, 5-day visualization qualification, price 20 merits. A glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. After browsing for a while, this one suited him best. Then Lin Tian clicked to purchase. Finally, there were spiritual psychic martial skills. Lin Tian kept browsing and selected a C-level martial skill worth 10 merits. Cloud Gun 13 Strikes. This was a spiritual psychic martial skill that used a pistol. It differed from the methods used by the spiritual psychics Lin Tian had encountered before. This martial skill condensed one's spiritual psychic power into bullets and fired them using the pistol's ejection. This skill made up for Lin Tian's weakness. He had no long-range attacks. When encountering opponents with long-range attacks, he always had to overcome a barrage of shots to get close. Still not enough money. Lin Tian complained. Then he lay down on the bed. The morning's operation had ended, and it was now 4 in the afternoon. He had originally planned to ask for leave tonight and not go to Yuqing. After thinking for a while, Lin Tian still sat up. My terrible schedule. He cursed, softly resisting the heavy fatigue in his body as he went to work at Yuqing. Time passed. 5 days went by. My blood chi is at 15, but I still don't feel any breakthrough. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Somewhat exaggerated. He searched online every day. Ordinary martial artists broke through at less than 10 blood chi. A prodigy would break through at around 12 blood chi. He was already at 15, yet he felt nothing. This must be related to Jinlei Jin. To be precise, it was related to the annihilating Thunder River form of Jinlei Jin. As Lu Jianjian and Luo Chengfeng had said, his physique was developing toward an abnormal constitution. On this day, Lin Tian received the purchased Cloud Gun 13 Strikes and Thunder Movement. As for the C-level spiritual psychic visualization diagram universe crystal, it was sent to the Qingxing Police Department. The police department had specially prepared a room for him to visualize. Of course, after 5 days, the universe crystal visualization diagram would be taken away. At 8 in the morning, Lin Tian arrived at the Qingxing Police Department. At the military merits building in front of a room, 5 people stood by the door. Lin Tian noticed that 3 of them were in military uniform. One of them was Chunangua. As for the last person, he was an old man in a suit with white hair and a youthful complexion. Chunangua saw Lin Tian, first smiled and waved, then signaled Lin Tian with his eyes to pay attention to the old man. Lin Tian, have you awakened your spiritual psychic power? Chunangua stood by the door with his arm in a cast, grinning at Lin Tian. Then Chunangua began winking at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the old man, and he smiled. I want to give it a try. If I can awaken my spiritual psychic power through the visualization diagram, maybe I'll succeed. This wasn't Lin Tian talking nonsense. It was widely circulated online that many spiritual power masters had not awakened super strong spiritual power at first. Their success came from comprehending the visualization method. Chunangua grinned and nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden voice came. I don't think it's because you want to comprehend spiritual psychic power, but because you obtained a treasure and suddenly experienced a surge in spiritual power, so you started cultivating it. The speaker was the old man, who now came to Lin Tian with a smile and extended his hand. Hello, my name is Gu Tian from Yanjing. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed and he did not shake hands, instead replying with a faint smile, what treasure? I don't have any. Will you compensate me? It's simple, we can test it, Gu Tian said with an indifferent smile. Beside him, Chunangua frowned and sneered. Captain Gu Tian, that's not what was said earlier. Deputy City Lord Wang said that if Lin Tian has it, it's his due. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He had anticipated that the matter of the extract spirit fire would be exposed because Luo Chengfeng had not killed all the heretics at that time. If interrogated, the matter of the extract spirit fire could not be concealed. However, Lin Tian now roughly knew Wang Zili's attitude. He wanted to protect him. Yes, I agree with that. I came to buy it. 10 million. Gu Tian extended a finger and smiled. He looked at Lin Tian, whose attire was very ordinary. 10 million in a small place like Qingxing was an absolute fortune. Not to mention that Lin Tian was just a young man who had probably never seen such a large sum before. But to Gu Tian's surprise, Lin Tian did not show any covetous expression. His gaze remained extremely calm as he said, I told you I don't have it. Gu Tian was taken aback, then his smile faded. If you don't have it, just let us check. No check, do you hear me? Lin Tian said flatly, no longer intending to bother with Gu Tian. Gu Tian was stunned and his gaze turned cold. He looked at Chunangua. Chunangua, the child doesn't understand, but you should. My nephew Gu Qing is first on the hidden dragon list. He has already obtained a portion of the extract spirit fire. If he gets Lin Tian's as well, he will be one of the top geniuses among all races. Lin Tian's brows furrowed. He had heard the name Gu Qing again. On the hidden dragon list, Gu Qing's blood chi and spiritual power both crushed those of his generation. Unexpectedly, the other party also had the extract spirit fire. Chunangua snorted coldly. Captain Gu Tian, Lin Tian has already said he doesn't have it. What do you want him to do, conjure it out of thin air? You. Gu Tian frowned at Chinangwa, also feeling angry. Grandfather, is it settled? A crisp female voice came. A woman in a black leather jacket, quite beautiful, appeared. Gu Tian glanced at the woman and shook his head slightly. The woman frowned and looked at Lin Tian. How much do you want? 10 million. 20 million. Name a price. That money is enough for you to live your whole life in this small place called Qingqing. Lin Tian frowned. He was annoyed. Every time he met a few normal people, he would encounter some abnormal idiots. Little girl, what do you mean? You look down on us Qingqing people. Lin Tian didn't speak, but Chinangwa roared directly. The woman was not afraid. She just smiled lightly. Don't put on airs with me. You're only a second level. Although I'm only first level, dealing with you is very simple. The woman came to Lin Tian, her gaze contemptuous. My name is Gushang. I am on the hidden dragon list, and my uncle is first on the list. Sell the extract spirit fire to us and gain the friendship of our Gu family. That will be the luckiest decision of your life. Gushang smiled lightly, tossing her hair. Although I'm being blunt, and it may seem rude, this is the reality. Your horizons are limited by Qingqing. You can't even imagine how glorious the friendship of our Gu family is. As Gushang's voice fell, the corridor fell silent. Even the soldiers escorting the universe crystal visualization diagram exchanged glances. What Gushang said was true. Reality was indeed this harsh. They looked at Lin Tian, the person involved, and felt a bit sorry for him. After all, he was just a young man from a small city, his frail shoulders unable to withstand the pressure from the big figures of Yinjing. This was reality, and also a kind of helplessness. Lin Tian turned around and had not spoken. Gushang thought Lin Tian was sinking into inferiority and continued smiling. Make a decision quickly. You should know our time is different from yours. I have to go back to Yinjing this afternoon for a class reunion. Among them are the children of grandmasters and descendants of military generals. As Gushang spoke, the three soldiers were startled. Grandmasters? Such a distant term. Was this the eldest daughter of a famous family from Yinjing? You might not be able to go. A cold voice sounded. Huh. Gushang frowned at Lin Tian. Lin Tian turned around, looking at Gu Qing with a smile. A pig head wouldn't have the face to go to a class reunion, would it? Gushang narrowed her eyes and was about to scold. Boom. A surging blood chi erupted, and an annihilating aura burst out. Crack. A thunderclap. With a punch, Lin Tian struck Gu Qing's abdomen. Ugh. Gu Qing rested, her mind momentarily blank. She never expected Lin Tian to strike directly. Trash, and you dare waste my time. Boom. Lin Tian suddenly threw a punch, and the burst of blood and chi instantly startled everyone present. Even Gu Tian had not yet reacted. His own granddaughter Gushang had already been punched, flying to the end of the corridor. Boom. She slammed heavily into the window at the end of the corridor, then the glass shattered, and Gushang fell from the third floor. Boy, how dare you! Gu Tian growled low, his entire body blazing with the radiance of the great sun. The dazzling golden light brought a terrifying sense of suppression, instantly pinning Lin Tian and everyone else present to the spot. Fourth level. Lin Tian's eyes sharpened, feeling himself locked in place, unable to move. Gu Tian, what are you doing? Chinangwa growled low, his blood and chi exploding like ocean waves, yet still unable to break through Gu Tian's suppression. Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out. A strange extreme undulation arose in the air, transmitting from above to below. Captain Gu Tian, when the juniors quarrel, we elders should not interfere. Wang Zili's indifferent voice came from upstairs. His blood and chi transmitted continuously, scouring, as if repeatedly dismantling the golden light and blood chi that Gu Tian had unleashed. Gu Tian frowned and looked upward. At this moment he said nothing. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Even though he was from Yinjing here in Qingqing, he could hardly rely on the prestige of the Gu family far away in Yinjing to counterbalance Wang Zili. Deputy City Lord Wang, do you intend to help Lin Tian? Gu Tian said coldly. I didn't say that. I favor no one, I only follow reason. Wang Zili's calm voice came. Gu Tian snorted low, his eyes concealing a deep rage. What a fine Wang Zili, blatantly lying. As Wang Zili's blood and chi fluctuations reached him, Lin Tian suddenly felt a wave of relief. Just then, with a bang, a graceful figure leaped in from the corridor window. Gushang straightened up, her beautiful face already dark and terrifying. How dare you attack me directly? She narrowed her eyes, emitting a dreadful cold light, her red lips grinding together. She must have been clenching her teeth. Seeing this, Gu Tian sneered. Good. Since it was a battle between juniors, he would not intervene. His granddaughter was more than capable of crippling Lin Tian. He would see if Wang Zili would make a move. If Wang Zili acted, then he would too. How could a mere child contend against the Gu family? The next instant, boom. Gushang's blood and chi surged, a fierce wind swept through, and a string of afterimages exploded in the corridor. She charged straight to Lin Tian, raised her shapely long leg, and brought it down toward his shoulder. Gu Tian's eyes narrowed with a hint of a smile, as if he could already see this young man's shoulder shattering. But the next moment, bang, Lin Tian also kicked out. The true thunder force in his thunder river of annihilation state flowed through his body, surging like a great river, layer upon layer, pushing waves of thunder into his toes. With a crack, a flash of lightning, Lin Tian's kick struck Gushang squarely in the groin. The three-movement thunder fist at the lightning level could be executed even with the feet. With a boom, Gu Shang's vermilion lips instantly parted wide, an expression of utter disbelief frozen on her face. Pain. So much pain. Before she could even cry out, she was once again kicked out the window by Lin Tian. You. Gu Tian was startled, then burst into fury. Is this a prodigy? A prodigy from Yinjing? Lin Tian looked at Gu Tian and then shouted loudly, I can slay her with one slash. Gu Tian was startled, not yet reacting. But Chunong's body instantly shook and he quickly yelled, Lin Tian, don't do anything foolish. But it was already too late. Lin Tian had already rushed out of the corridor. Deputy City Lord Wang, stop him. Chunong roared. If Lin Tian really killed Gu Shang, he would definitely go to prison. Even Wang Zili would be unable to protect him. Beside them, Gu Tian sneered, a sparrow dares to claim it can slay a swan. He simply didn't believe it. How could he? A local bumpkin from Qingqing, inexperienced, not even a first-level martial artist, could slay his granddaughter. His granddaughter was at least a prodigy on the hidden dragon list. Just then Lin Tian leaped out the window, staring at Gu Shang as she fell. Click, click, click. The ink blade in his hand instantly transformed into a tang saber. Bastard. Gu Shang glared up at Lin Tian as she felt the lingering pain in her lower body still real. At that moment she wished she could kill Lin Tian right here. But the next second her eyes met Lin Tian's, and a sudden shock filled her heart. A bad premonition surged up. Behold, Lin Tian high above suddenly had eyes blazing with dazzling thunder, and an aura that could burn the sky and scorch the earth erupted. Kill. Accompanied by a thick, overwhelming intent to annihilate like crashing waves, it struck instantly. Crack. A wrathful thunder roared, and terrifying lightning burst from Lin Tian's body. He raised the tang saber in both hands, rolling thunder pouring into it, a fearsome vibration erupting. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning spread, instantly condensing into a nearly 10-meter-long thunder blade. A terrifying aura of slaughter exploded. You. Gu Shang gasped, a chill spreading through her entire body. Lin Tian was going to kill her. This strike was too terrifying. So terrifying that the moment it erupted, Gu Shang felt her heart was about to burst. Move, move, move. She roared in her heart, facing the supreme suppression and slaughter, unable to resist. The next instant, boom. The thunderblade fell, aimed at Gu Shang's head. Grandfather, save me. Gu Shang wailed, driven by an overwhelming fear. She only wanted to survive. A roar came from the third-floor window. It was Gu Tian. The moment he saw the slash Lin Tian had delivered, all the pride and disdain in Gu Tian's heart were slashed away. This strike could truly kill his granddaughter. But now the blade was about to fall, and he was too late. His granddaughter was really going to die. The Gu family was about to capsize in this small place called Qingqing. Lin Tian. A loud shout. Wang Zili rushed from afar, also instantly startled. He and Lin Tian had been putting on an act. Lin Tian would deliver a show of force, and he would mediate. It was all tacitly understood. Who the hell knew that Lin Tian's show of force would be so real? What the hell was that slash? What kind of monster was Lin Tian? He couldn't stop it. Wang Zili roared in his heart. Then, with a thunderous crash, a tremor suddenly came from the ground. The concrete pavement exploded abruptly, a fissure surging forward, spreading until the entire earth seemed about to tear apart. The crack burst through the concrete, continuing to the lawn, pushing 50 meters before slowly stopping. The entire vicinity of the military industry building shook. A group of police officers exercising on the lawn were instantly startled, and the nearby children and family members of the police were also shocked by this slash. Wow, so scary. Some young children fell on their bottoms and burst into tears. Gu Shang collapsed limply to the ground, her face ashen pale. She slowly turned her gaze toward the fissure beside her, and her eyes narrowed sharply. A surge of palpitation like an electric current shot from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head, tingling and numbing, causing Gu Shang to momentarily forget to breathe. Was she still alive or not? She was not entirely certain. Why had Qingqing produced another prodigy besides Gu Yun, one who surpassed all peers of the same generation? And you dare call yourself a prodigy? A cold voice rang out. Lin Tian, holding a blade, slowly walked over and crouched before Gu Shang. His eyes sparkled with flickering lightning shadows. Gu Shang met Lin Tian's gaze again, all pride in her heart vanished. Don't kill me, don't kill me. She trembled as she looked at Lin Tian, her red lips quivering, her eyes filled with pleading. She was truly afraid that Lin Tian would actually cleave her in two with his blade. 2 streams of tears fell from her eyes like pearls cut from a string, then she hugged her arms and curled up on the ground. Lin Tian frowned. He had intended to stomp a few marks on the face of this young lady from Yinjing, adding some color. What was this? You'd better stand up. Acting like this only makes me despise you more. Lin Tian rose and looked at Gu Shang with cold indifference. Lin Tian, don't kill me, I was wrong, I'm sorry, don't kill me. Whoa. Gu Shang hugged herself, frantically shaking her head, refusing to stand up. Shang'er, stand up. From a distance, Gu Tian had already landed and barked at Gu Shang with a frown. He could accept his granddaughter losing, but not losing so disgracefully. They represented the Gu family of Yinjing. Had they traveled thousands of miles to Qingqing only to bring shame to the family? Hey brother Gu Tian, if the child wants to cry, let her cry. Wang Zili walked over with a light smile. He had been drenched in cold sweat from Lin Tian's earlier move and only now felt slightly better. If Lin Tian had actually struck, things would have been utterly troublesome. In the circles of Yinjing, a few kids fighting always rely on the elders' faces. They themselves haven't experienced truly brutal battles. Now that she's been through this, it will do Gushang good. Wang Zili glanced at Lin Tian, then said cheerfully to Gu Tian, "Don't underestimate Lin Tian just because he's young. He's killed quite a few people. We children of Qingsheng have it hard. If we don't kill, we'll be killed. A Yinjing is still better." Wang Zili sighed lightly, seemingly mocking himself. But in reality, Gu Tian's face had turned pitch black. He wasn't a fool. He knew Wang Zili was insulting him in a roundabout way, meaning that the privileged generation of Yinjing were nothing but greenhouse flowers. Gu Tian's gaze turned icy and his eyes slowly fixed on Lin Tian. "Youngster, do you know what would have happened if you had actually struck?" His voice was frosty, intending to threaten Lin Tian. Wang Zili frowned and was about to speak. With a swift sound, Lin Tian's blade was pressed against Gushang's forehead. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. "Do you think I wouldn't dare?" Hum. A blade hummed, and a chilling murderous aura erupted abruptly. Gu Tian trembled all over, and his eyes also burst with killing intent. He hadn't expected this young Lin Tian to be so troublesome. "Don't kill me, Lin Tian, Lin Tian, grandfather." On the ground, Gushang, seeing this, cried out in even greater terror. In an instant, Gu Tian clenched his teeth. Everyone present understood that Lin Tian was only threatening. Only Gushang kept shouting incessantly. The Gu family had lost all face today. "Fine." Gu Tian coldly snorted. "We're leaving. Qingsheng is impressive and you, Lin Tian, are impressive." Gu Tian laughed coldly, walked to Gushang's side and yanked his granddaughter up. A car approached from the distance and stopped by the roadside. "I'll remember this. The Gu family will remember this." Then the car drove away. Wang Zili sighed and glanced at Lin Tian. "That strike of yours was a bit fierce, kid. I was really afraid you'd kill Gushang." Lin Tian chuckled lightly and shook his head. Wang Zili wanted to ask what exactly that strike was, but in the end he didn't. The Gu family of Qingsheng once had a martial saint in the older generation, but they've declined in the past century. Now there's Gu Qing, who can be said to dominate the current era. Remember, no matter whether you actually have the spirit refining fire or not, you must say you don't. The spirit refining fire was a matter of great importance. In the past, Wang Zili would have distanced himself. But Lin Tian had helped the Qingsheng police department, so he couldn't really stand by. "I know." Lin Tian's eyes darkened, and he nodded. "A little pressure is good. Those who have no pressure are just ordinary people nobody cares about." Wang Zili chuckled as if recalling the past, and said with emotion, "I once had a classmate. We both came from Qingsheng, and both got into Yinjing Martial University. He was always targeted, and he always targeted others while I quietly finished my university life." Wang Zili sighed, and said, "Later I became the deputy city lord, stuck at level 4 for life. But he became a grandmaster, and now he's the supreme peak powerhouse, most likely to break through to martial saint. This man is from the 2nd Martial High School, named Zhao Huanghuan." Lin Tian frowned slightly. He seemed to have heard that name somewhere. "Is he that prodigy who participated in the 8th City Joint exam in his sophomore year?" Lin Tian asked. "You know that too?" Wang Zili was a bit surprised, then asked, "I guess you're about to take the 8th City Joint exam too?" Lin Tian nodded. Wang Jie had already told him that he had gotten the spot. "That's good. The 8th City Joint exam is the true graveyard of prodigies. Those who truly stand out will be the real gold." Wang Zili patted his shoulder, recalling Zhao Huanghuan's experience back then, and smiled. "If it were you, what would you do if you found out you didn't get the qualification for the 8th City Joint exam?" Lin Tian pondered slightly, then smiled. "I would sweep away all those who are qualified. I would tell Qingsheng that I am the only prodigy of this generation." Lin Tian's eyes blazed with fierce fighting spirit. Wang Zili paused for a moment, then thought of something and smiled. "That's exactly what Zhao Huanghuan did back then. What a coincidence, really." He sighed, looked at Lin Tian, and said, "But Zhao Huanghuan failed. He wanted to fight a group by himself and couldn't win, but he had already shown his strength, so he got the qualification." Wang Zili shook his head and laughed. "Sweeping through the entire generation. What a magnificent ambition. But how many could succeed? In fact, an errand never has just one prodigy. Everyone is the darling of heaven and earth. Everyone possesses extraordinary strength. One against all. Too difficult." Wang Zili looked at Lin Tian and suddenly froze. Could Lin Tian do it? He asked himself. In this small place of Qingsheng, Lin Tian was the most monstrous prodigy he had ever seen. Not even a full level 1, yet he could kill a level 2. Wang Zili shook his head. The world was too vast. Qingsheng was just a small corner. They returned to the 3rd floor. Chen Hongwa gazed at Lin Tian with a sigh of admiration, silently offering a thumbs up. The other 3 soldiers escorting the martial diagram now regarded Lin Tian with completely transformed expressions. They understood clearly that before them stood a prodigy whose talents transcended all previous understanding. These 3 arrived from Shanghai, escorting the universal crystal visualization diagram specifically. As long as you can remain inside for 5 days, that's 120 hours, they will take the visualization diagram and depart. Chen Hongwa explained. Lin Tian nodded and inquired, "Must I stay the full 5 days, eh?" He asked this primarily because he feared delaying his cultivation and coaching duties. Taking 5 days of leave would likely result in Li Qing scolding him to death. Not necessary. A soldier smiled and said, spiritual mental visualization diagrams differ from qi and blood visualization diagrams. An ordinary person can only sustain 2 hours at most in a single session. You are a prodigy, so you should manage 3 hours. We prepared from the start to stay for 40 days. So that was how it was. Lin Tian understood now. No wonder this visualization diagram commanded such an astronomical price. It wasn't 5 hours at all, but rather a time investment spanning dozens of days. Given this, Lin Tian decided to stay for just 1 hour before emerging. This way he wouldn't waste too much time. Shortly after Lin Tian entered the room, the interior of the room was remarkably spacious. Directly facing Lin Tian hung a photograph mounted on the wall, a cosmic starfield map. In an instant, a sensation of boundless vastness enveloped Lin Tian. The infinite starry expanse forcefully struck Lin Tian's consciousness. Cool bright starlight glistened radiantly, its eternal brilliance illuminating Lin Tian. Lin Tian, like a mere grain of sand, confronted the endless expanse before him. Starlight descended through the mortal realm, birthing boundless will, transforming into scattered lanterns, blooming countless sparks of light within primordial chaos. Lin Tian gazed upon the universe, and the universe gazed back upon him. A bead of cold sweat emerged from Lin Tian's brow, as in that fleeting moment he experienced an overwhelming terror. Ding! Host has acquired the spiritual energy technique, Universal Crystal. The system's voice resonated within Lin Tian's mind. A special effects price chart for the Universal Crystal visualization method appeared before Lin Tian's retina. The applicable special effects for the Universal Crystal are as follows. Please purchase them promptly. Host. C-level mutated special effect fire-attuned crystal, 300 gold coins. B-level special effect pupil constellation, nebula, 100 gold coins. A-level special effect universal descent, 500 gold coins. S-level mutated special effect mental fire domain, 100 gold coins. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with interest. Once again, 2 mutated special effects had appeared. What causes the mutations this time? Lin Tian inquired of the system. Both mutated special effects were transformed through refinement using the purified essence fire from the Universal Crystal visualization method. The system's voice rang out. Lin Tian nodded, which aligned precisely with his speculation. Fortunately, after acquiring the Spear Cloud 13 strikes this morning, he hadn't rushed to purchase special effects. His intention was to strategically plan the allocation of his remaining gold coins. He currently still possessed 427,000 gold coins, sufficient to purchase special effects for both the Spear Cloud 13 strikes and the Universal Crystal. Spear Cloud 13 strikes. C-level mutated special effect Crimson Spear Fire, 500 gold coins. B-level special effect Ghost Flame, 100 gold coins. A-level special effect Dark Knight 13 Spears, 400 gold coins. S-level mutated special effect Dark Knight Fire Battle, 100 gold coins. These were the special effects belonging to the Spear Cloud 13 strikes. Lin Tian did not hesitate. He directly purchased both the C-level and D-level special effects for both techniques. A grand surge of memory crashed into Lin Tian's mind, instantaneously imprinting within it. I now only need a pistol. Lin Tian murmured to himself. He still had merely 3 military merit points remaining, insufficient to purchase a D-level alloy pistol on the military merit network. Thus he would simply purchase an ordinary one instead. Lin Tian still had 14700 remaining, sufficient to buy an excellent one. At the same time, outside the room, Chenonghua and the 3 soldiers smoked together. Brother, I heard your Qingcheng police department accomplished something significant a few days ago. A soldier inquired, curiously exhaling a puff of smoke. Chenonghua's expression darkened. He merely offered a bitter smile and shook his head. Let's not mention it. It still weighs heavily on my heart. The 3 soldiers exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Our condolences. When we were on the battlefield before, every day was filled with anxiety. Today this brother died, tomorrow that one died. Eventually we became numb, thinking we wouldn't survive another day ourselves. A soldier sighed deeply. Another glanced at Chenonghua's increasingly grim expression and hastily coughed. Let's not discuss this. That Lin Tian, I've looked into him. He's genuinely killed before. Such prodigies are rare. There's a ruthless edge to him. Chenonghua's eyes flickered as he smiled. That boy is the most extraordinary talent I've ever encountered. He's not even a first-rank martial artist, yet he can slay second-rank opponents. If we speak of the future, I dare not imagine. Once Chenonghua finished speaking, the corridor fell utterly silent. Brother, you're not pulling my leg, are you? He's not even first-rank yet. A soldier immediately exclaimed, finding it utterly unbelievable. I'm not lying to you. I estimate that before long Lin Tian's name will resound throughout Yongzhou. The 3 soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. While soldiers sometimes embellish stories, Chenonghua's demeanor suggested he wasn't fabricating tales. You don't believe me? Chenonghua raised his brow and chuckled. Watch closely. I dare say Lin Tian will meditate for at least 5 hours this time. He's a genius and cannot be judged by ordinary standards. The 3 soldiers frowned. One said, this is the Universal Crystal, a C-level technique. Even for the most talented to withstand 5 hours on their first meditation, it's simply too monstrous. I think it's unlikely. Another agreed. Chun Ongwa chuckled. I love seeing you uninformed types. Want to make a wager? The 3 soldiers hesitated momentarily, then one said. If we're betting, let's bet big. I'll stake 100,000. I'm in. I'll also put down 100,000. I simply refuse to believe he can last 5 hours. Hearing this, Chun Ongwa burst into laughter. Ha, let's open the bet. You truly haven't witnessed what a prodigy can do. He held absolute confidence in Lin Tian. The current Chun Ongwa believed Lin Tian was simply extraordinary, capable of achieving feats beyond scientific comprehension. Thus he felt no anxiety whatsoever. Yet the 3 soldiers witnessing Chun Ongwa's unwavering confidence suddenly sensed they might be losing money. They exchanged glances. Could there truly be such a prodigy? Meditating on a sea-level spiritual martial diagram for the first time enduring 5 solid hours. I somehow feel it's possible. The youngest soldier trembled as he spoke. Silence. Less than an hour has passed. Why must you boost his prestige? The senior soldier hushed him sternly. Though in his heart, he too felt Chun Ongwa's words held some merit. Gaining 300,000 today. Truly satisfying. Chun Ongwa laughed heartily. Creak. A door-pushing sound, and Chun Ongwa's expression instantly froze in shock. Lin Tian, have you finished your meditation? Chun Ongwa muttered blankly as if he had heard the faint sound of gold coins dropping and vanishing. It's still a bit difficult for the first time. Lin Tian said with a faint smile. The air fell instantly silent. The 3 soldiers suppressed their laughter, looking at Chun Ongwa with sympathy. What a huge profit. 100,000 each. Deputy Director, Chun, I'll be going now. Lin Tian smiled. Then he left Qingsheng Police Department. In the corridor, the 3 soldiers were still secretly gloating. The darker Chun Ongwa's face, the happier they were. Wait, squad leader. The young soldier suddenly said in a daze. If Lin Tian has very poor mental power, then to complete the visualization for 5 days 1 hour each day, he would need 120 days. Regarding this visualization diagram, does that mean we have to stay in Qingsheng for 120 days too? As the new recruit's words fell, the other 2 soldiers who were still snickering froze instantly. Theoretically, yes. If it took him an hour just for the first attempt, he might really have no talent. The veteran said, his expression turning bitter. Are you crazy? If he had no talent, why waste military merits to buy the visualization diagram? That Gu Tian was also insane, insisting that Lin Tian had obtained the quintessential spirit fire. Did it look like it? Not at all. At 11 o'clock at night, Lin Tian brought 2 newly purchased pistols worth 500,000 to the back mountain of First Martial High School. In Huagua, almost every household owned guns. A pistol would cost about 50 to 60,000. The 2 Lin Tian bought were of excellent quality. According to the shop owner, they were second only to D-grade alloy pistols. The forest at night was too quiet. The usual sounds of wind and cicadas seemed to have vanished. The entire back mountain was eerie and deserted. Lin Tian carried an 80-kilogram Mo-ja and a 200-kilogram Lei Dong-ji as he walked through the woods, swift as the wind. When he reached the summit, all the trees had disappeared, leaving only a flat area 1,000 meters in radius. Lin Tian, I'm here. From the darkness stepped out a figure. It was Lu Jianjian. Did you bring Lei Dong-ji? Lu Jianjian asked. Lin Tian pulled out a dark metal rod and a remote control from his bag. I've already chosen the spot, over there. Lin Tian nodded, walked to the center of the area as instructed, and inserted Lei Dong-ji into the ground. He pressed his fingerprint, and the entire Lei Dong-ji activated instantly. Boom. 8 metal wires shot out from the device, digging deep into the earth. Sizzle sizzle. A spark of electricity flickered at the top of Lei Dong-ji. Alright, just wait in the center. Soon it should draw down lightning. I'll keep watch for you. Lu Jianjian said seriously, walked to a car at the edge, sat in it, and lit a cigarette. In his hand was the remote control, which could adjust the intensity of the lightning. It shouldn't be dangerous, right? Lu Jianjian muttered. In truth, he was not entirely confident about this lightning body tempering method. Then he said to Lin Tian, I'll set it to the lowest level first. Just get a feel for it. Alright. Lin Tian nodded, noticing that a circular disc 30 centimeters in diameter had popped out from the top of Lei Dong-ji. He stripped off his clothes and pants, leaving only his underwear, and jumped directly onto the disc. At this moment the starry night was dim, and the bright moon was hidden behind thick clouds. Lin Tian gazed into the distance, even able to see the myriad lights of Qingsheng at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, crack! A heavy thunderclap echoed from above the clouds. In an instant, lightning snakes interweaved and flashed within the dark clouds. Then, crack! A bolt of lightning burst from the clouds, illuminating the earth. Here it comes, Lu Jianjian said gravely. Crack! A thunderbolt pierced the heavens and earth, lighting up the entire mountaintop. The entire lightning serpent struck Lin Tian's body. How is it? Lu Jianjian quickly asked. No pain, no itch. Turn it up. Lin Tian chuckled. Lu Jianjian's eyes narrowed, then he laughed. Alright. He pressed the remote, increasing the lightning intensity by 1 notch. He also wanted to see where Lin Tian's limit was. Crack! Another bolt of lightning fell, striking Lin Tian's body. Higher! Lin Tian shouted. Lu Jianjian's eyes flickered and he raised it again. Crack! Crack! Higher, higher! Lin Tian yelled loudly. What Lin Tian and Lu Jianjian didn't know was that Lin Tian's physique had been tempered by the true thunder force of the level of the annihilating thunder river. His own lightning affinity had already reached an astonishing level. Higher, Lin Tian shouted. This time he could already withstand lightning as thick as a grown man's arm. Are you joking? Lu Jianjian murmured. He was utterly stunned. The previous bolt of lightning could already kill an ordinary first-level martial artist, and Lin Tian was using it to train, yet still wasn't satisfied. He glanced at the remote in his hand. The maximum was 100 and he had already turned it up to 50. Higher Principal Lu, this little lightning is useless for me. Lin Tian shouted. All right. Lu Jianjian's heart pounded, and gritting his teeth, he directly turned it up to 70. Say something if you can't take it. Lu Jianjian yelled. Then, boom. An azure thunder dragon soared, a pillar of lightning spanning heaven and earth, illuminating all of Qingqing. Thousands of lights, millions of people saw that terrifying thunderbolt in that instant. Refreshing, Lin Tian exclaimed. Let's keep it at this level for now. Lu Jianjian pursed his lips and said nothing. What kind of monster had he encountered? Crack, crack. One lightning pillar after another fell from the sky, shattering the night. The spectacular sight left thousands stunned. What's happening? Why is lightning only striking that one spot? Yeah, and there's no sign of rain. How strange. No, could it be that some alien has come into Huagua? Oh no, that's possible. Some were alarmed, speculating that an alien might be arriving. In houses close to the back mountain, some had already taken out machine guns, preparing for battle. Inside a villa, Gu Qingyu stepped outside, frowned at the lightning falling from the sky. What's going on? Gu Yan also walked out slowly, staring gravely at the bolts of lightning. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Qingyu's phone rang. Gu Qingyu, this is the Qingqing City Lord's office. An anomaly has occurred near First Martial High School. Deputy City Lord Wang Zili orders all martial artists above first level in Qingqing to prepare for battle. The Deputy City Lord is already investigating. If there's an enemy attack, fight to the death. Then the call ended. Gu Qingyu hung up trembling and said to Gu Yun beside him, this is bad. Something big is about to happen. And Gu Yun's expression also turned grim. At this moment, all the martial artists in Qingqing were in a panic, believing a war was imminent. The Qingqing City Lord's office immediately issued combat readiness orders to all martial artists. In a room, Luo Chengfeng received the call, his expression grave. He stood by the window gazing at the back mountain of the First Martial High School. Thunder Clan, or Immortal Clan, he said solemnly, then frowned. No, how could the human realm's great barrier be breached so easily? Impossible, he cursed under his breath, then stopped abruptly. Duh. He suddenly recalled the matter discussed between Lu Jianjian and Lin Tian a few days ago. Damn it, how could cultivation cause such a commotion? Luo Chengfeng cursed under his breath, instantly grasping the sequence of events. That bastard Lu Jianjian, if he's trying to kill a prodigy, I'll impeach him, no matter how good our relationship is. With that, Luo Chengfeng leaped out of the window and dashed toward a back mountain. Meanwhile, at the back mountain, violent thunderbolts cascaded down onto Lin Tian like a sapphire waterfall, the resulting lightning tendrils shattering the ground for 500 meters around. Lin Tian spread his arms wide, bathing in the river of thunder. The rolling peals of thunder stimulated his skin, seeping into every limb and bone. With the circulation of the true thunder force, layers of impurities and filth were squeezed out of his flesh. Lin Tian's blood, bones, acupoints, meridians, everything was being lashed and evolved by the thunder. Thump, thump, thump. A powerful, forceful heartbeat. Under the thunder's stimulation, Lin Tian's heart rate instantly soared to 500 beats per second. The movement of blood and flesh within his body roared continuously, driven by the thunder's stimulation. Every particle of flesh evolved, becoming fuller and denser, growing stronger, ever stronger. This was not merely an enhancement of blood and qi, but an evolution of all the power and quality of Lin Tian's physical body. It was an evolution beyond measurable data. Rumble. The river of thunder poured down wildly, making Lin Tian's blood and qi surge like a raging tide, like a primordial beast. His eyes were flooded with liquid thunder, filling his eyelids. His wild, ink-black hair seemed to carry the thunder as well. The speed of his blood and qi advancement accelerated ever faster. This was the path to transcendence. Lin Tian, if you can't hold on, tell me. Lu Jianjian shouted from outside. He was no longer shocked, but terrified. Even sensing such thunder from a distance made his heart pound with fear. An ordinary second-level martial artist couldn't withstand this. But what made Lu Jianjian even more appalled was that he saw Lin Tian's expression of enjoyment inside the thunder pillar. Damn, what a freak. Lu Jianjian cursed under his breath, a trace of envy stirring in his heart. He wanted to turn the dial on the remote to 100. Forget it, Lu Jianjian chuckled to himself. Truly abnormal. Just then a whoosh of air came from above, and someone stepped through the sky. Level 4. A 4th level, Grand Venerable. Who dares to violate my Qingqing? Wang Zili appeared beside the thunder pillar, but when he was about to continue his rebuke, his expression froze. This. He saw Lin Tian inside the thunder pillar, and Lu Jianjian hiding in the distance, smoking on a car roof. Is this thunder roar? Wang Zili frowned, instantly recognizing the thunder roar under Lin Tian's feet. He understood immediately. This was not an alien invasion, but Lin Tian using thunder to cultivate. Yet the scale of the lightning drawn. Hiss. Wang Zili gasped, his scalp tingling. Without disturbing Lin Tian, he flew to Lu Jianjian's side. Lu Jianjian, are you trying to murder him? Lu Jianjian gave a bitter smile and quickly jumped down. It's not my fault. Lin Tian is too monstrous. Look at his expression. He seems not entirely satisfied. Wang Zili glanced and indeed saw Lin Tian's closed eyes and contented look. Truly abnormal. Just then another whoosh rang out. Lu Jianjian, you're trying to kill Lin Tian. Luo Changfeng growled, charging out of the darkness to stand before Lu Jianjian. Old Luo, this isn't Xiao Lu's fault. Look at Lin Tian's expression. Wang Zili pointed at Lin Tian inside the thunder pillar. Luo Changfeng was stunned, then his eyes widened in disbelief. After a long pause. Hiss. Truly abnormal. Luo Changfeng sighed. For a place like Qingcheng to produce a prodigy, how rare, how incredibly rare. Wang Zili nodded, then called the city lord's office. Soon, all martial artists in Qingcheng stood down from alert. After a moment of thought, Wang Zili dialed Gu Qingyu's number. Hello Gu Qingyu, it's nothing, someone's just cultivating. Cultivating? A third-level martial artist cultivating, or a fourth level? Came Gu Qingyu's shocked voice on the other end. Don't worry about it. Wang Zili said coolly. Alright. Gu Qingyu nodded, then laughed heartily. No matter what, if the front line needs me, I'll risk my life, without hesitation. Gu Qingyu declared with grand ambition. Wang Zili frowned. The more a person spoke like that, the more they seemed oily and ingratiating. Besides, everyone knew what kind of person Gu Qingyu was. Wang Zili felt contempt in his heart, but still said with a faint smile, Gu Qingyu, I must say you are very lucky. Then he hung up. On the other end, Gu Qingyu ended the call in confusion. Lucky? Why was he lucky? Was it because of his daughter Gu Yun? He glanced at Gu Yun beside him and shook his head slightly. What a pity that Gu Yun was a daughter and would eventually belong to another family. He didn't treat Gu Yun very seriously, but this daughter was indeed far more outstanding than his useless son. Someone's cultivation actually caused such a level of thunder. Gu Yun exclaimed in awe. As a martial artist, she had naturally overheard Gu Qingyu's conversation. A flicker of reverence appeared in her eyes. Reverence for the strong. Xiao Yin, why have you been leaving early and returning late these days? Gu Qingyu asked with a smile. Gu Yun's expression stiffened, then she gave a light laugh and shook her head. Dad, I'm almost an adult. Gu Qingyu nodded but spoke with a hint of coldness. I heard you've been going to Yu Qing's place often. Gu Yun paused for a moment, then explained with a smile. I think the 3-movement thunder fist that Shadow Blade teaches is really good, so I wanted to go and listen. It's not just about attending classes, is it? Gu Qingyu's voice turned cold. I know that Shadow Blade. He's good at teaching, but his blood and chi are only at 4 points. Far too inferior compared to you. Gu Yun's face stiffened and her expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Dad, I think my life and my cultivation should belong to me. With that, she returned to her room. Gu Qingyu frowned, wanting to reprimand her, but he held back. Gu Qingyu frowned, returned to the living room, glanced at his son lying on the sofa and barked. What's wrong with you? Are you just wasting your days now? A flicker of impatience crossed the face of the man who was playing on his phone on the sofa. Ignoring Gu Qingyu completely, he went straight back to his bedroom. What a curse! Gu Qingyu muttered under his breath, while the rumbling of thunder still echoed in his ears. Damn it, if some big shot is cultivating, can't they at least let us sleep? A trace of resentment appeared in his eyes. His villa was very close to the back mountain of the first martial arts high school. So this thunder god had already been interfering with his normal life. Lying on the sofa, Gu Qingyu opened his phone. There was a group chat exclusive to Qingcheng martial artists. The group had about 200 members. Most of them were first-level martial artists under the Qingcheng Police Department of the Military Bureau, or teachers and principals like Gu Qingyu, who belonged to the Martial Arts Education Department. Of course, there were also third-level powerhouse Luo Changfeng and fourth-level powerhouse Wang Zili. The group owner was naturally the Qingcheng city lord, who had already gone to Yanjing for a meeting. At this moment, the group chat was in an uproar. Flowers blooming and riches, what's happening? Is it an alien invasion? Night Rain, no, the city lord's office has called me. It's a powerful cultivator training. Wang Fugawei, from which village I got it too. So strong. Could it be a third-level martial artist? Perch made into a dish, drawing thunder to cultivate. Even ordinary second-level experts wouldn't dare try. It should be third-level. 10-year fan of Hui Min. Actually, I know who it is, but I'm not saying. At this moment, a group member named 10-year fan of Hui Min claimed to know the person who was cultivating. In an instant, it caught everyone's attention. Gu Qingyu frowned. He was too familiar with this 10-year fan of Hui Min. So annoying. It must be Lu Jianjian. The big shot Lu Jianjian knew. Then Gu Qingyu quickly sent a message, my heart to humanity. Lu Jianjian, who exactly is it? At this moment, not only Gu Qingyu, but many people in the group also popped up wanting to know who was cultivating. 10-year fan of Hui Min. Gu Qingyu, call me father, and I'll tell you. Gu Qingyu's eyes narrowed and a surge of anger rose in his heart. Damn it, who do you think you are? He cursed loudly. Meanwhile, the group members were already frantic. Octopus, see Gu Qingyu, hurry up and call him. This isn't just your matter. I am Green Vegetable Principal Gu, just call him. Good wife, my favorite, that's right, Principal Gu. A man can bend and stretch. Just call him and we won't laugh at you. These few who spoke were all second-level experts. They didn't care about Gu Qingyu's face and were mostly joking at the moment. Gu Qingyu squinted his eyes, his blood and qi almost bursting out. He stared at the phone screen silent. Just then, Wang Zili, everyone stop messing around. You don't need to ask about this person's identity. Tonight the police department will install soundproof nets on that mountain, so it won't affect everyone's life. Wang Zili came out to explain, and the group instantly fell silent. Shock rippled through everyone's hearts. If someone was cultivating even without sound, it would still attract the attention of the entire city. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely order expulsion and make them go to a remote area to cultivate. But now Wang Zili's handling method was somewhat thought-provoking. The police department did intervene, but not to expel but to help that person install soundproof nets. A big shot. In an instant, that was the 3 words everyone thought of. Moreover, it was very likely a big shot from Qingcheng. Qingcheng had so few people, who could it be? Yu Wanghua, Xiao Ziru, or Luo Chengfeng? Chenanghua didn't have that kind of face, and the city lord was not here. There were only these few people. Gu Qingyu's mind flashed through the faces of these individuals. Meanwhile, the group quickly became lively again. Some people even guessed beyond the city. The top 10 prodigies of the Hidden Dragon list. The 4 young masters of Yongzhou. One name after another appeared. Wang Zili, everyone stopped guessing. I'll just tell you a little to avoid misunderstandings. This person is the one who helped the Qingcheng Police Department destroy the alien cult a few days ago, and has rendered great assistance to our Qingcheng Police Department. Wang Zili's message came to an end. Soon the voices in the group disappeared for a moment. Gu Qingyu also frowned. Yesterday, more than a dozen cars carrying the alien bodies of martyrs circled the city, and the surrounding passers-by were all crying. It was from that time that Gu Qingyu learned that the Qingcheng Police Department had been fighting against alien cults. In total, nearly 100 people were killed or injured. This was a big deal, especially since it happened within the territory. And there were rumors that a prodigy had participated in this operation. That prodigy alone killed 5 second-level and 50 first-level individuals. Even the version Gu Qingyu heard was that prodigy alone killed 10 second-level and 100 first-level heretics. At that time, everyone was guessing the identity of that prodigy. Many people pointed out that person was Gu Yun, and Gu Yun denied it immediately, avoiding having her family door broken down. Now everyone knew. That prodigy was on the mountain drawing thunder to cultivate. It's definitely not a prodigy, it must be a 3rd-level martial artist, or even 4th level. Gu Qingyu muttered. He was basically convinced. The higher-ups had never said that person was a prodigy. In a place like Qingcheng, where could there be any prodigy? Gu Qingyu had been teaching for nearly 10 years. He had really never seen one. The only one was his daughter Gu Yun, and she only became one after being trained in the Western market. At this moment, it wasn't just Gu Qingyu who thought this way. Basically everyone thought the same. At the same time, rumble. A rolling river of thunder surged into Lin Tian's body, evolving his physique. The operation of True Thunder Force was about to reach its peak. Lin Tian opened the data panel. Blood Qi 15. For the next moment, the blood Qi value changed again. 15. 5. Then just like the spiritual power before, it began to skyrocket. 15. 6. 16. 17. 1. 17. 2. This was a long and painful path of evolution. At this moment, the surge in blood Qi was only 1 level. More importantly, Lin Tian's limbs and bones were truly about to enter the state of the unblemished body. Tisk tisk tsk. Below, Luo Chengfeng and the others were already dumbfounded. Lin Tian hasn't advanced to a 1st-level martial artist, yet has he? Wang Zili murmured. Probably not, Lu Jianjian said, narrowing his eyes. Hiss. The 3 exchanged glances, and suddenly their eyes widened. I remember when Zhao Huanhuang advanced to 1st level, he attracted a heavenly tribulation. Wang Zili murmured, his emotions surging like ocean waves. What do you mean, old Wang? Don't scare me. Is Qingcheng really going to produce a monster? Luo Chengfeng said in shock. Wang Zili glanced at Luo Chengfeng. The advancement of a monster is a punishment from the heavenly Tao. Judging by Lin Tian's appearance, there should be a heavenly tribulation. It's just unknown what level it will be. Lu Jianjian's mouth fell open, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Heavenly tribulation. That was a phenomenon reserved solely for prodigies. For a prodigy to advance was already beyond the ordinary. A breakthrough against the Tao of heaven. Lu Jianjian murmured. In recent years, the last such occurrence was Gu Qing's advancement. I heard he ascended a grade at 80 blood Qi, with his blood Qi already pushed to its absolute limit. Luo Chengfeng and Wang Zili nodded, then both turned to Lin Tian. Let's guess at how much blood Qi did Lin Tian advance. I reckon at this rate, even 50 blood Qi might not be enough to hold him back, Luo Chengfeng muttered. Lu Jianjian nodded and took a heavy drag of his cigarette. Damn it, a student like this came from 3rd high. The more I think about it, the more infuriated I am. He cursed under his breath, tossing the cigarette, but to the ground. Time slipped by slowly. 3 days passed. In Yinjing, within a towering building, a young man clad in a pristine white suit, exceedingly handsome, lounged lazily on a sofa. Second uncle, I sent you to Qingcheng, and you came back like this. The young man chuckled softly, taking out a cigarette and lighting it. He appeared gentle and refined, a faint smile ever present on his lips. Seemingly mild-mannered, yet Gu Tian opposite him forced an awkward smile, his face full of guilt. Xiao Qing Wang Zili of Qingsheng was blocking me, oh I couldn't make a move at all. They were clearly protecting Lin Tian. Xiao Qing. Gu Qing chuckled lightly, his eyes narrowing into crescents. Boom. A surge of blood qi erupted, sending a gale through the entire office. Gu Tian, is Xiao Qing something you can call me? Gu Qing spoke, the smile on his lips turning sinister. Gu Qing, I am your second uncle. Gu Tian's expression instantly tensed. Second uncle. Gu Qing gave a soft laugh, then rose and walked calmly to Gu Tian's side. With a single hand he pinched Gu Tian's ear. With a tearing sound he ripped it off. Gu Tian gritted his teeth, suppressing his scream of agony. Since you know you're my second uncle, why? Gu Qing said quietly, his gaze turning ferocious. Why can't you fulfill even my smallest request? Gu Qing, I. Gu Tian's face turned deathly pale, and he became incoherent in an instant. A rolling pressure of blood qi crushed down on Gu Tian, and Gu Qing's eyes grew playful. Then he withdrew his blood qi, allowing Gu Tian to breathe a sigh of relief. It was hard to believe that Gu Qing was still only a second-level martial artist. At 18 years of age he topped the hidden dragon list. Yet Gu Tian was a fourth-level martial artist. A fourth-level martial artist trembling under the pressure of a second-level one. It was absurd however one thought about it. But such was the reality. Gu Qing retracted the savagery from his eyes, returning to his former gentility, and sat back on the sofa. Second uncle, this essence spirit fire is very important to me. A mere spirit fire is nothing, but the fire pattern of the essence spirit fire is the key to the tomb of the Heaven Fire Martial Saint. If I obtain the legacy of the Heaven Fire Martial Saint, our Gu family will no longer be what it once was. Gu Qing spoke calmly, his gaze sweeping over Gu Tian. His eyes appeared placid, yet they were more like a bottomless abyss staring fixedly at Gu Tian. In an instant cold sweat broke out on Gu Tian's forehead. Yes. I understand. I'll go back and handle it, and bring the essence spirit fire to you personally. With that, Gu Tian covered his ear and was about to leave. Stay for 2 more days. The day after tomorrow is Xiaoshan's birthday. We must all be harmonious and happy. Gu Qing smiled, his expression gentle. Gu Tian turned his head to look at Gu Qing, and deep in his eyes was an intense, overwhelming fear. 2 more days passed. In the early morning, a black sedan stopped beneath the building where Lin Tian lived. Shows that Lin Tian is probably not home. Let's just go, you can call him to say goodbye. In the driver's seat, a woman in sunglasses frowned. In the passenger seat, Ling Qiuzi's eyes showed a hint of pleading. Sisterly, let's wait a little longer. Brother Lin Tian will be back soon. He should. The woman pursed her lips, somewhat impatient, but still kindly said to Ling Qiuzi, Qiuzi, you're 15 this year, with a mental power of 25 points. That potion wasn't the main reason you awakened your mental power. The main reason is that you yourself are a genius. The woman gripped the steering wheel and said earnestly, your future is bright. As long as you train diligently, you will surpass 99% of the martial artists in the world. Now is not the time for romance. The woman's words made Ling Qiuzi blush. No. I'm just grateful to Brother Lin Tian. She mumbled, lowering her head, as if she dared not look at anyone. Seeing this, the woman was speechless and put a hand to her forehead. A flicker of thought passed through her eyes. It was just childish budding affection between kids. Fragile and laughable. Just then, on the street, a tall figure was walking with his head lowered, swaying unsteadily under the early morning sun. Lin Tian carried 2 packages in his hands, totaling 280 kilograms. He was so drowsy he could barely keep his head up. These past few days he had been struck by lightning every day, constantly tempering his body. In the early morning, he would catch a little sleep, then begin cultivating the cosmic crystal. In the evenings, he went to teach at Yuqing. It was safe to say these days were not fit for human endurance. Lu Jinjian had repeatedly advised Lin Tian not to push himself too hard. But Lin Tian delighted in it. His physical body was growing stronger, and his spiritual power was slowly rising. 27 points of blood qi. 34 points of spiritual power. These were Lin Tian's current base attributes. In just over 20 days, the 8-city joint examination would begin. By then, no one could say to what level Lin Tian would grow. All they knew was that Lin Tian would be formidable to the extreme. Brother Lin Tian is back. In the sedan, Ling Qiuzi whispered excitedly. So that's him. The woman frowned, looking oddly out the window. The young man walked with his head down, unsteady on his feet, giving the impression of someone addicted to some harmful activity. Had he been surfing the internet? Or engaged in some hotel activity? Or playing cards? Good heavens, could he be that worn out? The military is far better. Everyone's passion is in getting stronger and in battle. What kind of people are those outside? The woman complained, wanting to stop Ling Qiuzi from associating with such a person. Sisterly Xiao, I'm going now, Ling Qiuzi said excitedly, then got out of the car. What a disaster. The woman named Li Xiao muttered, watching Ling Qiuzi and Lin Tian through the window. She didn't get close, but she felt she could already smell the stench of decay and debauchery on Lin Tian. Young people these days, tisk, she cursed under her breath. Brother Lin Tian. A voice like the gentle chirping of an oriole sounded by his ear. Lin Tian slightly lifted his drowsy eyes and saw a delicate, beautiful figure. Long eyebrows, dark and clear eyes. A straight nose, soft and exquisitely shaped lips, and beautiful contours. A soft, fragrant scent wafted toward his face. A very pretty young girl. Very familiar. Lin Tian's mind experienced a momentary blank before he slowly recalled the girl's name. You're here. He let out a light laugh. Inside the car, Li Xiao watched this scene, a strange look in her eyes. His brain is so slow to react, could it be? A flicker passed through her gaze, and she instantly tensed up. A bad kid, an absolute bad kid. In a place like Qingqing, a remote small city with scarce resources, it was normal for this kind of youth to appear. Li Xiao had an urge to immediately interrupt the conversation between Lin Tian and Ling Qiuzi. It wouldn't be good if Ling Qiuzi got corrupted. He looks quite handsome, no wonder the little girl likes him. Wait a little longer. Li Xiao decided to observe further. Brother Lin Tian, I know what you did. You almost. Ling Qiuzi spoke, tears welling up in her eyes. At first she only wanted to make that organization disappear completely. She placed all her hope on the one person she could trust. But that person turned around and sold her out. At that time Ling Qiuzi's feelings toward Lin Tian were complicated, both grateful and resentful. But later bodies were brought back one after another. The faces she had seen were forever gone. Only then did she realize she had been wrong. She was still a child, thinking everything too simple. Moreover, after hearing that Lin Tian had saved everyone, she felt even more moved and conflicted. Coming today on one hand to apologize, and on the other hand to say goodbye. It's fine. This is how battlefields are, some die, some survive. Lin Tian said with a light smile. No, brother Lin Tian is so powerful, he will definitely be fine. Ling Qiuzi quickly said, shaking her head like a rattledrum. I'll be fine. I am a prodigy, of my future lies in the heavens above, and I will cut down all enemies in this world. Lin Tian said with a smile, but his tone carried unprecedented seriousness. Ling Qiuzi nodded hurriedly. Lin Tian would definitely be the strongest. Then her expression turned slightly desolate. Brother Lin Tian, I'm leaving, going to the Modu military region. We'll probably hardly see each other again. Lin Tian paused slightly, then nodded, and I understand. He could see that Ling Qiuzi's eyes were brimming with tears. This girl was treated like a mere animal by those heretics in the chemical plant. The only brother who protected her died from a sudden surge of spiritual power. Now with her great revenge fulfilled, she was going to a new place to start a new life. You must cultivate diligently. I hope to see you on the path ahead. Lin Tian gazed at Ling Qiuzi quietly and smiled. I will definitely do it. Brother Lin Tian is a prodigy, although I'm not, I will still work hard to cultivate. Ling Qiuzi, with an oval face, delicate and refined, looked at Lin Tian seriously, with her bright, clear big eyes, her tone filled with determination. The next moment her heart pounded fiercely and her face flushed red. This time, without saying a word, she threw herself into Lin Tian's arms and hugged him. I will definitely work hard. Ling Qiuzi buried her flushed face into Lin Tian's embrace, uttering these words as if with conviction. Lin Tian frowned slightly. His instinct was to push her away. Then he patted Ling Qiuzi's shoulder instead. Inside the car, Li Xiao's eyes widened instantly. Puppy love? Puppy love. I'm furious. She muttered, her face filled with anger. Then, with a bang, Li Xiao stepped out of the car. Ahem. She coughed heavily, and Ling Qiuzi let go in slight panic. Qiuzi, step aside for a moment. I have something to say to him. Li Xiao said calmly, her eyes fixed on Lin Tian with a wary look. Lin Tian frowned, glanced at the nervous Ling Qiuzi, then at Li Xiao, Modu military region. Yes. Li Xiao nodded. All right, I'll entrust Ling Qiuzi to you from now on. Lin Tian said with a light smile. Li Xiao frowned. I know that. No need for you to worry. Lin Tian nodded and continued, this little girl has had a difficult start in life. I hope you will treat her well. A flash of irritation flickered in Li Xiao's eyes. She didn't say a word. Was this Lin Tian now teaching her? What the hell? Impatient, Li Xiao merely sneered and was about to speak. Hum. A resonant hum. A surging wave of blood chi slammed into Li Xiao instantly, making her eyes widen in disbelief. You. Her mind froze instantly, and the words she had prepared failed to come out. This. Such powerful blood chi. This Lin Tian. Impossible. Slap. A hand gripped Li Xiao's head, sending surging force like a boulder pressing down. Get down. Lin Tian shouted in a low voice. Li Xiao tried to resist, but the force like a mighty river made her completely unable to move. What was happening? Even if she wanted to warn, she hadn't said anything. What was this man doing? No, how could his strength be so immense? What kind of person had Ling Qiuzi associated with? Li Xiao roared inwardly, almost screaming. I am from the Modu military region. What do you think you're doing? Get down. Lin Tian bellowed again. With one hand, he pressed Li Xiao to the ground, and at the same time his body moved forward. Crack. A thunderclap rang from within his body. Rolling thunder instantly covered his entire form, with a suffocating aura of lightning hissing and roaring. Li Xiao lay on the ground, already wailing in her heart. She had read novels, but even the protagonists in them didn't slap faces like this. And she hadn't even said a word. Just then, whoosh. A huge rocket-propelled grenade came flying, instantly shooting toward Lin Tian and the others. The sharp warhead churned the air, and a whistling wind struck Li Xiao's face. Enemy attack. She cried out in alarmed despair, already appearing in her eyes. Can't dodge. At the same time. Whoosh. The incoming rockets were not just one but 5. They were about to blast Lin Tian, Ling Xiuzi, and Li Xiao to death in an instant. Opt! Li Xiao howled in despair. Hum! A resonant hum, and the surrounding world seemed to freeze. In an instant, it was as if time itself became eternal. The 5 rockets simply hung suspended in space. The young man, wreathed in thunder, stood there, his powerful spiritual energy, like an invisible hand controlling everything. This? You? A psychic master? Li Xiao instantly realized, looking at the man before her in disbelief. Powerful, thunderous blood qi, and even more powerful spiritual energy. A prodigy, an absolute prodigy surpassing Ling Xiuzi. Crack! Thunder roared, and rolling thunder formed a cloak of lightning that enveloped Lin Tian. It made him radiant to the extreme, blurring his features. All that could be seen was a terrifying mask of thunder. Someone, Lin Tian murmured slowly, taking a step forward. In an instant, hum! All around the slowly swaying leaves of the roadside trees, the fluttering wings of insects, the swirling dust. Everything seemed to come to a standstill. Trying to kill me. A sneer came from beneath the thunder. At the same time, thousands of miles away in Yinjing, in an office, Gu Qing sat on a sofa, watching the real-time surveillance feed, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It's him. Gu Tian, whose ear had grown back, leaped up and roared. The essence spirit fire is on him. Hum! His spiritual energy, like an ocean, halted the movement of everything within a 10-meter radius. Lin Tian slowly raised his hand, and the 5 rocket-propelled grenades floating in midair around him turned their aim toward the rooftop of a nearby building. At that moment, the morning sun was just rising. It was 6 o'clock in Qingqing. The street where Lin Tian stood had few passers-by. Most residents were still lost in slumber. Some, however, were awakened by Li Xiao's startled cry. You! Li Xiao stammered, paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure radiating from Lin Tian at this moment. Such oppression, a terror too profound to bear. Was this truly emanating from a youth barely in his teens? In her panic, Li Xiao finally snapped to her senses and turned her gaze toward the opposite high-rise. Several figures in black helmets carrying rocket launchers were staring back at them. Damn it, he's a psychic. One of the black-clad men growled. We have no choice. If we can't kill him, we can't go back. Another man roared, and then the pitch-black rocket launchers aimed at Lin Tian once more. Boom, boom, boom. 5 rockets blasted forth again. Watch out. Ling Xiuzi cried out, her face pale as snow. The next instant, Lin Tian swung his hand out, and the 5 missiles hovering around him shot forward. Then boom, boom, boom. The 5 warheads collided in midair, erupting with a deafening roar. In an instant, the air seemed to shatter, unleashing a massive shockwave that disrupted everything around. Flames and smoke mingled, creating a bizarre shifting palette. Like the fading hues of sunset, it shifted from orange-red to dark crimson, then to deep purple. The immense blast wave swept outward, instantly shattering the windows of several nearby homes. Enemy attack. Someone still half asleep cried out in alarm. Lin Tian dropped the bundle containing the thunderous drive at his feet, then glanced indifferently at the terrified Li Xiao. You all stay here. Then boom. A terrifying surge of blood and qi erupted from within him, channeling torrential force into his legs. With a sharp crack, Lin Tian's body launched forward, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged toward the opposite building. In the next moment, with a powerful kick, he stepped onto a willow tree in front of the residential building, moving with breathtaking speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning burst from the tree canopy, hurtling toward the roof of the 5-story building. Lin Tian carried the ink walker on his back, but did not draw it immediately. Instead, he pulled out twin pistols from his waist. His spiritual energy overflowed, manifesting arcane patterns that intertwined with the lightning surrounding him. The lightning in Lin Tian's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a hazy, chaotic light that shrouded his gaze like a mist. Slowly, it transformed into a brilliant, swirling nebula. Universal Crystal B rank effect, Crystal Eye. His spiritual energy coalesced into a nebula flowing majestically. 8-fold damage amplification. Meanwhile, the muzzles of the twin pistols in Lin Tian's hands ignited with dark flames. 13 strikes of the gun cloud B rank effect, Ghost Fire. 10-fold amplification. Combined, they granted an 80-fold boost in combat power. And Lin Tian's spiritual energy. It was 34. Torrential spiritual energy poured into the magazines. His body was still midair, as if he were riding the thunder itself. So fast, the 5 black-clad men on the rooftop cried out in terror. Before they could even reload, Lin Tian was already upon them. One man radiated terrifying lightning, a force of annihilation that threatened to consume everything. Boom. Lin Tian landed on the rooftop. He was clad in a lightning armor, streaks of brilliant electricity clinging to his body, blindingly bright. An invisible ripple seemed to spread through the air. Everyone felt a surge of panic, as if a pair of icy abyssal eyes had locked onto them. How is this possible? Someone shouted, stunned by the sight. Damn it, let's go all out. Another man growled, drawing a long blade from his waist and charging at Lin Tian. After a brief moment of shock, everyone else erupted with explosive blood energy and rushed toward Lin Tian. Thousands of miles away, Gu Tian stared at the scene, dumbfounded. But Gu Qing still wore a faint, enigmatic smile, savoring the moment. On the display, the figure wreathed in lightning slowly raised his twin pistols. Bang bang bang. Bullets were fired, transforming into ghostly flames that hovered in the air. The surroundings suddenly darkened. Light seemed to vanish. A dozen balls of green, eerie ghost fire spontaneously ignited, drifting across the rooftop. What is this? Someone cried out. Their bodies were still moving, but their vision was fading. The ghost fires bloomed like spectral flowers, appearing slow, yet striking like lightning into their brains, their bodies. Bang bang bang. Explosions of blood. The 5 charging black-clad men died in an instant. Lin Tian walked slowly toward one of them. On the man's helmet a camera was clearly visible. Under the lightning, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Someone was watching him. Someone wanted to kill him. No, this clearly wasn't an attempt to kill him. It was a test. And now they had their answer. Trash is still trash, Lin Tian muttered, then crushed the camera under his foot. In Yinjing, inside an office. Bastard. Gu Tian roared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Beside him, Gu Shang, dressed in an expensive Han-style robe, also turned pale at the scene. Lin Tian had grown even stronger. So strong that she couldn't muster even a shred of fighting spirit. How could Qing produce such a prodigy? No, there was only one genius in the world who could make her Gu Shang feel fear. Gu Shang slowly turned her gaze to Gu Qing, who had been sitting on the sofa smoking. Excellent. Gu Qing chuckled, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips. Now it's certain. If before they had only suspected that the fragment of the spirit fire essence was on Lin Tian, now they could confirm it. Lin Tian had never been recorded with such high spiritual energy. Yet now he had unleashed tremendous psychic power. Good. Uncle, I'll leave this matter to you. As for the other spirit fire essence, I've sent Chun and to handle it. The 8 cities joint examination of Yongzhou, offering the spirit fire essence as a reward. That can be seen as the Yongzhou military region's gesture of goodwill toward me, Gu Qing. Gu Qing slowly rose, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed down at the vast expanse of Yinjing. The world, he murmured. Meanwhile, after killing the 5 black-clad men, Lin Tian vanished like a phantom from the rooftop. A while later, Chenangua led the police squad to seal off the area. Downstairs, a crowd had gathered. I saw it. That guy was amazing, covered in lightning. Yeah, I saw it too. One punch from him could probably destroy a whole building. Hey, could he be that big shot who cultivates by drawing lightning on the mountain? No doubt it's him. Exactly, none of the other strong fighters in Qingqing use lightning. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Many were almost certain that the one who had just acted was the great figure who cultivated on the back mountain. Lin Tian hadn't yet unleashed the thunderbolt, and everyone was asleep. It could be said that besides Li Xiao and Ling Qiuzi, no one on this street could clearly see who was the person enveloped in thunder. I have a video, who wants it? At this moment, a man burst into laughter, holding his phone high. I want to see. Share it with me. That lord just now was so cool. Alas, I didn't see anything at all. By the time I heard the explosion, the battle was already over. Very soon, a 10-second video spread across Qingqing's internet. The video was short, mainly due to the angle and the duration of the battle. The guy who posted the video was a resident on the first floor. When he filmed, he only saw a flash of lightning surging upward from below, and then shouts and gunfire erupted from the rooftop. The battle ended like that. But this also allowed many curious Qingqing netizens to see for the first time the appearance of that strong practitioner who had been drawing lightning to cultivate on the back mountain. Although no one could see clearly because Lin Tian was always enveloped in thunder, at least it made people remember a few features: a figure clad in thunder's shadow wielding twin pistols. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Qingqing, beside the national highway where no one passed by, 2 cars were quietly parked side by side. From now on, go to the Moda military region and train well. Luo Chengfeng looked at Ling Qiuzi and smiled. Okay. Ling Qiuzi nodded obediently, then glanced at Lin Tian and sat in the passenger seat of the sedan. Brother Lin Tian, keep in touch from now on. Okay. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. The car window rolled down, and Li Zhao's head poked out. May I ask, what level of martial artist are you exactly? She looked at Lin Tian, her eyes now full of awe. Earlier, Lin Tian had shown her through his actions. Before Lin Tian could speak, Luo Qingfei was the first to say, Shaoli, don't ask about this. I've called your regiment commander. Lin Tian's matters involve classified information. Don't talk about this when you go back. Li Zhao's face stiffened slightly, then she nodded gloomily. Virum. The car started, and she left with Ling Qiuzi. Brother Lin Tian, you must call me often. Ling Qiuzi's slender arm stretched out of the window, waving continuously. After a long while, the car turned a corner and disappeared from the sight of Lin Tian and Luo Chengfeng. Inside the car, Ling Qiuzi suddenly started crying. What's wrong, Qiuzi? Can't bear to leave. Li Xiao asked softly. Ling Qiuzi shook her head, tears as big as beans falling. I had a brother who always protected me, but later he left me. Brother Lin Tian saved me, helped me. I wish I could see him again. Li Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and she smiled softly. After you go to the military region, you'll have more brothers and sisters. Ling Qiuzi remained silent. In the rearview mirror, Qingsheng was gradually receding. Speaking of Lin Tian again. Just now the technical team investigated. Those were all first-level mercenaries without identities within Huaxia Kingdom, making it difficult to trace their superiors. Luo Chengfeng looked at his phone and sighed softly. It's fine. Lin Tian shook his head, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Director Luo, there's actually no need to investigate, is there? Lin Tian looked at Luo Chengfeng. Luo Chengfeng was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I already know about the Gu family. It's very likely them, but there's no evidence. No evidence needed. In this world, truth always lies within the size of one's fist. Lin Tian looked at the distant mountains and spoke indifferently. Luo Chengfeng raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised, but still smiling. In a daze, he recalled a saying from his teacher. A person with a truly invincible heart can ignore all darkness and filth, instead of merely being arrogant in the world and disdainful of everyone. Nowadays, Huaxia Kingdom faces internal and external troubles. On the surface, it's peaceful, but underneath currents are turbulent. If this were a truly peaceful era, today's incident could definitely implicate the Gu family. But now the focus is on more important matters. I think it's difficult. Luo Chengfeng sighed. Is that so? Lin Tian murmured, then waved his hand dismissively. No matter how dark this world is, I will stand firm. He murmured. Time flowed like water. Soon it was 20 days later. Every night Lin Tian would go to the back mountain of the first martial school to draw thunder and cultivate, because the Qingcheng Police Department had installed soundproof nets on the back mountain. Thus the daily life of Qingcheng residents was not greatly affected. It seemed everyone had gotten used to Lin Tian's presence, used to the rolling thunder descending from the Qingcheng sky every night. Lin Tian's blood energy through relentless cultivation had reached 58 points. As for his spiritual power, it was stuck at 45 points. Lin Tian had checked online. The ranks of spiritualists are the same as martial artists. Now Lin Tian did not feel any bottleneck in his spiritual power. This was because Lin Tian had broken his own limits from the very beginning, becoming a first-level spiritualist. The sign of a spiritualist breaking through the first-level barrier to enter the second level is to construct a spiritual construct within the divine sense. Lin Tian was still in the stage of refining his spiritual power, so he had not yet condensed a spiritual construct. What troubled him more was that his blood energy was already 58. And yet he was not even a first-level martial artist. Lin Tian naturally told Lu Jinjian about this. Lu Jinjian, aside from being dumbfounded, offered no advice. Even fourth-level martial artist Wang Zili was baffled. Lin Tian's path of advancement was too strange. Early morning, Lin Tian returned to his own house. He lay directly on the bed. Now his flesh and bones were in a state extremely close to being pure. After a day, his body barely produced any filth. As for the dust on his clothes, he could easily clean it off by vibrating his blood energy. Today marks the completion of his 1-month tenure at Yuqing. As per the agreement with Li Qing, after 1 month, it is also the time for him to end his term. The month had passed in a flurry, offering Lin Tian scarcely a moment to catch his breath. His blood qi had reached 58 points, and his spiritual energy 45 points. This was Lin Tian's harvest for the month. Now what he looked forward to most was his salary, a 50% share and a guaranteed minimum of 100,000. Lin Tian calculated that he would receive at least 4.5 million in assets. This would be enough to purchase the special effects of the Universal Crystal and the 13 strikes of the Cloud Spear. I'll skip cultivation this afternoon and take a nap first, Lin Tian murmured. He lay down and fell asleep, sleeping until the evening. At 7 o'clock in the evening, twilight overflowed, heavy clouds threatening to fall. The day's final soft rosy clouds danced in spreading over Qingcheng. On this day, the Yuqing Martial Arts Hall was ablaze with lights, and a giant LED screen displayed the figure of Shadowblade. In the corner of the screen were 2 lines of text: Shadowblade and Yuqing amicably terminate their contract. A shared starting point looking toward the future together, and in 1 month 15 students have made a thunderous impact. This is Shadowblade's most glorious achievement. On the street, passers-by were stunned when they saw the words on the screen. Shadowblade was leaving. This was practically big news in Qingcheng. Teacher Shadowblade is actually leaving. What a pity. Exactly, I was saying earlier that when my child wanted to sign up for a class, Yuqing refused. It's so sad. Who knows which martial arts hall teacher Shadowblade will teach it next? Inside the hall, a man dressed in white walked out slowly. He wore a mask that looked extremely crude, and behind him a group of students followed quietly. Everyone stop following me. From now on, your training will depend on yourselves. Lin Tian turned around and said with a light smile to the students behind him, Teacher Shadowblade, where will you teach in the future? A student asked reluctantly. I won't be teaching anymore. This time it's not because of contract issues. I only signed a 1-month contract with Yuqing, Lin Tian said with a faint smile. As his words fell, a wave of disappointment arose from behind. Among the crowd by the roadside, a young man named Li Yuzi quietly watched the scene. A month ago, he had slandered Yuqing and made a fool of himself. Every time he recalled it, Li Yuzi felt regret. He only wanted a better future. He looked at Zheng Lei among the students inside the hall, his gaze growing even dimmer. He was so envious. In the past, he couldn't compare to Lin Tian, and now even Zheng Lei had left him far behind. All of this was brought about by Shadowblade. He bore no hatred, only regret. Just then, thank you, Teacher Shadowblade. Zheng Lei bowed to Lin Tian with excitement. Then, thank you, Teacher Shadowblade. Thank you, Teacher Shadowblade. Thank you, Teacher Shadowblade. One after another, shouts rang through the entire Yuqing, stretching on and shaking the whole street. All who heard these voices became even more convinced of Shadowblade's worth. Lin Tian was slightly taken aback, then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand preparing to leave. Hey, leaving just like that. Li Qing walked out from the office on the first floor, came to Lin Tian's side, and nudged him with her shoulder. Sister Li Qing. Lin Tian was momentarily speechless. You're leaving. Remember to come back. We agreed then. You're part of Yuqing, and I'm not letting you go. Li Qing said to Lin Tian with a plaintive look, her eyes enchanting as butter. Today she wore a white coat, but her legs were clad in form-fitting shorts, making her rounded, slender thighs even more dazzling. I'll come back often, Lin Tian said with a faint smile. You don't overwork yourself? I know you've been cultivating every night. Exhaustion is bad for your kidneys. Li Qing whispered close to Lin Tian's ear. Lin Tian gave her a strange look. Sister Qing, are you interested in my kidneys? Li Qing was taken aback, pursed her lips, and laughed. Too small, I'm not interested. Lin Tian frowned and retorted, you haven't seen it, yet how can you say it's small? Behind them a group of trainees were stunned. Li Qing instantly blushed, put her hands on Lin Tian's shoulders, and pushed him out. Alright, you should go. Lin Tian was thus pushed out the door. Just then a black car stopped at the entrance of Yuqing Martial Arts Hall. Seeing this, Li Qing's expression changed slightly, and she said discontentedly, your girlfriend is here. I'll head back first. The car window rolled down, and Gu Yun with short hair stuck her head out. Get in, I'll take you to dinner. Gu Yun looked at Lin Tian, her eyes curving into crescents. Lin Tian was slightly stunned, then looked at Li Qing's retreating figure, and then at Gu Yun's expectant eyes. It's not fair for you to always treat. Let me pay this time. He chuckled and got into the passenger seat. At night by the riverside on Bin Road, at a street food stall, Lin Tian and Gu Yun ate barbecue. Actually, I know who you are. Oh, second high school, Li Zhuai, right? Your blood chi is already 6'5", and you're very low-key. No, it is you, Li Zhuai. The evening breeze blew, carrying the aroma of barbecue far away. The lights of the stall were especially bright in the night. Gu Yun, so you're here. A resolute male voice came. Lin Tian frowned slightly, and looked over. It was a young man in a black t-shirt. The young man exuded intense blood chi, his eyes burning like fire. Third high school, Wenrengu, Gu Yun said with a frown, naming the man. The man nodded, his gaze filled with pride. He glanced at Lin Tian, and paid him no further attention, then said to Gu Yun, in a few days it will be the departure ceremony for the 8th city joint examination. I will challenge you then to tell Qingsheng that I, Wenrengu, am the true #1 prodigy. Wenrengu laughed heartily, his eyes filled with the utmost fighting spirit. Seeing this, Gu Yun's eyes also flashed. I'll be waiting for you. Wenrengu nodded lightly, then left. The challenge between the two immediately caught the attention of others eating barbecue. Gu Yun slowly came back to her senses, and said to Lin Tian with a gentle smile, Wenrengu, the top prodigy of 3rd high school. It seems he made it onto the hidden dragon list last month. He's not a martial artist, but a psychic. His spiritual power has already reached 20 points. Very strong. As if noticing Lin Tian's expression, Gu Yun quickly smiled, and said, actually, I don't pay much attention to the prodigies of Qingsheng. In my eyes, they can't compare to you. Lin Tian was slightly startled, then looked at Gu Yun with a half-smile. You're right. Gu Yun nodded seriously, then said softly, in a few days I will go to participate in the 8th city joint examination. After that, will you still be in Qingsheng? She had previously thought that Shadowblade was qualified to take the 8th city joint examination. But gradually Gu Yun realized she had underestimated the selection criteria for the 8th city joint examination. Shadowblade's blood chi was only a little over 4 points, even though he had grown much stronger this month. But there was still a long way to go before he could participate in the 8th city joint examination. Lin Tian quietly glanced at Gu Yun, but said nothing. During the 8th city's joint exam, there should be spirit fruits that can enhance martial artists' aptitude. I'll strive to get my hands on some. Lin Tian showed a hint of surprise. He was not a fool and naturally understood what Gu Yun meant. You want to pick spirit fruits for me? Gu Yun lowered her head, her bright eyes flickering, and nodded. Why? Gu Yun paused slightly, then revealed a beautiful smile. Because you saved me. Lin Tian silently ate his barbecue, the daylight like lamps casting illumination upon his face. Around them came the cheerful calls of diners enjoying their barbecue. You owe me nothing. At first I only saved you to make money. Gu Yun stood dazed for a long time, simply gazing at Lin Tian, before suddenly breaking into laughter. What are you laughing at? Lin Tian frowned. Laughing that you're such a tsundere. Gu Yun said, becoming even more graceful and animated. Lin Tian pursed his lips and after a long while asked, do you know any particularly powerful prodigies in Yongzhou for this 8th city's joint exam? Gu Yun nodded and spoke. Yes, the 4 young masters of Yongzhou. Chun and Li Yin, Li Changxing, and Yuqing too. They all appear on the Qianlong ranking, and Yuqing too, and Chun, and are even ranked within the top 30. As Gu Yun spoke, a trace of combat intent flashed unconsciously in her eyes. I know I won't be their match, but I still want to test myself. Everyone wants to become a powerhouse, just like that master who cultivates the thunder method on the back mountain every day. After returning home, Lin Tian opened his data panel. Host Lin Tian. Balance 547 gold coins, vitality 58. 1 mental power 45. 2 martial arts. 1. 3 strike thunder fist fully purchased. 2. Hidden blade 7 cuts fully purchased. 3. Spear cloud 13 strikes. C-grade mutated special effect Crimson Spearfire purchased. B-grade special effect Ghost Flame purchased. A-grade special effect 13 Spears of the Dark Knight not purchased. S-grade mutated special effect Nether Knight Fire War not purchased. Techniques. 1. True Thunder Force fully purchased. 2. Universe Crystal. C-grade mutated special effect Fire Thought Crystal purchased. B-grade special effect Eye Cup Nebula purchased. A-grade special effect Descent of the Cosmos not purchased. S-grade mutated special effect Spiritual Fire Domain not purchased. Seeing this, Lin Tian's eyes flickered. He currently had only two choices: the A-grade special effect 13 Spears of the Dark Knight from Spear Cloud 13 Strikes, or the A-grade special effect Descent of the Cosmos from Universe Crystal. The former cost 4 million, the latter 5 million. Lin Tian pondered briefly and ultimately chose to purchase Descent of the Cosmos. Descent of the Cosmos, upon activation of Universe Crystal mental power, transforms into a cosmic anomaly. Completion bonus 100, combat power bonus 10-fold, cultivation effect 100-fold. A 10-fold combat bonus, a 100-fold cultivation effect. This was the Universe Crystal at 100% completion. This was also the reason Lin Tian chose to purchase Descent of the Cosmos. Among his contemporaries now, he should already be an absolute standout. What mattered most at present was still improving his foundational attributes. Only by continuously boosting his mental power could he achieve that. Afterwards, Lin Tian picked up Lading Ji and Emoja. The time had come where it was finally time to begin cultivating. Time passed slowly. Soon 10 days later arrived. At dawn on the back mountain of the first martial high, Lu Jianjian drove over in her car. Ever since more than 20 days ago, Lin Tian had begun cultivating independently. At this point, he had fully adapted to the cultivation effects of Lading Ji at full power. Lu Jianjian's presence had become somewhat redundant. More importantly, Lu Jianjian had her own affairs. He could not keep relying on her to help him cultivate indefinitely. Lin Tian finished his cultivation, dressed himself, and looked at Lu Jianjian stepping out of the car. Through their interactions over these days, he had come to understand what kind of person Lu Jianjian was. Principal Lu, I've thought it over. I'm willing to transfer to the first martial high, Lin Tian said with a smile. As Lin Tian's words fell, Lu Jianjian, who was holding 2 bowls of regamian, first paused, then spoke in astonishment. Lin Tian, let me make something clear. I'm not treating you this way just to get you to come to my first martial high. I know. Lin Tian was somewhat surprised, but replied with a smile. No, you don't understand. I, Lu Jianjian, am an upright person. I helped you purely because you're a decent human being. I know. You need to understand. It was your own choice to come to my first martial high. I didn't force you. Lin Tian was at a loss for words, but still said, however, I have one request. What request? Lu Jianjian leaned over, handed a portion of regamian to Lin Tian, and lifted the other bowl to eat. I want my teacher Wang Jie to enter the first martial high as well. The resources there are better, the benefits for teachers are superior, and more importantly, if I achieve results, teacher Wang will be promoted by the martial arts education department. Lin Tian spoke very earnestly, which surprised even Lu Jianjian. Is that so? Seeing someone so aloof on the surface actually care about others like this. Fine, no problem. Lu Jianjian smiled. Lin Tian's words actually made him the happiest. Then it settled. After the 8 cities joint exam, you come to my school, and I'll handle the education department side. Lu Jianjian smiled and added, this afternoon is the expedition ceremony for the 8 cities joint exam. You'll be attending as well. Bring Wang Jie and me together this afternoon so we can get to know each other. Lin Tian nodded. After Wang Jie informed him that he had secured a spot in the 8 cities joint exam, he had not concerned himself with the matter further. That morning he had received a call from Wang Jie, who specifically reminded Lin Tian not to miss the afternoon expedition ceremony. Time passed slowly. After a nap, Lin Tian arrived at Qingqing's first square. Today the vast square was filled with students. All third-year students from Qingqing's 5 major universities had gathered here, standing neatly upon the square. As for the first and second years, naturally, they had not come. No need to consider them. Wow, what a handsome guy. A third-year female student exclaimed, looking toward the edge of the square. Lin Tian wore an open blue trench coat with dark trousers. His slightly long black hair tied back was brushed by the wind while the bangs covering his forehead fluttered. A pair of radiant eyes seemed to emit a divine gleam. Who is that guy? I've never seen him before. I think it's Lin Tian from the 3rd martial high. I've seen him before. He's very formidable. Isn't he a second-year student? What's he doing here? Could it be that he's participating in the 8 cities joint exam on special dispensation? Holy crap, that's very likely. This person is a true prodigy. Lin Tian's arrival caused surprise and curiosity among the assembled crowd. Lin Tian over here. In front of the class, Wang Jie waved at Lin Tian. Lin Tian chuckled softly and approached Wang Jie. Good lad, it's only been a month, and you've grown even handsomer. Wang Jie marveled at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's appearance had not changed in the slightest, but the aura emanating from him was now something others dared not meet with their gaze. Teacher Wang, I have something to discuss with you today, Lin Tian said with a smile, pointing to a building located in the center of the square. This was the Qingqing Hotel, a landmark building. Lu Jianjian had already prepared a private room to discuss Wang Jie's transfer to another school. What is it all so mysterious? The expedition ceremony is about to begin, Wang Jie said suspiciously. It's fine, there's still time. Lin Tian smiled and led Wang Jie into the building. Entering the private room, Wang Jie was momentarily stunned upon seeing the person sitting inside. You? Principal Lu. Wang Jie exclaimed in surprise. Lu Jianjian was the only second-level martial artist among the 5 high school principals, and also the youngest. It could be said that his future was limitless and comparable to Gu Qingyu. That Lin Tian knew Lu Jianjian astonished Wang Jie greatly. Haha, old Wang, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. Finally today, I have the chance, Lu Jianjian said warmly, standing up and pulling Wang Jie to sit down. As Wang Jie's face showed confusion, Lu Jianjian explained his purpose. Going to the first martial academy requires at least 7 points of blood energy. I only have 5. Wang Jie said awkwardly. It doesn't matter, Lu Jianjian waved his hand dismissively. My qualifications aren't that good. It's fine, your qualifications are excellent. Wang Jie was completely baffled and looked at Lin Tian. He understood that all of this was brought about by Lin Tian. Teacher Wang, I'm also transferring to the first martial high school, Lin Tian said calmly. Wang Jie suddenly realized. A teacher's status rose with the student's achievements. Lin Tian was taking him along to prosper. In an instant, Wang Jie felt a lump in his throat, deeply moved. Being a man, he held back his tears. Alright, I'll go to the first martial high school, Wang Jie said excitedly. The average salary for teachers at first martial was more than double that of other schools. For an ordinary teacher, who wouldn't want that? But they lacked the ability. Now Wang Jie, thanks to his student, could go. How could he not be excited? Let's eat. There's still an hour before the assembly of the prodigies, Lu Jianjian said with a snap of his fingers and a light laugh. Assembly of the prodigies. Lin Tian frowned. Yes, the prodigies from each school who will take part in the 8-city joint exam will gather on the first floor of this building. After the expedition ceremony, they will make a group appearance. Then they'll head straight to the exam. Vice Mayor Wang Zili and I will also be there, Lu Jianjian said, casually placing a dish for Lin Tian. That's why I booked this hotel's private room. Wang Yang and the others from our school are eating downstairs together. Wang Jie frowned and glanced at Lin Tian, speaking nervously. Gu Qingyu didn't tell me about this. Lin Tian's eyes flickered, then narrowed. The atmosphere grew cold. Lu Jianjian immediately sensed the change in Wang Jie and Lin Tian. Gu Qingyu didn't notify you? No, Wang Jie shook his head, anger rising in his eyes. Gu Qingyu had already confirmed Lin Tian's spot. Lu Jianjian frowned and said solemnly, maybe he just hasn't informed you yet. Wang Jie, don't panic. If Lin Tian isn't on the list, I'll speak to the Minister of Education when he arrives. Lin Tian's gaze was calm as he said indifferently, it's fine, let's eat. Then he began eating without concern. Wang Jie was stunned for a moment before starting to eat. Time passed slowly, and half an hour later Wang Jie's phone never rang. Cold sweat began to form on Wang Jie's forehead. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Jianjian's phone rang. Alright, I'm coming down. He hung up and said solemnly, Lin Tian, if your name isn't on the list, I'll impeach Gu Qingyu on the spot. Anger flared in his eyes. What was Gu Qingyu doing? Was he destroying someone's future? He had never despised Gu Qingyu as much as he did now. Lin Tian slowly shook his head and said with a light laugh, Principal Lu, I'll handle this matter myself. I appreciate your kindness. Lu Jianjian paused, then nodded and left the private room. Downstairs, a resolute male voice rang out. The 9th 8-city joint exam, the 19 prodigies of Qingcheng have assembled. Now let us welcome Deputy City Lord of Qingcheng Wang Zili. Now let us welcome the Minister of Education of Qingcheng Luo Xianglin. Now let us welcome the Director of the Qingcheng Police Department Luo Chengfeng. The host announced with high spirits. Several powerful figures appeared on the square and sat on the temporarily arranged chairs. Wang Zili naturally sat in the center. Now let us welcome the 5 principals of Qingcheng's high schools. The host's voice rang out again. Lu Jianjian, Gu Qingyu, and the other 3 principals appeared, taking their seats on both sides. Lu Jianjian with a dark face walked up to Gu Qingyu to speak. Principal Lu, please sit on this side, the host said, guiding Lu Jianjian to sit beside Luo Chengfeng. As a second-level martial artist with excellent achievements, he was a well-known principal. Thus his seat was quite near the center. As for Gu Qingyu, he sat at the far end of the other side. Although no, 3 martial high ranked 3rd, its actual level was at the bottom. Principal Gu, this time in the 8-city joint exam, you're no. 3 martial high is going to shine, said the principal of no. 4 martial high sitting beside Gu Qingyu with a grin. Gu Qingyu's brows lifted slightly, knowing he was referring to Gu Yun. Yun'er trains hard, as she indeed deserves a better spot. Gu Qingyu said calmly. Gu Yun's performance naturally affected his future. As it stood after the 8-city joint exam, as long as Gu Yun's results weren't too bad, the ranking of his no. 3 martial high should also rise. On the other side, Luo Chengfeng looked at Lu Jianjian and laughed. Xiao Lu, what's with that face? Didn't get any sleep last night. Lu Jianjian's eyes hardened. He wanted to say something, but shook his head instead. Luo Chengfeng frowned slightly, then whispered, I asked my teacher the day before yesterday. Lin Tian's blood energy is at 81, but hasn't advanced. There's likely a spiritual body bottleneck. If that's resolved, Lin Tian will soar. Lu Jianjian paused, his eyes widening. Spiritual body bottleneck. What's that? It's a good thing, something that transcends limits. I can't explain it now, I'll tell you later. Luo Chengfeng said quietly. He was in awe, still shocked when he learned what Lin Tian was facing. He never thought he would have the fortune to witness such a prodigy. Meanwhile, high above, Wang Jie's eyes blazed with extreme fury. Since Wang Zili hadn't notified him that Lin Tian needed to assemble, how could he not understand? Bastard. Wang Jie growled low, standing at the window glaring at Gu Qingyu below. As for Lin Tian, he also came to the window, a smile curling on his lips. Even if Gu Qingyu had played him, so what? How could he lose? Wang Zili, Luo Chengfeng, Lu Jianjian. All were here. More importantly, he was strong. So strong that the prodigies of Qingsheng were like ants before him. Teacher Wang, it's still too early. Let's eat first. Lin Tian looked down from the window and saw Gu Qingyu, who was brimming with self-satisfaction. How can I possibly eat now? Wang Jie growled, his face flushing red. He clenched his fists tightly, his whole body trembling. Frustration, an unprecedented frustration. He had gone to great lengths to beg and plead, to say all the right words, all for just one spot. That spot wasn't stolen or snatched. It was because Lin Tian's strength was truly formidable. Lin Tian deserved it. He wanted to prove it to everyone. That a 30-year-old waste with only 5 points of blood vitality could also nurture a genius. That he, Wang Jie, was not a complete failure. That was why he valued Lin Tian so much. He himself was incapable, so he wanted Lin Tian to show the world that he, Wang Jie, had not wasted his life. When a genius was at his lowest, he, Wang Jie, had extended a helping hand. Wang Jie's expression darkened, his eyes bloodshot. Just wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Gu Qingyu will call me. His voice trembled as he spoke. He walked back to his chair and spotted an unopened bottle of baijiu on the table. He opened it and poured himself a glass. Xiao Tian, don't worry. Gu Qingyu promised me, and the director confirmed it too. Wang Jie forced a pale smile and took a gulp. Teacher Wang, don't worry. Lin Tian frowned, then spoke gently. Not worried, not worried. Wang Jie managed a difficult smile and took another sip, just thirsty from eating earlier. Gu Qingyu promised me. I asked him myself. Rest assured, your teacher has handled this for you. Wang Jie's face reddened as he placed his phone on the table. While drinking, his eyes were fixed on the phone. Knock, knock, knock. The phone rang, and Wang Jie shot to his feet. Principal, I'm not buying a house. I'm broke. He hung up, gave a faint laugh, and continued drinking. Lin Tian watched this scene, his gaze dark, momentarily at a loss for words. Ding. Lin Tian's phone rang. Lin Tian pulled out his phone. Wang Jie instantly stood and came to his side. It's a message from Zheng Lei, Lin Tian replied. The excitement on Wang Jie's face faded. He just nodded and returned to his seat. Lin Tian opened the chat app. Zheng Lei, Tian, where are you? I'm at the square, haha. Several classmates sneaked out to see you. Zheng Lei, Li Yuzi even came. He's probably scared of me now. He's been avoiding me lately. Lin Tian looked down below. His gaze swept across the crowded square, and among the onlookers on the periphery, he spotted familiar faces: Zheng Lei, Li Yuzi, Zhang Qian, Xiao Xiaoli, and several other students from his class. Zheng Lei had asked Lin Tian about the 8th city joint examination earlier. Wang Jie had also confirmed it in class. So everyone knew. Lin Tian, I'm still in a nearby building. I'll come down later. Lin Tian sent a message to Zheng Lei. Then he noticed that Li Yuzi had also messaged him. Li Yuzi, congratulations, Lin Tian. Go show them the spirit of 3rd high school at the 8th city joint examination. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. The conflict between him and Li Yuzi was just a schoolboy grudge. They seldom met now, and the last few times Li Yuzi's attitude had improved greatly. Lin Tian, you too, keep it up. Downstairs, Li Yuzi felt his phone vibrate among the crowd and took it out. Seeing the message, he froze for a moment, then a smile spread across his face. He laughed out loud, looking around as if to share his joy with someone. Around him were only curious onlookers. In the end, he put the phone back in his pocket. I must keep going. Next year, the martial arts examination. Li Yuzi muttered, clenching his fists. Meanwhile, on the high platform, the host's voice rang out. Let us warmly welcome the 17 outstanding prodigies representing our Qingsheng. The host's voice reverberated with blood vitality spreading across the entire square. They are. The host drew out a long dramatic pause. First high school, Wang Yang, Li Xiao. Jianzhuo Huang. As the host's voice fell, 5 young prodigies emerged from the backstage, their steps firm, walking to the front of the platform. Wow. Wang Yang. In an instant, the square erupted in a thunderous wave of applause. Everyone clapped excitedly, discussing these 5 prodigies. Meanwhile, among the crowd, Zheng Lei and his group grew excited. 3rd high school is next. Let's shout a Tian's name loud. Zheng Lei said, excitedly looking at his classmates. Of course. Lin Tian has brought us enough honor. Haha, let's see who's not loud enough. I'm so excited. The prodigy is right here with us. The classmates chimed in excitedly. At the same time, the host spoke again. 2nd high school. Chen Miyu Zhe Li Gailongkai. 3 prodigies from 2nd high school walked out from backstage. Up in the high building, Wang Jie could no longer sit still. He stood up, staring intently at the square below through the glass. At this moment, Lu Jianjian frowned, glancing at the neighboring building and locking eyes with Lin Tian at the window. Instantly, his expression turned cold. Ready. Among the watching crowd, Zheng Lei shouted loudly, his face flushed with excitement. 3rd high school. The host's voice suddenly rose. Louder than before, countless eyes fixed on the high platform. Gu Yun, Li Cheng, Xin Yaidi, His voice rolled like a mighty river carrying a long tail, as if to shake the entire Qingqing. Then Gu Yun led the way wearing a black trench coat, a long sword on her back and sunglasses. Li Cheng and Chun Yaidi seniors from 3rd High School's 3rd year followed with excited expressions. They appeared before everyone's eyes. Gu Yun, Gu Yun, Gu Yun. Cheers rose one after another like waves crashing against the shore, applause surging in waves. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the young, beautiful, and spirited, sword-bearing woman. No wonder. Gu Yun was a prodigy on the Hidden Dragon list. She was a celebrated genius across China, the most promising contender to achieve a ranking in the 8-city joint examination. What no one knew was that while they cheered, others were stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief. Zheng Lei and his classmates had their cheers stuck in their throats, unable to utter a sound. Li Yuzi stood frozen, then frowned. With a bang, Lu Jianjian slammed his palm on the table, his eyes filled with coldness. Even Luo Chengfeng, the chief of Qingqing Police and Deputy Mayor Wang Zili, felt their smiles drain away like the receding tide. Gu Qingyu smiled warmly as he watched his daughter Gu Yun, who was the center of attention. He felt bathed in glory. Though seated in the lowest seat, he was still the focus of everyone. A row of high seats. At the far end, the principal of 4th Martial High School smiled warmly at Gu Chengyu. Principal, Gu, the current blood energy of Gu Yun. It should be nearly 30. This girl is very diligent. Gu Chengyu said with a smile, his voice involuntarily growing louder. In an instant it caught the attention of Luo Xianglin, the Minister of Martial Arts Education, who was seated beside the principal of 4th Martial High School. With blood energy at 30, it seems our Qingqing will achieve good results this time. 4th High also has a one Ringu who made it onto the Hidden Dragon list. Luo Xianglin's smile could barely be contained. Having 2 prodigies on the Hidden Dragon list in 1 year is indeed Qingqing's fortune. Last year there wasn't a single one. Hey, in my opinion, Gu Yun is still more formidable. The principal of 4th Martial High School also wore a smile. This time their 3rd and 4th martial schools had indeed shown. Luo Xianglin nodded. After the incident with Lin Tian, Gu Chengyu was originally supposed to be dismissed. It was only because Gu Yun was willing to return from the Western market that he allowed Gu Chengyu to remain as principal. Now it seemed not bad. Minister Luo, how does your martial arts education department evaluate the quotas for the 8-city joint examination? At this moment a cold voice came. Luo Xianglin was startled and looked beside him. The speaker was Vice City Lord Wang Zili. After all, he was the Vice City Lord of a higher rank than him. But since they were not in the same system, Luo Xianglin didn't need to flatter him and merely smiled politely. This matter. Each high school principal selects the most exceptional prodigy from their school, and our education department conducts internal verification. That's it. There are only a few prodigies, they are inherently predetermined. After speaking, Luo Xianglin's expression turned strange. He suddenly realized that the atmosphere was a bit off. Why were Wang Zili, Luo Chengfeng, and Lu Jianjian all looking at him? Their gazes felt incongruous with the current atmosphere. 4th High. At this moment the host's voice rang out again. Wenren Gu Lu Yulin duo. Wenren Gu and the other 2 prodigies emerged from backstage and stood before the platform. Originally among the 5 high schools prodigies, 1st High stood in the center. But now everyone tacitly agreed that 3rd High stood in the center. This was their recognition of Gu Yun. The audience once again applauded lavishly, and in an instant thunderous applause overwhelmed Wang Zili's voice. Gu Qingyu and the principal of 4th Martial High School clearly noticed the awkward atmosphere, but for a moment they couldn't understand why. Soon the prodigies of 5th Martial High School appeared. All the prodigies assembled. The entire square erupted with cheers that instantly peaked, wave after wave. Qingchang was originally a small city, and going to the 8-city joint examination was essentially just serving as a backdrop for others. But this time was different. This time there was Gu Yun, Wenren Gu, and Wang Yang. It could be said to be the most promising opportunity for a good ranking. Everyone was optimistic. That was why they were excited. And at that moment, from the ranks of 4th Martial High School, Wenren Gu stepped forward. Boom. His eyes flashed with golden light, and the air around him rippled. Gu Yun, fight me. I will prove that I am the #1 prodigy of Qingqing. Wenren Gu shouted loudly, his voice resounding like thunder. He was a psychic master. As he exerted his powerful spiritual will, he appeared as if emerging from a bizarre space. In an instant the audience in the square first collectively held their breath, then an even louder wave of applause surged. They wanted to see the battle for the #1 prodigy. They wanted to witness the prodigy battle. This is what we want. You fight for the first place. Haha, a prodigy battle. It's bound to be exciting. Above the high-rise building, inside a private room, Wang Jie stared intently down below, his hands clenched into fists pressed against the windowsill. Bastard. Damn it, he growled. When the host read out the quota for 3rd Martial High School, his face had already drained of all color. How could he not understand now? He had been played. Played by Gu Qingyu. I'm sorry, Lin Tian. Teacher is sorry to you, ha. Wang Jie growled, a bitter smile spreading across his lips. Back then at the 2nd martial skills event, I went to reason with him. I even begged him, haha, but it was useless. This time I thought it would work out, but the result. This is the result. Wang Jie murmured, speaking to Lin Tian, as well as to himself. Teacher is just an ordinary person. My father died on the battlefield. I went to enlist with burning passion, but was rejected because my blood energy was too low. I took up a teacher's post thinking I could excel, but ended up drifting through life in a daze. Wang Jie's eyes reddened, and he turned to look at Lin Tian. Teacher knows you are a genius, but teacher is incompetent. Even the things that rightfully belong to you, teacher, cannot obtain. Wang Jie's voice trembled, his eyes filled with guilt and anger. This world is such a mess. If I were a second-level martial artist, would Gu Chengyu dare to toy with me like this? He growled, his expression growing more desolate. Looking at Wang Jie at this moment, Lin Tian's gaze darkened, then he smiled. Teacher, thank you. Thank you for your care over the years. Wang Jie gave a bitter smile. Don't thank me. I don't deserve it. Meanwhile, downstairs. Unfair. An angry roar rang out. Within the crowd, Zheng Lei's face flushed red as he shouted with all his might. Why isn't Lin Tian included? A Tian can already defeat Li Mingji, who has blood energy of 30. Zheng Lei's eyes were filled with resolute anger, and at this moment, he seemed to be roaring recklessly. Why isn't A Tian included? He shouted, drawing everyone's attention. On the high platform, Gu Chengyu's eyes instantly turned fierce. Which school student is this? The principal of 4th Martial High School shouted coldly. In an instant, surging blood energy propelled his voice to resound. Is there no discipline? He stood up, glaring sternly at Zheng Lei. Now is the time for their schools Wenren Gu and Gu Yun to battle for the #1 prodigy. Any matters should be postponed. The rebuke carried authority, instantly turning Zheng Lei's face pale and rendering him speechless. At this moment, Lin Tian's classmates beside Zheng Lei also showed fear in their eyes. There were 4th-level martial artists watching now, with so many people paying attention. They were only second-year high school students and dared not cause trouble like Zheng Lei. Unfair. Lin Tian is clearly so powerful. Why was his qualification taken away? At this moment, another young man's roar sounded. Everyone looked toward a spot far from Zheng Lei. Li Yuzi was trembling all over, his face flushed, shouting, as if his life depended on it. He was angry, nervous, and even fearful. But at this moment, for some unknown reason, he stepped forward like Zheng Lei. At the same time, the principal of 4th Martial High School frowned. This matter seemed not simple. And Gu Chengyu's face had turned as black as coal. He nervously turned his head. Education Minister Luo Xianglin was frowning at him. In an instant, he felt as if he were in an ice cellar. Damn, he growled inwardly. Above the high-rise building, Wang Jie saw this scene, his eyes trembling. Good student, this is my good student. Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke excitedly. At this moment, he wanted to open the window and shout like Li Yuzi. Since his own strength didn't allow it, then let it escalate. Slap. A crisp sound. Lin Tian grabbed Wang Jie's arm. Lin Tian, you. Wang Jie was stunned. Teacher, this world is dirty, trashy, so. Lin Tian smiled and punched the window. With a bang, the glass shattered, and the entire French window fell to the uninhabited area 10 floors below. Up. Someone exclaimed, hearing the sound, and looking up at the high-rise. So the fist must be hard. Lin Tian's eyes shone with brilliant light, and then with a crack, 2 bolts of lightning burst from his eyes. I will make the trash forever recognize that they are just trash. I will make the filth tremble only under my feet. Someone in the square looked upward. A young man dressed in white stood at the broken window. His face was handsome, and faint lightning rippled around his body. His eyes were like brilliant stars, as if he were a celestial being. Are these all Qingqing prodigies? So formidable. A hearty laugh rang out. Lin Tian's dark hair danced wildly with the lightning. Combined, they should be no match for one of my hands. He grinned, and the next moment, he leaped from the 10th floor. Up. Someone jumped off the building. This is terrible. Shrieks of alarm rang out from within the crowd. An adult had already covered a child's eyes with their hands. Immediately following this, Lin Tian's body traced an arc through the midair. A thunderous crash. The entire earth trembled beneath the impact, a surge of qi and blood sweeping outward from the ground, scattering dust into concentric rings of airwaves that rippled outward. Who is he? From the high dais, Luo Xianglin, director of the Martial Arts Education Department, instantly widened his eyes, staring intently at Lin Tian. Gu Chenyu's gaze narrowed deep, within which flickered a hint of extreme danger. The prodigies from various universities across Qingqing, who had originally stood in a line, now all turned simultaneously to look at the sudden arrival. Who are you? Step aside. Can't you see I'm about to challenge Gu Yun? A cold shout rang out. When Rengu's eyes blazed with fury, his face still carrying its usual roguish air. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Get out of my way now. Today I shall claim the title of Qingqing's first. Lin Tian slowly turned his gaze toward Wen Rengu, his eyes carrying an expression resembling pity. Qingqing's first. Lin Tian grinned broadly. I'm truly terrified. As his words fell, a frown creased Wen Rengu's brow, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted from his person. Lin Tian, what do you think you're doing? Are you rebelling? A sharp rebuke rang out as Gu Chenyu had already risen to his feet, shouting at Lin Tian. What am I doing? Lin Tian swept his gaze across the entire assembly, fixing his attention on Gu Chenyu. I simply wish to see how formidable these so-called prodigies of Qingqing truly are. As he spoke, thunderous light suddenly flickered within his eyes, blazing like lightning stars across a daylight sky, brilliant and radiant. Think you can judge our strength? Who do you think you are? When Rengu erupted with savage fury, and a powerful surge of spiritual mental force exploded from his body, sweeping toward Lin Tian like an overwhelming torrent. The corners of his mouth still carried a cold smirk, yet in the next instant his gaze collided with Lin Tian's. At that moment the pity within those eyes had grown even more profound. And yet Lin Tian merely and slowly extended a single hand. It seemed both slow and swift at once. Completely disregarding wave after wave of spiritual attacks, a pair of hands, shimmering with azure thunder, simply hovered before his forehead. Then, as if jesting, he pointed a single finger directly at Wenrenga's brow. Boom. A tremor erupted, a powerful undulation exploding 5 centimeters before Wenrenga's forehead. Rumbling, as if thunder had resounded through the heavens. A simple finger thrust into empty air. The resulting air explosion scattered Wenrenga's hair, wildly splashing waves across his face, like rippling water. Wenrenga stood utterly frozen, his mouth gradually hanging open, his eyes widened, as if he had witnessed the most shocking phenomenon in all the world. Is this the supposed first prodigy? Lin Tian sneered lightly, then raised his knee and delivered a sweeping kick directly to Wenrenga's ribs. A deafening crack. Wenrenga rocketed away like a massive boulder, his body tracing a parabolic trajectory, flying dozens of meters before crashing into a building behind the plaza. His body slid slowly down the wall, the man still lost in a state of daze. Lin Tian, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to kill someone? A bellow of rage rang out, as Gu Qinyu's face flushed crimson with fury. Kill someone? A smile curved Lin Tian's lips as he turned slowly. How could a mere sophomore possibly kill a senior prodigy? His gaze swept across all the prodigies present. Wang Yang, Jian Zhuang, Gu Yun. You're all qualified for the 8th city joint examination, yet a sophomore like me has not a single qualification. His voice rang clear and bright, seemingly carrying genuine reverence within its tones. As it echoed in everyone's ears for a moment, no one dared to speak. But even this eliminated weakling wishes to participate in the 8th city joint examination. Since Gu Qinyu believes me to be weak, then surely all you prodigies combined can provide this weakling some light scratching, can you not? Lin Tian smiled, his twin eyes radiating brilliant light. In an instant, the entire plaza fell into dead silence, followed by an uproar like boiling water. What's happening? Is there actually such a prodigy in our Qingqing? Incredible. He actually sent Wenrenga flying in a single move. Lin Tian. It's him, isn't it? The student who caused that thunderous commotion. Those young men were also shouting Lin Tian's name just now. What's going on? A sophomore is this powerful, yet wasn't selected for the 8th city joint examination. The crowd continued their lively discussion, everyone's gaze now thoroughly captivated by Lin Tian. Even Gu Yun and the other prodigies, when they gazed upon Lin Tian, their eyes were filled with intense gravity and disbelief. What on earth is happening? From the high dais, Luo Xianglin barked in order, his pair of eyes fixed firmly upon Gu Qinyu. Such a prodigy. Why was he not selected for the 8th city joint examination? His voice turned ice cold to the extreme, now staring intently at Gu Qinyu. This. Gu Qinyu's entire body trembled, already somewhat incoherent. His gaze had lost all focus, his heart filled with overwhelming panic and terror. Who could have possibly imagined that Lin Tian would come directly here? Who could have possibly imagined that Lin Tian would dare to do this? Damnable. Absolutely damnable. He's only a sophomore. The 8th city joint examination generally only admits senior students. Incomprehensibly, Gu Qinyu roared these words. Sweat beaded upon his brow, yet he still forced himself to be bold. Lin Tian, you dare disrupt the departure ceremony. Are you seeking expulsion? He glared savagely at Lin Tian, roaring at the absolute top of his lungs. Ridiculous. How utterly ridiculous. A cold laugh rang out from another direction. The speaker was Luo Chengfeng, deputy director of the Qingqing Police Department. He gazed coldly at Gu Qinyu, the chilling light blazing in his eyes, pinning Gu Qinyu frozen in place. In an instant, Gu Qinyu's body grew soft and weak, crushed beneath the imposing pressure of a third-tier martial artist. He felt his very breathing grow difficult, the false composure on his face instantly shattered. His complexion turned ashen, drained of all color, sweat continuing to pour down his forehead. Wang Yang, Li Xiu, Jianju Wang. A cold shout rang out. The speaker was Lu Jinjian, principal of the First Martial Arts High School. I know Gu Qinyu's character rather well. Since Lin Tian wishes to challenge all of you alone, then step forward and prove it. Let everyone see that the principal made no mistake. As Lu Jinjian's words fell, the principals of the other 5 schools all froze in bewilderment. This wretch, what is he doing? Preposterous. Luo Xianglin bellowed, gazing sternly at Lu Jinjian. Are you trying to get Lin Tian killed? He shouted. Lu Jinjian met Luo Xianglin's gaze without a word. All prodigies on my command, suppress Lin Tian. Another cold shout rang out as Wang Zili, deputy mayor of Qingqing, transmitted his voice through his qi and blood echoing across the entire plaza. At this moment, Luo Xianglin hastily turned to gaze at Wang Zili, fury blazing in his eyes. What has Lin Tian done to you? Why must you insist on suppressing him? Ancient City Jade's expression instantly relaxed, and he gratefully looked at Lu Jinjian and Wang Zili. He had never expected, never in his wildest dreams, that at this moment the only ones willing to help him would be Wang Zili and Lu Jinjian. In his heart he felt as though he wanted to kneel. Meanwhile Luo Xianglin's eyes burned with fury. He was not very familiar with the name Lin Tian. But that did not mean he could simply allow all the prodigies to unite and attack him. However, Wang Zili's rank was higher than his. This. Deputy City Lord Wang, what exactly do you intend to do? Luo Xianglin suppressed his voice and growled. Was this meant to become a laughingstock? Were they letting all of Qingqing City witness the education department as a joke? Minister Luo, take a look before you speak. Wang Zili glanced at Luo Xianglin and spoke calmly, his gaze fixed directly upon Lin Tian, gleaming with sharp light. Time seemed to return to that day. He had asked Lin Tian what he would do if, like Zhao Huanhuang back, then he were stripped of his qualification for the 8 cities joint examination. The young man merely pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, I will trample across all who possess the qualifications. I will tell Qingsheng that among this generation's prodigies there is only me. Time circled back once more, and Wang Zili seemed to see Zhao Huanhuang. Zhao Huanhuang had failed that year. Could Lin Tian succeed? Could he truly crush down upon all the prodigies and subdue them? Fight! Show me! A smile touched Wang Zili's lips as he met Lin Tian's cold gaze. At this moment, Wang Zili's voice had barely faded, and Wang Yang along with the other prodigies remained frozen in a dazed state. They were all prodigies. Were they truly going to join forces against a second-year student? What's wrong? Dare not move. Is this what you call prodigies? You might as well go home and wallow in mediocrity. Lin Tian chuckled softly, his eyes blazing with rolling battle intent. You damn fool, how dare you treat me like this? A low roar echoed through the square. Suddenly a fierce gust of wind howled through the air. In the distance a figure was compressed by surging spatial waves charging toward Lin Tian with murderous intent. Airwaves exploded as Wenrengu's entire body radiated intense golden light, casting a shadow as bright as daylight. His eyes were vicious, and from between his 10 fingers spilled spiritual force, manifesting as gauntlets striking down toward Lin Tian's head. Boom! A shockwave rippled through the air. Lin Tian merely raised his hand and blocked the punch with ease. Wenrengu was startled. In those eyes before him the mockery was unmistakable. Then Lin Tian's hand seized his arm, and a surge of power crashed inward like a wild beast. Impossible! Wenrengu screamed, his eyes narrowing sharply as his entire body was flung aside. He was directly tossed through the air by Lin Tian. Boom! The force crashed into Wenrengu's body, and in an instant he collided with a prodigy from the 5th high school. The latter had no time to react, feeling as though a massive boulder had slammed into him. Both bodies flew backwards, skidding across the ground until they crashed into a stone pillar at the edge of the square. In an instant screams erupted. The moment Lin Tian struck, 2 prodigies were sent flying. Lin Tian, you are far too arrogant. Wang Yang from the 1st Martial High School roared, his eyes blazing with combat spirit and fury. Attack! Do you really think you are invincible? Those who are too arrogant never meet with a good end. A chorus of angry voices rose, and in an instant more than a dozen prodigies leaped into the air, striking toward Lin Tian. At this moment, everyone's breathing seemed to halt. At the center of their vision, the young man stood completely still, a scornful smile playing at the corners of his lips. Then, with a thunderous sound like the striking of a great bronze bell, within Lin Tian's body his blood and qi surged like boiling water. Bang! 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 Powerful, forceful heartbeats echoed as waves of qi and blood rose like smoke from burning wolf dung. His dark hair erupted and danced wildly. He simply reached out and seized the throat of one charging prodigy. With such feeble strength has senior brother's qi and blood barely reached 0.1. You. The seized prodigy was torn between shock and fury, feeling a cold sweat break across his back. He was held by Lin Tian with absolutely no ability to resist. The next instant his body lost all support, and he was thrown high into the sky by Lin Tian. Above the square, Lin Tian's figure moved like a flash of lightning. He punched Wang Yang's whip-like leg, instantly destabilizing the top prodigy of the 1st Martial High School and sending him flying backward. Come at me all together. A bursting roar rang out. Li Cheng, a prodigy of the 3rd Martial High School, looked at Lin Tian with terror in his eyes. Before his qi and blood could surge, all his anger had vanished in an instant. Feeling Lin Tian's overwhelmingly intense pressure, Li Cheng's combat spirit completely evaporated. For this junior from the same school, someone he had only encountered a few times and never cared about, Li Cheng was utterly panicked. Bang! 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 The sounds of fists colliding with flesh rang out relentlessly. He could not even make out Lin Tian's figure, seeing only a string of flickering afterimages appearing and disappearing. Before him, the prodigies from other schools were instantly overwhelmed by Lin Tian. Boom! A sound of tearing wind erupted, and a pair of eyes flashing with lightning instantly closed in on Li Cheng. Senior Li Cheng, I hear you were always #1 at the 3rd high. Lin Tian's faint voice echoed in Li Cheng's ears. I. Li Cheng's heart jolted violently, his eyes wide with shock. When had Lin Tian appeared beside him? Where had the people around him gone? Where had they gone? The next instant a hand clamped onto Li Cheng's forehead. A force pressed down as Lin Tian's body rose, and immediately a chopping kick struck Li Cheng's shoulder. Bang! Li Cheng felt his entire bloodstream freeze, as if crushed beneath a massive boulder. Crack! The tiles beneath his feet shattered, and his body sank into the ground in an instant. He was pinned to the ground by Lin Tian in a single moment. Monster. Feeling his suddenly awakened heartbeat, Li Cheng murmured dazedly, then roared, Monster. They were among the top prodigies of the martial high schools. Defeated so easily. Why? Why did this person not possess the qualification for the 80 cities joint examination? Why was he only in his second year? Bang, bang, bang. Ripples of chi explosions rang out. Gu Yun's eyes widened in shock as she watched Lin Tian's constantly flickering figure before her. This was that Lin Tian. This was the Lin Tian who had been suppressed by her own father. Her family had been wrong, and they were wrong again. Gu Yun gazed blankly at ancient city Jade seated upon the high platform, a wave of doubt flashing through her eyes. At this moment, shock, regret, and disappointment wove together within her, leaving her unable to move. Ancient city Jade stared blankly at the scene, his mouth gaping open. His mind felt as though it had been shattered by a massive boulder crashing down upon him. He had even forgotten to breathe. The sounds of combat drifted into his ears. One by one the prodigies had fallen to Lin Tian. That Lin Tian. What had he done? What on earth had he done? Gulp. His throat bobbed as he met his daughter's gaze, supplication rising in his eyes. Then under her father's imploring stare, Gu Yun's disappointment deepened. Boom. Her chi and blood exploded as she prepared to strike against the approaching Lin Tian. And then, boom. A sound of tearing wind. Lin Tian's figure became ghostly once more. Boom. A massive fist crashed within Gu Yun's field of vision, and as the fist struck, rings of airwaves erupted outward. Gu Yun's eyes froze in an instant. I have lost. She saw that the young man was merely half a meter away from her. A gentle smile played upon his lips, and his eyes shone like golden candles, brilliant and dazzling. Feeble. Too feeble. Lin Tian chuckled softly, his muscles radiating crackling arcs of lightning. Rumble. A formidable aura of blood and chi surged outward, pressing down upon the entire plaza. In the onlooker's sight, the air rippled like layers of water. The entire battlefield shattered, bricks and stones cracked, and the bodies of the prodigies slammed into the edge pillars, leaving fissures in the stone. Lin Tian's figure had already become utterly ethereal. So swift that only phantom afterimages could be seen. Each strike resembled a chain of volcanic eruptions. Overwhelmingly powerful, unmatched. This was no longer a battle of many against one, but a single individual suppressing all. With a crash, the gale force winds swept across the plaza, raising walls of wind. He hasn't used any martial arts techniques. Jian Zhuhuang, a prodigy from the first martial high school, exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with a profound sense of helplessness. He collapsed to the ground. The blow he suffered this time far more severe than the last beating from Shadowblade. Suddenly a feeling of his Tao heart crumbling welled within him. Was he truly a prodigy? Don't come near me. I'm a girl. Chen Yaidi, a prodigy from the first martial high school, cried out in terror as Lin Tian's blurry figure charged toward her. All she felt was a humanoid killing machine advancing relentlessly. Overwhelmed by despair and helplessness, her entire body trembled, and she had long lost the courage to strike back. With a loud thud, Lin Tian kicked Chen Yaidi in the waist. Another thud, and she slammed into a stone pillar, her body limp as she collapsed to the ground. Wah! He actually hit a girl. Chen Yaidi wept, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, she was less like a senior student a year above Lin Tian, and more like a little girl of 6 or 7 being bullied. Seniors, Lin Tian said, standing still with a grin. His aura surged, and his eyes gleamed with divine radiance. The misty blood and chi flowed like a clear stream along his body. The invincible will between his brows made him dazzling to the extreme. Why are you all so weak? Lin Tian frowned, yet deep in his eyes there seemed to be a hint of genuine inquiry, as if he truly sought an answer to this question. Silence fell over the plaza. Lin Tian, you've gone too far. A dust-covered male student stood up, supporting his wavering body, and shouted at Lin Tian. They had nearly been stripped of all their glory and pride by Lin Tian, and now this very person was asking them why they were so weak. On the ground, 17 prodigies lay, some with despair in their eyes, some collapsed, some dazed, as if their entire worldview had been shattered. As for Gu Yun, she stood frozen in place, head bowed. A mix of grievance and shock surged within her heart. Suddenly, with a boom, Lin Tian's blood and chi erupted, unleashing an invisible wave of energy. In an instant, dust flew and shattered stones scattered outward from Lin Tian as the center. With a hum, his formidable blood and chi brought an unparalleled pressure crashing down upon every prodigy's head. You? The prodigy who had just questioned Lin Tian cried out in alarm, his own blood and chi churning violently, almost flowing backward. With a thud, he could no longer hold up and fell to one knee. Gu Yun's eyes trembled as she was struck by the fierce blood and chi, her long hair whipping wildly. She clenched her silver teeth, quaking as she stared at Lin Tian, then collapsed to the ground. Pressed down by Lin Tian's oppressive blood and chi. If even Gu Yun was like this, the other prodigies were even more flushed, lying prostrate under Lin Tian's overwhelming pressure. The entire battlefield felt as if an invisible energy plate pressed down upon the heads of all the prodigies. Only one person stood tall, head held high to the sky, hands behind his back, robes fluttering. Gu Qingyu, tell me, why can they all go to the 8-city joint examination? Lin Tian's eyes were icy as he stared at Gu Qingyu seated high above. And I cannot. Lin Tian almost roared, his voice carrying grievances for Wang Jie, for Zheng Lei, for Li Yuzi, for all the resentment and fury in his heart, for the scorn that had been cast upon him. Did the world look down on him and think they could bully him? Click. Among the crowd, someone took out a phone and captured the scene. Click. From the high seat, Lu Jianjian swallowed hard, his throat bobbing, and under Gu Qingyu's dazed gaze, he snapped a photo with a grin. At this moment, tens of thousands watched. Under the blazing sun, a summer day that should have been scorching suddenly yielded a chill wind. Silence, awe, exhilaration. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Tian. In an era of prodigies being suppressed, an unparalleled genius had burst forth. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as frozen ice, slowly sweeping across the crowd. Today Lin Tian asked Qingqing, is there any prodigy above me? He questioned, standing tall and unyielding. On the rooftop, Wang Jie stared in disbelief, feeling his scalp tingle. A tangled, nameless emotion surged through his nerves. In his mind, only one phrase echoed repeatedly. That was his student. Lin Tian. Lin Tian. A young voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Zheng Lei shouted, even though the scene before him felt like a violent tear. In reality, his face still bore a proud, shared smile. Lin Tian. Another young voice followed Zheng Lei, calling out that name. That name that person had just trampled over all the prodigies. Ascending to the true throne. Lin Tian. Lin Tian. Lin Tian. The cheers surged like a tidal wave crashing against the shore. These two syllables were destined to make their name known throughout Qingqing in a very short time. Luo Xianglin from the Martial Arts Education Department had already stood up, staring intently at Lin Tian. Within Qingqing's high schools, there was a sophomore student, a peerless prodigy. Today he came alone and suppressed everyone. He wanted to ask why he had no spot in the 8th city joint examination. Gu Qingyu. Luo Xianglin spoke each word through gritted teeth, his voice barely squeezing out. His eyes bore into the man beside him, filled with fury. With a boom, a wave of pressure descended, lashing against Gu Qingyu. Though it did not suppress him, it clearly conveyed Luo Xianglin's stance. Tell me, why wasn't Lin Tian included in the 8th city joint examination? Luo Xianglin bellowed. In an instant, cold sweat dripped from Gu Qingyu's forehead. Under Luo Xianglin's direct stare, his face drained of color. I, he stammered, already at a loss for words. The Lin Tian whose place in the Second Martial Arts Institute he had cancelled had now displayed combat prowess surpassing his own. His most proud daughter, under Lin Tian's suppression, could not even get a chance to strike. Buzz. A buzzing sound rang in Gu Qingyu's mind. His face pale, he slowly shifted his gaze. His eyes met those of Lin Tian, who stood at the center of the square. The other was questioning him, asking why he had not included himself in the list for the 8th city joint examination. At this moment, countless eyes turned to Gu Qingyu. Even the prodigies who had been defeated by Lin Tian all looked at Gu Qingyu. What they wanted to denounce was clearly that Gu Qingyu himself was at fault. Why were they the ones being hurt? Gu Qingyu, you are no longer the principal, and your martial artist benefits are all revoked. A cold voice sounded in Gu Qingyu's ear. It was Luo Xianglin. Regarding the last incident, I was a witness. This time you've done even better. Wang Zili glanced at Gu Qingyu indifferently. Gu Qingyu drew a sharp breath filled with terror and looked at Wang Zili. Clearly earlier the other party seemed to be helping him. Why say that now? Instantly a spine-chilling feeling rose from the depths of Gu Qingyu's heart. Wang Zili let out a cold laugh and continued, Gu Qingyu, you have buried the prodigy, our military values, which has already touched our military's dignity. Go to the battlefield to atone for your sins. Wang Zili's voice was calm, but carried an irresistible momentum. Gu Qingyu trembled instantly, his eyes showing extreme terror. He stared blankly at Wang Zili. The battlefield. He was being sent to the battlefield. Wasn't this asking for his life? He was roaring in his heart. Why was Lin Tian the prodigy valued by the military? Just now Lu Jianjian and Wang Zili had called on the prodigies to suppress Lin Tian together. It was never to help him. Meanwhile, Luo Xianglin, the Minister of Education, frowned. After all, Gu Qingyu belonged to their martial arts education department. Although Wang Zili outranked him, he was from the military. Different departments. How could he arrange Gu Qingyu's people to go to the battlefield? This was exceeding his authority. Most importantly, when did Lin Tian become a military prodigy? Luo Xianglin let out a soft laugh and was about to speak. Bang. Outrageous. Luo Chengfeng slammed the table heavily, glaring sternly at Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu, for your own selfishness, you wanted to bury Lin Tian. The last incident with the second-grade martial skill. And this time, if Lin Tian didn't go to the 8th city joint examination, how much would we lose? How much would our Qingqing lose? Luo Chengfeng shouted coldly, directly cutting off the words Luo Xianglin had prepared. A glint flashed in Luo Xianglin's eyes as he looked at Lin Tian. Instantly a feeling of shock transmitted to his heart. Such a prodigy, if he went to the 8th city joint examination, would surely claim a top 3 position. If he couldn't go because of Gu Qingyu, how much would be lost? Prodigy assets worth tens of millions, and the superior's resource allocation to Qingqiang would be in the hundreds of millions. Such vast resources were nearly obliterated by Gu Qingyu alone. Minister Luo. Gu Qingyu looked at Luo Xianglin pleadingly. There were 3 big shots here. 2 had already decided his fate. Now the last one who could save him was Luo Xianglin. Gu Qingyu, I will personally report to the higher-ups. Prepare yourself these few days and go to the battlefield to atone, as Deputy City Lord Wang said. As Luo Xianglin's voice fell, Gu Qingyu's heart died instantly. He stood there dazed, his eyes losing focus. At the same time, a graceful figure stepped onto the platform. Deputy City Lord Wang, Minister Luo, Director Luo, and all principals. Gu Yun spoke with dim eyes, bowing deeply to them. Although I am not as good as Lin Tian, I am still considered a prodigy. I am willing to go to the battlefield in my father's place. Gu Yun's face was bitter, her eyes carrying a hint of hope and disappointment. As her voice fell, Wang Zili and the others were momentarily stunned. They punished Gu Chengyu because he deserved it. But Gu Yun was going to the battlefield for her father. Daughter. Gu Chengyu cried out, instantly looking at Gu Yun. His dull face regained a trace of color. In this most desperate moment, the only one who could help him was still his own daughter. The father and daughter exchanged glances and tears burst from Gu Chengyu's eyes. Good daughter. He repeated heavily. If your father goes to the battlefield, it will be certain death. You are a prodigy. Gu Chengyu was agitated, his voice breaking several times, and finally, he said, weeping, you will surely survive. Gu Yun's eyes froze, her gaze growing even dimmer. She gave a bitter smile. Father, going to the battlefield, if I can return, I hope you can give me a free life. Tears welled up in Gu Yun's eyes. In that instant, disappointment completely vanished. Only emptiness remained and a trace of irony. She would use this time to completely sever her relationship with Gu Chengyu. She lowered her head, tears streaming down. At this moment, many people and events flashed through her mind. The most profound was an extremely simple barbecue. She had promised Ingren that she would bring back a spirit fruit, but now she might not be able to. For a moment, Wang Zili fell silent. He glared fiercely at Gu Chengyu, his disgust even more intense. At this moment, it wasn't just Wang Zili. Luo Qingfeng, Luo Xianglin, Lu Jinjian, and the others were the same. Good daughter. Gu Chengyu's eyes were brimming with tears. He staggered towards Gu Yun, wanting to embrace his daughter. Gu Yun froze, her steps involuntarily retreating. Gu Chengyu. A cold shout came. Gu Chengyu's body trembled instantly, as if hearing the voice of a demon. He looked at the speaker with terror in his eyes. Lin Tian's eyes held a cold glint, but he suddenly smiled. You truly deserve nothing. Lin Tian sneered. The corners of his mouth curled, and he suddenly laughed, even louder. This was the enemy that troubled him. A disgusting person. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Fortunately, Lin Tian had never looked at him with any regard. Accompanying Lin Tian was only that invincible heart. Invincible. Under invincibility, all ugliness and filth are exposed. Even if the whole world is wrong, I stand resolute. Boom. A thunderous sound instantly resounded. In the clear sky, without a single cloud, suddenly dark clouds appeared everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. The sky seemed to tremble, the boundless roar, making the entire heaven and earth shake. One after another, dark clouds seemed to press down as if the sky itself was about to collapse. Under countless terrified eyes, the young man in the center of the square slowly extended his arms, as if he were about to embrace heaven and earth at this moment. A surge of blood energy rose into the sky. Crack! Thunder rumbled like the roar of an angry dragon. The entire world became violent at this moment. The onlookers all felt an extreme violence, as if facing the majesty of heaven and earth. Then crack! A bolt of lightning struck down instantly. It landed heavily on Lin Tian's body. The dust on the ground, thick and dense, swirled in the wind under the impact of the thunder shockwave. Whoosh! A tornado coiled in the sky like a giant funnel that appeared out of nowhere, pressing down over Lin Tian's head. Aya! A scream. The crowd of onlookers all cried out, facing the wrath of heaven. Advancing. Lu Jinjian growled, looking at Lin Tian in disbelief. He is about to advance to martial artist. Boom. The sky was shrouded in dense dark clouds, with lightning and thunder raging as if the world were ending. Heavy raindrops fell like arrows, instantly enveloping the entire city in a surging deluge. A piercing howl resounded, accompanied by a deafening roar like an avalanche. All eyes turned to the sky, where a pitch-black vortex was rapidly expanding, hurtling toward the ground. The heavy rain and storm began to wreak havoc. What is this? Someone exclaimed in terror, staring at the sudden phenomenon in the sky. Like a scene of apocalypse. On the square, Lin Tian spread his arms and quietly admired it. This was his tribulation. 81 blood chi, far exceeding the blood chi of a first-rank martial artist. Finally, he was about to advance. On the high seat, Luo Xianglin's mouth hung open as he stared in disbelief. The echoes of Lu Jinjian's previous shout still lingered in his ears. Lin Tian, he's going to advance? Luo Xianglin asked with difficulty. Yes, he is about to advance. Wang Zili's brow furrowed with gravity as he watched Lin Tian. Advancing to second rank triggers a heavenly tribulation. This is too terrifying. Luo Xianglin spoke in shock. Even when he advanced to third rank, he hadn't triggered a tribulation. It's not advancing to second rank, it's first rank. A sighing voice came from the side. Wang Zili's solemn words. In an instant, Luo Xianglin was stunned. The 5 university principals looked at Lin Tian with extreme astonishment. Could it be that the person against whom every university's prodigy had joined forces wasn't even a first-rank martial artist? What kind of freak is this? A martial university principal exclaimed in awe. He wasn't even selected for the 8th city joint exam. It's too. Someone began. Gu Qingyu trembled, then felt suffocated, unable to breathe. He looked at Lin Tian, his heart seemingly ceasing to beat. In just a few dozen minutes, it was as if Lin Tian had been hurling boulders at him, stones heavy enough to crush a man. It was as if he wanted to obliterate everything Lin Tian had. Look, Lin Tian. He's ascending. This is an advancement, a heavenly tribulation triggered by a prodigy's breakthrough. What a terrifying tribulation. Truly worthy of a prodigy. Exclamations rang out. Heaven and earth seemed to darken, leaving only a faint beam of light. Along the horizon, a candle flame as bright as daylight slowly rose. It grew brighter and more radiant. Lin Tian spread his arms and ascended gently. Is this my tribulation? He murmured, a smile flickering in his eyes. With a rumble, a thunder dragon coiled among the heavy clouds, thrusting its head out to roar at Lin Tian. In an instant, the living creatures on the ground let out terrified roars. Then with a crack, the thunder dragon descended from the azure sky, viciously biting into Lin Tian's body. Oh! A child was frightened into tears. Wang Zili and the others watched nervously. Vice City Lord Wang, if something goes wrong, interrupt the tribulation. Luo Xianglin said to Wang Zili in a grave voice. I know. Wang Zili nodded. Here he was the only 4th rank. If Lin Tian couldn't hold on, only he could intervene. Meanwhile, rolling furious thunder penetrated Lin Tian's body. A searing pain struck instantly, like countless needles piercing into his marrow. Huh! Lin Tian gritted his teeth and let out a low growl. He had been tempered by thunder every day, so his body was already attuned to lightning. Even at maximum power, thunder felt like a bath to him. But now the tribulation's lightning was far more powerful than what Lin Tian used in training. Dozens, even hundreds of times stronger. If not for his physique being far superior to before, this single bolt would have killed him. Boom. Lin Tian's blood chi trembled, and a shockwave surged through every corner of his body along with the blood. Wisps of electric light flickered among countless pores. Every inch of muscle, bone, and blood was torn and healed continuously. Crack. Another thunder dragon struck down. Though its outward force seemed less than during his training, its power was so terrifying that even thousands of miles away it sent shivers down one's spine. Then a terrifying tornado formed by the heavy clouds inverted and engulfed Lin Tian. Boom. The overwhelming might of heaven and earth was so dreadful. Lin Tian's vision was blocked, but the light in his eyes blazed brighter, like 2 thunderous orbs. His blood chi and body were being madly infused by the power of heaven and earth. His blood chi soared. 81, 82, 83, 87, 91. And so it went, seemingly slow but steadily rising. This was only the surface of the blood chi level. What was truly evolving was Lin Tian's flesh. On an invisible level, his bones began to turn crystalline and tangled with thunder. This was a change beyond the limits of the physical body. Lin Tian was an ordinary person, and the true thunder force was an extremely common blood chi technique. But his true thunder force had reached the annihilating thunder river stage, a level beyond the ordinary. Now it was truly pushing Lin Tian beyond his limits, surpassing the mortal boundary and causing his body to evolve into a divine form. Crack. Even more terrifying thunder fell, plunging into the tornado. It was like a gray funnel of heavy clouds being drenched by azure lightning. The entire world became a dark canvas as a living being was transcending, stepping onto the path to godhood. This is too terrifying. Lin Tian, what kind of monster is he? So strong. This is the path of advancement belonging only to prodigies. On the ground, voices of awe rose. The spectators of Qingcheng watched Lin Tian with blazing eyes. Even the prodigies he had defeated stood with jaws dropped. The truth told them that losing to such a monster was actually normal. With one battle, he made his name known. Was there truly anyone invincible in Qingcheng? Now he was about to show everyone the world. 95, 96, 98, 99. At this moment, Lin Tian's blood chi had already reached 99. The ultimate 9. The limit of a mortal first-rank martial artist became the foundation for Lin Tian to now enter the first rank. Crack. Rolling thunder poured down like a divine river descending from the heavenly court, immersing Lin Tian's body. In his eyes, a mysterious rune outlined by lightning gradually appeared. From blurry at first, it grew clearer. From the gaze straight into his body, his flesh and bones also began to show mystical patterns. As if it were the most profound thing in the world. Lin Tian was stunned for a moment, unable to comprehend what this rune represented. In the vast unknown, a brand new and sacred path had emerged before him. The Tao's hidden mysteries, the spirit-body path. At the same moment, within the boundless cosmos, in a realm of supreme magnitude, upon the endless sacred mountains, a grand hall bathed in immortal radiance. Upon the king's throne, a pair of eyes slowly opened. Those eyes were profound as the endless abyss, his entire being emanating an aura as deep as an abyss and as terrifying as purgatory. Upon his long black robes reflected the starlight of the cosmos, the sunrise and moonset. Humans have produced another spirit body, unfathomable. A year ago it seemed to be Gu Qing, and now this one has appeared. His eyes suddenly erupted with cold, piercing light as he spoke indifferently. Does heaven wish to destroy my immortal clan? In the next instant, several terrifying figures abruptly appeared. Immortal King, the human prodigy, has once again obtained the spirit path. Shall we go and sever it? One individual spoke. We cannot. Last year we already severed Gu Qing's spirit path. If we strike again this time the humans will. Someone exclaimed in alarm, their expression turning bitter as they spoke. What is there to fear? If we sit by and watch the humans grow stronger without in, what future does my immortal clan have? My immortal clan's future will not be disrupted by a single human. If the humans form an alliance with other clans, we will surely be at a disadvantage. In the struggle of the 10,000 clans, there has never been a true alliance. 10,000 years ago, my immortal clan was even allied in friendship with the humans. Now the humans are defecating at our very doorstep. The humans have just subjugated the divine clan, and they are riding this momentum. Other clans dare not intervene. Must we be the ones to act? Several individuals continued arguing, the immortal radiance interweaving within the grand hall as the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Enough. The figure upon the throne spoke coldly, his voice thundering like a peal of thunder. Dispatch a 6th ranker to obstruct that human's spirit path. Unless absolutely necessary, do not kill by force. Immediately the entire throne was shrouded in chaotic light, and that person's form grew even more indistinct, impossible to perceive clearly. Immortal King, this means war. Someone let out a startled cry of alarm, about to say more. Enough. My will is already decided. A cold, merciless light flickered across the lips of the powerful being upon the throne, and then he vanished. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens seemed to transform into a raging sea of fury. The terrifying might of the heavenly tribulation continued to surge in waves of ever-increasing intensity. Upon the ground, Wang Zili and the others had already fallen into absolute terror. This is bad. This is no ordinary tribulation. Go protect Lin Tian. Luo Chengfeng let out a startled cry. Wang Zili's gaze turned icy sharp. Though somewhat apprehensive, he still shook his head. The heavenly tribulation cannot be withstood. If we forcibly interrupt it, won't we be harming Lin Tian? Lu Jianjian was anxious at heart. According to his perception, he simply could not see what was happening within the tornado. He desperately wanted to ask how Wang Zili and the others could possibly determine whether Lin Tian was alive or dead. Boom, boom, boom. Within the churning dark clouds, Lin Tian's physical body grew increasingly pure. I shall forge my Tao through thunder, and in the future I shall attain supremacy through thunder. Brilliant thunderlight radiated from Lin Tian's entire body as boundless agitation erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly a wave of ominous dread washed over him. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he gazed upward toward the heavens. Beyond the azure blue stretched the endless void and darkness. A great terror descended from the depths of the cosmos. Like a divine sound from ancient times suddenly resounded through existence. Upon the heavy firmament a crack suddenly split open. A pair of eyes seemed to traverse the boundless path, crossing thousands of miles of space to meet Lin Tian's gaze. In an instant, Lin Tian's body went rigid, his entire being enveloped by an overwhelming terror. His flesh was shrouded in blinding white light, about to annihilate everything about him. Up! A shriek of agony erupted from Lin Tian's throat. The alien race. Upon the ground, Wang Zili's gaze instantly turned ferocious. Boom! A surge of supreme vital energy erupted from his body. Then he transformed into a streak of light and shot into the sky. What's happening? No good, the alien race is here. Damn it, it has to be now. Upon the ground, exclamations of alarm rang out one after another. The alien race had suddenly invaded the human realm. This was simply an insult to humanity's dignity. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Qingqing, a black sedan traveling along the national highway suddenly ground to a halt. Hiss! Behind the sedan, an expensive sports car hastily swerved, 2 long black skid marks scorching the road surface. Are you trying to kill someone? Learn to use your brake lights. The sports car's window rolled down, and a pomaded young man poked his head out, cursing furiously. From the black sedan emerged an elderly man with white hair, wearing a gray-blue Zhongshan jacket, black trousers, and black cloth shoes. The old man cradled a sword in his arms, his back slightly hunched, nodding apologetically at the young man. My apologies, young fellow. Something urgent came up, ha. The young man with the slicked hair let out a cold sneer, continuing his tirade. Are you an idiot, old man? If I'd been a second slower, 100 of you wouldn't be enough to pay for my life. The old man paused slightly, his eyes narrowing into slits. Young people these days. I need to handle something first, then I'll go ask your father how he raised you. The young man's brow furrowed, his rage only intensifying. What the hell do you mean by that? Don't you dare tell me what to do. He cursed and jumped out of the car, striding toward the old man and roughly striking his shoulder. The old man was slightly taken aback, merely glancing calmly at the young man. Immediately afterward, a strange and powerful pressure descended upon the young man. The old man raised his voice toward the heavens. Immortal clan repeatedly trespassing upon the human realm. Are you challenging the humans? As his voice fell, he pointed a single finger toward the firmament. Suddenly, a magnificent sword light burst forth from below, soaring upward. The entire sky was torn asunder by the sword light, an aura of annihilation erupting outward. A peculiar force accompanied by the brilliant sword light traversed thousands of miles in an instant. The old man's figure vanished from the ground in a flash. The next moment he stood above the clouds and heavens. On the ground the young man was pressed down by the pressure, struggling to lift his head, staring in stupor at this scene. In an instant an electric current shot straight to his brainstem. Sword Saint. Li Bai. Meanwhile, beside Lin Tian, the white-haired elder's figure suddenly appeared. He slapped Lin Tian on the shoulder. Instantly Lin Tian's expression grew calm, a cool and serene power gently flowing through every fiber of his being. The previous aura that had been about to annihilate him vanished. Lin Tian looked at the old man beside him with lingering fear. It was this person who had saved him. As Lin Tian was about to express his gratitude, the old man merely smiled faintly at him, then vanished once more. Immortal clan, since you've come, don't even think of leaving. The old man's figure manifested within the cosmos, though he walked with a hunched back, appearing frail as a candle in the wind. The instant he struck a resplendent sword light that could sweep across all directions, scattered within the darkness. Li Bai, you dare. A fearful howl of rage, yet a powerful being clad in white, with shattered body and soul by the sword light. Immortal clan, since you've come, don't even think of leaving. The elder's form manifested within the heavens, though bent with age and appearing but a fragile husk. A vast sword light surged upward from within the cosmos, scattering into thousands of coiling mountains. Li Bai stood hunched in the void, his cloak rippling in the emptiness. His white hair erupted wildly, godlike lightning flashing in his eyes. With a single sweep of his hand, a colossal sword aura pushed across thousands of miles, hammering deep into the outer void. Li Bai, do you want mutual destruction? A thunderous roar rang out along the dark, desolate edge of space as a blazing immortal radiance surged skyward. A white-haired warrior clad in celestial armor appeared. His aura rolled like oceans, his eyes deep and ancient, bearing the weight of countless eons, as though an old deity had descended. He faced off against Li Bai across the void. Dao Cheng, you have crossed the boundary again. Li Bai narrowed his eyes, his voice calm, but his gaze razor-sharp. Li Bai pressed down with one hand, and a figure appeared at his feet. A member of the immortal clan bisected by his previous strike. Li Bai, you will die a wretched death. A vicious curse erupted from the figure. Though split in two, the immortal flesh still knitted together by traces of spiritual energy, his life force flickering. Release him, Li Bai. I have wounded your young prodigy, and you have slain a level 5 immortal clan warrior. Consider this settled. Dao Cheng stared grimly. Behind him, a circular teleportation array ignited with rosy light. Release him. Are you mocking me? Li Bai smiled coldly, his eyes sharpening to an unbearable edge. Your immortal clan has twice slaughtered human genius within our territory. Do you truly believe we dare not fight? Thing. A sword's cry rang from Li Bai's fingertips, clear, piercing, resolute. A blade materialized in his hand, and in the next instant he slashed downward at the figure beneath him. Spurt. A massive head shot free, rolling across the void as immortal light flared and blood erupted. Li Bai, you have nerve, a voice roared. Dao Cheng growled terror and fury, twisting his face. At that moment, boom. A bullet streaked toward Li Bai from tens of thousands of miles away, wrapped in immortal energy, shattering space around it, radiating scorching, killing intent. Li Bai's eyes hardened. Again and again, hunting my human prodigies. His gaze locked onto the projectile, and twin swords of intent erupted from his pupils, sweeping across the heavens. Do you think I have no temper? Snap. The fierce sword chi cleaved the bullet in two, splitting it instantly. The two halves of the casing whizzed past Li Bai's hair. Boom. The explosion lit the sky with terrifying flames. An apocalyptic blast scorched the heavens crimson, tearing great holes in the sky as though the world itself were burning. In the next instant, Li Bai drew his sword again. Thousands of swords became a silver cascade, surging through the cosmos and cutting toward Dao Cheng. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion rang out as the heavenly tribulation vanished above. Wang Zili stood in the void, gripping Lin Tian's shoulders. Lin Tian, you just... His gaze shifted from grave to feral as he looked at Lin Tian. Aliens, he roared, his voice brimming with wrath. At that moment, Lin Tian's body crackled with electric light, strange patterns swirling across his skin and eyes. Mystical thunder markings appeared, profound beyond measure. But even as they surfaced, they slowly began to dissipate. What this meant was clear: Lin Tian's heavenly tribulation had been interrupted. Lin Tian, Lin Tian. Wang Zili shook him, but Lin Tian did not stir. He seemed frozen, as if stunned into paralysis. His blood still churned restlessly, as though he had suffered a devastating blow. Wang Zili's eyes sharpened to a murderous edge as he glared into the heavens above. A fine prodigy rewarded with the spiritual path had been slaughtered and stripped of his opportunity. Hateful, hateful. Wang Zili's neck veins bulged like a beast driven to madness. Yet even now a sliver of reason remained. Sword Saint Li Bai had already departed to slay the immortals. This battle was not one he could join. What Wang Zili did not know was that Lin Tian's shock was only half real, the other half was feigned. He had just advanced one level as a warrior with 100 units of blood chi. Furthermore, his physique had evolved into an extraordinary body. And as Lin Tian's transformation occurred, the heavens had rewarded him with the spiritual path. The spiritual path was a heavenly Tao cultivation method that allowed an extraordinary body to evolve into a spiritual one. If Lin Tian cultivated it, his body would one day break through to become truly spiritual. The technique had been branded into his flesh and blood. But just moments ago, an immortal clan figure had descended and annihilated the spiritual path within Lin Tian with overwhelming power. The spiritual path on Lin Tian's body was indeed dissipating. The profound markings were vanishing before Wang Zili's eyes, just as he had observed. The heavenly Tao technique had vanished, which was why Wang Zili grew angry. But Lin Tian had a system. Lin Tian's system automatically marked and recorded any technique or martial art he acquired, stamping them with their value. This time was no different. The spiritual path had faded from Lin Tian's flesh and blood, but the system had already stamped it down. In that single instant, because of the system, this heavenly Tao technique now belonged to Lin Tian and would remain his alone forevermore. With the spiritual path intact, Lin Tian would need to constantly cultivate and comprehend it. Whether he could master even the minor accomplishment was uncertain, just like the true Thunder Essence. But with the system, everything changed. Applicable special effects for the S-rank technique Desolate Ancient Thunder Path are listed below. Please purchase at your earliest convenience. C rank effect Thunderbone Clarity 10 million gold coins. B rank effect Thunderblood Fierce 50 million gold coins. A rank effect Desolate Ancient Thunder Roar 100 million gold coins. S rank effect Thunder Domain Descent 500 million gold coins. These are the first 4 levels of effects. Purchase the first 4 to unlock the remaining 4. This was the effects list for the S-rank Heavenly Tao Technique Desolate Ancient Thunder Path, and that was only the first 4 levels. The remaining 4 would be even more terrifying. By the system's established pattern, the final effect alone would far surpass the Desolate Ancient Thunder Path itself. Beyond the S-rank, what existed? What would an entity transcending the spiritual body be? And notably, the 4th effect was already at the S-rank tier. What would the remaining 4 levels hold? Lin Tian's throat bobbed. He had encountered an absolute opportunity. His first priority was gratitude for the immortal clan's sudden ambush. They believed he had lost the spiritual path. Just the spiritual path alone would stir the covetousness of countless people in this world. A mere 1/5 extract of spirit fire had already led to an assassination attempt. If the heavenly Tao technique were revealed, he would attract absolute attention from the human race, along with both internal and external predators. He trusted only his own strength. More importantly, he could not expose the system, so he could only play the fool. The system transcended even the heavenly Tao techniques. Lin Tian regulated his blood qi, guiding the wild surge back to calm, then deliberately suppressed it until he appeared weakened and diminished. His gaze remained fixed in a daze, as if his very soul had departed from his body. Lin Tian, this is merely a single setback. Pay it no mind. You are a prodigy. As long as you survive, you shall rise again. Lin Tian, Lin Tian, Lin Tian, as long as you're still alive, that itself is victory. Urgent cries echoed in his ears. Wang Zili, Luo Qingfeng, and others watched Lin Tian with anxious eyes. Wang Zili had placed Lin Tian in his own seat, speaking not a word. His gaze dark and heavy, fierce fury glinted within his eyes. He had witnessed everything that transpired, and only then could he comprehend Lin Tian's current state of mind. Had it been him encountering such a thing, he would either be consumed by rage or weeping bitterly. Yet Lin Tian's current pallid appearance was even more heart-wrenching. What happened just now occurred too swiftly. Lin Tian's spirit path has been erased. What matters most now is whether his physical constitution has been damaged. Wang Zili spoke with a heavy heart, voicing his greatest concern. The spirit path once erased was gone. But Lin Tian's current condition, their bones and meridians might have suffered severe injury, and worse, his Tao heart could have shattered. Imagine a poor student who finally bought a lottery ticket and won 100 billion. Yet when he went to claim his prize, the ticket had been burned to ashes. How could one's Tao heart not crumble under such circumstances? Atian, don't scare me like this. A simple-looking young man rushed to Lin Tian's side, vigorously shaking his shoulders. Li Yuzi, Zhang Qian, and other classmates rushed over, as well, each watching Lin Tian with bated breath. Vice Mayor Wang, what exactly happened to Xiaotian? Wang Jie came running up, gasping for breath, his face pale. He didn't understand. He was already panicking. Hadn't Lin Tian been on the verge of complete ascension during his heavenly tribulation? How could he have been ambushed by the foreign races? Wang Zili's expression darkened as he let out a heavy sigh. At that moment, everyone in the square gazed upon Lin Tian. Some felt rage, others worry, still others dejection. Of course, there were those who took secret pleasure in his downfall. The emergence of an exceptional prodigy inevitably invites jealousy. Now that this prodigy has fallen, even if not dead, certain individuals cannot help but feel gleeful within. At that moment, Gu Yun and Gu Qingyu found themselves pushed aside. They had stood at the very center of everyone's attention moments ago, yet now no one spared them a glance. Through the gaps between the people before her, Gu Yun gazed upon the young man seated in the vice city lord's position. Her eyes dimmed. A prodigy so remarkable that the foreign races would wage war against humanity itself to assassinate him. Yet he had been suppressed by her own father. How utterly absurd. Lin Tian had come to this state, yet she felt no schadenfreude, only a bitter taste in her mouth. She too was bound for the battlefield. To leave Qing City this way, to abandon the title of prodigy. to leave Shadow Blade behind. All her joy and tranquility were about to vanish without a trace. Beside Gu Yun, Gu Qingyu stared at Lin Tian. After a momentary daze, an expression of intense delight blossomed across his face. He covered his mouth, pressing hard to keep himself from laughing aloud. Fortunately, no one noticed him, but he felt so utterly pleased. You wanted to stand out to draw everyone's attention. Now look what happened. Even the foreign races have taken notice of you. Serves you right. After his overwhelming terror, he had actually avenged himself through the hands of the foreign races. What supreme satisfaction! Gu Qingyu trembled throughout his body, not from fear, but because he could barely contain himself. Then a thud sounded. A figure suddenly landed beside Gu Qingyu. He turned his head about to curse under his breath when the next instant his face drained of all color. It was an elderly man dressed in a gray-white Zhongshan suit cradling what appeared to be an extremely antique longsword. Our human prodigy has been wounded, and what are you laughing at? Li Bai frowned as he gazed at Gu Qingyu. His voice was calm, yet carried an overwhelming sharpness to its peak. Gu Qingyu's pupils contracted sharply. He froze entirely, nearly wetting himself from fear. Everyone else had also noticed Li Bai. Their fierce gazes shifted from Gu Qingyu, and in an instant all eyes turned to the old man. Sword Saint. The Sword Saint struck just now. I've never seen the Sword Saint before. Voices of shock rang out as everyone gazed at Li Bai with burning intensity. Li Bai nodded. As the crowd parted to create a path, he walked to Lin Tian's side. Lin Tian's heart lurched, yet his focus did not immediately sharpen. The name Sword Saint. He had heard of it before. One of the most powerful beings in all of humanity. Li Bai studied Lin Tian carefully, his gaze growing heavy. Alas, what a pity. He was granted a spirit path only for the foreign races to destroy his path to spiritual cultivation once more. What a waste. Li Bai sighed, a hint of disappointment surfacing in his eyes. As his voice faded, the surrounding crowd fell into stunned silence. They hadn't fully comprehended everything yet. They understood Lin Tian's current predicament. The tribulation had been interfered with by the foreign races. He had suffered greatly, losing a tremendous opportunity. As Sword Saint is there. Is there still hope? Lu Jinjin stammered. After all this was the legendary Sword Saint, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Li Bai slowly shook his head. The spirit path once lost is lost forever. This lad's talent was even recognized by heaven itself yet. Without his path to spiritual transformation, all we can hope is that he doesn't lose heart entirely. Upon hearing Li Bai's words, Wang Jie and the others' expressions grew grim. Just then Lin Tian's eyes slowly focused, and he rose to his feet. He wanted to appear unsteady, but after all he was standing before the Sword Saint. Pretending too much would be foolish. Lin Tian slowly bowed, his eyes showing deep respect as he performed a traditional Huagua salutation. Many thanks to the Sword Saint for your salvation. Had you not intervened, I would surely have perished. Li Bai waved his hand dismissively, a smile forming. Think nothing of it. This is ultimately a problem of our own making. Humanity is weak, hence the immortal race dares to trespass upon our lands. If only we grew stronger, would the immortal race dare such insolence? Li Bai sighed endlessly. He walked to Lin Tian's side and placed a single hand upon his shoulder. The disappointment in his gaze suddenly sharpened. Such sturdy bones, thunder force, energy, abundant chi, and blood. What the? Li Bai gave Lin Tian a suspicious glance. The Lin Tian before him showed no signs of serious injury whatsoever. Why had he been pretending like that just now? Sword Saint Lin Tian's physical constitution. Wang Zili watched anxiously, hastily asking. Li Bai said nothing, merely staring into Lin Tian's eyes, causing Lin Tian to feel a twinge of guilt. Alas, do not lose hope simply because your spirit path is gone. Tend well to your body. In the future you may yet become a supreme master. Li Bai spoke these words, then his figure gradually faded away. With Li Bai's disappearance, silence once more descended upon the surroundings. Only then did everyone turn to Lin Tian with expressions of regret. Lin Tian, tend to your wounds properly. You are a prodigy. Your future remains unwritten. Wang Zili spoke earnestly. Lin Tian nodded. Minister Luo, when will the 8 cities joint examination depart? Luo Xianglin, who had remained silent, faltered slightly before speaking softly. The day after tomorrow. Rest well. I will send someone to escort you when the time comes. Originally, they were to depart immediately after the departure ceremony. Yet seeing Lin Tian's current state, Luo Xianglin had no choice but to postpone. Delaying by 2 days wouldn't matter much. All right. Lin Tian nodded, patting Zheng Lei's shoulder. Then under everyone's watchful gaze, he prepared to leave. Just then Lin Tian's gaze swept across the crowd and locked eyes with Gu Qingyu, who stood beyond the throng. Gu Qingyu froze for a moment, then broke into a silent smile of mockery. He was mocking him. Director Luo. Lin Tian slowly turned around. What is it? Luo Xianglin asked gently. Lin Tian forced a bitter smile. My current strength may be affected. I may not bring much honor to Qing City in the 8 cities joint examination. Therefore Gu Yun is indispensable. As Lin Tian spoke calmly, Gu Yun froze in that instant. Gu Qingyu, however, furrowed his brow. His instincts told him something unfortunate was about to occur. Lin Tian continued. I was suppressed merely due to Gu Qingyu's selfish greed. If his daughter must suffer punishment for his crimes, not only would Qing City lose a prodigy, but he would continue endangering the region. Gu Qingyu's gaze instantly turned vicious. Damn it all, endangering the region. He wanted to curse but held himself back. Lin Tian, his face still pale, continued, this time my injuries are severe. Qing City's glory must now rest upon Gu Yun and the others. His voice faded, leaving an eerie silence around them. Luo Xianglin pressed his lips together, his heart aching. Even now in such a state, Lin Tian still thought of Qing City. Such a prodigy treated in this manner. Gu Qingyu. Luo Xianglin's voice nearly bellowed. Pack your belongings and prepare for the front lines. Gu Yun, your father's crimes are not yours to bear. Perform well. His words fell, and both Gu Qingyu and Gu Yun stood frozen. The next instant, thud. Gu Qingyu's legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed unconscious to the ground. But this time he was evolving into a unique physique. Above the unique physique lies the spirit physique, and the spirit path itself is the cultivation method to achieve the spirit physique. The author has written it clearly. Regardless of whether the heavenly Tao cultivation method disappears or not, the protagonist still needs to cultivate step by step, just like with the true thunder force. Originally, the spirit path that had disappeared was originally branded within the protagonist's flesh and blood. Now it has been recorded by the system instead. That is all. A sound of a body hitting the ground came from behind. Lin Tian did not look back, continuing to walk quietly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Ah Tian, would you like to come to my place for dinner? Zhang Lei asked with concern beside him. No need. Lin Tian glanced back at Wang Jie and the arriving classmates, smiling faintly. Since everyone's here, let me treat you all to a meal today. As Lin Tian's words faded, Li Yuzi and the other students exchanged stunned glances before falling silent. They all understood. Lin Tian had suffered a severe blow recently, leaving his emotional state unstable. Xiao Tian, better not. You should go back and rest properly. If you need to see a doctor, I can take you now, Wang Jie said with a heavy gaze. Lin Tian slowly shook his head and smiled lightly. I'm fine, not seriously injured. How could he be fine? After crossing an intersection, Lin Tian parted ways with the others. Zhang Lei and the rest watched his current state and sighed. What a pity. I wonder if his strength has been affected. I don't know, but judging by his current condition, it probably hasn't gone well. Sigh, how unfortunate. The world of geniuses is something I cannot understand. Indeed. The crowd watched Lin Tian's receding figure with lamentation. The sky remained heavy and gray, the entire city of Qingqing shrouded beneath a dark net. Lin Tian's figure was lean and gaunt, carrying an air of loneliness. Lin Tian walked alone in silence. His head was bowed, making his expression unreadable. Within his eyes, lightning flickered quietly. Deep within his pupils, threads of electric energy formed an extraordinarily profound pattern. His spiritual channels were being repaired. Lin Tian sighed softly. Must obtaining a cultivation method require etching these markings into his flesh and blood? Would others be able to detect these signs? Now, whether the markings existed or not no longer mattered. After all, he had already obtained the heavenly Tao cultivation method. There would be no second time needed. This must be the system's doing. System, must the heavenly Tao cultivation method always be branded into one's flesh and blood? Lin Tian asked within his mind. System detects that the heavenly Tao considers the host to have obtained the heavenly Tao cultivation method, thus initiating the marking process. System is currently concealing a mark from the heavenly Tao itself. Lin Tian murmured to himself. This marking might not necessarily be a good thing. It was merely a mark that could not provide him with any substantial benefit. Lin Tian's gaze deepened. He wished everything were simpler. He had already obtained the desolate ancient thunder Tao. Even the cheapest special effect was beyond his means. Then he would simply cultivate as before. Perhaps through training, he could lower the cost of these effects using his accumulated proficiency. It was at least an S-rank heavenly Tao technique. Even with 0 proficiency, it should still surpass the true thunder technique. System, open the data panel. Lin Tian murmured within his heart. Host Lin Tian. Balance, 47 gold coins. Blood and Qi 100. Spiritual power 63. Martial skills 1. Free movement thunder fist fully purchased. 2. Hidden blade 7 cuts fully purchased. 3. Spear cloud 13 strikes C rank variant effect scarlet spear fire purchased B rank effect ghost flame purchased A rank effect dark knight 13 spears unpurchased S rank variant effect nether knight fire dance unpurchased. Cultivation methods 1. True thunder technique fully purchased. 2. Universe crystal C rank variant effect fire thought crystal purchased B rank effect I lamp nebula. Even with the aid of 1/5 of the essence spirit fire, Lin Tian's spiritual power had still not reached 100 over this period. The universal descent technique still had one final unpurchased effect, mental fire domain. As for spear cloud 13 strikes, there were still 2 effects remaining. Lin Tian's current priority remained strengthening his blood and qi. His physique had already reached a heterophysique, more precisely a thunder heterophysique. His constitution far surpassed that of his peers. If forced into pure physical combat, even an ordinary third-rank martial artist might not stand a chance against Lin Tian. He had heard that Gu Qing possessed a wind element heterophysique. Lin Tian was eager to clash directly with that opponent to determine who truly was the greatest prodigy. Meanwhile, on the screen played a video of Lin Tian undergoing heavenly tribulation. On the sofa, Gu Qing quietly savored red wine, his eyes cold. Excellent. Now his spiritual channels are destroyed as well, and he may have suffered severe injuries. His family is impoverished. He cannot afford treatment. From nearby came a soft laugh, Gu Shang fluttering her eyelashes with artificial charm. Is that so? Gu Qing smiled faintly, his expression gradually turning indifferent. Gu Shang froze, meeting Gu Qing's gaze. Her smile vanished instantly as she hurriedly flattered him. Little uncle, I meant that since his strength has weakened, grandfather will find it simpler to extract the essence spirit fire. Gu Qing slowly shook his head with a light smile. Little Shang, did you imply that because I had my spiritual channel inheritance severed by the barbarians and Lin Tian encountered the same situation, he is therefore a genius like myself? As Gu Qing's words settled, Gu Shang's expression suddenly trembled. She hastily clarified, Little uncle, that is not what I meant at all. How could Lin Tian possibly compare to you? Her forced smile faded as Gu Qing advanced closer, her complexion turning ghostly pale. Kneel, Gu Qing sneered. Terror-stricken, Gu Shang fell to her knees before him. With a thud, Gu Qing stepped on Gu Shang's head. I, Gu Qing, am a once-in-a-thousand genius. Who does he think he is comparing himself to me? His voice was cold. Beneath his foot, Gu Shang's refined face pressed firmly against the tiles, her entire body trembling. Gu Qing slowly crouched down, his tone softening. Do you believe everything I have achieved comes solely because of the Gu family? His long fingers brushed a strand of hair from Gu Shang's cheek. Gu Qing's gaze grew increasingly gentle as he cupped her face in both hands, staring directly into her terrified eyes. An intoxicating ambiguity filled the air. Gu Shang began shaking her head frantically. You look so much like your mother. Gu Qing whispered softly, his eyes like venomous serpents descending steadily toward that pale curve. Bang! The office door burst open with a kick. A stunning woman stormed into the office. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her backless dress accentuating the perfect curves of her back, with slender white ribbons winding around her neck. She wore dark green casual pants and high heels. Her beauty was so striking it made one feel inadequate. Mom! Gu Shang looked at the woman on the verge of tears. Gu Qing paused, his expression cycling through tension, confusion, fear, and finally forced composure. Sister-in-law, he said, standing up with an awkward smile. With a sharp slap, the beautiful woman struck Gu Qing across the face. Sister-in-law, what are you? Gu Qing was startled for a moment, then quickly resumed his simpering smile. Smack! Another slap fell. The beautiful woman stared coldly at Gu Qing, an expression of chilling beauty blooming across her stunning features like an icy lotus that could stun the world. The beautiful woman then turned her gaze toward Gu Shang lying on the ground. Xiao Shang, go back first. Gu Shang choked out a sob before hurriedly running off. Seeing this, the beautiful woman raised her fair arm again, poised to strike. But before she could, Gu Qing caught her wrist, and his tone turned cold. Enough! The beautiful woman's eyes flashed, and she struggled slightly to pull her arm free from Gu Qing's grip. You won't even spare your own cousin's daughter, Gu Qing. You disgust me. Gu Qing's eyes turned vicious. He turned around to see Lin Tian being led away by Wang Zili on the television, followed by the appearance of Li Bai. A sneer curled Gu Qing's lips. In this world, strength is everything. Even you would grovel at my feet like a dog if you lacked it. Gu Qing's gaze fell upon the woman, desire evident in his eyes. Do you even qualify? The woman returned a cold laugh, her demeanor shifting from icy to something more tantalizing as she approached him, leaving a trail of fragrance in her wake. If you were the sword saint, I wouldn't just be willing. Xiao Shang and I would both be at your beck and call. She watched him with pity softening her gaze. She extended a pale hand and brushed it along his shoulder. But you're only at level 2 now. Even if you can break through, you're still just a weakling, and not particularly handsome either. Her breath was delicate as she leaned close. She chuckled, then glanced at the television where Lin Tian appeared. If you had his face, I might have considered tolerating you. But look at yourself. You're truly pitiful. Her words cut into him like blades, each smile sharpening the wound. Truthfully, Gu Qing wasn't ugly. His features were quite refined. But compared to Lin Tian, he fell far short. Lin Tian possessed a face that could captivate anyone at first sight. This was simply the woman's way of mocking Gu Qing. Get lost. A low growl escaped him. Gu Qing restrained his anger, his eyes snarling like a beast. Oh, looks like someone hit a nerve. The beautiful woman, Yu Qinling, continued smiling mockingly. Get lost, Yu Qinling, get lost. Gu Qing roared. Her eyes grew even more amused as she departed the office in her heels. On the television screen, Li Bai's figure faded from view while Lin Tian's expression remained dark. His handsome face was clearly visible on the broadcast. An explosion shattered the television into pieces. Gu Qing sat back down on the sofa with a vicious glare and made a call. Uncle, when are you going to make your move? From the phone came Gu Tian's panicked voice. Xiao Qing, Lin Tian is currently the top prodigy of Qingxing and is about to enter the 8 cities joint examination. This. Gu Qing's gaze grew even more ferocious. I asked when you're going to act. It's been 20 days. Just these few days. As the voice came through, Gu Qing dialed another number. Soon a resolute male voice answered from the other end. Brother Gu, what is it? Chenin, for this 8 cities joint examination, I need you to help me secure the essence spirit fire. A pause came from the other end of the line. All right, how much? Gu Qing's eyes hardened, but he forced a smile. 50 million. Oh, that's too little, brother. I've barely been able to afford food these past few days. Gu Qing pressed his lips together, then let out a sinister smile. 70 million. And handle the Yuqing disciples for me as well. Another silence fell from the other end. Speak. Gu Qing barked coldly. Brother, I need more money. Crack. The phone was crushed in his grip. Evening fell. After completing his cultivation, Lin Tian prepared to head to the rear mountain to continue his thunder absorption practice. He gathered his equipment and was about to leave when his phone rang. Gu Yun. Lin Tian's eyes flickered, but he answered anyway. Shadowblade, do you know about what happened to me today? I'm aware. Lin Tian's gaze darkened slightly. Gu Yuqing's matter had somehow entangled with Gu Yun. He couldn't understand why Gu Yuqing would have a daughter like her. If you know, then you should understand how miserable I feel right now. All I want is to drink and eat skewers. From the other end came Gu Yun's playful laugh. All right, I'll treat you, Lin Tian replied with a faint smile. Can you come pick me up? Gu Yun asked after a moment of thought. Half an hour later. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Gu Yuqing was frantically making calls. Hello, Minister Luo, please listen to me explain. It's not my fault about Lin Tian. Old Chen, you have to save me. I only have you as a friend. Deputy Director Chun, it's me, Gu Yuqing. Hello. Hello. Damn it. Gu Yuqing growled and rushed to the living room in a panic. Yinner, you can't abandon me. I'm your father. If I go to the battlefield, I'll die. Gu Yuqing roared at his daughter. Gu Yun's expression darkened, and she shook her head. That I already told you when I got back. This mistake is yours. Gu Yuqing's face froze, and his eyes narrowed as he cursed viciously. Gu Yun, I am your father. Without me, you wouldn't exist. Now that I'm in trouble, you must help me. If you don't, you're unrighteous and unfilial. Gu Yun's expression stiffened, a bitter smile crossing her face. The only thing I can do is take my father's place in the military, but there's no but. If they won't accept you, just go anyway. If you don't, I'll die. Gu Yuqing pronounced the word die with such venom that it cut through the air. Gu Yun's face went deathly pale. She kept her head bowed and managed a frail laugh like a guilty child. What about my brother? Why can't he go? Gu Yuqing paused for a moment before erupting in curses. Your brother is the one carrying on the Gu family line. If he dies, our family will have no heir. So my life or death doesn't matter. Gu Yun kept her head down as tears spilled down her cheeks. Gu Yuqing stood frozen for a long while. He had intended to rage, but then forced a shameless smile. No, daughter. You're my good girl. You don't want to see your father die, do you? Gu Yun took a step back, watching her father with a self-mocking laugh. Dad, our family could barely afford food from the very beginning. Mom died from overwork at the factory. You were going to sell me. It was because of me that the school gave us financial aid, and we finally had enough to eat. It was because of me that the Ministry of Education provided me with the Qi blood medicine, and through that you became a martial artist. It was because of me that you became principal, and you and brother moved into this villa. She retreated step by step until she reached the doorway. Dad, I'm not the one who owes you. It's your family that owes me. She cried bitterly, her tears falling like pearls with no string holding them together. Gu Yuqing's mouth hung open and a feral roar erupted from him. Bastard. I should have strangled you to death back then. He lunged at Gu Yun with the crazed desperation of a madman, raising his fist high to strike. Go ahead and hit me. After I'm done, we'll sever all ties. Gu Yun tilted her head back, tears streaming down her face. Boom. Gu Yuqing's Qi blood erupted. In this moment, he truly meant to deal a devastating blow. Bang. The door was kicked open and Shadowblade appeared in the doorway. Immediately, he delivered another kick. This one even more forceful, faster, and more merciless. A wave of force surged forward. With a thunderous impact, his foot slammed into Gu Yuqing's body. Bang! Where the kick connected with Gu Yuqing's abdomen, it collapsed inward, instantly followed by the sound of breaking bones. Oh! A scream tore from Gu Yuqing as he was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall, and sending bricks and rubble scattering everywhere. Gu Yun watched in stunned silence, wanting to rush to him, but forcing herself to hold back. Lin Tian placed a hand on Gu Yun's shoulder. What are you spacing out for? Let's go get barbecue. Coming back to her senses, Gu Yun looked at the rough mask and nodded blankly. Leave the villa. Gu Yun looked back with some trepidation. Shao, Yin, are you not going to take care of me? From the open living room, the wailing voice of Gu Qingyu came. Gu Yun's expression was sorrowful, but she still quietly followed Lin Tian's footsteps. A pair of scoundrels. Bastard Shadowblade, I'm going to sue you. Inside the living room, Gu Qingyu started cursing frantically. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks and looked at Gu Yun. I'll hit him again, you don't mind. Gu Yun looked at Lin Tian incredulously, but said nothing. Lin Tian pursed his lips. Beating the other's father in front of someone was indeed somewhat inappropriate. As they turned a corner, a police car just stopped. Shenongwa got out of the car. Deputy Director Chen, you're here. Lin Tian spoke first. Shenongwa was somewhat stunned, looking at Lin Tian with astonishment. Good heavens, he had just sent the other's father to the battlefield, and now he was walking with the daughter. Incredible. No wonder Lin Tian wore a mask. If he showed his true face, Gu Qingyu would probably be furious. I'm here to pick up Gu Qingyu. Shenongwa gave a wry smile, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Tian. He noticed that Gu Yun's eyes were still red and instantly guessed something. Gu Yun is a good girl, Shadowblade, don't let her down, Shenongwa continued. Instantly Gu Yun lowered her head afraid to look at anyone. Deputy Director Chin, you misunderstood. Gu Yun and I are just friends, Lin Tian said with a smile, not noticing Gu Yun's stunned expression at that moment. That's good. Chunongwa nodded, then thought of something, and suddenly said, those soldiers asked me to tell you, do you still want to continue meditating? If you're wasting their time, they'll go back. Lin Tian was a bit embarrassed that Chunongwa was referring to the matter of the universal crystal. He was supposed to meditate for 5 days, but since he hadn't used up the time, the 3 soldiers escorting the universal crystal couldn't leave Qingqing. Over the past month, Lin Tian only went to the Qingcheng Police Department for 2 hours each day. He was still far from the required 120 hours. Let them go back, Chunongwa pursed his lips. He had originally wanted to persuade Lin Tian. After all, it was a C-grade spiritual visualization diagram. But after a month, Chunongwa, Luo Qingfeng, and even Wang Zili had all accepted the fact that Lin Tian was not good at spiritual power. In that case, giving Lin Tian more time to visualize the universal crystal would be a waste of time. What a pity. Chunongwa sighed softly but thought of Lin Tian having evolved into a variant body. He said nothing more. He was such a prodigy in martial arts. Even if his spiritual power was lacking, it was no big deal. Let's go, Lin Tian said with a light laugh to Gu Yun. Gu Yun nodded and didn't speak again along the way. The night gradually deepened, yet the city remained bustling and noisy. The traffic under the neon lights was like a long dragon, flickering with colors appearing and disappearing. Qingqing became exceptionally enchanting. Along the river on the long riverside road, Lin Tian and Gu Yun sat quietly on the steps of a riverside park eating barbecue and drinking wine. Shadow Blade, you're no longer a teacher now. Can't you let me see your true face? Lin Tian took a sip of beer and smiled. This matter still needs to be kept secret. You'll know sooner or later. Gu Yun looked a bit disappointed but still forced a smile. I'm about to go to the 8th City Joint exam, then the National Martial Arts exam, and then Martial Arts University. We'll have less and less time to meet. She seemed to be sighing as if many things had happened in this past month. Lin Tian pondered for a moment and asked, do you hate Lin Tian? He made you what you are now. Gu Yun was startled. She quietly ate barbecue, just staring at the river. The neon reflections of the high-rise buildings across the river fell into the ripples, becoming illusory, as if brewing a final intoxication. Sometimes actually no one is wrong. It's just because we are on different sides. Lin Tian is not wrong, and I am not wrong. Gu Yun said quietly, revealing a sweet smile. As far as I can see, at least Lin Tian helped me get rid of my family and gave me complete freedom. Lin Tian listened, a smile also appearing at the corners of his mouth. His fingers pressed against his neck against the edge of the mask. Gu Yun continued, but in essence Lin Tian caused me to return to Qingcheng and made me a laughingstock. If I consider his interests, then what am I? Her voice trailed off, seeming extremely calm. All along I've been considering my family, considering others, considering the human race. But who has considered me? When Luo Xianglin encountered a genius even more prodigious than me, he was even willing to destroy me to satisfy Lin Tian's personal vendetta. Gu Yun chuckled softly, looking at Lin Tian, then pressed her body close to him, making Lin Tian feel a delicate and gentle softness. I think I should be a little more selfish from now on. In my world there will be room for at most one more person and no one else. Time passed quietly like this. The great river flowed east, the noise diminished. The pedestrians on the street gradually thinned out. Under the bright moon, Gu Yun stood up. There was a trace of disappointment in her eyes, but she still smiled at Lin Tian. It's getting late, I'll go back first. Lin Tian nodded, watching Gu Yun leave. The streetlights became a flickering blue-green in the darkness. In the cold night wind, Gu Yun's back looked somewhat charming. She stopped several times, but never turned around. See you later, teacher Shadowblade. Gu Yun waved her hand and disappeared into the dark corner. Lin Tian ate the now-cold barbecue alone. Enemy, he murmured. Now he had become a lightning variant, and next he would transform his entire body into a spirit body according to the primordial thunder path. From bone to marrow, from blood to flesh, chi and blood, like Mercury's soul, like the sun. The first step is the transformation of all 206 bones in the body. That is the first effect of the primordial thunder path, thunderbone transparency. The entire skeleton becomes as brilliant as thunder. The primordial thunder path has a total of 8 effects. The first effect, thunderbone transparency, is the entry level, which is 15 completion. If he purchased it, Lin Tian could complete the evolution of all his bones in an instant. But now he had no money. Lin Tian asked the system if he borrowed money from others, that money still could not be used to purchase the effect, because the system defaulted that this money did not belong to Lin Tian. In other words, Lin Tian's only option now was to cultivate. If I can refine 1 thunder bone, then I will become stronger by 1 thunder bone. If I can refine 2, then I will become stronger by 2. Lin Tian murmured, standing up. I can feel that I am facing bloodshed and darkness, and all of this excites me. The variant body did not bring Lin Tian much substantial increase in combat power. Only by evolving into a spirit body would Lin Tian truly surpass his peers. 3 days later, a bus departed from Qingqing. Inside the bus were the 17 prodigies of Qingqing. After Lin Tian joined another prodigy from the 3rd Martial High, Chen Yidi had her spot revoked. The journey would take approximately 2 days. The center for the 8 cities joint examination was located in Luohua City, Yongzhou. On the bus aisle, a female teacher smiled at everyone. From the back seats, a student asked, "I thought Vice Mayor Wang and Principal Liu would also be going to the 8 cities joint examination. Why haven't we seen them?" Wang Zili and Liu Jianjian already headed to Luohua City yesterday, the female teacher replied with a smile. In the first row of the bus, Lin Tian sat quietly with his eyes closed, gathering his thoughts. He was the only second-year student on the entire bus. As for the other third-year students, they had all been defeated by him. Upon seeing Lin Tian, everyone maintained an unspoken agreement to stay silent. After all, being beaten by a junior student was quite humiliating for prodigies like them. As for Gu Yun, she too sat quietly alone. She had once been the leading figure among this group of prodigies, but was now ostracized by the others due to the incident involving Gu Qingyu. However, Gu Yun did not care about these matters. She simply sat quietly playing with her phone. "Gu Yun, Shadowblade, I have already set out." Lin Tian in the first row received Gu Yun's message. Of course, Lin Tian didn't notice. His phone had been muted. Moreover, the account that added Gu Yun as a friend was an alternate account he rarely used. Inside the carriage, Wang Yang and the other prodigies chatted, but their glances kept drifting inevitably toward Lin Tian in the first row. A complex feeling swept through the group. Wasn't Lin Tian injured before? Why can he still participate in the 8 cities joint examination? I don't know. He's simply a prodigy beyond our reach. Indeed formidable, but given his severe injuries, it hardly seems appropriate for him to compete in the 8 cities joint examination. After Chinyati was eliminated, her family went to the Ministry of Education in tears, but they couldn't even get an audience with Minister Luo. Even if Lin Tian goes to the 8 cities joint examination, now he'll be eliminated quickly. I really don't understand what the Ministry of Education is thinking about. The crowd continued to discuss among themselves. After all, it was a fact that Lin Tian had been attacked by the alien race, and that his spiritual path had been erased. Although Lin Tian himself said nothing, everyone naturally assumed he was severely injured and had lost most of his strength. Everyone had been suppressed by Lin Tian before, so naturally they had nothing good to say about him. In the bus corridor, the female teacher watched the scene with a smile, her gaze shifting toward Lin Tian only to find him looking back at her. "Student Lin, nobody has a high opinion of you," the female teacher said with a delicate laugh. Lin Tian remained silent, then closed his eyes again. Intuition told him that this female teacher was no ordinary person. At the same time, Jian Zhuang, a prodigy from the first martial high, sat behind Lin Tian and asked, "Hey Lin Tian, how's your strength now?" He asked tentatively, his tone carrying a probing quality. "Beating you wouldn't be a problem," Lin Tian said with a smile. Jian Zhuang's expression froze, then turned cold instantly. Within a short span of time, he had been thrashed by Shadowblade, and then by Lin Tian, which dealt a massive blow to his face in front of his schoolmates. Why did Lin Tian have to bring this up? "Lin Tian, we're from the same city. We'll definitely need to cooperate during the 8 cities joint examination. Tell us your current strength so we can work together later." Jian Zhuang sneered, and the other prodigies turned their gaze over, listening quietly. They were quite interested in Lin Tian's injuries. If his injuries were severe, there would be no need to worry about Lin Tian anymore. Lin Tian didn't turn around, merely smiling faintly. "I'll say it again. Beating you wouldn't be an issue at all." Jian Zhuang's eyes flashed with intensity, anger clearly crossing his face, but he suppressed it. Lin Tian's strength was inherently too formidable, and without knowing his current condition, it would be unwise to provoke him. As for the other prodigies, they remained silent. How strong Lin Tian was now remained a mystery, but his intimidating presence no longer held the same weight it did before his promotion. Time passed slowly. The bus entered the mountainous area. SSS. Suddenly the bus came to an abrupt stop. "What the hell is this? Are you trying to die?" The driver stuck his head out the window and cursed loudly. On the mountain road, a black sedan had stopped in front of the bus, having narrowly avoided a collision while turning. But in the next instant, the driver's expression froze. The sedan had already crashed into the roadside guardrail with smoke rising from its hood. The car door opened and a man with blood-covered hands ran out in panic. "Help! Help! My wife is bleeding," and the car broke down. The man seemed to have found his only lifeline, jumping anxiously in front of the bus. Soon a bald man emerged from the sedan carrying a blood-covered woman. "Car accident," the driver frowned, glancing at the female teacher. She also furrowed her brows, thought for a moment, and said, "Let them board. Call the hospital in the county town ahead and have them wait for us." The driver nodded and opened the bus door. "Thank you." The man eagerly expressed his gratitude as he and the bald man boarded with the blood-covered woman. "Oh, so much blood. We need to stop the bleeding. I happen to have a hemostatic pack." "How pitiful, but he should be fine. Don't worry, uncle." Inside the bus, a group of prodigies rushed over with concern and began helping to stop the bleeding. Many of the girls started directing the boys, their tone full of urgency and impatience. Lin Tian, however, remained perfectly still. His gaze shifted backward, and he saw Gu Yun sitting in her seat, brows furrowed, with her long sword already held tightly in her arms. Had Gu Yun discovered something? Lin Tian frowned. "Lin Tian, come help." Jian Zhuang snorted coldly upon seeing Lin Tian still seated. The other prodigies also frowned at Lin Tian. With lives at stake, everyone was tense. Why were both Gu Yun and Lin Tian standing by without helping? Mind your own business, or I'll break your legs if you keep talking, Lin Tian said calmly, electricity flashing in his eyes. Jian Zhuang's expression stiffened, fear flickering in his eyes, and he quickly fell silent. Just then, bang. A gunshot echoed, and the female teacher who had been helping collapsed, clutching her chest in disbelief. The one who fired was the blood-covered woman. Oh! A scream erupted, and a girl fell to the ground in terror. The boys were equally panicked, their faces pale. Ambush! Wang Yang, a prodigy from the first martial high, shouted, his chi and blood erupting from his body. In the next instant, the bald man grabbed him by the neck and slammed him violently onto the bus floor. Crunch! The floor cracked, revealing the mechanical structure beneath. Ambush or not, why are you yelling so loudly? The bald man sneered and immediately twisted Wang Yang's arm. Crunch! Ah! Wang Yang cried out in pain. At the same time, boom! A powerful surge of chi and blood erupted. The bald man unleashed an overwhelming force of chi and blood that instantly suppressed all the prodigies in the bus. Meanwhile, the blood-covered woman took out a syringe from her pocket, injected herself, and her bleeding stopped as her wounds began to heal. So you're the prodigies from Qingcheng? He sneered with another man and woman standing behind him. You're really pathetic. In an instant, everyone's faces turned pale. The chi and blood erupting from the bald man's body indicated he was at least a level 3 warrior. Sit down, all of you. The bald man growled. Jian Zhuang and the other prodigies swallowed hard and returned to their seats. Wang Yang also struggled to sit back down, clutching his injured arm. 2 people per row, the bald man barked again. The prodigies inside the bus stood up nervously and paired off to sit together. Just then the bald man turned his gaze toward Lin Tian. Didn't you hear me clearly? I said sit in pairs. Lin Tian simply stared at the bald man, a smile slowly forming on his lips. What are you laughing at? The bald man narrowed his eyes. I'm laughing because this is so fun. Lin Tian was mid-sentence when his eyes turned wild, the smile on his lips growing increasingly intense. Just then a slender figure sat beside him. It was Gu Yun. Enough. The bald man frowned, glancing at Lin Tian before turning to the woman beside him. The woman nodded, then stepped off the bus and retrieved a package from the sedan. Distribute these. 1 per pair. The bald man spoke with a grin. The woman began handing out items from the package to everyone. Lin Tian received one. It was a dagger. 2 people per dagger, so Gu Yun had none. While everyone was still puzzled, the man smiled and said, as you can all see, we 3 are all level 3 warriors. If you resist, you will certainly die. Once dead, you'll lose everything. The bald man laughed, approached the terrified driver, raised his pistol, and shot him in the chest. To everyone's horrified gaze, the driver collapsed forward onto the steering wheel. Look, everyone. Dead means nothing left, the bald man said with a sorrowful expression that soon twisted into something more unhinged. Sitting on the floor, his eyes grew increasingly manic. Now let's play a little game. He clapped his hands and spoke. Those without daggers must not move. If even one of you moves, my companion will kill the person next to you. His voice was like a ghost's whisper, and instantly the students without daggers froze in terror. Some students trembled uncontrollably on the verge of tears. Clap. The bald man clapped his hands again and continued smiling. Now those with daggers, pay attention. A grin spread across his face, appearing almost gentle. Point your daggers at the throat of the person beside you. Within 5 seconds, if the person next to you is still alive, then you will be the one who dies. The bald man laughed out loud. This time he glanced at Lin Tian and found Lin Tian gazing back at him, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The bald man was startled, and his smile slowly faded away. At that moment, within a spacious 300-square-meter office in the headquarters of the Martial Arts Education Department of Luo Fire City, a display screen as large as a cinema screen stood at the front. The screen was divided into 8 panels, each showing the live feed from the buses carrying the prodigies of the 8 cities participating in the joint examination. Every bus encountered the same situation. The prodigies of Huangdun City are impressive. They didn't let those 3 people board the bus immediately. An elderly man in military uniform commented with a smile. His gaze fixed on one of the surveillance feeds in the upper left corner, where over 20 prodigies had already surrounded the car involved in the accident. Following the old man's voice, everyone in the office, including Lu Jianjian and Wang Zili, turned their attention to that surveillance feed. The leader is Yuqin too. He truly lives up to the lineage of the Yuqin family. Though not a direct descendant, he has inherited the family's military bloodline. In this joint examination, the 4 young masters of Yongzhou, Chen and Yuqin Tu, Li Changxing, and Li Yan, have all demonstrated commendable leadership. Indeed, they are formidable. It seems this joint examination will once again be a fierce contest between Huangdun City and Luo Fire City. The murmurs continued. The leading elderly officer turned to Wang Zili beside him. Which one is Lin Tian from your Qingxing city? He caused quite a stir earlier, and the higher-ups even held a special meeting about him. At the officer's words, the others in the office also looked at Wang Zili. Though the public might not know Lin Tian's name, they all had some knowledge of him. A genius who had risen to prominence from the moment of his emergence, overshadowing his entire generation in Qingxing and earning a spot in the joint examination. The only regret was that Lin Tian's spirit path had been taken from him. This had relieved the representatives from the other 7 cities, but also brought a sense of pity. That's him. Wang Zili pointed with a laser pointer at Lin Tian's location. The elderly officer nodded and asked, with his spirit path taken, did the injury affect his actual strength? The old man had a reason for asking. After all, Lin Tian had just been attacked by an alien race days ago, and was now participating in the joint examination. To claim there was no effect would be a lie. Wang Zili's expression dimmed, and he shook his head. Commander Lu, I'm not sure about that. Lin Tian attaches great importance to this examination, so. He didn't finish, but everyone understood his meaning. He had not checked Lin Tian's strength, choosing instead to let him participate regardless of his actual condition. Not checking was in fact a form of favoritism toward Lin Tian. The elderly officer narrowed his eyes, glanced at Wang Zili, and ultimately said nothing. Such an act would have warranted disciplinary action in the military. In the military there is no room for personal favor, only strength matters. If your strength is lacking, you have no place in the examination. Oh, Vice Mayor Wang is quite impressive, isn't he? He'd rather give a spot to a crippled student than give others a chance. A mocking voice came from a tall woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Luo Shang, that's enough. Wang Zili frowned. The woman named Luo Shang merely smiled, faintly lifted her chin, and looked at Lin Tian on the screen. Vice Mayor Wang, take a look. It seems the prodigies of Qingsheng are about to be finished off. Everyone followed Luo Shang's gaze. On the screen, the bald man and his two companions had already taken all the Qingsheng prodigies hostage inside the bus. Some students were trembling, tears streaming down their faces. Please, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Let me go home. How much money do you want? My father will give you anything. Well, let me go. Under the surveillance, many students on the Qingsheng bus had already fallen into despair, some even weeping with ashen faces. In the joint examination, the prodigies from other cities were in similar situations. But now everyone's attention was on Qingsheng, which made Wang Zili's expression darken. Lu Jianjian, that student is from your school, isn't he? Wang Zili grumbled to Lu Jianjian, who nodded awkwardly. The student Wang Zili referred to was Jianzhu Huang from the First Martial Arts High School. He was sitting next to Wang Yang, also from the same school, and gripping a knife they both held. At that moment, Jianzhu Huang's face was pale, his body trembling. Under the surveillance, he had even wet his pants. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. My family is rich. Oh, whatever you want, I can give it to you. Jianzhu Huang's wails were the loudest in the bus. Under the surveillance, he was the most disgraceful of all. This made Lu Jianjian, the principal of the First Martial Arts High School, extremely embarrassed. How humiliating. After Qingsheng had requested a 2-day delay, the chief examiner had adjusted the examination schedule. The prodigies from all 8 cities set out on the same day. The moment they departed, the examination had already begun. The first challenge was naturally when a wrecked car blocked the bus and 3 third-rank martial artists boarded the bus pretending to be members of an alien cult. This challenge was not about testing the students' combat power. After all, even the combined forces of the prodigies from Huangdun City, with the largest number, could hardly defeat 3 third-rank martial artists. This challenge tested the prodigies' ability to improvise and think on their feet. More importantly, it tested the bottom line of their hearts. As things stood, Jianzhu Huang's performance had basically eliminated him. Lu Jianjian cursed inwardly. After Jianzhu Huang had been defeated by Shadow Blade, he had considered revoking his spot. But in the end, he had decided to give him another chance. Now Jianzhu Huang had directly disgraced himself. Seeing this, Wang Zili was extremely irritated. He glanced at the sneering Luo Shang, but said nothing. Luo Shang was naturally the deputy mayor of Luo Fire City. Luo Fire City had always been one of the top performers in the joint examination. Among the 4 young masters of Yongzhou Chun and An Liyan were both from Luo Fire City. At this moment, most of the city representatives present, aside from monitoring their own city's prodigies, also frequently glanced at the performance of Luo Fire City's prodigies. Suddenly, an invigilator announced, all 25 prodigies from Luo Fire City have passed the first challenge. Everyone, including Commander Lu, was startled. All passed. Commander Lu questioned, then said, review the replay. All right. The invigilator nodded and played the replay of Luo Fire City's surveillance. Soon the entire screen was filled with the feed from Luo Fire City's bus. Inside the bus, the 3 invigilators had already boarded. They distributed knives to the Luo Fire City prodigies. Unlike Qingsheng, the Luo Fire City prodigies accepted the knives with solemn expressions. Some faces were pale, but no one cried out. Lu Jianjian and the other spectators admired them inwardly. If one person remained calm, it could be attributed to strong psychological resilience. But if all students remained composed, it was highly telling. Commander Lu looked at Luo Shang, the deputy mayor of Luo Fire City, and said with a smile, it seems your battlefield education is quite effective. That's what I'm supposed to do. Luo Shang chuckled, then glanced at Wang Zili and winked. Wang Zili pursed his lips, snorted inwardly, but didn't show it. Inside the bus, in Luohua City. In the first row, a single prodigy sat alone. The man wore a red t-shirt and sunglasses. After taking the knife and weighing it in his hand, he looked at the 3 invigilators and said, excuse me, everyone sits in pairs, but there are 25 prodigies from our Luohua City. I've been isolated and can't kill the person next to me. Upon the bespectacled youth's words, the entire vehicle fell silent for a moment. You could always take your own life, the 3rd-level martial artist among the invigilators sneered. All right. The bespectacled youth thrust the knife straight at his own neck. The moment the blade met his skin, a sharp metallic ringing echoed through the vehicle, and then the knife shattered into countless fragments. The trio of third-level martial artists were stunned by this turn of events. "Ha ha, teacher, stop joking around," one of them laughed. "Where did you even get this piece of scrap metal? It's collapsible too." The youth chuckled as he idly twirled the broken knife in his hand. The three third-level martial artists exchanged glances before one spoke up. "Were we really that obvious?" Another frowned. "That's strange, I took acting classes. I thought I was doing well enough." "Probably the prop's fault," the third one said dismissively. "That equipment was provided by the Martial Arts Education Ministry, not us in the military. We'll report this back." The three men continued their casual conversation laughing. The homeroom teacher and driver they had killed earlier also suddenly came back to life. As expected of one of the four young masters of Yongzhou, the homeroom teacher said with a light smile, taking out a syringe and injecting the solution into his neck. The surveillance footage ended there. In the monitoring room, Commander Lu and the others fell silent for a moment. The prodigies from Luohua City had passed too easily. "Mark this, Chun, and for special observation in the future," Commander Lu said first. The invigilator nodded and entered several lines into the laptop. Then after a brief pause, Commander Lu smiled and continued, "True prodigies aren't judged solely on their strength. Even if you can slay foes across cultivation realms, trembling in the face of a real enemy means you've already lost." He slowly gazed around the room and said, "Our military region has only one martial saint yet who would dare claim we're weak. Because in our military region, even a great master would dare to clash head-on with a martial saint. True strength isn't measured solely by combat power. What matters more is the spirit." The people present listened in silence. Wang Zili and Lu Jianjian exchanged glances, both wearing bitter expressions. "Report. 18 out of 21 prodigies from Huangdun City have passed." The invigilator's voice rang out again. Commander Lu narrowed his eyes slightly and reviewed the playback. The 21 prodigies from Huangdun City were led by Yu Qinta, one of the four young masters of Yongzhou. On the driving camera feed, Yu Qinta led all the prodigies from Huangdun City to immediately surround the problematic sedan. With a pistol in hand, Yu Qinta immediately opened fire on one of the third-level martial artist invigilators. Though the shot struck only the abdomen, it still forced the third-level martial artist to unleash a surge of blood qi. Then the three third-level martial artists engaged in a fierce battle with the 21 prodigies from Huangdun City. Before any casualties could occur, the three third-level martial artists reluctantly revealed their true identities as invigilators. "Yu Qinta infused blood qi into that first shot," someone remarked with a frown. "If a normal person had been hit, the bullet would likely have exploded inside their body. This kid is truly ruthless." Commander Lu Jianjian asked with a frown. Yu Qinta's actions were far too ruthless. Shouldn't he be eliminated? After a moment of contemplation, Commander Lu replied with a faint smile, "Let's watch further. Mark this Yu Qinta as well. His strength is quite impressive. His blood qi has already reached 103, placing him 10th on the potential dragon ranking. Not bad at all." Beside him, the Huangdun City representative sneered at Lu Jianjian. "Lu Jianjian, Yu Qinta led most of his team through the test successfully. Even if he's ruthless, he's still better than your cowards from Qingcheng." The man's cold gaze fixed on Lu Jianjian, his patience wearing thin after staying silent throughout the proceedings. Lu Jianjian's remarks about Yu Qinta had finally pushed him over the edge. "What do you mean by that? Who are you calling a coward?" Lu Jianjian's face darkened with anger as he snapped back. "I'm talking about your Qingcheng people. What am I wrong?" The man sneered, refusing to back down and growing even more confrontational. "Enough." Commander Lu barked, his eyes flashing with displeasure. "If you're so eager to settle this, I'll arrange a death match and prepare the contracts for you." His sharp rebuke silenced the room instantly. At that very moment, inside the Qingcheng bus, panic spread through the students, and even the usually composed Gu Yun's face had turned slightly pale. "I'll start counting now," he said. "Everyone follow my instructions." The bald man shifted his gaze away from Lin Tian and began counting. 5, 4, 3, 2. As he counted, every prodigy holding a knife in the carriage struggled internally, ultimately pointing their blades at the person beside them. Gu Yun was slightly puzzled and looked at Lin Tian beside her. He wasn't moving like the others, but instead gazing out the car window. They were on a mountain road. The mountain road wound ahead with deep canyons on both sides. A faint mist hung in the air, reducing visibility considerably. On both sides of this mountain road, one side was sheer cliff, while the other dropped into a canyon nearly 1,000 meters deep. Gu Yun couldn't understand why Lin Tian would be so focused on the outside when they were facing such extreme danger. The bald man noticed Lin Tian hadn't moved and squinted his eyes. "All right, stop," he shouted loudly. The students in the carriage, who had been wavering with their knives, instantly exhaled in relief, and some girls were already crying. As for Jian Zhuhuang, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes in those final moments. He had already made up his mind to kill Wang Yang beside him. At this moment, Wang Yang looked at Jian Zhuhuang, his eyes still carrying a trace of fear. He had indeed sensed the killing intent emanating from Jian Zhuhuang just now. The other person truly wanted to kill him. Meanwhile, the bald man walked over to Lin Tian and said with a faint smile, "There's one student here who isn't being obedient. Could it be that the girl beside him is too pretty and he can't bring himself to do it?" He spoke teasingly, his eyes locked directly onto Lin Tian. Then addressing everyone in the carriage he said, "Let's switch to a new game. In our society, there always appears certain individuals who are different from the rest. Their existence makes me." As he spoke, a cruel smile crept across his face. "Makes me extremely uncomfortable. So here's an opportunity for everyone. If any of you give this student a stab, I can let the person who strikes deal live 15 minutes longer." As the bald man's words settled, the expressions of everyone in the carriage stiffened. All eyes turned toward Lin Tian in the first row, their gazes becoming increasingly unnatural. Is no one bold enough? The bald man mocked the prodigies inside the carriage. Gu Yin stared blankly at Lin Tian beside her. At this moment, Lin Tian still seemed to ignore everything, looking out the window with a furrowed brow. Was Lin Tian not afraid at all? Just then the bald man's voice rang out again. "Everyone is so friendly, aren't they? Since that's the case, let's continue the game from earlier." He clasped his hands together, his eyes sweeping over everyone in the carriage like a wolf's. I'll do it." A trembling voice sounded. Jian Qianhuang stood up, his eyes filled with terror. "Good, this one is clearly a discerning gentleman." The bald man praised and began to applaud Jian Qianhuang. Jian Sanhuang, nervous, approached Lin Tian. When he noticed that Lin Tian wasn't even looking at him, he became even more flustered. "Huff." Jian Qianhuang took a deep breath, his breathing growing more rapid. "Please hurry, it's almost lunchtime." The bald man warned with a grin. Now including him, the other two third-level martial artists also looked at Lin Tian. Looking around the entire carriage, Lin Tian was the one putting on the biggest act. As examiners, they naturally wanted to see what Lin Tian was really made of. Meanwhile, in the office of the 8th City Joint Examination Headquarters in Luohua City, Commander Lu and the others also noticed Lin Tian on the surveillance footage. They were somewhat puzzled. Lin Tian was behaving like an outsider. Lin Tian must be scared stiff, not making a move at all. Luo Shang chuckled, looking at Wang Zili. Wang Zili frowned, watching the surveillance footage with tension. He wanted to know what Lin Tian was up to. Just then, Jian Qianhuang kept psyching himself up, then nervously looked at the bald man. "Can you hold him down? I'm afraid he might suddenly lash out." The bald man was taken aback, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Of course. He walked over to Lin Tian, preparing to place a hand on his shoulder. Just then Lin Tian suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed on the window. "Oh, you're scared." The bald man taunted, grinning at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's previous actions had made him think their act had been seen through. Now that Lin Tian stood up, it was clearly a sign of panic. Lin Tian glanced coldly at the bald man and barked. "Enough fooling around. Look outside. Enemies are coming." As Lin Tian's words fell, the bald man and his two companions paused, then exchanged bewildered glances. Was Lin Tian bluffing them? Their acting couldn't be that easily seen through. "Student, take a good look. Shouldn't your enemies be us?" The bald man sneered, glancing at Jian Qianhuang beside him. Jian Sanhuang's throat bobbed, his eyes widening as he became ferocious. "You want to kill me?" Lin Tian frowned at Jian Qianhuang. The next instant, boom, a figure crashed into the window, then was hurled out, embedded deep into the dirt slope by the roadside. "Help!" Jian Qianhuang was stunned. His bones groaned, and he didn't know how many were broken. Lin Tian's single punch had sent his blood and qi into reverse. Inside the carriage, Lin Tian roared. "Haven't you had enough of this child's play?" Then Lin Tian's figure flickered. As his words echoed, the bald man and his two companions finally reacted. At the same time, bang, a gunshot rang out over the gully to the right of the road. A bullet traversed the kilometer-wide chasm, hurtling from the opposite side of the road. With a crack, a spark flashed. The surveillance camera inside the bus was shattered. Almost instantly, enemy attack. The bald man roared. Understanding dawned instantly. At such a distance, with such precision, the opponent was no ordinary person. Lin Tian had been scouting all along. Meanwhile, at the 8th City Joint Examination Headquarters in Luohua City, inside the office, the surveillance feed from the Qingxing bus went black. "What's going on?" Commander Lu demanded, looking at the examiner adjusting the controls. We're troubleshooting. It might be a signal issue." At this moment, Wang Zili spoke gravely. "Something's wrong, enemy attack." He was tense. "We're in the middle of the 8th City Joint Examination. How could there be alien cultists? Vice City Lord Wang, don't joke around." Luo Shang chuckled, her tone dripping with disdain. Wang Zili's gaze turned fierce, and he bellowed. "Can't you see?" Lin Tian realized this was a setup. He was scouting the opposite side all along. Wang Zili was nearly shouting, clearly furious. Luo Shang was taken aback, not expecting such a violent reaction from him. Wang Zili, Luo Shang, Lu Lin. "The three of you will leave immediately and see what's happening." Commander Lu issued the order. As a commander, he too had accurately sensed something amiss with Lin Tian. "Yes, sir." Wang Zili stood up, saluted Commander Lu, and rushed out of the office. Luo Shang and another man named Lu Lin exchanged a helpless glance, then followed Wang Zili out of the office. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, all the students were stunned. They stared at the bald man in terror, unable to process what was happening. Weren't the enemies them? "Great, someone's coming to save us," a girl exclaimed joyfully. The next instant, bang, another gunshot pierced the gully. The next instant, boom, behind the bald man, the head of the woman who had been feigning serious injury burst like a watermelon. Blood and bone fragments sprayed everywhere, instantly covering the carriage in gore. "Oh!" Screams erupted. A girl unable to dodge was splattered with blood. Shit, enemy attack. Another cry. The female teacher who had been playing dead on the floor stood up, her face icy. Everyone get down. She shouted, crouching beside Lin Tian's seat, peering out the window. The driver, who had supposedly been dead, stopped pretending. His eyes flashed with tension, and he immediately started the bus. Bang. A gunshot. The driver's head exploded instantly. This time he was truly dead. Lin Tian crouched down. Faint arcs of electricity flickered in his eyes. A single shot could explode the head of a third-level martial artist. What kind of entity lurked across the canyon? Finally made a move. As tension surged in Lin Tian's heart, a flicker of excitement also gleamed in his eyes. Ever since the assassination attempt, he had been waiting for Gu Qing's next strike. Hoping the enemy would spare him was always a delusion. Yet within Qingqing they had refrained from making a move against him all this time. Instead today, during the 8th-city joint examination, they sought to kill him. It seemed foolish, but it aligned with Lin Tian's own thoughts. Within Qingqing, Lin Tian shuttled between the Qingqing Police Department and the 1st Martial High School. If they acted there, the likelihood of leaving evidence was greater. A sudden ambush today, however, caught Lin Tian completely off guard. Damn it, the signal is jammed. A low growl came from the bald man. He crouched on the floor, his eyes blazing with fury. No one had expected an enemy attack during the 8th-city joint examination. Even the heretic cults wouldn't dare such a thing. What in the world is happening? Is the military sending someone to rescue us? No, why weren't the driver and the teachers killed earlier? Inside the bus, the prodigies of Qingqing all crouched down. Their minds were still in a daze. Only a few had grasped the true nature of the situation. They and I are all examiners for the 8th-city joint examination. Students, we are facing real enemies now. Everyone keep low and get off the bus. At that moment, the female teacher who had feigned death spoke to everyone. Gu Yun's eyes flickered as understanding dawned upon her. She glanced at Lin Tian, still harboring a faint shock. Lin Tian had already deduced that the 3 bald men were examiners. Moreover, he had detected the presence of enemies lurking across the ravine. That was truly terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Several more bullets came whizzing in. Several screams rang out as Lin Tian turned his head to look. The heads of several Qingqing prodigies burst open, blood splattering as headless corpses toppled instantly. Run! Help! Panicked shouts erupted, plunging the entire bus into chaos. In their desperation, everyone scrambled to flee the vehicle, some even smashing through windows to escape. Everyone get down. Do you want to die? The bald, third-level martial artist roared, but his voice was utterly futile in this situation. Bang! 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 Heads exploded one after another, bodies collapsing, and the sprays of blood stained the entire interior of the bus red. Lin Tian pressed himself against the floor, inching toward the door. His twin pistols were still holstered at his back. He discarded the bag containing the inkstone and produced a black umbrella. Chen Hong, cover the students. Luo Gang, and I will go kill that bastard. The bald, third-level martial artist growled at the female teacher, his eyes blazing with fury. All right. The female teacher injected herself with a reagent, and the wound in her abdomen from the bald man's earlier blow began to heal rapidly. Here. She then handed another reagent to Wang Yang, who was lying on the ground. Earlier, the bald man had brutally broken Wang Yang's arm. Wang Yang's eyes trembled. He wanted to curse. Why did this have to happen at such a moment? Bang! 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 Gunfire echoed across the deep canyon. Bullets tore straight into the bus. Amid desperate screams, everyone charged off the bus and took cover behind it. What the hell is going on? Jian Zhuang, who had been punched into a dirt slope by Lin Tian earlier, now crawled to the others, still disoriented. At that moment, the bald man and the other third-level martial artist also hid behind the bus with them. Hey, don't run around. The female teacher barked at Jian Zhuang. Jian Zhuang's eyes quivered with terror. With a bang, a bullet pierced through the bus and blew his head off. Bone fragments and blood sprayed everywhere. A female student witnessing this completely broke down, trembling and wailing. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. My family has tons of money. I'll give it all to you. The girl screamed, tears streaming down her face. The next moment, bang, her head exploded. Lin Tian glanced over. It was Li Xiu, a prodigy from 1st Martial High School. Damn it, that person is definitely a veteran from the battlefield. The bald man growled, sprinting to the front of the bus and firing toward the canyon. Bang, bang, bang. Chaotic gunfire echoed across the ravine. The bald man immediately spotted the sniper. Meanwhile, the other third-level martial artist, surging with blood, Qi rushed to the rear of the bus and opened fire on the forest across the canyon. Bang, 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 bang. Relying on their powerful detection and perception, the 2 third-level martial artists quickly suppressed the sniper across the way. He's repositioning. Chen Hong laid down suppressive fire. Luo Gang, and I will go kill him. The bald man tossed his gun to the female teacher. He exchanged a glance with the other third-level martial artist, then charged out from behind the bus. The two of them dashed out together. Their bodies erupted with surging blood chi, like raging waves of fire. With a thunderous roar, the mountain road trembled as the 2 men shot forward like artillery shells leaping across the kilometer-wide canyon. In an instant, they plunged into the forest. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of battle erupted, trees on the opposite mountain were blasted apart. Lin Tian rushed to the front of the bus and looked across. He saw three figures crashing together like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds, destroying vast swaths of vegetation and sending earth exploding. Their movements were blindingly fast, and the shockwaves from their clashes filled the valley with thunderous noise. The female teacher watched nervously, pistol raised but unable to aim. As for Gu Yun and the other surviving prodigies, all they could do was watch, hoping the bald men would kill the sniper. Gu Yun tightened her grip on her long sword, gazing at Lin Tian at the front, silent. Then with a bang, a huge bloody head came hurtling toward the bus. Bang! The bus was smashed through. A male student cowering behind it was instantly crushed. The tossed head slammed into the dirt slope and sank deep. In that instant, Lin Tian saw the look of disbelief and unyielding resentment on the severed head. Luo Gang. The female teacher cried out in disbelief. So strong. Lin Tian's heart shuddered, his throat tightening. He saw clearly that across the valley there was only one person. That single person, armed with a sniper rifle, had held the entire bus hostage. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of battle continued to erupt. At this moment, the bald man was locked in a deadly struggle with that sniper. The two seemed to be fighting even more fiercely, waves of force sweeping outward, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. Lin Tian stared intently at the battle on the other side of the ravine. Now it was certain. That sniper had no other allies. Moreover, he was definitely only a third-level martial artist. A third-level martial artist with formidable combat experience. He was far too confident. So confident that he believed he could single-handedly eliminate all the prodigies on the bus, as well as the three fellow third-level martial artists. At that moment, Li Chung, a prodigy from third high, gasped for breath. He raised his head and saw through the window the fierce battle between the bald man and the sniper. Then his entire body surged with seething blood energy. He dashed out from the cover of the bus, hoping to escape, while the two were locked in combat. With a bang, a severed arm came hurtling from the other side of the ravine. It pierced straight through Li Cheng's heart, pinning him to the earth slope. Seeing this, the other prodigies who had harbored the same thoughts fell into even deeper despair. That sniper, fighting two opponents alone, could still counterattack. While battling the bald man, he could even spare attention to deal with them. Such overwhelming power left everyone with no hope of survival. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He looked to the other side of the bus, where the female teacher was still struggling to raise her gun, unable to fire. Hey, what level martial artist are you? Lin Tian asked in a calm voice. The female teacher looked at Lin Tian, panting heavily, then replied. Second level. Lin Tian was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. Then he stood up. He stepped out from the cover of the bus. At that moment, everyone's eyes were on Lin Tian. Get back into cover. The female teacher cried out anxiously. Cover. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his voice. That bald man is about to collapse. If he dies, we all die. As Lin Tian's words fell, despair flooded the eyes of the remaining prodigies and the female teacher. Then what are you going to do? A girl from fifth high spoke, her voice trembling, tears still streaming down her face as she looked at Lin Tian. One of her legs had been hit, and she could not escape. What she hoped for now was that Lin Tian would take her with him. Given Lin Tian's strength, having instantly killed Jian Zhuohuang with a single move, if he chose to flee, he would certainly have a considerable chance of success. Many others shared the girl's thoughts. Everyone wanted to survive. Lin Tian glanced briefly at the girl, then bent his legs slightly, his blood energy erupting. With a bang, a bloody severed leg smashed over from the other side of the valley like a cannonball, rolling forth waves of air. Not good. The female teacher cried out in alarm. Lin Tian was exposed outside the bus, and the sniper moved to kill him instantly. Crack. A sound like thunder. Lin Tian's eyes widened as he stared at the severed leg hurtling toward him. Don't panic. At this moment, there was only a desperate fight to the death. Boom. Under Lin Tian's feet, thunderous waves surged like raging tides, and then his entire figure became ethereal. As if treading on thunderous waves, the world around him grew dim. Lin Tian dodged the strike of the severed leg. Hidden blade, 7 cuts. Boom. The next instant, the severed leg slammed into the earth slope, sending up a plume of dust, and the entire hill trembled. He dodged it. The female teacher exclaimed in surprise. Lin Tian's speed just now was so fast that even she could not see clearly. Flee, Lin Tian. You can escape. Get to a place with a signal and send word. The female teacher shouted, now placing her only hope in Lin Tian. Send word. Lin Tian frowned, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Sending word. Killing is far more fun. Gu Qing wanted him dead and had arranged for the entire bus to be buried with him. Lin Tian could think of no other possibility. Everyone had seen the sniper's first shot hit the camera, and the second shot hit that third-level female martial artist. But Lin Tian knew very well. The second shot was meant for him. Only at that instant he had activated Hidden Blade 7 cuts, and tilted his head slightly, causing the female martial artist behind him to be hit and die. Thinking this, a ferocious grin spread across Lin Tian's face. His heart pounded violently, his blood energy grew more and more turbulent, and rolling thunder interwove around his body, instantly forming a thunder armor imbued with an aura of destruction. The tip of his right index finger, which gripped the black umbrella, became brilliantly translucent, like the most dazzling thunder crystal. That was the first thunderbone Lin Tian had tempered through days of lightning cultivation and the practice of ancient thunder path. At this moment, all the survivors, including the female teacher, were utterly shocked. They felt the violent aura emanating from Lin Tian, and their hearts seemed to stop. So it was you. Gu Yin gave a bitter smile. Such overwhelming, thunderous power. Everything told them that Lin Tian was the powerful martial artist who had cultivated by drawing lightning every night. So when Lin Tian had overpowered all the prodigies alone last time, he had not even unleashed his full strength. So even after having his spiritual path seized by the alien race, Lin Tian was still unimaginably powerful. Those prodigies who had doubted Lin Tian's strength, now feeling joy, also experienced a deep, genuine sense of shame and unease. With a bang, a bullet shot toward Lin Tian. In that instant, Lin Tian raised the black umbrella in his hand, and the canopy instantly retracted into the handle. Flash! The Tang sword traced a bright line through the dimness, an instantaneous strike. A flash of lightning flickered. Crack! Lin Tian cleaved the bullet in two with a single slash. How many had fallen to that bullet? Yet now it was annihilated by Lin Tian's blade. The Thunderer is the honored one who breaks the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Rolling blood energy surged into his legs, and gravel on the ground began to rise slowly. Bang! Lin Tian's entire body exploded upward, transforming into a bolt of lightning flashing across the ravine in an instant. At the same time, inside the forest, a man in a black windbreaker, holding the bald man by the neck, looked at Lin Tian. I didn't go to you, but you came to me seeking death. He laughed savagely, then hurled the bald man by the neck toward Lin Tian. Get out of the way! The bald man cried out in terror. His legs had been completely severed, his arms broken. Blood was gushing from his waist. Now held in the black-clad man's hand, he was nothing more than a shield. High above, Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. Retracting the Tang sword in his hand, he stepped on the bald man's chest, and then leaped. The man in black sneered, lifting the bald man whose limbs were severed before him, pressing a pistol against his neck. After aiming at Lin Tian's position, he fired. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots rang out. Bullets imbued with formidable blood energy shattered the obstructing tree trunks, and leaves converging and shooting toward Lin Tian. In an instant, with chips flew, waves of air burst forth, and the tremors caused by each trajectory rippled through the air. Lin Tian cursed under his breath, slashing with his long blade. Hidden Blade 7 Cuts, A-grade special effect, reverse point of floating light. This was the combat power that a max-level Hidden Blade 7 Cuts could unleash, a pure movement and blade technique. True Thunder Force's ultimate effect, annihilating Thunder River, granted an 8-fold combat power increase. Hidden Blade 7 Cuts, reverse point of floating light, granted a 15-fold increase. Reverse point of floating light might not be as powerful as the S-grade special effect Azure Bloodblade Slash of Hidden Blade 7 Cuts in terms of combat amplification. But reverse point of floating light was a pure movement enhancement. In this aspect, even Azure Bloodblade Slash could not compare, especially in such a dense forest environment. Slash slash slash. Continuous slashing. Under the enhancement of powerful blood energy, Lin Tian's figure became increasingly illusory. The long blade in his hand carried a dense rain-like net of lightning, slicing each bullet into fragments. He dared not make a mistake. One mistake, and he would completely fall into the disadvantage. The third-rank martial artist before him exerted immense pressure. His opponent was too strong, with formidable combat experience, and a combat, while nearly cold-blooded, devoid of any emotion. As the bald man had said earlier, this man was definitely from the battlefield. Only those tempered by the battlefield could exude such a despair-inducing aura of oppression. Bang 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 bang. Bullets shot forth, nearly tearing apart all the trees within a 100-meter radius. Lin Tian's figure turned into a streak of light, constantly weaving and dodging through the forest. He was searching for an opportunity to strike. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle kicked up clouds of dust and mud, trees being blasted to pieces. Lin Tian slashed and struck as he fought. The more he fought, the more he felt fear rising in his heart. Yes, from the very beginning, Lin Tian had been afraid of this sniper. He had observed the entire mountain forest. There was only this one enemy. Earlier, the second shot fired by his opponent had almost pierced Lin Tian's head. This made Lin Tian hesitate. Two third-rank martial artists had been killed by the opponent, and the last bald man had his limbs shattered and was being held as a human shield. Lin Tian had not expected that two third-rank martial artists working together could be defeated so quickly by someone of the same rank. He had never imagined it. Less than 2 minutes had passed from the bald man's attack to Lin Tian's intervention. Are you only capable of dodging? The man in black sneered, bullets continuously shooting out the magazine change, almost instantaneous. The suppression fire from a single pistol even surpassed that of a machine gun. Bastard, you deserve to die. The bald man held by the man in black was nearly splitting his eyes, a fierce glare bursting from his eyes. Now, with all limbs severed, he had no combat ability at all. Already in despair, he saw Lin Tian make a move. But he was being used as a shield. How could he not hate? Bang bang bang. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, his long blade slashing continuously. At a certain moment, he suddenly burst forth, slashing toward the man in black. Finally stopped running. The man in black sneered a glint of mockery in his eyes, then raised the bald man in his hand to block Lin Tian's incoming blade. Damn it. Lin Tian growled, his body already lunging forward uncontrollably. He veered his blade aside to avoid cutting the bald man. Bang 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 bang. A series of gunshots as the man in black, exploiting Lin Tian's imbalance, fired again. Lin Tian's eyes sharpened, his blade slashing swiftly, barely managing to knock away the barrage of bullets. Bastard, who the hell are you? The bald man roared, spitting blood. He understood perfectly well. If the man in black hadn't used him as a shield, Lin Tian wouldn't be at a disadvantage. As for the man in black, he sneered and kept firing at Lin Tian. As long as he held a hostage, he would never lose. I love killing geniuses the most. Back on the battlefield when I was only second rank, I slaughtered hundreds of those so-called geniuses from various races. I like to burn geniuses into relics, soak them in my meal. Delicious. Ha ha. The man in black laughed malevolently, his eyes blazing with even denser killing intent. He kicked the bald man in front of him and kept firing at Lin Tian. Bang bang bang. The battle circle kept expanding, and trees within hundreds of meters were destroyed by bullets. Lin Tian attacked for a long time, but each time the man in black blocked him with a human shield. Lin Tian, I know your name is Lin Tian. The bald man in the man's hands roared, don't worry about me. Just cut through me. I'm a third-rank martial artist. 3 million in compensation if I die. I've been eyeing that for over a decade. Don't ruin my good fortune. He roared, blood and tears streaming from his eyes, his face twisted with fury. His limbs were severed and nearly all his blood had drained. His blood energy was extremely low. On the opposite side of the ravine, including Gu Yun and the other surviving prodigies, they listened with difficult expressions to the sounds of battle. They were utterly shocked and stunned. Those with slightly more courage and strength, like Gu Yun, found safe positions and began to observe the battle. They could see the battle area expanding, dazzling lightning flashing in the blink of an eye so fast that Lin Tian's figure was impossible to discern. He's actually fighting that sniper alone. The female teacher exclaimed, feeling as if her worldview was shattered. That sniper could no longer be judged as an ordinary third-rank martial artist. Yet even so, Lin Tian, a sophomore who had just advanced to first rank and had even been attacked by aliens, was actually not being suppressed for a while. Even a prodigy would be no more than this. To be precise, everyone on the bus was considered an absolute prodigy in the public eye. But could all the prodigies here together defeat Lin Tian alone? The female teacher felt this was a ridiculous question. As for the surviving Qingqing prodigies, their emotions surged like waves in a river. In an extremely short time, they went through despair, deathly silence, and then shock. Normal people could hardly go through this process smoothly. Lin Tian was still the invincible prodigy who overshadowed them all, even stronger than they had originally imagined. At the same time, bang, Lin Tian slashed a bullet to pieces. He crouched behind a tree like a cheetah, his eyes sweeping like an eagle's or a wolf's, fixed with a piercing coldness. What's the matter? Can't win and want to run away. The man in black narrowed his eyes, sensing a hint of difficulty. It was unexpected that he couldn't take down Lin Tian in a short while. However, in battle the brave prevails. Even though he had begun to fear Lin Tian, he would never show it at this moment. As for the bald man with broken limbs and the man in black's grasp, he gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. In the mountains, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, understanding that if he relied on the bloodshot long blade to kill with the bald man as a hostage, he could never slay the man in black. Now he must change his fighting style. He bit the blade of Mo Zhou with his teeth and drew both pistols from his waist. Then, boom, Lin Tian's entire body erupted, transforming into a lightning flash too fast to see. Torrents of spiritual power poured into the magazine like a river. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots. Bullets of spiritual power shot out, transforming into ghostly flames, causing the surrounding light to seem to collapse and darken. Dozens of burning ghost flames revolved around the man in black, floating silently like wandering specters. Guncloud 13 strikes, B-grade special effect, ghost flame. He finally using mental power. The man in black sneered without a trace of panic. He had already investigated Lin Tian's strength and trump cards beforehand. Then his fingers pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a dense volley of bullets shot out like precise strikes. The bullets fired by the man in black struck the ghost flames. At the same time, Lin Tian moved instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Both bodies turned into afterimages, firing at each other continuously. Bullets collided with bullets, metal gunpowder clashing with spiritual power. Red and blue flames appeared, causing waves of heat in the air. TCH. Lin Tian's gaze turned icy cold. The battle had entered a prolonged fight. Lin Tian, don't worry about me. The bald man roared, understanding perfectly that the only reason Lin Tian was restrained was because of him. Ha ha ha. The bald man burst into wild laughter. I never thought I would witness the rise of a prodigy before my death. He laughed heartily, blood tears streaming from his eyes. Witness if you will, you'll also see him die before you. The man in black sneered, firing at Lin Tian continuously. Not necessarily. The bald man's voice became eerie, as if many thoughts crossed his mind. Streams of blood, chi surged from his broken body to his brain, veins bulging on his neck. Stop struggling, you're just a shield. The man in black laughed coldly, not believing the bald man had any fighting power left. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened, a hint of shock in his eyes. In his view, the bald man was smiling painfully. His face reddened more and more, gradually turning purple, then blackish red. Veins bulged, becoming more ferocious, like a balloon about to explode. His bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Lin Tian, and he roared with difficulty, "Remember, I just want the compensation." The next moment, boom, blood chi surged to the brain, and the bald man's head exploded. The man in black's eyes sharpened, and he threw away the corpse. "Damn unlucky," he cursed under his breath. Lin Tian, with flickering eyes, stopped his movements and simply stared at the man in black. "What, angry?" The man in black raised an eyebrow and smiled. Lin Tian's gaze was calm. The battle suddenly came to a standstill. In the air, with chips mixed with dust, floated the scent of blood lingering at the nostrils. On the other side of the valley, Gu Yun and other prodigies witnessed the bald man's self-destruction, their eyes flickering with shock and sorrow. Lin Tian threw away the pistols in his hands, meeting the man in black's eyes. Suddenly he smiled. "Gu Qing." A sudden cold shout, Lin Tian growled. "I know you're watching." Lin Tian's gaze was like ice, chilling to the bone. "A mere insect provoking me again and again." "You've succeeded?" Lin Tian grinned, but his smile grew colder. "You've successfully angered me." The long blade pointed diagonally at the ground. Lightning erupted all over Lin Tian, becoming brighter and more terrifying. The man in black's eyes narrowed, then he squinted, now extremely serious. He slowly drew another pistol from his waist, his legs slightly bent, like a hungry wolf. Lin Tian continued, "I will come to your side, I will take everything from you, I will make you die, without any dignity." At this moment he stood tall and unyielding. The killing intent in his voice was so clear. The voice, filled with rage, traveled tens of thousands of miles to reach another's ears. Resounding and endless. Across the valley, Gu Yun and the other prodigies held their breath. Lin Tian was declaring war, challenging the world-renowned #1 prodigy. The next moment, Lin Tian looked at the man in black and grinned savagely. "I'll kill you in 1 second." His gaze was extremely ferocious. Then, he suddenly moved. Boom. Hidden Blade 7 strikes, S-grade special effect, Azure Blood Blade slash. Using Hidden Blade 7 strikes, he unleashed 7 consecutive shocks, finally stacking into the strongest slash. Combat power amplification 20 times. Bang, bang, bang. The man in black's pupils contracted, and he fired instantly. Like a madman, a dense swarm of bullets pushed forward like a great plate. Rumble. Thunder rolled. Lin Tian's speed reached its peak, his aura like a primordial beast. Slash, slash, slash. Over the Tang blade, Emoja, the aura stacked layer by layer. 1 slash, 2 slashes. 5 slashes, 6 slashes. His entire body transformed into a fierce lightning dragon bearing crimson fangs at the entire world. Not good. The man in black's eyes widened instantly. Each time Lin Tian slashed, the next one's momentum grew more ferocious. Powerful, too powerful. The ground and trees were obliterated by the lightning, leaving a long trench. The long blade in Lin Tian's hand overflowed with blood, chi continuously expanding into a lightning blade. What martial art is this? The man in black cried out in shock, but before he could finish, a bolt of lightning flickered diagonally before his eyes, and the booming thunder pounded into him. Boom. The man in black's voice abruptly stopped. A blade scar slanted from the top of his head to his waist. Then his body began to split along the scar. Blood sprayed out. In an instant. Dead. Dead. The powerful Tier 3 martial artist had fallen to Lin Tian's hands. Lin Tian's gaze flickered as he approached the corpse, cleaved asunder by his blade. Blood gushed forth, mingled with spilled entrails, and pooled upon the earth, seeping slowly into the soil. Lin Tian stood motionless, his legs trembling faintly from the monumental drain of chi and blood. He crouched and lifted a wireless earpiece from the black-clad man's ear. A faint hissing sound emanated from within the device. Underneath it all came a man's low breathing. Lin Tian's gaze turned cold and silent. He had already said what needed to be said. On the other end of the signal, the breathing grew increasingly agitated. Words caught in the throat, fear lurking beneath the surface. Lin Tian and that stranger remained blind to each other's expressions. Yet in this suffocating silence, they seemed to lock eyes across the void. Through the choking darkness, 2 pairs of eyes began radiating a terrifying, killing intent. Like starving wolves who perceived each other as prey, they snarled and descended into madness. Within that stillness lingered an intoxicating miasma of slaughter and foul intent. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes as exhilaration surged through him like a rushing spring. Then abruptly the breathing on the earpiece ceased. The signal had been severed. This meant everything that had just transpired here was being monitored. As for who could be listening, Lin Tian could only think of one person. Lin Tian searched through the black-clad man's bloodstained pockets and retrieved a black remote control. Frowning slightly, he noticed the tiny print on its reverse side. He pressed the stop button. A drone resembling a mosquito or fly zipped from over the bus on the opposite side of the valley toward Lin Tian. It was a signal jammer. Though compact, a martial artist's perception would easily detect it. The black-clad man was experienced. He'd first shot out the surveillance cameras inside the bus. Then he launched his despair-inducing sniper assault. With the jammer active, he blocked everyone's signals simultaneously. Even the three bald men were overwhelmed by his terrifying pressure, momentarily forgetting to search for the jammer's location. He was like a venomous spider luring his prey step by step into his meticulously prepared cage. But for his miscalculation of Lin Tian's combat power, alone the black-clad man could have eliminated everyone on the bus in a short time and escaped safely. Such an adversary was far too formidable. Lin Tian retrieved his phone and confirmed the signal had returned, then dialed Wang Zili's number. At that same moment, on the opposite side of the valley, the female teacher and surviving prodigies stared blankly at Lin Tian, their mouths agape and expressions dazed. After repeatedly confirming that Lin Tian had single-handedly killed that despair-inducing sniper, they collapsed to the ground, as if all their strength had deserted them. It's over. The female teacher leaned against the bus while her face turned toward the sky, tears brimming in her eyes. Well, with thank goodness I'm alive. I'm not participating anymore. I want to go home. I want to go home. Thank you, Lin Tian. Thank you for saving me. He's so strong, truly so strong. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of his movements. Some wept uncontrollably, others muttered in a daze, while many remained utterly stunned by the display of Lin Tian's combat prowess. In just this brief span, they had endured panic and despair, and now finally exhaled in relief. Without Lin Tian, they would all be dead. His strength was so overwhelming that no hostility could take root. Only awe remained. Gu Yun sat motionless on the ground, drawing a deep breath and wiping sweat from her brow. Watching the teacher make her call to superiors, Gu Yun pulled out her phone and scrolled through her contacts, her expression darkening. There was no need to report to superiors now. She should be calling her parents like the other students. But who should she call? Her eyes caught a familiar number, and a bitter smile touched her lips as she pressed through. Hello, Shadowblade, are you alright? She spoke softly, striving for calmness. After a heavy silence, a gruff voice came through the line. Gu Yun, what happened over there? Why does it sound like so many people are crying? Gu Yun paused, then forced a smile. Nothing major. We encountered an emergency. Some people died. Are you okay? Came the anxious voice from the other end. Gu Yun hesitated, then tears streamed down her face. I'm fine, I'm still alive. I don't know why, but I wanted to call you. I have no one else to reach out to. Shadowblade. Gu Yun tossed her sword aside and curled into a ball, vulnerable and defenseless. Do you think I'm a bother? I was so scared just now. I was terrified of dying right then and there. I was afraid I'd never see you again, Shadowblade. I thought I could keep being selfish, that I could be stronger, but I couldn't. She'd held on so strongly for so long, and now she broke completely, tears falling like rain. Her voice grew muffled as her sobs rained down. From the other end, his voice came through. Gu Yun, I'm not good at words of comfort. After a pause, he said quietly, I only know you're the best girl I've ever met. Gu Yun stopped, then nodded firmly. Shadowblade, I'll keep going, she said through her tears. Then the call ended. Gu Yun wiped the tears from her face. She faced the slope, still sheltered behind the bus. On the other side of the valley, Lin Tian tucked his phone away. He gazed slowly toward the opposite side with clear eyes, but could not spot Gu Yun's figure. Half an hour later, military vehicles arrived one after another, and bodies were loaded onto them. Commander Lu watched the scene with a grim expression. Investigate. Find out who it is. No matter who, find them, he roared in a low voice, an oppressive aura surging forth. At that moment, Wang Zili, Luo Shang, and Lu Lin stood beside Commander Lu, their eyes dark and solemn. Who could have imagined that during the 8th City Joint Examination someone would assassinate the prodigies? 8 prodigies were dead, 4 severely wounded, and all 3 third-rank martial artists had fallen in battle. This was already an extremely grave incident. It was fundamentally different from the last time the Qingcheng Police Department raided the alien cult. This was the death of prodigies, far more heinous in nature. Moreover, public opinion would inevitably spiral out of control. The entire reputation of Yongzhou would be severely tarnished. The investigation is complete. The man's name is Yi Mingqing, formerly a 2nd lieutenant in the 13th Army. In the 133rd year of the Kaiyuan calendar, that is 20 years ago, he was sentenced to death by military court for torturing a superior officer, then escaped from prison. He is now wanted by the military for torturing and killing a human prodigy. His last known appearance was a year ago on the Fallen God battlefield. A military man in glasses reported to Commander Lu. The commander snorted, his eyes still seething with murderous intent. This Yi Mingqing isn't part of an alien cult. He's a mercenary. He works for whoever pays. Wang Zili spoke, his voice cold and sharp. Wang Zili, if you have something to say it clearly. Commander Lu shot him a glare. Wang Zili nodded, pondered for a moment, then said, I think we should investigate the Gu family. The Gu family. Commander Lu frowned, not quite understanding. Beside him, Luo Shang, the deputy city lord of Luo City, widened her eyes in disbelief. The Gu family of Yanjing. Her words made even Commander Lu pause, a look of incredulity in his eyes. Wang Zili nodded, then turned to Commander Lu and said gravely, this matter involves Lin Tian. Commander Lu's eyes flickered, and he glanced toward the young man on the other side of the bus. Shock and admiration were evident in his gaze. The female teacher had already reported to Commander Lu everything that had happened there. Lu Lin and Luo Shang also looked at Lin Tian with complicated eyes. Earlier they had secretly rejoiced that their city's prodigies had passed the first round. Now they had to admit that Lin Tian might be even more outstanding. Killing a third-rank martial artist with a single strike was an absolutely insane feat. Lin Tian, come over here. Commander Lu called out, gently waving him over. Lin Tian was taken aback, then under everyone's gaze walked up to Commander Lu. Very impressive. You single-handedly killed a third-rank martial artist. Truly a prodigy among prodigies. With you in the 8th-city joint examination, I can rest assured. We won't have to endure the arrogance of the Feather Clan and the Divine Clan anymore. Commander Lu patted Lin Tian's shoulder warmly. Though there was no smile on his face, the admiration in his eyes was unmistakable. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. The Feather Clan and the Divine Clan would also be participating in this 8th-city joint examination. It wasn't just me. We killed him together. Lin Tian said softly, his gaze drifting into the distance. A group of medical staff was piecing together the bodies of the 3 bald men. Several young nurses couldn't stop crying as they picked up the severed limbs. Commander Lu's eyes darkened, and he gave a bitter smile. They were all extraordinary. Lin Tian did not take credit. He remained calm, which only deepened Commander Lu's admiration. Lu Oshang and Lu Lin exchanged glances and nodded. Lin Tian's words made them breathe a sigh of relief. So it was indeed Lin Tian and the other 3 third-rank martial artists who had joined forces to kill the sniper. Otherwise, if it were Lin Tian alone, it would be absurdly abnormal. Even so, Lin Tian still impressed them as exceptionally talented. Perhaps he had already reached the level of the 4 gentlemen of Yongzhou. Lin Tian, you use dual pistols, don't you? Commander Lu suddenly asked. Yes. Lin Tian nodded, somewhat puzzled. Commander Lu said to the bespectacled military man beside him, giving Mingqing's 2 pistols to Lin Tian. Wang Zili forced a smile. Commander Lu, that's too generous. Commander Lu waved dismissively. Including that sniper rifle. I've examined it, it's also D-grade alloy worth about 10 million. When it's done, transfer Mingqing's bounty and all rewards to Lin Tian. He turned to Lin Tian. On the battlefield, when you kill an enemy, their spoils are yours. I don't know how the martial arts department does it, but in the military, that's always been the rule. Lin Tian nodded, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He had actually had his eye on the black-clad man's 2 pistols for a while. His own pair, costing a total of 500,000, simply couldn't withstand his high-intensity combat. He hadn't pocketed them earlier because he knew everyone wasn't foolish. If the military wanted to take the pistols for investigation, Lin Tian would have gained nothing. What surprised Lin Tian even more was that the black-clad man had a bounty on his head. This meant the battle had yielded an enormous gain. At this moment, he supposed he should thank Gu Qing. Then Commander Lu's expression darkened and he asked Lin Tian, now tell me, what is the feud between you and the Gu family of Yanjing? Lin Tian was taken aback and glanced at Wang Zili beside him. Then he began to recount all the grievances between him and Gu Qing along with his conjectures. Of course, in Lin Tian's account, he had absolutely never obtained the essence spirit flame. After a while, Lin Tian finished. Commander Lu nodded solemnly. The essence spirit flame, huh? That explains a lot. Commander Lu murmured, then smiled at Lin Tian. I won't trouble you further. Go and rest. Lin Tian nodded and immediately took a seat on a newly arrived bus. Of the original 17 prodigies from Qingqing, only 5 remained. Including Gu Yun, the 5 of them hung their heads low, their faces still etched with the lingering fear of the battle. Unlike before, everyone now looked at Lin Tian with eyes that held no suspicion, only gratitude and reverence. Lin Tian glanced at Gu Yun. She was wearing headphones, staring out the window as if lost in thought. Something in her eyes seemed to have quietly changed. Lin Tian, here are your pistols. A soldier stepped onto the bus and handed 2 crimson pistols to Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded and took the pistols. He immediately felt how much heavier they were than his own. C-grade alloy. Yes, these are military-issue pistols produced in the 50th year of the Kaiyuan calendar. Only 1,000 were made, and very few remain today. The soldier smiled and introduced. These 2 pistols are called Dark Knight Blood Clan. They're now worth an estimated 15 million, and the bullets they fire are imbued with lethal force. As the soldier finished speaking, a wave of shock rippled through the bus. The surviving prodigies looked at Lin Tian with envy. Pistols worth 15 million. For ordinary people, that's a lifetime of earnings. Even though most of them came from wealthy families, 15 million was still a massive sum. Some prodigies who knew Lin Tian's past couldn't help but sigh. Back then, a second martial skill and the ancient city jade had forced Lin Tian into such a difficult position. Now a single battle had earned him tens of millions. Time was truly breathtaking. However, they were merely consumed by jealousy. After all, these military merits, martial arts techniques, and wealth were all earned through Lin Tian's own relentless efforts. Lin Tian accepted the Twilight Blood Clan, a satisfied expression rising in his eyes. Meanwhile, Commander Lu and Wang Zili and the others were still in discussion. If this investigation traces back to the Gu family, it will be exceedingly difficult to handle, alas. Commander Lu sighed softly, casting a glance toward the bus where Lin Tian was seated. Commander Lu, shall we simply let this matter rest? Wang Zili frowned. Let it rest? Impossible. With me involved, how could we just let it go? Commander Lu rebuked sharply, a terrifying rage blazing in his eyes. He then shook his head and said, the main issue is that the patriarch of the Gu family has not yet perished. His combat prowess may not be exceptional, but his methods run exceedingly deep. Wang Zili and the others exchanged glances, each one recalling that existence. In Hua country, the descendants of those powerful figures had gradually grown, forming one colossus after another. Even though the Gu family might be considered a declining clan, its foundation remained profoundly deep. The reason the entire Gu family could persist to this day was inextricably tied to that elderly patriarch. Commander Lu sighed softly and spoke slowly. Currently, the revitalization of the Gu family rests upon Gu Qing, and that old man dotes exclusively on his direct grandson. It is said he intends to exchange great fortune with the immortal clan to recover the spiritual path that the immortals seized from Gu Qing. Wang Zili was instantly startled, his brow furrowing as he asked, "The immortal clan is now our greatest enemy among the human race. How dare he make a deal with them? Would the higher-ups even permit such a thing?" Commander Lu shook his head and replied calmly. The higher-ups initially refused, but he managed to persuade them. Gu Qing possesses too much potential. Even if they were dissatisfied, they wanted to witness what he could become. Wang Zili cursed silently to himself. As a soldier, he detested this kind of compromise and blending in with the crowd. Yet as the city lord, he had no choice but to accept it. There was no such thing as purely black or white. Meanwhile, Yinjing, a magnificent old mansion. The architecture rose like bird wings unfurling. Inside a lavishly decorated chamber, Gu Qing sat with vicious eyes. Gu Tian and Gu Shang watched him silently. The world seemed to fall silent. The atmosphere in the entire room expanded and contracted with Gu Qing's breath. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Gu Tian's forehead, and he no longer knew what to say. "Second uncle." Gu Qing suddenly spoke, squinting his eyes like a venomous serpent as he looked at Gu Tian. Little Qing." Gu Tian trembled all over, filled with unease. "Second uncle, we had agreed. Only Lin Tian needed to die? Why did that Mingxing go crazy and kill everyone?" Gu Qing narrowed his eyes and smiled, though his voice was filled with chilling coldness. He pinched his brows, his entire face like tightly stretched cowhide paper, every slight tremor radiating an unsettling chill. "What happens if the military traces this back to our Gu family? Second uncle, do you want to be shot?" Gu Qing stared straight at Gu Tian, his smile gradually vanishing until it transformed into utter coldness. Gu Tian trembled all over. How could he not understand Gu Qing's meaning? Everything was done to help Gu Qing obtain the extract spirit fire, but now it had turned into him murdering 3 level 3 experts and 8 Qingxing prodigies. Xiao Qing, I didn't expect that Mingxing to be insane. I told him clearly, but he wouldn't listen, he simply wouldn't listen. Gu Tian wailed, his entire body shaking, his eyes filled with utmost terror. Uncle, please save Grandpa." Beside him, Gu Shang was on the verge of tears, pleadingly looking at Gu Tian. "Uncle, you are so powerful, you must be able to save Grandpa, right?" Gu Shang's eyes were red, her face completely pale. Gu Qing looked at Gu Shang, a hint of tenderness appearing at the corners of his mouth. "Changer, your uncle likes you so much. How could I possibly watch second uncle die?" As he spoke, his eyes held only indifference. Grandpa, uncle will save you, he will save you." But Gu Shang failed to perceive the coldness in Gu Qing's eyes, and like someone saved from drowning, she grabbed Gu Tian's arm. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed before a hunched figure entered the room. The expressions of the three immediately shifted. "Grandpa, you've come." Gu Qing rushed over, taking the white-haired elder's arm to help him into the room. "Father, great-grandfather." Gu Shang and Gu Tian also hurriedly rose to their feet. Slap. The elder released Gu Tian's hand and delivered a fierce slap to Gu Qing's face. "Kneel." The elder's voice was ruthless. His hands clasped behind his back, his body bent forward, wrinkles on his face like shifting ravines. Yet within his cloudy eyes lingered an ancient grim severity. "Grandpa." Gu Tian stiffened, visibly uncomfortable. "Kneel. Kneel before your second uncle," the old man commanded coldly. Gu Qing gritted his teeth, staring at the elder in disbelief before suppressing the hatred rising in his eyes. He fell to his knees before Gu Tian. For a moment, neither Gu Tian nor Gu Shang knew what to say. "Accursed one." The elder roared and kicked Gu Qing's shoulder with force. Crack. Gu Qing's shoulder was crushed beneath the elder's foot, blood and flesh mangled. "Your father died young. Do your current actions honor his memory?" The elder cursed savagely, and before Gu Qing could even cry out, stomped his foot onto his back. Crack. The sound of bones shattering inch by inch echoed through the room as Gu Qing was forced to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. "Great-grandfather, please stop." Gu Shang burst into tears at the sight. "Father, please stop hitting him," Gu Tian pleaded urgently. The elder growled low, continuing his assault. Bang, bang, bang. "Oh." Gu Qing's agonized screams filled the room as the elder's feet crushed his limbs and body into shattered pieces, blood splattering everywhere. With a thud, Gu Shang's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed from sheer terror. "Father, stop." Tears streamed from Gu Tian's eyes as he dropped to his knees before the elder. "Gee, Grandpa, please don't kill me. I beg you." Gu Qing shrieked in agony. Only then did the elder cease his attack. Ignoring Gu Qing, who was now barely recognizable as human, the elder approached the kneeling Gu Tian, crouched down, and burst into tears. "My son," the elder wailed, striking Gu Tian's shoulders repeatedly. "My son, father has wronged you." He wept with such despair it seemed he might perish from grief. Your eldest brother passed too soon. For our Gu family to rise again, we were forced to rely on that beast Gu Qing. Kneeling on the ground, Gu Tian stared in utter disbelief at the weeping elder. My son, the military will surely trace this back to our Gu family. With that cursed Gu Qing dead, the Gu family is truly finished. The elder cried out, then fell to his knees before Gu Tian. Gu Tian stood frozen, his face draining of color. Father, I understand, he murmured, rising to his feet. Like a walking corpse, he slowly made his way out of the room. At the doorway, tears welled in his eyes. He pressed a finger against his temple. A sickening thud echoed as crimson and white fluid splattered across the floor, and Gu Tian collapsed. The elder slowly turned, tears streaming freely from his eyes. My son,